Xiao Ge has been reborn after a decade of battling the Insectoid menace. Afflicted with hyperthymesia, he proposes, nation must pivot, and the entire country should unite to confront the crisis posed by the insect race. The supreme leader of Nation B declares, sanctions. Sanctions. We must impose sanctions on Nation A. Nation C chimes in, capture. We must apprehend the technological elites of Nation A. Nation D states, we shall follow suit. Nation E adds, we shall join as well. Nation A is in the process of constructing the magnificent Lingxiao city, capsule high-speed rail, carbon nanotube chips, quantum computers, and fusion reactors. Upon hearing the news, a wave of astonishment sweeps across Nation A. Is this all? You impose sanctions from your show? Chapter 1. 6 months later, the insect race descends. Light? Why is there light? Xiao Ge suddenly sits up in bed. After scrutinizing the various furnishings and arrangements in the room for a full 10 minutes, he is utterly convinced that he has indeed been reborn. After 10 years of warfare against the insect race, he has astonishingly been reborn. He glances at the time. It is now December 31st, 230, at 3 p.m. in Nation A. Only 6 months remain before the insect race descends upon Earth. When the insect race tears through the dimensional portal and manifests on Earth, humanity is struck by the realization that they bear a striking resemblance to the insect race from StarCraft. Over the course of a decade, the offensives by the insect race have become increasingly ferocious. In the first wave of the invasion, over 500 million lives were lost globally. In the second wave of the insect race's arrival, an immense fleet swept across the entire solar system, causing a collapse of global political and economic systems, with death tolls exceeding 2 billion. After the third wave of the insect race's arrival, the survivors among humanity were branded as the fortunate ones. It was not until the fifth wave that Xiao Ge and his comrades seized an insect ship, traversed time and space, and made preparations to annihilate the insect race's home planet. However, upon reaching the other side of time and space, Xiao Ge beheld an endless sea of insects and an infinite array of spacecraft. They found themselves enmeshed in a war of higher dimensions. They attempted to escape through a wormhole, but their ship was destroyed. Yet, Xiao Ge experienced an unexpected rebirth. He was born with a condition deemed hyperthymesia. Throughout his life, he had considered himself an unfortunate soul. In his previous existence, the demise of each comrade and every ordinary individual was indelibly etched in his memory. Every detail lingered relentlessly in his mind. But now, a spark of brilliance suddenly ignited in Xiao Ge's eyes. In his previous life, humanity had devised numerous advanced technologies and weapons to resist the onslaught of the insect race, including fusion reactors, laser weapons, particle cannons, and more. Although many of these technologies have been appropriated from the insect race and subsequently deciphered, Xiao Ge remembered them all with vivid clarity. Nation A could prepare in advance. Insect race. Insect race. Insect race. Xiao Ge's gums bled from the pressure of his biting down in rage. This was hatred. It was the fury of the billions of citizens of Nation A who had perished at the hands of the insect race in his former life. In this life, Nation A shall no longer wait. No matter where you hide in the cosmos, I shall locate your lair and obliterate you. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ge devised a plan. First, he must convince the upper echelons of Nation A that the arrival of the insect race in 180 days is an undeniable reality. However, the current Xiao Ge is merely an ordinary university student, one who frequently skips classes, rendering his words devoid of any persuasive power. To boldly proclaim the arrival of the insect race would only lead him to the open doors of a psychiatric hospital. He opens his smartphone to browse the news. December 30th report. Anomalous temperature drops have occurred on a tropical island in the Pacific, plunging to below 0 degrees, causing localized seawater to freeze and a mass die-off of fish, with no specific cause identified as of yet. December 30th report. In the North African desert, a freshwater lake spanning hundreds of kilometers appeared overnight, with algal activity at an unprecedented level. Scientists are still investigating the cause. However, nearby nations have begun deploying troops to seize control, leading to unrest. December 31st report. A deep-sea monitoring vessel has reported unusual fluctuations in the space-time field surrounding Earth's orbit, the effects of which on Earth remain uncertain. These seemingly mundane disaster reports are only recognized by Xiao Ge as the precursors to the arrival of the insect race. And as the new year approaches, disasters will become increasingly frequent. Demonstrating his origins from the future and accurately predicting forthcoming events is the most direct approach. However, the first epic disaster of the new year is set to occur on January 2nd, 231, right along the southeastern coast of Nation A. At 10 a.m. on January 2nd, a cataclysmic tsunami is poised to engulf the southeastern coast, and if unprepared, 100,000 lives may be lost in this calamity. The first battle after his rebirth, preparing for the impending tsunami. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ge formulates a comprehensive plan. He sits at his computer and navigates to the National Lottery website, purchasing tickets for all types of lotteries, including the Double Color Ball, Welfare Lottery, 7-Star Lottery, and Happy 8. Indeed, he remembers all these numbers. This is the advantage of hyperthymesia. Next, he opens an account on the largest forum in Nation, adopting an audacious username. I come from the future, and tonight I shall win 1 billion. He then posts a dynamic update, sharing screenshots of his lottery ticket purchases. This is the first step. The lottery results will be announced at 9:30 p.m. The next step is both pivotal and essential. Step 2. Seek out a whistleblower. A nation functions like a colossal machine. It is an integrated and complete entity, where even the slightest malfunction in any minor component can potentially disrupt the entire operation. Those endowed with a profound scientific acumen, a spirit of inquiry, and a critical mindset are designated as whistleblowers. In Country A, the highest-ranking whistleblower possesses extraordinary privileges. Should a particular notion be proposed that is universally deemed erroneous, it is the whistleblower's duty to investigate the possibility of its validity. Likewise, if a whistleblower presents a viewpoint, no matter how ludicrous it may seem, it demands earnest consideration from all. The current highest whistleblower in Country A is Dr. Ouyang Yuan, the esteemed president of the National Academy of Sciences. At this moment, Dr. Ouyang is participating in a science popularization event titled Science Without Limits at the Technology Museum of Pitching. Upon identifying his objective, Xiao Ge promptly descended and exited the building. "Mom, I am off to the Science Without Limits event," he announced. In an effort to encourage him to engage more with the outside world, his mother had managed to procure a ticket for the event. Regrettably, in his previous life, Xiao Ge had discarded that very ticket into the trash. Without waiting for a response from his mother, Xiao Ge had already departed, hailing a taxi to the Technology Museum. Having secured a ticket, he effortlessly gained entry to the venue. 1600 hours, time seemed to fly by. Dr. Ouyang, donned in glasses and exuding an air of scholarly elegance, was patiently addressing a myriad of questions posed by the audience. The inquiries were collected via slips of paper, and Xiao Ge had inscribed a set of parameters on one such slip. He believed that while others might overlook this data, Dr. Ouyang would surely grasp its significance. A student has just raised the question of whether we can achieve interstellar travel through traversing black holes as depicted in science fiction. Is this true? I must inform you that such a possibility exists. However, constructing a spacecraft capable of withstanding the gravitational forces of a black hole is an immense challenge, as no one knows what lies within a black hole or can make conjectures about it. At this juncture, the student who had been called upon stood and inquired, "Professor Ouyang, if we were to enter the black hole, would we not discover the truth?" Dr. Ouyang nodded in acknowledgement, not refuting the claim. "Indeed, should you fall into a black hole and emerge unscathed, bringing back the data from within, it would represent a monumental leap in humanity's space exploration capabilities." At that moment, the host drew a slip of paper. "All right, the next question." The slip was handed to Dr. Ouyang, revealing the very data that Xiao Ge had written. Upon seeing the figures on the paper, Dr. Ouyang's benevolent expression abruptly turned grave, his demeanor stiffening to the point that the host's repeated calls went unheard. He had spent 2 decades in pursuit of data parameters concerning the interior of black holes, and only he understood that the figures on the slip could only have been obtained by someone who had genuinely entered a black hole. Suddenly, Dr. Ouyang's hands began to tremble. Is the individual who posed this question still present? Excitement, astonishment, and disbelief surged forth in a torrent of emotions. Xiao Ge, aware that his objective had been achieved, rose and approached the stage. "Dr. Ouyang, shall we discuss this in a different setting?" "Certainly." The two transitioned to a conference room within the Technology Museum. Xiao Ge cut straight to the point. "Dr. Ouyang, since you comprehend the significance of this data, I will be forthright. I hail from a future 10 years hence." 10 years? This is inconceivable. Even with technological advancements, humanity cannot achieve interstellar travel. Despite his unwavering belief in the data, Dr. Ouyang remains skeptical of Xiao Ge's claims. It is not humanity, but rather the Zerg, who will descend upon Earth in 6 months, bringing forth technology that transcends our current era. Xiao Ge proceeded to share the impending Zerg crisis, leaving Dr. Ouyang utterly speechless. "I wish to save Country A, and for this, I require your position as the highest whistleblower." The mention of the highest whistleblower left Dr. Ouyang in shock, rendering him momentarily speechless. This identity is known to no more than 10 individuals across the entirety of Country A. Xiao Ge continued, "I recognize that all of this may sound fantastical. Thus I shall provide 2 additional sets of data. One set pertains to the Andromeda Galaxy, which can be observed using Country A Sky Eye, allowing you to witness evidence of Zerg activity. The second set consists of gravitational wave data, which can predict the dimensional portal that will manifest on Earth in 6 months. This will be the Zerg's point of arrival. If this is insufficient, after 21:30 today, you will witness that I, as a visitor from the future, possess knowledge of all lottery outcomes, ensuring a win of 10 billion. Dr. Ouyang, with his unparalleled technological insights and status as a whistleblower, exhibited an undeniable critical spirit. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "What is your request?" An audience with the head of state to save Country A. Chapter 2. The Nation of A's Turn, a unified response to the Zerg crisis. If it were anyone else making the declaration of meeting the head of state to save the nation, Ouyang Yuan would undoubtedly have summoned the military. However, the internal data regarding black holes presented by Xiao Ge was undeniably authentic. After a brief contemplation, Ouyang Yuan promptly replied, "I will sound the alarm to verify the data you provided. If it proves to be true, the head of state will heed your report." The act of sounding the alarm signifies that a grave calamity is imminent. Xiao Ge finally exhaled, as his second step was successfully realized. Additionally, there is another piece of news. On January 2nd, a massive tsunami will strike the southeastern coast, and if proactive measures are not taken, it will claim the lives of hundreds of thousands. This is in just 2 days. Ouyang Yuan's expression grew increasingly grave. Return and await further news. Verification will come swiftly, and someone will come to escort you. Exiting the Science Museum, Xiao Ge glanced at the time on his phone, 16:50. Without a moment's hesitation, he hailed a taxi home, for he understood that in the coming hours, the upper echelons of Nation A would be shaken to its core. After parting ways with Xiao Ge, Ouyang Yuan wasted no time. The identity of the whistleblower allowed him to undertake numerous endeavors. Even without that designation, Ouyang Yuan was still the president of the Academy of Sciences, a title that alone could mobilize vast resources. Firstly, he needed to verify the 2 sets of data provided by Xiao Ge. The first set pertained to Andromeda, which was exceedingly remote, encompassing blue shift data of planets shrouded beneath the intense glare of stars, necessitating verification from the Eye of A. A call was made. "This is Ouyang Yuan. I require validation of this data, and I expect a response by 2100 hours. The Eye of A, located deep within the southwestern mountains, houses the largest radio telescope in the world." Upon receiving Ouyang Yuan's data, the Astronomical Observatory immediately suspended all projects, redirecting all resources for verification. Simultaneously, the gravitational wave detection facility in the desert received the full set of data from Ouyang Yuan and commenced comparisons starting from the gravitational waves of the Cretaceous period during the dinosaurs' extinction. For Xiao Ge asserted that the extinction indeed resulted from a meteorite impact, and that meteorite heralded the arrival of the Zerg. After arranging the verification measures, Ouyang Yuan deliberately opened various lottery websites, calculating the jackpot amounts listed by Xiao Ge, and indeed, there was more than 10 billion. Another piece of information concerned the tsunami on the 2nd. This was, in fact, the easiest to deduce and predict. Ouyang Yuan promptly contacted the Geological Meteorological Bureau and soon received confirmation. Various signs indicated that Xiao Ge's claim regarding the relative movement of the Pacific Plate and the Australian Plate could indeed trigger a massive tsunami in the Pacific Rim. At this juncture, Ouyang Yuan could no longer contain himself. He retrieved the whistleblower's special phone and issued a red alert. At 2100 hours today, a whistleblower meeting will convene. The sounding of the highest whistle denotes a crisis threatening the very existence of Nation A. The attendees of the highest whistleblower meeting include the ministers of 9 key institutions: finance, administration, military, and more, who determine the national policy, along with the head of state of Nation A. Once the alarm was sounded, arrangements were immediately made for Ouyang Yuan to take a special flight directly to the capital. Upon his arrival in the capital, participants from across the nation gathered. Each was a decision-maker of Nation A: Marshal Long Zhan from the military, Finance Minister Zhou Xun, Minister of Research Nie Zhan, and so forth, alongside the head of state. At 2100 hours, the meeting commenced punctually. Each individual appeared gravely tense, their expressions solemn as they turned their gazes upon Ouyang Yuan. "Dr. Ouyang, what is the nature of this red alert? I had been abroad and had to abruptly terminate my visit to return." The red alert mechanism had never been activated since its inception, signifying an omen of potential doom for Nation A. Ouyang Yuan rose, activating the remote video call. Calculating the time, he expected answers for the data he had requested. Simultaneously, he glanced at Minister Nie Zhan of the Research Department. "Old Nie, do you recall our previous discussion regarding the parameters of black holes?" The research minister nodded. Ouyang Yuan then displayed a critical set of data on the screen. Minister Nie Zhun pondered in silence for a moment, nearly leaping to his feet in astonishment. This is impossible. How could this be? Indeed, when someone first conveyed this data to me, I too was incredulous, for it indicated that the individual providing the data must have ventured into the depths of a black hole. Subsequently, Ouyang Yuan recounted his encounter with Xiao Ge in Pingxing. The Zerg are descending. This phrase detonated like an underwater explosive within the highest echelons of decision-making in Nation A. None dared to believe their ears. Yet, the revelations did not cease there. News from the Eye of A arrived. The radio telescope had observed the data provided by Xiao Ge, concluding that life exists within Andromeda, and it is hurtling toward Earth at an extraordinary speed. Furthermore, the Gravitational Wave Research Institute reported that according to the gravitational wave data presented by Xiao Ge, significant irregular gravitational fluctuations had occurred on Earth during the extinction of the dinosaurs in the Cretaceous period. This could also be interpreted as the manifestation of a dimensional portal's singularity. Such gravitational fluctuations could very likely reoccur in 6 months. Moreover, Xiao Ge classified the unusual geological disasters that had transpired this year as precursors to the arrival of the Zerg, though research to substantiate this was still pending. Ouyang Yuan's demeanor remained solemn. However, all lottery results could corroborate Xiao Ge's claims. As he spoke, he retrieved the post Xiao Ge had published online. I come from the future. Tonight, I shall win 100 billion. Such an audacious title had garnered hundreds of thousands of views. The post had been locked for deletion, and currently, only those present could view it. So, let's ascertain whether his assertions hold any truth. Time, 21:30. The lottery results were about to be announced. The various lotteries, including the Double Chromosphere, Welfare Lottery, 7-Color Lottery, Happy 8, and nearly 10 others, would announce their results, all corresponding precisely with the digits Xiao Ge had previously posted. Every single one correct. The total prize amounts added up to exactly 100 billion. An instantaneous silence enveloped the conference room. At this moment, the head of state finally spoke. Ouyang, what is your assessment? Ouyang Yuan responded with utmost gravity. His conclusion had been reached after thorough contemplation. He indeed hailed from the future. What do you all think? The head of state glanced at the others in attendance. If he does not come from the future, none of this can be elucidated. The head of state rose, hands clasped behind his back. After a moment, he slowly declared, let's meet him. At 21:45, Xiao Ge's family was gathered around the television. What did you gain from your visit to Science Unlimited today? His mother inquired. After the new year, you went back to school. You can't just stay in your dorm playing games. You should get out more. This was the ordinary life of a family of 3. Yes, it felt great, Xiao Ge replied. Dad, Mom, I also met Dr. Ouyang Yuan. He highly appreciates my talents and has invited me to intern at the Academy of Sciences. I should be going over in the next couple of days. His mother chuckled casually. Sure. He can invite you to become an academician of the Academy of Sciences. Naturally, she was skeptical. Ouyang Yuan was the president of the Academy of Sciences. Would he really take notice of a homebody like Xiao Ge? Unbeknownst to others, Xiao Ge's parents were well aware of his situation. Ever since he enrolled in university, this young man had been utterly engrossed in various online games, making no progress in his studies whatsoever. As a result, it remained uncertain whether he would even graduate. Old man, take a look at this. What luck! Someone has won 100 billion in the lottery. Xiao Ge's father adjusted his glasses slightly, murmuring, there must be some insider information. Xiao Ge smiled silently from the side. Mother, father, there's no inside story. It was your son who won that 100 billion. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Xiao Ge rose to answer it. Outside stood a group of soldiers in uniform. Are you Xiao Ge? Yes. Before the soldiers could explain their purpose, Xiao Ge interjected. I have everything packed. Please inform my parents that you are here to take me to the Academy of Sciences for an internship, as sent by Dr. Ouyang. The soldiers were taken aback. They had yet to state their intentions, and Xiao Ge was already compliant, making the situation seem rather too smooth. Who is it at this hour? His mother called from within. The lead soldier entered behind Xiao Ge, respectfully saluting, Good evening, sir and madam. I am here on behalf of Dr. Ouyang to escort comrade Xiao Ge to the Academy of Sciences for his internship. Phew! Xiao Ge's parents were momentarily stunned. It's truly Dr. Ouyang. Is our son really going for an internship at the Academy of Sciences? Their demeanor shifted to one of enthusiasm. Wonderful. Is it time to depart now? Yes, the project is short-staffed, and the doctoral team from the school will brief comrade Xiao Ge. Excellent. Quickly, dear. Go at their CIES belongings. Xiao Ge exchanged a parting glance with his parents, saying, Mom, Dad, I have already packed. Wonderful. Our family's ancestral grave is finally seeing some smoke. Bidding farewell to his parents, Xiao Ge followed the soldiers aboard a special plane bound for the capital. At the stroke of midnight, The new year officially ushered in the year 231. Xiao Ge arrived, and the highest decision-making body of country A awaited him. Time was of the essence, and all formalities were dispensed with. The head of state immediately got to the point. Xiao Ge, how should country A respond to the impending crisis posed by the insectoid species? Upon seeing the head of state, Xiao Ge's eyes glistened with emotion. In his previous life, when the insectoids descended and panic reigned, it was this very elder who, with immense resolve, had guided country A towards a response. The survival of country A through the fifth wave was largely attributable to the foundation laid by this venerable figure. Regrettably, he had fallen in battle during the third wave. Choking back tears, Xiao Ge resolutely declared, country A must pivot and mobilize the entire nation to confront the insectoid crisis. In the conference room, every individual present was a paragon of valor, fully aware of the implications of Xiao Ge's words. It signified that everything in country A would be irrevocably altered. An immediate silence enveloped the room, punctuated solely by the rapid breaths of the attendees. Time seemed to stand still. After a prolonged pause, the head of state inquired, what will the future of country A look like? At that moment, Xiao Ge's emotions erupted. He could no longer contain himself. Country A still exists, but the total population that can be accounted for is less than 10 million, a mere fraction of the world's 1/5 population. In 10 years, will country A's population dwindle to under 10 million? Considering this year's census, country A had over 2.3 billion registered citizens. It painted a harrowing future of blood and carnage. If these leaders remained oblivious to the insectoid threat, let the numbers speak. Without immediate action, 29 billion lives would be lost. How shall we mobilize the entire nation to respond to this crisis? The head of state asked, his expression growing increasingly grave. This was the most pressing concern for every individual in attendance. Xiao Ge had prepared for this moment. He understood that merely relying on rhetoric would not sway the leaders of country A. He needed to present executable plans. I call it the grand three-step plan. He displayed a meticulously crafted slideshow and delved into the details of his strategy. In 6 months, the insectoids will launch their assault from these coordinates: the eastern seas, the northern snowfields, the southern stone forests, the central lakes, and the capital city. The first step is to establish circular fortifications in these locations to halt and annihilate the insectoids. A hush fell over the audience once more. The first step of constructing circular fortifications would enable country A to sever ties with its past completely. Xiao Ge identified specific sites for these fortifications, including one in the northern snowfields near the Great Khan's territory. Would they construct fortifications in foreign lands? Given the current geopolitical climate, country A would undoubtedly face blockades. Next, he proposed the construction of 100 colossal cities nationwide, consolidating the entire population of 2.3 billion into these urban centers for habitation. He envisioned an underground capsule high-speed rail system, enabling troop deployment across any city within 30 minutes, establishing a nationwide defense network. The room fell silent yet again. Xiao Ge's design illustrated country A as a chessboard, with 100 colossal cities encircling the nation. Xiao Ge was not merely defending a city or a pond. He aimed to safeguard the entirety of country A's territory. He intended to protect the entire population of 2.3 billion, ensuring that not a single soul was left behind. However, the Minister of Research and others furrowed their brows. The capsule high-speed rail was still a concept, with its technological framework yet to be validated. Was Xiao Ge overstepping his bounds by proposing nationwide construction? Furthermore, given the current complexities of global affairs, other nations would surely unite to block and counter country A's transformations. Nevertheless, they refrained from interrupting Xiao Ge. The third step is to prepare for the insectoids coming from space by constructing orbital weapons, space cities, and lunar outposts. Finally, the Minister of Research could no longer restrain himself and interjected, "Do you believe our current technology can accomplish this?" Others echoed their doubts, questioning the feasibility of the circular fortifications, the colossal city project, the high-speed rail initiative, and the space plan. Even if they drained country A's resources, these goals seemed unattainable. Besides, many of the proposals needed to consider the international environment. Xiao Ge, a mere youth with an air of innocence, stood before seasoned ministers and directors, many of whom were in their 40s or 50s. While they listened to him with skepticism, Xiao Ge's expression darkened, his voice icy. After 10 years of battlefield tempering, the atmosphere of battle fills the room. He countered directly, "Do you truly believe that anything is more important than the lives of 2.3 billion citizens of country A? Was a nation. It is to spare no effort to create an environment for its people to survive. even if it means standing against the heavens themselves. In my plan, country A will once again seal its borders. Protecting 3 billion lives is sufficient. Why should we even consider the international environment? Should we wait until they have harmed 2 million of our soldiers before taking action? What is a nation? It is to safeguard its people, undaunted even in the face of the entire world. Indeed, the plans proposed by Xiao Ge would fundamentally transform country A. And change itself is the most agonizing ordeal of all. Yet have they all forgotten the sacrifices made by the valiant pioneers of nation but during its nascent and arduous years to safeguard this land? Xiao Ge asserting that if no action is taken now, will they only seek to effect change when the Zerg slaughter 8 million in the capital and a further 20 million across the nation? In Nation A, the people truly are everything. A profound silence enveloped the gathering once more, as several leaders felt their blood surge with fervor at Xiao Ge's words. Marshal Longzhan of the military posed a grave question. In the future, should foreign entities indeed inflict harm upon 2 million warriors of Nation A, while the ordinary civilians whose death toll would far exceed 300 million? Longzhan slammed the table, exclaiming, those foreign scoundrels would undoubtedly commit such atrocities. Xiao Ge, what do you propose? The entire military is resolute in obedience. Ouyang Yuan interjected. The Academy of Sciences of Nation wholeheartedly supports all plans. Finance Minister Zhou Xiaoyuan added, we shall provide all necessary financial backing. Gradually, various departments expressed their unwavering commitment to support the cause. Applause erupted as the head of nation personally commended Xiao Ge, declaring, well said. In Nation A, nothing is more crucial than the protection of our citizens' lives. From this moment forth, Nation A would pivot, establishing a crisis management bureau endowed with the authority to mobilize all of the nation's resources, with Xiao Ge appointed as the chief responsible for addressing the Zerg crisis. Longzhan, Ouyang Yuan, Niezhen, Zhou Xiaoyuan, and all of you shall obey Xiao Ge's command and assist in the execution of our strategies. The head of nation A decisively proclaimed, for he could perceive the sincere love for Nation A reflected in Xiao Ge's eyes. Indeed, Xiao Ge, with his slender frame standing tall, solemnly accepted this weighty responsibility, vowing to ensure that Nation A would stand proud amidst the impending crisis. This is precisely why, in a previous life, the populace referred to the leader of Nation A as their guardian deity, for his actions were resolute and devoid of hesitation. From a moment the leader first engaged with the Zerg crisis in 2100, only 3.5 hours had elapsed before he made a decisive resolution regarding the nation's future. At 0021 hours, the Crisis Management Bureau of Nation A was established. A special task force was formed, comprising heads from the Departments of Internal Affairs, Foreign Affairs, and National Defense, with Xiao Ge appointed as the team leader. After the appointments were concluded, the leader addressed Xiao Ge, Team Leader Xiao, you may now commence your assignments. With utmost seriousness, Xiao Ge responded, first, we must confront the impending tsunami on the 2nd, which occurs tomorrow. After a brief moment of contemplation, he continued, Marshal Longzhan, within 3 days, the military must devise a plan to conscript 50 million soldiers. Longzhan nodded gravely, acknowledging the significance of this order, which would mean that the military strength of Nation A would surpass that of all other countries combined. Dr. Ouyang, collaborate with Elder Nye from the Ministry of Technology to convene all heads of high-energy laser research centers, leaders from the Artificial Sun Research Center, and national treasure-level experts from urban planning, as well as specialists in shield tunneling research, for a meeting at 0900 hours. Both Ouyang Yuan and Niezhen solemnly nodded in agreement. They could surmise Xiao Ge's intentions concerning the grand scheme of constructing 100 colossal cities. The Trade Ministry must, within 3 days, present a plan for global procurement of raw materials. I demand that all departing cargo ships worldwide set their course for Nation A within 7 days. The head of the Trade Ministry paused momentarily, his eyes ablaze with fervor, before muttering, I have long desired to undertake such an initiative. The Ministry of Internal Affairs shall hold a press conference at 8 in the morning to announce to the nation that Nation A is shifting directions. They must devise a reasonable explanation. Furthermore, all residents of cities and towns within 100 kilometers of the coastline must evacuate before the 2nd. The head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs appeared bewildered, questioning why others received explicit directives while they were left to formulate their own rationale for the nation's shift. After a moment of reflection, the head inquired, all residents? Along the coast, understood. Contemplating further, he ultimately refrained from questioning Xiao Ge's decision, despite the fact that over 700 million people resided within that 100 kilometers. One directive after another flowed from Xiao Ge's lips, with the leader observing approvingly and offering a few words of encouragement before departing. At 0045 hours, Xiao Ge issued his first directive following his appointment. In the form of a text message, he notified the 2.3 billion citizens of Nation A of the establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau. Dear citizens of Nation A, following urgent deliberations among the relevant departments of internal and foreign affairs, the Crisis Management Bureau of Nation A has been established today, tasked with the formulation and implementation of all domestic and foreign policies. At 0800 hours, a significant national policy will be announced. All citizens are encouraged to watch the live broadcast. Chapter 5. The Great Evacuation. The citizens of Nation A do not hesitate. At 158 minutes past the hour, the trending topics were refreshed once again. This night would be sleepless, destined to belong to the Crisis Management Bureau. Crisis Management Bureau Order. According to joint assessments by geological, oceanic, seismic, and various other departments, it has been determined that on January 2nd, around the morning hours, coastal areas will face a catastrophic tsunami. To protect the lives and property of our citizens, the Bureau has resolved that all residents of cities and towns within a 100-kilometer radius of the coast must evacuate to designated locations. Yet again, an unanticipated directive emerged, a truly chilling command. To suddenly evacuate all residents within a 100-kilometer coastal radius signifies what? It signifies that numerous first-tier cities, of colossal economic scale, would be entirely cleared. Some individuals initiated discussions online. As New Year's Day draws to a close, the Crisis Management Bureau is taking decisive action. Does this imply that the tsunami will obliterate all of humanity? Indeed, it is now clear why the Crisis Management Bureau was established. It was to prepare for the impending apocalypse, foreseeing the tsunami set to strike on the 2nd. I do not reside along the coast. Yet I wholeheartedly support the nation's call. Friends living in coastal areas, I have space in my home in Pingsheng for 7 individuals. If you need to evacuate and have no place to go, my home welcomes you. I reside in a rural area in Pingzhou, where there is ample space. If anyone does not mind, I can accommodate 20 people. Leave me a message, and I will come and fetch you. My home. In an instant, the online discourse in Nation A erupted once more. There exists a tradition in Nation A. When one faces adversity, assistance comes from all corners. Given the sudden nature of the evacuation, it was inevitable that some would retreat without a destination. Thus, those residing inland began to proactively alleviate the pressure of the evacuation. It was during the quiet of the night that the coastal populace commenced their movements. The nation declared a mass evacuation, and not a single individual hesitated. They packed their belongings, ready to depart. By dawn on the 2nd, all must have evacuated. The evacuation process would follow a sequence of first rescuing individuals, then arranging accommodations, a makeshift decision under extreme time constraints. With nearly 700 million residents along the coast, the entire evacuation must occur within 24 hours. Looking across the globe, only Nation A dared to proclaim such a feat. Only Nation A possessed the charisma to rally its people, and only the citizens of Nation A exhibited such discipline. High-speed trains, automobiles, airplanes, and ships were all mobilized. Even cargo vessels in port were swiftly repurposed to join the ranks of this grand exodus. While other nations would meet their military presence with terror and retreat, the people of Nation A found solace in the sight of their army. For the military of Nation A is an institution wholly dedicated to the protection of its citizens. An epic evacuation. How could it possibly occur without the involvement of the military? The tanks, armored vehicles, and transport planes of Country A's armed forces are actively engaging in major urban centers designated for evacuation, while the citizens orderly board the military-provided retreat channels. The colossal metropolis, with a population exceeding 20 million, is now resplendent with lights, conducting the evacuation with remarkable organization. Brothers, let us not cut in line. This is a state-organized evacuation. By cutting in, you not only jeopardize yourself, but also tarnish the dignity of being a citizen of Country A. Look, our troops are arriving. How impressive. Honestly, had it not been for the quota restrictions back in the day, I would have surely enlisted, and perhaps I would be alongside them now. What a joke. Who has harbored a dream of becoming a soldier? Do you see? It is the military that are the true stars of the nation. Only they step forward to become our steadfast shield. In times of war, they're on the front lines. During disaster relief, they're also at the forefront. Such soldiers. How can we not cherish them? Wait, let me update my social media. The evacuation commenced following the directive from the Crisis Management Bureau. This is not confined to the major cities. Even the most remote villages are undergoing evacuation at this moment. In some small mountain villages, The main battleground for evacuation feels painfully distant, and all public transport has been requisitioned for the retreat to the larger cities. Are we to abandon the remote villages? No. Country A shall never forsake any of its citizens. The military is utilizing various platforms to inform those in the remote mountainous areas to await at home, as helicopters will come to retrieve them. Even an elderly individual nearing 80, living alone in the far-off mountains, will find a helicopter arriving at their doorstep to take them away. In Country A, every life holds profound significance. 339 hours have passed since the establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau, and already it has stirred the situation within Country A into a tempest, with similar upheaval occurring internationally. In Country D, the consulate is ablaze with light, sleepless through the night. They are deliberating on how to respond to this severance crisis, as turmoil begins to unfurl within their own borders. The moment the farm owners and business proprietors hear of the severance, they descend into chaos, oblivious to national policies. All they comprehend is that if the severance is enacted, bankruptcy awaits them all. The root of this calamity lies with the consulate. The oil pipeline has erupted. Damn it. Is the consul a fool? Following Country B has left us with nothing to eat. Do they even care about us now? The consul must resign. Although the consulate personnel are aware of these uproars, their primary concern remains the situation within Country A. A coastal evacuation? What is this all about? They claim there will be an unprecedented tsunami in the Pacific region tomorrow. This must be a jest. Our scientists have urgently investigated. All tectonic plates are relatively stable. Minor frictions may arise, but a cataclysmic tsunami is utterly inconceivable. Could it be due to other considerations, such as fears of retaliatory strikes against coastal cities? Let us set that aside for now and explore if we can establish communication with the higher echelons of Country A through other nations. In Country D, no one believes a tsunami is imminent. In Country B, it is daylight. The supreme leader is once again bewildered. The citizens of Country A claim a tsunami is forthcoming, yet our scientists have detected no such occurrence. With the scientific advisor at hand, the supreme leader remarks, perhaps the citizens of Country A have erred. We possess the world's most brilliant geologists and advanced measuring instruments, having conducted repeated assessments confirming that no monumental earthquake is forthcoming. Excellent. The supreme leader turns and opens his Twitter account. No one understands tsunamis better than I. The citizens of Country are jesting with their lives. The tsunami they anticipate shall not materialize. Countries E, the Lion, and the Sand Kingdom, among others, have rallied through official channels to bolster their citizens and alleviate their fears. The sudden announcement of a mass evacuation by Country A, alongside claims of an impending tsunami, has incited panic across the globe, as nations commence their own statements. Social media platforms, such as YouTube and Twitter, shift dramatically, launching into ridicule of Country A. A tsunami? The citizens of Country A must be suffering from paranoia. We sincerely hope our deity grants them their wish. Yet, more than anything, there is awe at the astonishing evacuation of Country A. Within mere hours, the mobilization of hundreds of millions for evacuation is a miracle in itself. The critical factor is that such a vast operation has unfolded without chaos. Such organizational prowess is truly formidable. Oddly, do the citizens of Country A not fear their military? I observe their aircraft, tanks, and naval vessels assisting the populace in their evacuation. Why does it feel as though they are not evading a disaster, but preparing for a grand excursion? 559 hours have elapsed. Xiao Ge has awakened after a brief slumber. The evacuation persists. He harbors no anxiety regarding the evacuation. He knows that whenever the state calls upon its citizens, they shall not waver. The notion of nationhood is deeply embedded within the souls of Country A's people. With a nation comes a home. To protect the nation is to safeguard the home. These tenets have been the legacy of Country A's citizens for millennia. Xiao Ge awakens. The battle of January 1st, 231 continues unabated. He cannot afford a moment's respite. The instant he relaxes, he recalls the citizens who perished in the previous life. 900 hours before the arrival of the heads of various technological departments. There are still actions to be taken to preserve culture and the transmission of civilization. The civilization that Country A has upheld for thousands of years cannot be lost due to the arrival of the insectoid species. Chapter 6. The Transmission of Civilization. Not a single artifact from our ancestors shall be lost. The entirety of the world awaits the arrival of 8 o'clock a.m. in Country A. For all are eager to discover what the newly established Crisis Management Bureau truly is. Within less than half a day since its inception, it has devised ingenious strategies that have disrupted the global landscape, drawing worldwide attention. However, Xiao Ge's focus is not directed towards the 8 a.m. press conference. The establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau necessitates rationale, context, and a compelling narrative, which shall be articulated by the personnel of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. A complete building has been repurposed into a command center, with the Ministries of Internal Affairs, Foreign Affairs, Technology, Military, Finance, and Trade each contributing their most elite personnel. From this day forth, all directives from country A shall emanate from this location. Countless individuals have spent sleepless nights. Merely the directive for the coastal evacuation has kept everyone within the building in a state of constant activity. There is an overwhelming amount of coordination required. For Country A is undertaking an unprecedented task in history, evacuating 700 million people within 24 hours, ensuring not a single individual is left behind. In a vast conference room, Xiao Ge arrives. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs reports that Country D has attempted to contact Country A through formal and informal channels over 2,000 times. Other nations have also expressed concern regarding the Crisis Management Bureau, with no further responses as of yet. However, certain nations have begun to implore us not to propagate rumors, asserting that predictions of a cataclysmic earthquake in the Pacific Rim are merely alarmist. Xiao Ge instructed that such claims should be disregarded. The Ministry of Internal Affairs reported that all national railway, civil aviation, and shipping systems have ceased operations, with all trains, planes, and ferries redirected to coastal regions. However, the sheer magnitude of population relocation is overwhelming, prompting the organization of inland residents to evacuate on foot, all conducted in an orderly fashion. Xiao Ge directed military involvement, collaborating with the technological sector to establish additional observation points along the coast, as I suspect this impending tsunami is related to fluctuations in the Insectoid dimension portal. Personnel from the military and technology departments promptly commenced execution of these directives. Furthermore, the Academy of Sciences reported that top experts from all laser research centers, artificial sun research centers, urban planning, and tunnel boring machine sectors will be assembled by approximately 8:30. The stream of reports aligning with Xiao Ge's expectations enabled progress to continue smoothly. Xiao Ge addressed the Ministry of Internal Affairs, instructing them to convene the personnel from the Cultural and Heritage Management Bureau. Shortly thereafter, representatives from both departments arrived. Without preamble, Xiao Ge inquired, "How many museums does Country A currently possess?" Given that these two departments oversee museums, they were well aware of the figure, which stood at 8,971 by the end of last year, encompassing 5 primary categories: comprehensive museums, archaeological museums, art museums, historical museums, and ethnological museums. Xiao Ge lamented the fact that the rich heritage of Country A, spanning thousands of years, is housed within these museums. Upon hearing this, the representatives from the two departments immediately grasped Xiao Ge's intent to safeguard the cultural artifacts of Country A. In times of great disaster or turmoil, the preservation of cultural heritage is often overlooked. Little do they realize that the continuity of a nation and its civilization hinges upon the transmission of such treasures across generations. How long would it take to consolidate the protection of all cultural relics in Country A? The attendees fell into contemplation. With nearly 9,000 museums scattered nationwide, each housing a diverse array of items, estimating a precise time frame proved challenging. However, one seasoned scholar rapped his knuckles on the table, suggesting that with adequate manpower, at least 3 months would be required. Xiao Ge raised his hand, interrupting the elder scholar, declaring that 3 months was excessive. He would allot 1 month instead. Should they fail to relocate all artifacts within this time frame, accountability would follow. Thus, the timeline was reduced by 2/3, without any alteration to the directives, leaving no room for negotiation. "Allow me a moment to arrange for the storage of these artifacts," Xiao Ge stated, seeking an unoccupied room where he retrieved his phone and made a direct call. "Greetings, Supreme Leader, this is Xiao Ge. This call was made directly to the head of Country A. I plan to consolidate and protect all cultural artifacts of Country A within 1 month. However, until the completion of the megacity, the only suitable storage will be within the underground Great Wall. I require your assistance to coordinate with the department responsible for these artifacts." There was a brief silence on the other end. "Very well, someone will arrive in 10 minutes. The call concluded. The underground Great Wall, a remnant of past efforts to dig deep and stockpile resources, remains a top-secret location in Country A, known to very few, with only the Supreme Leader aware of its entrance. The construction of the underground Great Wall was intended to provide a contingency for Country A. Now, as the nation prepares for a pivotal shift, it is time for the underground Great Wall to fulfill its purpose. Upon returning to the conference room, the seasoned experts had already embarked on discussions regarding the 1-month deadline, proposing various possibilities. Xiao Ge refrained from participating in their technical discourse, as he was more concerned with outcomes than the intricacies of their deliberations. "Gentlemen," he interjected, "I have one additional request regarding the transfer of these artifacts. Not a single item left by our ancestors shall be lost. This is the essence of our heritage. Just as the citizens of country A will not forsake any individual during a calamity, so too shall we ensure that no artifact is left behind." At 6:45, a new decree was issued. Crisis Management Bureau order. From this moment forth, all museums within the borders of country A are to cease operations. All cultural artifacts are to be categorized, packaged, and relocated according to instructions. Naturally, any decree issued by the Crisis Management Bureau would trend on social media, sparking public discourse. Compared to prior orders, this new mandate appeared innocuous yet ignited the imagination of the populace. All cultural artifacts are to be relocated? Brothers, I can truly sense the scent of war. Could those ruffians from beyond our borders be preparing to attack country A? Only a nationwide conflict would necessitate such a transfer of artifacts. History has seen precedents for this. Nevertheless, it simply means that we cannot visit museums for a while. "My beloved six-headed sheep statue, my grand tripod," a colleague lamented. "I work at a museum, and the order is genuine. I just received notification that we must work overtime to relocate artifacts. By the time all artifacts are moved, will I be unemployed?" Dismissing the negativity, another remarked, "Let us await the 800 press conference." As the decree was disseminated, museums across the nation sprang into action. Paintings, antiques, specimens, and more were packaged in unison, with each museum eagerly sharing real-time updates online. By 7 o'clock, a new trending topic surged onto the charts. Cultural heritage, not a single artifact lost. The Pingqing Museum announced early at 7:15 that they were responding to the national call to begin relocating artifacts. "Are you excited for the golden silk and jade outfit? It awaits our return." The Haiqing Museum chimed in at 7:17, requesting to join the effort. "Do you love the Sword of King Yu? It has already been packed and shipped." The morning belonged to the museums of country A as the entire internet buzzed with discussions surrounding the relocation of cultural artifacts. However, most museums in coastal cities were unable to complete the transfer, necessitating only emergency measures before staff departed, planning to return post-tsunami for relocation. At this moment, two major evacuation routes had been established, one for the populace and another for the artifacts. As the artifact relocation initiative unfolded nationwide, the time reached 7:55. The countdown to the first press conference following the establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau was imminent. Citizens of country A paused, awaiting the arrival of that moment. The entire world held its breath in anxious anticipation. Chapter 7, Official Announcement. Country A enters a new era. At 7:56, Xiao Ge received the press conference script delivered by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The ministry intended to justify the establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau by proclaiming that country A was fully entering the space age. Cie considered, deeming this the most rational explanation. After all, in 230 years, numerous scientists had proposed various trajectories for humanity's future, with the pursuit of space and becoming an interstellar species being the most favored. Yet, the stark reality was that in 230 years, humanity struggled even to transport astronauts to the moon. Moreover, in Xiao Ge's grand plan, there was already an initiative to commence the journey into space. Regarding the Zerg crisis, there currently exists no opportunity for widespread public acceptance. Once the time is ripe, Leader Xiao will reveal the truth to the citizens of country A. Leader Xiao. Some experts in international relations believe that if country A were to announce a comprehensive space initiative at this moment, it would inevitably trigger a space arms race, complicating international relations further. The Ministry of Internal Affairs has expressed its concerns. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao smiled gently and remarked, "Remember one principle. We are only accountable to the people of country A. As for the intricate international relations that may arise, we shall confront adversities as they come. If the entire nation must respond to the Zerg crisis, how can we discuss safeguarding country if we cannot even navigate minor international relations?" With unwavering confidence, Xiao continued. "Furthermore, when country A commits to a national endeavor, other nations, even if they wish to emulate us, will find it impossible to replicate. Moreover, soon, I shall issue orders for country A to adopt a policy of isolation, at which point we will truly unleash our potential. Proceed accordingly." And in the background introduction of the establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau, it could be subtly hinted that a significant crisis will descend in 6 months, the specifics of which are still under investigation by scientists. Understood. The personnel from a Ministry of Internal Affairs will prepare for the press conference. while Xiao prepares for the upcoming scientific expert conference. The grand venue for the press conference is filled with journalists from mainstream media outlets worldwide. Those unable to attend in person are following the live stream online. The spokesperson, Ms. Hualin, a longtime acquaintance of the media, appears particularly grave today, markedly less dignified and humorous than usual. She gets straight to the point without any preamble. As you all are aware, the theme of today's press conference is the Crisis Management Bureau. I will now elucidate its purpose and address your pressing inquiries. Regarding authority, the Crisis Management Bureau is positioned above all internal and external departments, possessing the highest level of authority. Henceforth, all national policies of country A will be issued by the Bureau. Hualin pauses briefly. It seems that many have already grasped the implications of the authority, as there are no immediate questions. There are two backgrounds for its establishment. The Academy of Sciences, in conjunction with various departments, has determined that Earth population has reached its carrying capacity, and space is the future for humanity. Thus, the decision to establish the Bureau was made, marking Country A's shift towards national emigration into space. The second reason is that a special research department in Country A has concluded that in 6 months, the world will face a catastrophe. The purpose of the Crisis Management Bureau is to guide Country A through this impending disaster. This is the official announcement. Now, I invite questions from the press. With thousands of journalists present, an eerie silence envelopes the venue after Hualin's statement. The media's sensitivity to news is unparalleled, and they comprehend the implications of Hualin's words better than anyone else. While Earth population exceeds its carrying capacity, it remains within tolerable limits. Many scientists predict that humanity must become an interstellar species to find a way forward. But what is the reality? In 230 years, Country A has led the globe in space exploration launches. However, maintaining a space station with even 20 permanent residents has proven exceedingly difficult. And now, Country A boldly declares its transition into the era of space. Are they planning to transport their 3 billion citizens into space? Has Country A gone mad? Even if all of humanity united, it would be impossible to achieve a breakthrough in space exploration within a short span. Moreover, the Special Research Department of Country A asserts that in 6 months, all of humanity will face a calamity? What is the situation? Why have other nations received no information whatsoever? After a brief silence, the journalists erupt with questions like a volcanic eruption. When did this decision come into effect? What does Country A's entry into the space age signify? Will it entail a complete abandonment of the current economic model? Is Country A secretly researching space exploration technologies? What does the impending catastrophe in 6 months pertain to? Is it geological disaster or meteorological calamity? Is it akin to the magnetic pole reversal depicted in the film The Day After Tomorrow? Quickly, send a press release. Something monumental is about to unfold in Country A. The world will undergo a transformation. We must seize the headlines. With so many eager questioners, Hualin gestures for silence, addressing them one by one. A fortunate journalist from Country B manages to pose a question. Is the three-body problem a work of science fiction or a piece of documentary literature? The journalist asks with utmost seriousness. Under normal circumstances, such a question would provoke ridicule from peers, but now, every media professional must ponder this inquiry earnestly. Everything occurring in Country A today mirrors the events depicted in the three-body problem. The establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau, the declaration of an impending crisis in 6 months, and so forth. The ancient Eastern nation possesses an air of mystery. Even the most serious journalists must contemplate, is the three-body problem science fiction or documentary literature? Hualin smiles with an air of authority. That is a question best directed to the author themselves. However, I can assure you that the three-body problem is a magnificent work. You should take the time to read it. The second journalist inquires, what foundation does Country A possess to support its transition into the space age? Is it technology? If so, Country A would not have been outpaced by Country B in the realm of space and competition over the past decades. Hualin's expression turns grave, her tone measured. The foundation of Country A lies in its people. Indeed, in Country A, the existence of a nation is predicated on the primacy of its citizens. The people who inhabit this land are the true foundation of Country A, possessing the courage to make any decision. Some journalists from Country A suddenly feel a surge of respect, pride swelling within them as they stand as citizens of Country A at this moment. At this juncture, a journalist from Country D rises to pose a question. I hail from South Australia, and I wish to represent my country in asking why the Crisis Management Bureau of Country A has severed diplomatic ties with Country D. Hualin, poised to respond, is interrupted before she can speak by an irate journalist from Country, exclaiming, "Why will we sever diplomatic relations with you? Don't you have any awareness? Country A has graciously befriended you, allowing you to profit from our nation, sustaining half of your domestic populace. Yet you dare to seek out thieves from abroad to upend Country A? Is this the behavior of civilized individuals? The South Australian journalist attempts to interject, but Hualin, maintaining her composure, gestures for security. How did the journalist from Country D gain entry? Please escort them out. In a rare display of assertiveness, Hualin instructs security to remove the journalist from Country D, a first for Country A and a rarity even on a global scale. Next, a journalist from a national media outlet in Country A poses a question as the nation transitions into the space age. How should the citizens of Country A prepare in this context? This journalist speaks on behalf of the 3 billion citizens of Country A watching the press conference. The Crisis Management Bureau's direction for Country A remains shrouded in uncertainty, and no one knows what the future holds in the space age. The nature of the impending catastrophe in 6 months is equally unknown. At this moment, 3 billion citizens of Country A await an answer, pondering what they can do for their nation within this grand framework. Hualin closes the press release in her hands. At this moment, she relies solely on her improvisational skills. I ask the citizens of Country A to trust in this nation. No matter the circumstances, no matter the challenges we face, Country A shall never abandon a single soul. Citizens of Nation A, please rest assured and await with patience. The grand era of space exploration requires the support of each and every one of you. When the time comes, let's all contribute our strengths for the glory of our homeland. To our esteemed media friends, please prominently feature this message on the front page. Official announcement. Nation A has entered a new era that calls for the strength of every individual. If you cherish Nation A, trust in its promise to protect you. Official announcement. Nation A has embarked upon a new era, an era framed by the cosmos. Chapter 8. Great City of National Defense. Project Ling Xiao. With the conclusion of the press conference, the world erupted in an instant. The domestic internet was ablaze with activity. The top 10 trending topics were all related to the official announcement. Nation A has entered a new era. The top 100 trends were entirely centered around the Crisis Management Bureau. Among these, the leading topic was, as we enter the space age, what can I do? The engagement on this topic skyrocketed to over 1 billion, reaching a staggering 1.7 billion immediately following the end of the press conference. Finally, we understand the necessity behind the establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau. Preparedness has always been a proud tradition of Nation A. In the space age, what can I contribute? I have a secret to share. I can pilot a spacecraft, and I plan to venture to the Andromeda Galaxy to spread the seeds of Nation A. I am currently recruiting first officers, navigators, and more. Those interested, feel free to connect with me. I'm a farmer at heart, wishing to raise cattle in space, cultivate fish, grow vegetables, and compose poetry. How impressive! Come forth, my beloved homeland. My life still holds the potential to shine brightly. Whatever is needed from me, do not hesitate to call upon me, even if it means becoming an interstellar miner. As the press conference concluded, nations around the globe awaited the answers they sought. Yet, they found themselves utterly bewildered. What was Nation A planning? Is the entire country stepping into the space age? A global catastrophe in 6 months? In Nation E, the Prime Minister's office was thrown into disarray. What have our spies been doing? How could such a monumental announcement go unnoticed? Does Nation A aim to incite a global arms race in space? A catastrophe in 6 months? I fear this may be true. If Nation A continues on this trajectory, it will undoubtedly become a pariah among nations. The Foreign Affairs Ministry must monitor the global situation closely. Once other countries have issued their statements, we shall clarify our stance, striving to avoid offending any party. In Nation B, the Supreme Leader's golf game has lost its allure. He is furious. Why did our scientists fail to predict the impending catastrophe in 6 months? The scientific advisor furrowed his brow, desperate to avoid dismissal today. For our scientists are more meticulous, adhering to scientific facts. I do not care. I demand the Space Department to present a corresponding space plan to Nation A, or I will terminate all of you, he declared, and I want to exit the group. The scientific advisor realized, upon reflection, that they seemed to have no group to exit. 10 minutes later, the Supreme Leader unleashed a flurry of tweets. Yesterday, I underwent a DNA test. My heavens. The doctor informed me that I possess no genes, only the essence of Nation B. Let us make Nation B great again. God loves us dearly. The citizens of Nation A claim a global catastrophe in 6 months. Why did God not inform me of this? What is the reason? In Nation D, the consulate has literally exploded, not in terms of morale, but in a physical sense. With diplomatic relations severed, Nation D's lobster, cotton, minerals, and other goods lay piled at the ports overnight. Countless individuals found themselves unemployed and bankrupt. Discontent erupted. Protests swiftly escalated into violent uprisings, spreading throughout the nation. The consul attempted to dispatch the military to quell the unrest, only to have the troops turn against him, dragging him from the consulate to the infuriated masses. In a single night, Nation D underwent a profound transformation, as the consul was brutally killed by the enraged crowd, and a new consul ascended, promising the populace to mend relations with Nation A. For Nation A, dealing with Nation D proved to be remarkably simple. A mere severance of ties led to chaos within their borders, within a single night. After the new consul took office, the press conference of Nation A had concluded, and news of their own journalists being ejected by security had also reached them. Within Nation D, no one dared to question Nation A. All disgrace was attributed to the recently deceased consul. Simultaneously, the new president of Nation D issued a global statement: withdrawal from the Five Eyes Alliance, withdrawal from the Star Australia Military Alliance, and withdrawal from the Star Australia E-Nation Military Alliance. At this moment, the world recognized that the staunchest ally of Nation B had wavered. In contrast to the national upheaval, social media platforms like YouTube and Twitter exploded. Scientists from beyond the borders emerged to calm public fears, explaining that the notion of a global catastrophe in 6 months was sheer nonsense. All scientists concurred. Nation A's shift toward the space age was akin to a fanciful dream. Why do the citizens of Nation A exhibit such self-destructive tendencies? Whether anticipating a tsunami or a global catastrophe, where is our God? If all else fails, let Santa Claus emerge to fulfill their wishes. I assert here today, within 7 days, Nation A will undoubtedly retract its orders. Otherwise, I shall live stream my descent into madness. The sentiments expressed by the person above hold some merit. Mere slogans will suffice, and our scientists will elucidate the reality to the citizens of Nation A. In truth, I have long believed that the people of Nation A are overly enamored with the three-body problem, hence their heightened sensitivity. The news emanating from Nation A is indeed staggering. Yet across the globe, no one believes it. A global catastrophe in 6 months? It sounds, at every turn, like a calculated effort by Nation A to instill panic worldwide. While those beyond the borders may remain skeptical, within Nation A, every decision made by the Crisis Management Bureau is met with unwavering conviction. In a vast conference room, experts and scientists from various regions gradually assembled. They had been summoned by a joint directive from the Academy of Sciences and the Research Department. Hastily boarding flights to the capital, they arrived via military-chartered aircraft, directly transported to the capital city. The announcement of Nation A's pivot towards the space age was overwhelmingly shocking. Yet, these experts recognized that they were part of a grand era, an era that would be etched in the annals of history. Zhang Chenghao, the dean of the Urban Planning College at Pingchang City University, a national treasure of an expert, found himself beset by a headache these past few days. The college had submitted a list of students recommended for expulsion, among whom was a particularly troublesome student named Xiao Ge. He recalled Xiao Ge as the champion of the university's memory competition during his freshman year. How had he fallen so far in less than a year to face expulsion? The class advisor provided the answer: excessive absenteeism, having attended class a mere 3 times throughout the entire academic year, setting a record for truancy at Pingchang City University. What truly vexed Zhang Chenghao was that, despite his absences, Xiao Ge had not failed a single course, which made expulsion seem unjust. While he hesitated on how to handle the situation, Zhang Chenghao received a call instructing him to report to the capital. 847 points. High-ranking figures such as Ouyang Yuan from the Academy of Sciences and Nie Zhen from the Research Department entered the room. Everyone, please settle down. Now that all personnel have arrived, we shall commence the meeting ahead of schedule. I now introduce the head of the Crisis Management Bureau, Xiao Ge. Zhang Chenghao was taken aback. He had not anticipated the existence of another individual with the same name. Stepping into the center of the conference room, Xiao Ge appeared youthful, yet bore the fierce intensity of a soldier forged by a decade of battling the Insectoid menace. He exuded an aura of invincibility. Zhang Chenghao, wide-eyed, scrutinized the figure before him, once, twice, thrice. Could this truly be their schoolmate Xiao Ge? How had he ascended to the position of the head of the Crisis Management Bureau? Surely, there must be some mistake. This was the same individual teetering on the brink of expulsion from school. Xiao Ge wasted no time and turned directly to Dr. Ouyang, requesting, please, take 3 minutes to elucidate the background of this meeting for everyone. Clearly, Xiao Ge had noticed Zhang Chenghao, offering him a subtle nod. At that moment, Zhang Chenghao felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Indeed, this was his student. But why was Ouyang Yuan displaying such deference to Xiao Ge? Obeying the command. Ouyang Yuan articulated the context of the insect crisis, underscoring its classified nature. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the experts, Xiao Ge signaled for silence and spoke earnestly. Thus, the survival of a nation's 2.3 billion inhabitants in the future largely hinges on the resolve of all present here today. The blueprint I am about to unveil represents a colossal sanctuary for our entire citizenry, a project I have named the Lingxiao Plan. With the full might of our nation, we will erect 100 impeccable megacities upon a nation's soil. The Lingxiao Temple, the pinnacle of a nation's mythos, inspired Xiao Ge's nomenclature. As he envisioned these 100 megacities serving as divine bastions of protection for the populace. The energy source for the Lingxiao megacities will be derived from artificial suns, harnessing nuclear fusion energy. Connecting these cities will be a subterranean high-speed rail system, while high-energy laser weaponry will serve to defend them, encompassing both main artillery and individual combat systems. Xiao Ge seamlessly integrated the expertise of all specialists in attendance, underscoring the very purpose of their gathering today. Chapter 9. The scientific conference commences. Xiao Ge's voice trailed off, leaving the expansive hall in a profound silence. The stillness was palpable, with every expert fixated on the design schematics of the megacity. This was merely a preliminary outline. The intricate layout remained to be refined. Yet, the magnitude of this plan was staggering. Each Lingxiao megacity was designed to accommodate over 23 million inhabitants, necessitating the construction of towering walls, 500 meters high and 100 meters thick, to provide protection. On these formidable walls, numerous high-energy laser weapons would be mounted, weapons that could indeed be termed as death rays. The insectoid threat was evidently so dire that such immense fortifications were deemed essential. And this was merely the surface. Beneath the earth lay a 1,000-meter-deep subterranean city, allowing for the safe retreat of 23 million souls should the surface be breached. Moreover, through the underground high-speed rail stations, they could swiftly evacuate from the besieged cities. The superfusion nuclear power plants would be buried even deeper, serving as the bedrock of the entire urban complex, providing an inexhaustible source of energy. All the experts were left dumbfounded. Even Ouyang Yuan and Niezhen, those familiar with the megacity concept, were struck speechless upon witnessing the detailed contents of the plan. The Lingxiao megacity was a vision so grand that even the most imaginative science fiction narratives would hesitate to conceive it. 10 minutes later, Xiao Ge resumed, inviting any thoughts or inquiries from the attendees, assuring them that he would provide answers before immediately assigning tasks. The gathered scientists were left in a state of bewilderment. Assign tasks directly? Was such a thing feasible? An expert from the Dahui Institute of Artificial Suns, trembling with the design schematics in hand, stammered, "Team leader Xiao, I'm afraid I don't quite understand. Currently, our nuclear fusion experiment is only at the 3rd stage, lacking the conditions for practical application. To implement a fusion power station in the megacity would take at least a century. A century to realize the commercial application of a fusion power station might seem an exaggeration, yet to achieve the kind of fusion station envisioned in Xiao Ge's plan, even 100 years would be insufficient." Xiao Ge paused momentarily before countering. "If I were to provide you with the complete design of the fusion power station, along with the critical operational parameters, could you deliver a viable plan within 7 days?" The expert was once again rendered speechless. All specialists from the Artificial Sun Research Institute shared this astonishment. If Xiao Ge possessed the complete design and operational parameters for the fusion station, it could indeed break through critical thresholds in record time. The Dahui Institute had engaged in relevant discussions, concluding that should Xiao Ge furnish the necessary operational parameters, they could indeed formulate a construction plan. The fusion power station, dubbed the Artificial Sun, was a knowledge only Xiao Ge possessed, and the weight of the information in his hands was staggering. 6 months hence, when the insectoids descended, they brought with them technologies previously unknown to humanity. Among these was fusion energy. In a struggle against the insectoid hordes, humanity witnessed the operational model of the fusion station and paid a grievous toll of millions of lives to obtain the comprehensive design and operational parameters for the fusion power station. The materials I provide you are stained with the blood of countless lives. I hope you can deliver a commendable outcome." The gravity of his words resonated deeply. As the meeting concluded, the Crisis Management Bureau would unveil the new energy initiative. As the documents were handed to the experts in the field of artificial suns, the hall erupted in exclamations of realization. "So that is how it is. Indeed, it operates in this manner. The critical parameters fall within this range." Xiao Ge disregarded their reactions and turned to the urban planning experts, specifically Professor Zhang Chenghao. Professor Zhang, the fusion power station will be buried deep beneath the Lingxiao megacity, and your department must collaborate to ensure proper planning. Similarly, within 7 days, I require a detailed construction plan for the Lingxiao megacity. Zhang Qinghao's conviction solidified. The man before him was the very student he had hesitated to expel. Team leader Xiao Zhang Chenghao faltered, finding the title awkward on his tongue. Dr. Ouyang had not disclosed Xiao Ge's transformation into a reborn individual when introducing the Insectoid crisis, leaving Zhang Chenghao in the dark regarding the trials Xiao Ge had endured to achieve such a metamorphosis. Team leader Xiao. The distribution of the 100 megacities spans various regions of a nation, each with distinct geological conditions and urban planning requirements. Crafting a construction plan for even one city within 7 days poses a significant challenge. 100 cities are utterly unfeasible. Furthermore, do you comprehend the sheer manpower and resources required for such a colossal undertaking? A single city alone demands over 5 million workers. Should all 100 cities commence construction simultaneously, we would need to mobilize over 500 million workers. Can a nation sustain such a workforce? Not to mention the raw materials needed for the construction of the Lingxiao megacities, the walls, towering 500 meters high and 100 meters thick, along with the weaponry systems and combat frameworks. 7 days would be insufficient to produce a viable plan. We implore you, at the very least, to grant us a month's time. To assert that a single city requires 5 million workers is not mere bravado. It is a conservative estimate. The challenges are indeed overwhelming. Xiao Ge had merely presented a rough sketch, yet expected Zhang Chenghao and his colleagues to devise a construction plan in 7 days. A time frame far too brief when considering the need for on-site assessments across 100 cities. I understand that each proposal I have presented today, upon deeper contemplation, will unveil unimaginable challenges. However, to survive amidst the insectoid crisis, we must surmount all obstacles and take responsibility for future generations. Xiao Ge remarked. As for the workforce, Professor Zhang, that is not a concern for you. Soon, Country A will halt its operations, and the entire nation will mobilize to undertake this endeavor. There is no need for further field surveys. The locations I have proposed for the city have already been substantiated with empirical measurement data. The plan for the Lingxiao megacity was conceived in a previous life, where nearly 600 sites were initially selected. I oversaw the on-site evaluations for all locations, ultimately narrowing it down to 100 sites as the foundational points for the city. Zhang Chenghao refrained from further comment and began exchanging glances with the urban planning experts, contemplating the next steps. Next to speak were the experts from the High-Energy Laser Research Center. The challenges they faced were akin to those encountered at the fusion nuclear power station. The designs for the laser cannon and portable laser gun provided by Xiao Ge were not mere concepts. They had been practically realized and had played a significant role on the battlefield. Laser weaponry is the most effective means of combating the insectoid species, capable of penetrating their formidable exoskeletons. Yet such armaments would only be fully developed by the time of the third wave's arrival. The personnel at the High-Energy Laser Research Center possessed extraordinary imagination, and upon receiving the designs, they began envisioning how to install the laser cannon above the Lingxiao megacity. However, the real challenge lay with the high-speed rail and shield tunneling machine design experts. Xiao Ge proposed excavating a tunnel 1,000 meters deep beneath Country A to connect all Lingxiao megacities. Merely digging tunnels would have sufficed. But Xiao Ge's stipulation was that the diameter of the underground tunnels must reach 100 meters. In other words, the capsule high-speed rail envisioned by Xiao Ge would measure 100 meters in width, capable of accommodating 10,000 passengers per carriage. It was evident that Xiao Ge was not jesting. An elder expert from the Rail Transit Design Institute promptly dismissed Xiao Ge's proposal, stating, "Chief Xiao, not only is the concept of capsule high-speed rail still in its infancy, but even conventional high-speed rail cannot produce vehicles exceeding 100 meters in width. Constructing such a thing poses an insurmountable risk to human safety, and I cannot endorse it." Several other senior experts echoed his sentiment. Perhaps they believed that applying such pressure would compel Xiao Ge to abandon his impractical plans. However, Xiao Ge merely glanced at them and inquired, "Are you certain you do not wish to participate in this initiative?" The elder experts were momentarily taken aback. "We simply wish to create something feasible. The technology for capsule high-speed rail is not yet mature and does not meet safety standards." "Very well." Xiao Ge waved his hand, dismissing them. "The meeting shall proceed." They were escorted out. Those individuals were titans in the field of rail transit. If they found my current proposal unbelievable, How could they possibly trust that the insectoid species would arrive in 6 months? A limited mindset would preclude the successful execution of future plans. Thus, Xiao Ge deemed it unnecessary to elucidate further. Time was of the essence. Xiao Ge glanced at the clock. After several rounds of discussion, it was already 1:07 p.m. The conference support staff delivered boxed lunches, distributing them to the attendees. Everyone continued the meeting while eating. Chapter 10. An oil embargo? Apologies, but we have already entered the era of fusion nuclear energy. Following the press conference, there were no new directives issued. Nevertheless, the turbulence stirred by the Crisis Management Bureau continued to ripple across the globe, especially among the descendants of Country A. A palpable sense of pride illuminated their faces. It felt as though our great motherland was on the cusp of a new era, and many yearned to return home, not wishing to miss this transformative time. It truly was a lapse in judgment to have considered emigration. Now, returning was no longer an option. Today's events reminded me of those fervent years when Country A was newly established, rife with opportunities. And countless descendants of Country A forsook lucrative positions abroad to return and contribute to their homeland. Naturally, the enthusiasm of the descendants of Country A was not immune to ridicule from nations around the world. The space age, the calamity looming 6 months hence. Who among them would believe such a claim without being deemed a fool? While Xiao Ge convened the scientists for discussion, the supreme leader of Country B was also in conference with allies. The supreme leader was incensed, for today, Country B's steadfast ally, Country D, had failed to attend the meeting. More infuriating was the fact that Country D had withdrawn from several treaties, an act deemed utterly intolerable. Public sentiment had begun to mock the supreme leader, suggesting that withdrawal from alliances was the hallmark of an inept leader, and that Country D would pay a price for its actions. However, the supreme leader had not convened the allies to strategize against Country D, as it remained a traditional ally. Once domestic stability was restored, they would inevitably return to the fold. Today's primary agenda was Country A. Have you obtained intelligence regarding the head of the Crisis Management Bureau? Someone inquired. Thus far, Country A had disclosed the framework for crisis management. Yet no information regarding the leader had been revealed. All allied nations shook their heads, expressing ignorance. Even the representative of Country E, considered to have the most penetrative insight into Country A, similarly shook his head, stating the establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau by Country A came without warning. There was no prior indication, let alone information about its leader. What intelligence do we have regarding the secret research institution mentioned by the spokesperson? At the 8 a.m. press conference, Hualin had asserted that the secret research institution predicted a global catastrophe in 6 months. Although many nations were skeptical, they became increasingly intrigued by the secret institution. A conjecture that could prompt such a significant shift in Country A would undoubtedly pique interest. Yet, the nations continued to shake their heads. They would never uncover the secret research institution, as all the information had been transported from the future by Xiao Ge. At this juncture, the supreme leader interjected, Country A's pivot, coupled with such alarming disclosures, has completely destabilized the global order. This is an utterly irresponsible course of action, and thus we must impose sanctions on Country A. Representatives from Country E, Country C, and Allied Nation chimed in. Another round of sanctions? Over recent years, numerous sanctions against Country A have been implemented, yet history has taught us that the more Country A is sanctioned, the stronger it becomes. Arms embargoes, technological sanctions, and so forth have all ultimately failed. Was the Supreme Leader's call for sanctions not somewhat hasty? Yet, the Supreme Leader did not share this sentiment. My scientific advisors and staff have deliberated thoroughly. Country A is poised for a significant advancement in space technology, which will undoubtedly escalate its energy demands. Therefore, we must enforce an energy embargo against Country A. Clearly, the Supreme Leader had prepared extensively. Oil. This was the lifeblood of Country A, which currently ranked first in global oil imports, with 80% of its oil supply relying on imports. By blockading Country A's oil imports, they would be rendered incapacitated. The representatives from other nations were taken aback. How can we impose an embargo? None of the countries present are oil-producing nations. Even if they were to declare an oil embargo against Country A, other nations would scarcely pay attention. My chief of staff has already secured agreements with the major oil-producing countries. They will all participate in the oil embargo against Country A. To put it plainly, they are eager to inflate oil prices. They seek to elevate the prices for oil exports to Country A, but have been searching for a suitable opportunity. The embargo led by Country B presented a prime opportunity for oil-producing nations. Crucially, this time, Country B had even fabricated a seemingly reasonable justification that could garner international consensus. Imposing an embargo on Country A, while simultaneously raising oil export prices, was undoubtedly the most opportune moment. As you can see, the declaration has already been drafted. Once again, the nations were left speechless. The great orchestrator of emotions has arranged everything, leaving only our enthusiastic chants in your wake. Correct? A staggering 1,400 points. A piece of news has once again detonated globally. Led by Nation B, over 60 nations, including the principal oil producers on Earth, have collectively issued an oil embargo against Nation A. It can be said that this oil ban has garnered the participation of all major countries. The reasons are twofold. First, Nation A has proclaimed its entry into the space age, deliberately provoking a space race and accelerating the arms race, thus threatening world peace. Second, Nation A has announced an impending global catastrophe in 6 months, intentionally inciting public panic, a profoundly irresponsible act. Consequently, the oil embargo has arrived. The foreign oil pipelines and Twitter are abuzz with jubilant cheers. Meanwhile, within Nation A, there is an eruption of righteous indignation. Indeed, there are no everlasting friends in this world, only eternal interests. Look at those sycophants, how eagerly they join Nation B in announcing the oil embargo against us. An embargo? Have they forgotten the scene in Nation D? We eagerly await the Crisis Management Bureau to take decisive action and show them the might of the people of Nation A. Yet, public outrage ultimately cannot sway the market's trajectory. The price of oil futures within Nation A surged exponentially within mere minutes. This signals the market's trepidation regarding the future. After all, approximately 80% of Nation A's oil is imported. With the sudden announcement of an oil embargo, how will Nation A resolve its energy dilemma? Rational voices arise. Although our new energy utilization rate is commendably high, oil remains an irreplaceable energy source. If the embargo persists for an extended period, how can a national economy endure? The outside world is already turned upside down, yet Xiao Ge remains unaware. The scientists' meeting is a closed affair with several agenda items already established. Fusion nuclear power plants, high-energy laser weaponry, the soaring giant city, capsule high-speed rail, and so forth. With each project having clearly designated leaders. The final agenda item is nearing conclusion. The soaring giant city serves as a bastion for the populace, a lifeline for Nation A's 3 billion citizens amidst waves of insectoid invasions. However, the plan for the soaring giant city is excessively ambitious. It cannot be completed within 6 months. In 6 months, the insectoids will launch attacks on Nation A from various significant locations, including the eastern maritime regions, northern snowfields, southern stone forests, the central Great Lakes, and the capital city. The last agenda item confirms the construction plan for the circular fortress. In the next 6 months, the construction of the circular fortress will take precedence. Moreover, following the initial wave of insectoid invasions, the circular fortress will serve as an auxiliary support for Nation A's soaring giant city, or perhaps even as a forward outpost. Confirmed, construction of the circular fortress will commence on January 3rd. Thus, after nearly a day of deliberations, the meeting finally concludes. At this moment, news from the outside world finally arrives. Upon hearing about the oil embargo, Xiao Ge chuckles. All the experts in the conference room share in the laughter. Apologies, but Nation A is already poised to usher in the era of fusion nuclear energy, heralded as the true eternal energy source. Henceforth, the term oil shall vanish entirely from the annals of Nation A's history. Dr. Ouyang, please personally preside over the press conference regarding the construction plan for Nation A's fusion nuclear power station. Dr. Ouyang Yuan adjusted his glasses, his face beaming with joy. For reasons unknown, that long-buried, youthful spirit suddenly ignited with fervor. At 15:30, the second press conference of the Crisis Management Bureau commenced, personally chaired by Ouyang Yuan, the president of the Academy of Sciences of Nation A. Apologies, esteemed media friends, for being in a meeting all morning. I just became aware of the oil embargo. You must be wondering how Nation A will respond, right? Coincidentally, I have some good news to share. The Crisis Management Bureau has successfully breached the key technology for the artificial sun, and within 7 days, Nation A will commence construction of the fusion nuclear power station. Henceforth, the people of Nation A will harness boundless clean energy. Chapter 11. Fusion power plant technology sharing? Don't even think about it. At 15:30, the Crisis Management Bureau of Nation A announced the commencement of the commercial fusion nuclear power plant construction. This is no jest. The speaker is none other than Ouyang Yuan, the president of the Academy of Sciences of Nation A. As soon as the news broke, before Ouyang Yuan could finish speaking, The press conference erupted with excitement, countless journalists eager to pose their questions. Dr. Ouyang, are you suggesting that Nation A is merely bluffing in response to the international oil embargo? Currently, the entire world is experimenting with fusion reactors. But to commercialize it will take at least 50 years. How can Nation A achieve this now? Skeptical voices emerged. Ouyang Yuan promptly unveiled several design sketches. The preliminary drafts of the fusion nuclear power station just formulated in the meeting. Media friends, feel free to disseminate this blueprint. I trust that experts from various countries can discern its authenticity. As for the earlier inquiry regarding Nation A's response to the oil embargo with fusion energy, apologies, but we neither have the time nor the inclination for such trivialities. Thus, this press conference concluded. Later, the Urban Planning Department will jointly announce the next project resolutions. Ouyang Yuan only introduced the plans for the construction of the fusion reactor without delving into other projects. Furthermore, the Soaring City plan will remain undisclosed until 7 days later, when the executable scheme is finalized. The Urban Planning Department will announce the construction plan for the circular fortress. Click, click, click. The planning blueprints for the fusion power station were disseminated through the media across the globe. Countless top experts in related fields observed the blueprints. And even before the press conference of Nation A concluded, they began to voice their opinions. So, the planning diagrams for the fusion power station should look like this. This is undoubtedly operational. Who would have thought that Nation A has already reached this juncture? It seems that the world order is destined to change henceforth. At this moment, it is premature to render a judgment. After all, the fusion power station remains in the experimental stage, and it is impossible to ascertain whether the planning diagrams can indeed function, even if they can become a reality. It remains uncertain whether Nation A possesses the means to construct it. The blueprints for Nation A's fusion power station appear to reflect remarkably mature and comprehensive considerations, resembling a system that has been operational for years. I surmise that Nation A may have secretly succeeded in trial production, awaiting the opportunity to reveal it to the world. Global experts in related fields corroborated Ouyang Yuan's assertion that this is not a hasty promotional strategy in response to the oil embargo. Nation A is poised to leap into a new era in the energy sector. If earlier statements from Nation A's spokesperson about entering a new era were mere slogans, this moment signifies the transformation of that slogan into reality. Even ordinary citizens comprehend the implications of successfully constructing a fusion nuclear power station. It signifies limitless energy, clean energy, and a complete liberation from fossil fuels. Nations led by B, having just signed the oil embargo against Nation A, found that before the ink could dry, Nation A announced its plans to build a fusion nuclear power station, directly placing itself at least 50 years ahead of the global curve. Following the conclusion of the press conference, the first reactions emerged from the crude oil futures market. Investors anticipated a rise in oil prices due to the oil embargo, expecting an increase in the cost of oil exported from Nation A. Yet, that upward trajectory, which had soared to historic highs just half an hour ago, now plummeted like a roller coaster, crashing through the floor price. Good heavens, who would dare invest in the oil sector in the future? Once priced like gold, oil has suddenly become cheaper than bottled water. Ha ha ha. What indeed is the sensation of riding such a roller coaster? I am truly inclined to interview the principal oil-producing nations and inquire whether there is any benefit to following country B. Having lived half a lifetime, I have never felt such vindication. It is evident that the Five-Eyed Alliance has been up to mischief, though it is now referred to as the Four-Eyed Alliance. How delightful it must be now. Regardless of how many eyes you possess, your schemes aimed at undermining the core interests of country A have left you blind. While the sanctions against country A may bring momentary satisfaction, the market's response has turned into a veritable funeral pyre. How amusing. Just half an hour ago, the citizens of country A were seething with indignation, eagerly anticipating a response from the Crisis Management Bureau. Now that action has been taken, the citizens have transformed into jesters. Mia Spictitos. The major oil-producing nations were left utterly bewildered. They were duped by the supreme leader of country B, who sought to exploit this opportunity to raise oil prices for exports to country A. But behold, country A has now resolved to forego oil altogether. Following the conclusion of a press conference in country A, the Alliance of Primary Oil-Producing Nations in the Persian Gulf convened an emergency video conference to devise a strategy. It is now confirmed. Country A's fusion nuclear power plant is indeed a reality. Oh dear. Initially intent on leveraging this plan to increase prices for oil exports to country A, they now find themselves with nothing to gain. The crux of the matter is that country A consumes 50% of our oil production annually. With their withdrawal from imports, Who will absorb this market share? Who on earth sanctioned the supreme leader's measures against country A? Fossil fuels are ultimately a finite resource, destined to be depleted. We could have utilized oil to foster a positive relationship with country A, riding the coattails of their fusion nuclear power plant. Instead, we have managed to offend them gravely. Now is not the time for lamentations. The die has been cast. We must adhere to the original embargo, lest we offend even country B. During the video conference, participating nations expressed their opinions, ultimately reaching a preliminary consensus. The recently signed embargo cannot be revoked. After the conference, one of the major oil-producing nations, country B, officially issued a statement. The ambassador of country B to country B has been suspended and is under investigation for violating national interests by signing the detrimental oil embargo. Country B has no intention of imposing an oil embargo against country A. The discussions have been amicable, emphasizing the importance of not offending even country B. Yet you turned around and made such a declaration? The internal cohesion of the oil-producing alliance has been irreparably damaged. Country B's intentions are clear to all. The oil embargo was motivated by immediate gains, but the fusion nuclear power plant represents the future. Country B's rush to issue a statement, placing the blame on the ambassador, is a maneuver aimed at securing future advantages. Swiftly, they must release statements. For the sake of the nation A's future, the ambassador to country B must be sacrificed. Consequently, members of the primary oil-producing nations alliance hastily issued official statements, echoing sentiments similar to those of country B. This predicament has left the ambassador to country B in a dire situation. He was merely carrying out domestic directives, yet he now finds himself a scapegoat. The anguish is a burden only he truly comprehends. Although they did not explicitly state a withdrawal from the oil embargo against country A, the implications of their statements are understood by those who are perceptive. In country B, the White House, the supreme leader is drafting the next tweet. The oil embargo is a triumph of free civilization, destined to steer the world back onto the correct path. However, before this message could be completed, news arrived that country A intends to construct a fusion nuclear power plant. The advisors have yet to devise a countermeasure when the major oil-producing nations began issuing statements, indicating their rejection of the embargo. The scientific advisor remarked, "Supreme Leader, leading experts in relevant fields have concluded that country A has indeed made a breakthrough in fusion nuclear power technology, placing them at least 50 years ahead of the rest of the world. This is a groundbreaking invention that could alter the course of history." The Chief of Staff advised, "Supreme Leader, I recommend vetoing the oil embargo and proactively joining country A's fusion nuclear power initiative. Otherwise, we risk being left far behind." The Supreme Leader's golden locks quivered as he decisively proclaimed, "I'm the leader of country B. Only I possess the true understanding of our policies." Subsequently, the Supreme Leader amended the tweet. "Fusion nuclear technology belongs to all humanity. No single nation should claim it as its own. Country A should champion the proliferation of this technology for the benefit of all humankind. Countries E, Lion, New Nation, Country C, and others, through both formal and informal channels, expressed their endorsement of the Supreme Leader's proposal. The fusion nuclear power technology should indeed belong to all humanity, rather than being hoarded by a single nation." Upon learning of Country A's plans to establish a fusion nuclear power plant, thoughts of technology sharing and the collective welfare of humanity surfaced. Xiao Ge chuckled at the influx of messages from around the globe. "Dream on," he thought. Not long after, the spokesperson for Country A, Hualin, updated her personal account. The content was succinct, consisting of several documents titled, "Resolution on the Arms Embargo against Country A, Western Europe. Export ban on high-tech products to Country A, Western Europe. Country B. Regulations on chip control for Country A, the Five-Eyed Alliance, Western Europe. Space technology ban against Country A, Country B, Western Europe. Oil embargo against Country A. Country B, the Oil-Producing Nations Alliance." There were many more. My memory fails me, so I implore netizens to contribute additional information. Chapter 12. Circular Fortress, an appetizer. Do not panic. Are you still calling for technology sharing? Here lies the answer. Country A neither rejected nor accepted, while your Supreme Leader personally intervened to advocate. I merely dispatched a spokesperson to provide an unofficial response. It appears that Country A has scarcely regarded you at all. Recall the benevolent acts you previously extended towards Country A. Where was your call for technology sharing then? 1700. The trending topic in Country A has shifted once again. The wise leader beckons you for technology sharing. Please, can we grant Hualin a moment of fame? Let her become a sensation. Hualin's social media links are to be arranged at your discretion. Remember, Hualin's latest post contains a quiz. Those in the know may respond accordingly. Greetings, I am the wise leader. Today, I wish to convey a message. People of Country A, you lack martial virtue. Observe how a man of over 70 years endures this day, with no groups left to retreat to and companions fleeing. Do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders? I urge you to act with kindness. This is the world we inhabit. Let us refrain from unnecessary words. Tread carefully. Oil? What is oil after all? An embargo. You see? Will there still be an embargo? With nuclear fusion. Isn't it far more appealing? This is country A. Dare you challenge me? I will always have a backup plan. If you push me to the edge, we shall transform this fractured world. The citizens of country A are indeed correct. At this moment, outside the Crisis Management Bureau, numerous diplomatic vehicles have arrived, representing the ambassadors of major nations to country A. Initially, they were to follow diplomatic protocol, making a phone call before visiting. However, given the ineffectiveness of the phone lines, calls to the Crisis Management Bureau failing to connect, the ambassadors, having received instructions from their home countries, felt compelled to make an exception and come directly. Greetings, I am the ambassador from country B, here to meet Dr. Ouyang. Please kindly relay my arrival. I am the ambassador from country Iron Tower, here to meet Dr. Ouyang. Kindly inform him of my presence. According to customary understanding, upon arrival, the ambassadors would be invited into the building, regardless of whether those within would grant them an audience. Yet on this day, the ambassadors found themselves halted by the guards of the Management Bureau. You are the ambassador from country B? The security guard demeanor was far from pleasant, as he was not a designated external department security officer, but rather a temporary assignment from the military, a fervent youth with a clear sense of justice. And you, what brings you here amidst the ongoing oil embargo? What chaos are you attempting to stir? Begone! I have no time for your antics. After years of serving as an ambassador, I have never before experienced being chased away by a guard. It's infuriating. Young man, are you attempting to provoke a diplomatic incident? Are you prepared to bear the responsibility for jeopardizing the diplomatic relations between our two nations? Is there truly an oil embargo? Have you not been keeping up with the news? Those are a few ignorant individuals who signed an agreement against the will of the nation. It holds no validity. However, the guard merely scoffed. Humph. And there was no further discourse. At that moment, spokesperson Hualin happened to walk by and observe the entire scene. Hualin's expression darkened as she approached to reprimand. How dare you chase away a diplomatic envoy? The guard smiled and saluted Sister Hua. Yet, internally he felt defiant. Should such ambitious wolves really be allowed entry? Upon seeing Hualin, the ambassadors from various nations immediately ceased their contention with the guard, Director Hua. It's merely a trivial matter. No need to concern yourself. We shall not hold it against you. By the way, may I inquire if Dr. Ouyang is present? And also, who is currently in charge of the Crisis Management Bureau? Nonetheless, Hualin politely smiled without responding to them, instead continuing her admonishment of the young guard. At the very least, invite everyone in for a cup of tea before sending them away. Country A is a nation of etiquette, and we wouldn't want it to be said that the people of country A are ignorant of diplomatic decorum. It's quite chilly. Let us all come in and sit for a while. The atmosphere at the entrance suddenly became delicate. Would the doors of the Crisis Management Bureau still be opened? Any sensible person would realize that Hualin was issuing an eviction notice. The young guard at the door grinned from ear to ear. Sister Hua is right. This was indeed a point I had overlooked. Ambassadors, please, allow me to escort you for some tea. The ambassador from country Bo furrowed his brows. I just remembered there are pressing matters to attend to back at the embassy. I must take my leave. The ambassador from Iron Tower Nation stroked his beard. No. Thank you. I have coffee brewing at home. I must return to enjoy it. My wife is about to finish her shift. I need to pick her up. In an instant, all the ambassadors fled without exception. What a disgraceful scene. Just hours earlier, they had announced an oil embargo against country A. Yet now they sought to exploit country A's fusion reactor technology. Anyone could see the ulterior motives behind their actions. Hualin smiled, pleased with the outcome. No wonder the higher-ups insisted on having active-duty soldiers stand guard. The request to replace the guards of the Crisis Management Bureau with active military personnel came directly from Xiao Ge himself. During these extraordinary times, only active-duty soldiers could maintain the utmost diligence and uphold the dignity of country A. At 1730, another press conference commenced. The theme, Circular Fortress, January 1st, 231, marked the dawn of a new era, and from the early hours, the momentum had not ceased. A flurry of political decrees was issued, igniting the passions of the citizens of country A. The phrase circular fortress became public before the start of the press conference, once again capturing the attention of the world. People beyond our borders speculated. The people of country A truly know how to stir things up, while the rest of the world celebrates New Year's Day. They are orchestrating a spectacle akin to a festival. Meanwhile, The citizens of country A pondered. Is infrastructure finally set to commence? Yes, the infrastructure was indeed about to begin. The meeting was chaired by Professor Zhang. The programs in architecture and urban planning at Pingqing City University not only ranked first in country A, but were also among the best globally. With Professor Zhang at the helm, it was said that he single-handedly elevated these disciplines at Pingqing City University to such heights. I trust that by the theme of this press conference, you can glean what I am about to convey. The circular fortress is designed to combat the impending calamity 6 months hence, to be constructed in 5 locations: the Eastern Sea, the Northern Snowy Region, the Southern Stone Forest, the Central Great Lake, and the capital of Xiao Ge. As a military fortification, it will be powered by a fusion nuclear power station, constructing a circular fortress 200 meters high and 80 meters thick within a 10-kilometer radius to safeguard country A. Accordingly, each site will require 1 million workers. A dedicated department will soon release a registration link, inviting friends from all sectors of country A to participate in the construction. Here are the design blueprints for the circular fortress. Please take a look. Madness. While Professor Zhang spoke with nonchalance, the various attendees, eager to peruse the design blueprints, could only think of one word: madness. A circular fortress 200 meters high and 80 meters thick with a 10-kilometer diameter? What exactly was country A planning? A reporter's mind flashed with another question. Professor Zhang, is the work three-body problem authored by country a science fiction piece or a work of literary realism? The purpose of constructing the circular fortress is indeed of a military nature. But who is the enemy? In today's world of warfare, which emphasizes flexibility and adaptability, no adversary would be foolish enough to attack a circular fortress if a conflict were to arise. Professor Zhang, may I ask who the overall head of the Crisis Management Bureau is? What is the basis for these plans? Professor Zhang, a project of such grand scale, even with the infrastructural prowess of country A, cannot possibly be completed in a short time. Can it? The questions were overwhelming. However, Professor Zhang did not respond. He handed the remainder of the time over to Hualin and departed. The circular fortress plan was merely an appetizer. The media found this astonishing. When the Lingxiao plan was unveiled, the world was sure to be turned upside down. Chapter 13. The Backbone of the Nation, Dragon Corporation. At 1755, a trending post on Twitter and YouTube set the world ablaze. They unearthed old photographs of the Maginot Line and juxtaposed them with country A's circular fortress plan. The Great Eastern Maginot Line should be capable of warding off solitude, air, and the northwesterly winds. Such remarks from above were inappropriate. Our Lord teaches the world that even the foolish can achieve redemption. The Crisis Management Bureau of country A is still salvageable. Without this circular fortress plan, I might have almost believed the claim that country A intended to build a fusion nuclear power station. But now, even if scientists assert its truth, I wish to maintain a differing opinion. The external discourse was promptly delivered to Xiao Ge as a reference for the next steps in planning. Naturally, Xiao Ge only glanced at it when in a good mood, treating it as mere entertainment. The matters he intended to pursue would never be influenced by external opinions. Meanwhile, the attendees began to formulate subsequent plans in groups. Xiao Ge had but one requirement: to unleash their creativity and never to hesitate. On this day, country A witnessed an overwhelming number of events, leading many to regard the coastal migration as a matter of course. By this time, reports from various states along the rivers indicated that over 70% of the population within 100 kilometers of the coast had completed their evacuation. An unprecedented mass relocation was accomplished in an incredibly short time. What other nation possesses such capability? The colossal tsunami is projected to arrive tomorrow at precisely 10 o'clock a.m. And within the remaining time, the evacuation of the entire population can be accomplished. Population relocation is not an issue. However, the crux of the matter lies in the communications from various scientific research departments. The designs for the capsule high-speed rail, shield tunneling machines, fusion power plants, high-energy laser research, and the towering cloud city, among others, have all encountered a fundamental impediment at the onset of their plans: computational power. The key to resolving this computational challenge is the chip. Leader Xiao, the computational capabilities required for the fusion power plant are undoubtedly of a historic caliber. Yet currently, although country A possesses the design capabilities for such chips, it lacks the manufacturing prowess. The most advanced lithography and etching machines are restricted, rendering them unobtainable. Moreover, the leading global chip foundries are prohibited from processing chips for country A, leaving it unable to acquire high-end chips. Without the requisite computational power, all plans will inevitably face obstruction. Chips are the very essence and linchpin of all these endeavors. If the chip dilemma is not resolved, then all these initiatives will amount to mere castles in the air. Xiao Ge's brow furrowed in contemplation. This indeed presents a novel challenge. In the previous era, countries also imposed chip embargoes on Country A. But up until the emergence of the insectoid species, the demand for chips in Country A had never been so urgent. Xiao Ge inquired, Dr. Ouyang, I recall that after Country B initiated the chip embargo against Country A, the Academy of Sciences began to tackle this critical technology. What progress has been made thus far? Self-reliance has always been a tradition for Country A. Since you refuse to sell to us, we shall develop it ourselves. However, the primary exporters of lithography and etching machines have previously claimed that even if the blueprints were made available, Country A would be incapable of replicating them. Indeed, in the past, similar assertions were made regarding cutting-edge technologies, such as nuclear weapons and submarines by foreign nations. Dr. Ouyang replied, currently, the most advanced chips have entered the realm of 2 nanometers, while the Academy of Sciences can only manufacture lithography and etching machines at 14 nanometers. As for the 7-nanometer technology, we estimate it will take at least another year to achieve a breakthrough. This reveals the stark disparity. Although the difference between 14 nanometers and 2 nanometers may seem minor, in the realm of chips, even a reduction of a single nanometer necessitates a multitude of technological advancements. Nodding in understanding, Xiao Ge was acutely aware of the challenges Country A faced in related fields. What is the current progress on carbon nanotube chip technology? He inquired. Upon mentioning carbon nanotube chips, Dr. Ouyang suddenly appeared taken aback, as if recalling something significant. A few days ago, Mr. Ren Zhengfei, the CEO of Longwei Company, mentioned to me that they have made breakthroughs in carbon nanotube chips and have identified opportunities for commercialization. He intends to discuss this with the Academy of Sciences. Longwei Company. Xiao Ge felt a surge of excitement. A single company is frequently breaking through the technological embargoes imposed by foreign nations. And countless citizens of Country A regard it as a sanctuary, embodying the spirit of a warrior fighting for the nation abroad. Following the emergence of the insectoid species, Longwei Company dedicated all its resources, with numerous engineers gathering data on the insects to develop the most essential weaponry for the battlefield. Even if Country A ultimately finds itself reduced to a mere 10 million citizens, Longwei Company will still persist. Mr. Ren Zhengfei, a former soldier himself, embodies a profound sense of national responsibility. Regrettably, he sacrificed his life during the third wave of the insectoid invasion. Dr. Ouyang, is Mr. Ren Zhengfei currently in the capital? Xiao inquired. Yes, should I summon him to the Crisis Management Bureau? Dr. Ouyang replied. Xiao Ge's expression grew serious as he responded. I shall pay him a personal visit. After a moment's reflection, he added, if time permits, I intend to personally visit all the pillars of Country A. Dr. Ouyang's eyes glistened with emotion, and he promptly contacted Mr. Ren Zhengfei to inform him of the impending visit from an important figure. Accompanying Xiao Ge was Marshal Long Zhan from the military. As for the task of enlisting 50 million soldiers assigned to the military by Xiao Ge, there were others responsible for the detailed planning. Long Zhan, a leader of the younger generation, accompanied Xiao Ge primarily to ensure his protection. Upon their arrival at the luxurious residence in the eastern district of the capital, Mr. Ren Zhengfei was already waiting at the entrance. The nearly 80-year-old elder remained sprightly. I never expected the head of the Crisis Management Bureau to be so youthful. Please come in, come in. Prior to their arrival, Dr. Ouyang had not disclosed the identity of the visitor, but Mr. Run, being astute, had already surmised. Once Dr. Ouyang completed the introductions, Xiao Ge smiled and remarked, Mr. Run, you possess keen insight. Surely you have deduced the purpose of my visit? Casting a glance at the individuals behind Xiao Ge, Mr. Ren Zhengfei recognized Dr. Ouyang. But he was astonished to see Marshal Long Zhan from the military as well, accompanied by a contingent of Country A's finest special forces. It was evident how significant Xiao Ge's current status had become. With a slight lift of his brow, Mr. Ren's tone grew somber. Leader Xiao, I wish to understand the true reason behind the establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau. May I inquire? Within a mere day, the Crisis Management Bureau had issued a flurry of directives that, viewed in the past, would have appeared utterly inconceivable. The reasons for such actions were certainly not as publicly announced. Hence, Mr. Ren sought the truth. Certainly, following this, Dr. Ouyang elucidated the background surrounding the establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau, as well as Xiao Ge's identity. Mr. Ren Zhengfei's expression grew increasingly grave. Had this information not come from Dr. Ouyang, he would likely have found it hard to believe. The insectoid crisis, time travelers, these concepts, often relegated to the realm of science fiction, had manifested in reality. Any rational individual would hesitate to accept such claims readily. With a solemn demeanor, Mr. Ren declared, "Leader Xiao, what role does Longwei Company need to play in this crisis? The fortunes of the world rest upon each individual's shoulders. Longwei Company hopes to contribute meaningfully in this dire time. As soldiers, we must be pioneers. It is precisely this sense of duty that has propelled Longwei Company to its current standing." Xiao Ge nodded, stating, "The fusion power plant, the towering cloud city, and all other projects require the most advanced chips. I hope Longwei Company can present a solution for carbon nanotube chips within 3 days. The Academy of Sciences will mobilize all resources to prioritize cooperation with you." After a moment of silence, everyone fell into deep contemplation. Mr. Ren Zhengfei's gaze became profoundly focused. The experts in carbon nanotube chips will be returning by plane tonight. With the full support of the Academy of Sciences, we will need no more than a day. This technology has already reached considerable maturity within Longwei. Excellent. This sounds promising. Xiao Ge had not anticipated that Longwei Company was preparing to unveil a significant innovation. "Mr. Run, I will arrange for Dr. Ouyang to integrate several university quantum laboratories for Longwei Company, beyond carbon nanotube chips. I also hope you can make significant strides in the field of quantum computing in the shortest possible time." Ding! Just then, an alarming siren blared. It was an urgent news report. An expert in carbon nanotube chips from Country A, Yin Yu, has been apprehended at an airport in Country C. Chapter 14. You target the elites of Country A, and I shall bring about your nation's annihilation. Xiao Ge, taken aback, glanced at Mr. Ren Zhengfei. The elder's strong posture trembled slightly. "Mr. Run, is the technical expert you mentioned your son?" Mr. Ren Zhengfei nodded, his eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. "Indeed, he is a remarkable talent. In the previous era, Xiao Ge had merely been a carefree homebody, daydreaming of sudden wealth. Thus he remembered the lottery numbers with clarity. However, although he was aware of the incident involving the son of the CEO of Longwei Company being apprehended, he did not deliberately pay attention to it. Consequently, he was oblivious to the ensuing chain of events. On the other hand, Long Zhan had already acquired a comprehensive understanding of the situation. It turned out that Country B had been seeking excuses to impose further sanctions on Longwei Company. Thus, their intelligence agency fabricated an elaborate chain of false evidence, asserting that Yin Yutong had economic ties with the arch-rivals of Country B, while also claiming he was bribing officials abroad to secure projects. He was captured during a layover in Country C. The fleeting sorrow in Yin Zhengfei's eyes dissipated quickly, but it mattered little. At Longwei Company, there would always be a plan B. Although Yin Yu was a pivotal figure in the carbon nanomaterials project, the initiative could continue without him. At that moment, Xiao Ge rose with fervor igniting within him. It was inconceivable that there would be no repercussions. If they dared to capture Yin Yu today, they would audaciously seize Wang Yu and Su Yu tomorrow. With Xiao Ge present, it was utterly unacceptable for heroes to bleed and weep. "Old Yin, please ensure the project continues to operate smoothly. I, Xiao Ge, guarantee that Yin Yu will return on schedule." With that, Xiao Ge hurriedly departed. Yin Zhengfei, seemingly speaking to himself, mused that only individuals of such iron resolve could lead Country out of the abyss during these trying times. He then summoned his assistant, instructing them to inform the company's administrative center to assemble a team of technical elites to establish a quantum computing project department. After committing Yin Zhengfei's words to memory, the assistant hesitantly inquired, "Old Yin, should the public relations department issue a formal response?" "No need." Reflecting on Xiao Ge's unwavering and stoic visage, Yin Zhengfei felt emboldened. "My descendants, after all, must endure hardship to grow. Moreover, suffering for Country A is both just and necessary." Meanwhile, Country C had publicly declared its stance regarding Yin Yu's arrest, presenting numerous pieces of evidence to substantiate charges of bribery against him. Yin Yu would now await trial, and upon formal conviction, he would be extradited to Country B. The date of the official trial was set for 2 years from now. This meant that Country C would unjustly detain Yin Yu for 2 years. Who would believe he was guilty? The crux of the matter was that Country C was utilizing its own laws to penalize Yin Yu with the intent of extraditing him to Country B, essentially acting on behalf of Country B. In blunt terms, they were serving the interests of Country B. 1,900 points. The top spot on Country A's trending list has once again changed hands. Carbon nanomaterials expert Yin Yu has been arrested. Damn it. This rogue Country C dares to employ its own laws to serve Country B. Has their brain been caught in the door? What happened to their supposed sovereignty? They are truly despicable, especially Country C, which is even more loathsome than Country D. Why maintain the pretense of being an independent nation? They might as well become a mere state of Country B. I call upon the Crisis Management Bureau to take action. Longwei, stand firm. Yin Zhengfei, hold your ground. The millions upon millions of people in country A are your most steadfast supporters. Indeed, true to its spirit, Longwei Company was not intimidated by the foreign rogue, but rather rose to the challenge, announcing the establishment of a quantum computing project department at this critical juncture. I am willing to invest a month's salary in this project. The arbitrary arrest of a technical expert during a layover in Country C ignited the fervor of countless netizens in Country A. However, netizens soon realized that the protagonist of the incident, Longwei Company, remained conspicuously silent, seemingly unaware, and even announced plans to embark on quantum computing at this time. Furthermore, several university quantum research centers simultaneously released news declaring their merger with Longwei Company. Thus, the largest quantum computing project in the world was established. Concurrently, Xiao Ge and others returned to the Crisis Management Bureau. He directed the head of the Foreign Affairs Department to notify the A country's ambassador to Country C and all embassy personnel to return home on the fastest flight available. Although the head of the Foreign Affairs Department recognized that this was not in accordance with diplomatic protocol, a command from the Crisis Management Bureau rendered it acceptable, and he promptly complied. Marshal Long Zhan, do we have any military presence near Country C? Long Zhan contemplated for a moment before resolutely responding. There are 5 nuclear submarines patrolling the seabed nearby, but they are intended to deter Country B. No need for deterrence. Order them all to surface and lock onto Country C at 2,225 hours. Long Zhan, he had been a military marshal for several years, aware that the purpose of strategic weapons was to intimidate, yet no one had ever thought to deploy such weapons tactically or even consider initiating a nuclear war. Team Leader Xiao, are we truly going to initiate nuclear warfare? Locking nuclear submarines onto a nation could trigger a chain reaction and potentially activate the defense systems of other countries. Moreover, the use of nuclear weapons requires the consent of the head of state. Just then, a call from the head of state came through. If you wish to act, do so without restraint. In this world, there are no longer any rules that need to be followed. The implication was clear. He supported Xiao Ge's decision. Moreover, what Xiao Ge was doing merely expressed a stance, a true form of deterrence. As for other nations, the head of state's assessment was that they would likely not dare to intervene. With the head of state's backing, Xiao Ge's confidence soared. Marshal Long, command the military to monitor all individuals holding Country C passports within a country's borders. Immediately order special forces to patrol near the Country C embassy to ensure they are seen. Yes, Xiao Ge had no intention of reasoning with Country C. Monitoring all individuals with Country C passports was not merely for show. If Xiao Ge's demands were not met, he would take action. As for a country's citizens in Country C, there was little cause for concern. Over the past 2 years, relations between Country C and a country had deteriorated significantly. And aside from genuine immigrants, very few A country nationals traveled to Country C. Those who had truly immigrated to Country C did not hold the country in high regard. In the name of the Crisis Management Bureau, a formal warning was issued to Country C. If Yanyu was not released by 2200 hours today, a country would declare war. By 2230 hours, if Yanyu was not released, Country C would face annihilation. Long Zhan, O Yanyuan. Upon hearing the words declare war, everyone was taken aback. Was Yanyu truly that significant, prompting Xiao Ge to escalate the situation to the brink of war? Xiao Ge recognized their apprehension and casually explained, I am doing this to ensure that when we summon a country's citizens from around the world to return and serve, other nations will hesitate to intervene. Subsequently, the Crisis Management Bureau would issue a decree for a country's citizens, students, and patriots abroad to return. The threat of the insect race crisis necessitated their strength. Of course, many among them held prominent positions in foreign nations, even within university research departments. Their return to a country would undoubtedly face resistance from those nations. At 1920 hours, the press conference commenced as scheduled, the atmosphere heavy with gravity. Xiao Ge's statements were relayed to the media, which disseminated them worldwide. A country's trending topic once again shifted. You touch our elites, and we shall bring about your annihilation. Ha! The battle drum sound, blood surges. We shall confront Country C. I am ready to fight. In the past, this would have led to protests and hope for Country C's judicial fairness. But now, with the Crisis Management Bureau in place, I have no desire to engage in idle chatter. The arrest of our citizens signifies war. What a release. Truly a cathartic release. Do not presume that with Country B as your backer, you can act against the country's people without consequence. Unbeknownst to many, those who dare to offend our esteemed nation, A, will be pursued relentlessly, regardless of distance. I cannot shake the feeling that Country C is on the brink of following in the footsteps of Country D. They truly have a penchant for selecting their own New Year's gifts. Chapter 15. The Revelation of Missile Interception Technology. Since the conclusion of the Second World War, there has been no such grave and direct diplomatic declaration. No, this transcends mere diplomacy. It is a declaration of war. It seems that Country C has grown accustomed to playing the role of the vanguard, relying on Country B to intervene in times of crisis. Moreover, in the entirety of North America, only Countries C and B exist. Should hostilities arise, would we stand idly by? At 20:00 A's time, while it was still the dead of night in C, the announcement of a declaration of war sent shockwaves through the globe. The world has not witnessed such a scale of conflict in a long while. In the consulate of C, the consul was plagued by insomnia, aware that following the capture of Yenyu, it would certainly react. However, he did not anticipate that A's response would escalate to the brink of war. The aides, filled with trepidation, were unable to ascertain whether A's threats were genuine. Logically, it seemed implausible that a mere technical personnel could provoke a conflict of this magnitude. Indeed, even if A were to declare war, it must consider B and the collective of external nations. Should hostilities commence, it could very well lead to a third world war. The aides concluded that it merely sought to leverage the threat of war to compel C into releasing Yenyu. Yet, such a rapid response felt excessive. It was as if the moment the individual was captured, it had immediately issued a declaration of war. Consul True of C concurred with his aide's assessment. However, at that moment, intelligence arrived from BS Defense Department. It had surfaced all strategic nuclear submarines near the Americas, not mere warships, but those armed with nuclear weapons. The members of the Five Eyes Alliance, comprising B, the Lion Nation, C, D, and New Nation, were established for the purpose of intelligence sharing, exemplified by the current situation. The surfacing of strategic nuclear submarines in close proximity to CS waters constituted an act of provocation according to international norms. Consul True furrowed his brow, promptly disseminating the news. It had breached international conventions, challenging our sovereignty. Yet, before he could finish his statement, a shocking news report from A reached him. It was from A's official media. Our 5 strategic nuclear submarines are conducting routine training in the vicinity of C. At 22:30, following Yenyu's release. Should there be no available flights back, arrangements can be made for direct transport via submarine. The consulate of C descended into chaos once more. They had hoped to strike preemptively, yet it had openly acknowledged all matters at hand. Whether one called it provocation or a breach of international norms mattered little. Should you dare to apprehend an elite of A, be prepared to face the consequences. Quickly, a call was placed to the Supreme Leader, as the situation had escalated to a serious level, requesting a statement. The call was made. Meanwhile, the Supreme Leader's office in B was ablaze with activity. A's unexpected declaration of war was exceedingly anomalous, and countless aides and advisors were diligently formulating countermeasures. The Supreme Leader, too, wore a furrowed brow. A septuagenarian, he spent a sleepless night, enduring a torment that was palpable. He instructed C to remain steadfast, assuring them that victory was within reach. It was merely posturing, employing threats. How could they truly dare to wage war? They were not the Tsarist nation. The Tsarist nation was one that even the Supreme Leader preferred to avoid, as they were unafraid of death and willing to risk everything, having even suggested that if the Tsarist nation were to perish, what purpose would the earth serve? However, it was different. They had too many considerations to weigh. Let our radar track A's nuclear submarines, closely monitoring their movements. The Supreme Leader narrowed his eyes, contemplating a round of golf the following day, and thus resolved to rest for a moment. Reflecting briefly, he retrieved his phone to send out a tweet before succumbing to slumber. Shortly thereafter, the Supreme Leader updated his Twitter. No one understands declarations of war better than I. We shall always embody justice. Yenyu has transgressed against global justice, and thus we must punish him. Let everyone retire for the night. War will not erupt. We cherish peace, and so too do the people of A. At 20:07, the A ambassador to C successfully cleared customs and boarded the final flight back to A. By 2030, reports emerged from A indicating that numerous individuals holding C passports were under surveillance by A's military. At 2055, C's embassy in A issued a formal statement condemning A for violating international norms by monitoring embassy personnel. However, during this period, the Crisis Management Bureau refrained from issuing any official responses regarding the incidents. It was not until 2100 hours that the Crisis Management Bureau released another statement. In light of C's blatant disregard for facts and their arbitrary detention of nationals, seriously injuring the sentiments of A's populace, they will respond in kind. Furthermore, There are 90 minutes remaining until the ultimatum expires. Should the individual not be released by then, Vashad Komensa. The Crisis Management Bureau once again underscored the critical deadline of 22:30. Simultaneously, soldiers stationed outside Xi's embassy in A began to mobilize. Initially, the soldiers had been patrolling at a distance, refraining from approaching the embassy. Upon the conclusion of the statement, they moved directly to the embassy's entrance, assuming control of all security operations and forbidding any entry or exit. Concurrently, across A, numerous individuals holding C passports received notifications forbidding them from leaving their residences. This so-called reciprocal response meant that if you dared to detain one of A's citizens, we shall detain 100,000 of yours. In an instant, nearly 100,000 C nationals residing in A were apprehended. What transpired that day on Earth? The social media platforms of the world erupted once more. On January 1st, 231, due to the establishment of A's Crisis Management Bureau, the world faced an unprecedented upheaval. Has anyone calculated the number of tremors instigated by this agency on that day? I yearn to know who leads this institution of A. After compiling some statistics, mass migration, severing diplomatic ties with D, foretelling tsunamis, predicting impending calamities in 6 months. The Circular Fortress Project, the Fusion Nuclear Power Station Initiative, declaring war on C. What else? My memory falters. I invite others to contribute. And at this juncture, what could C possibly do? Yin Yu had already been captured. To release him now would compromise the nation's dignity. Presently, all C could do was to continuously denounce while rallying its allies to issue various statements to substantiate Yin Yu's alleged crimes. Although allied nations extended diplomatic support, it felt alarmingly feeble. After all, it possesses an abundance of means to sanction C. At 2200 hours, the Crisis Management Bureau issued another statement. There are merely 30 minutes remaining. Failure to release the individual will result in war. Meanwhile, online within a video related to missile defense system testing inadvertently circulated. It was an experimental video from several years prior. Missiles launched from the depths of the Pacific towards A were detected immediately upon launch, locked onto mid-flight, and intercepted and destroyed at the terminal phase. In dozens of trials, the missile interception success rate achieved an astounding 100%, although country A has merely tested terminal interception technology. The maturation of this technology signifies that country A simultaneously possesses the capabilities for both mid-course and boost-phase missile interception. Furthermore, this technology had reached maturity several years ago. Has country A not made any advancements during this interim? Additionally, why has such a confidential technology surfaced at this particular moment? Is it truly an inadvertent leak? The timing is rather impeccable. The advancement of missile interception technology implies that other nations' nuclear deterrence against country A has been rendered utterly ineffective, leading to a disruption of strategic equilibrium. It suggests that should a nuclear conflict arise in the future, only country A would emerge unscathed. Chapter 16, 22-29. Country C is holding a hostage. 22:01. Just 29 minutes remain. A sense of uncertainty looms over everyone. If the countdown concludes and country C does not release the hostage, will war truly be upon them? Indeed, at this juncture, Xiao Ge begins to contemplate how he should act if country C refuses to release the hostage. Hence, he decides to disclose the missile interception technology at this critical moment. Previously, the military had adhered to a policy of secrecy. Despite the technology being highly advanced and interception systems having been deployed nationwide, no information had reached the outside world. At the Führer's residence, the leader of country A has yet to rest. Throughout the day, regardless of Xiao Ge's actions, he remained silent. Upon witnessing Xiao Ge unveil the missile interception technology at such a pivotal time, the Führer finally displayed a smile of relief. It appears that Xiao Ge does not harbor intentions of waging war. Indeed, he has returned to save the citizens of country A. With the prospect of war averted, one could finally rest easy. Some are perplexed, asking the Führer why he deduces that Xiao Ge does not wish for conflict upon witnessing the release of missile interception technology. The Führer's gaze is profound. If he truly desired war, he would not have deterred external forces, such as country B. By issuing such a deterrent, country B would be dissuaded from recklessly initiating an apocalyptic war with country A, thus leaving country C to its own devices. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ge, though young, exhibits remarkable strategic insight, quite a rarity. The attendants at the Führer's residence come to a sudden realization. This maneuver is indeed masterful. By declaring war on country C, While simultaneously releasing the missile interception technology, he is effectively intimidating the external powers that support Country C. Consequently, the situation shifts. If war were to break out, Country A could strike while Country C would be unable to retaliate. Should conflict ensue, external nations must weigh their options carefully. 2210. The supreme leader of Country B is roused from slumber. Leader, Country A's missile interception technology has matured. Our deterrent advantage is now completely nullified. We cannot afford to go to war. The supreme leader, recognizing the gravity of the situation, responds, Leader, it was utterly unnecessary to escalate matters with Country A over a single yen, especially given that Country A's release of interception technology signals a desire to de-escalate. They do not wish for war. Leader, if war truly breaks out, the stock market will collapse. The supreme leader's expression darkens. A stock market collapse is his greatest fear, the very thing he values most. After conferring with his advisors, the supreme leader takes to Twitter. Fake news. Only Country B possesses such advanced missile interception technology. How could Country A have it? This must be false information. 2225. The Air Defense Department of Country B has detected that Country A's nuclear submarines have entered launch mode, with countless warheads aimed at the major cities of Country C. Intelligence reaches the consulate of Country C. Consul Truel is struck with terror. Is it truly necessary to escalate matters to this extent over a single yen? Are we really on the brink of a national annihilation war? The critical issue is that, at this moment, communication with Country B has also been severed. Consul, Country A's release of missile interception technology demonstrates sufficient goodwill. If we do not respond, we may genuinely face an attack. Consul Truel, stubbornly defiant, retorts, How dare Country A initiate war? Do they truly wish to disregard international norms? With Country B and the Five Eyes alliance in play, does Country A seek enmity with the world? An esteemed retired diplomat from Country C arrives at the consulate, incensed by Truel's remarks. You current officials of Country C are the most foolish I have ever encountered. You do not understand the people of Country A. They are the only nation that genuinely prioritizes its citizens, while we Western nations merely pay lip service. You impose sanctions on Country A's enterprises and technologies, and they remain unfazed. However, when you provoke their citizens, you strike at their very core, and they will mobilize their entire nation to seek retribution. Do you not comprehend the current situation? Do you truly believe that after Country A's release of missile interception technology, Country B would dare to engage them in conflict? To preserve Country C, there is but one path. Immediately release Yenyu. Do you not realize the folly of capturing a citizen of Country A without cause? Have you not seen Country A's stance? Will you dare to provoke them again? 2226. Country A's Crisis Management Bureau issues another statement. All personnel of Country A, prepare yourselves. In 3 minutes, we shall declare war on Country C. Concurrently, real-time footage from Country A's nuclear submarines is released, showcasing missiles entering their countdown phase. Visuals of various military branches of Country A coordinating their movements are broadcasted. Country A is fully prepared for total war. 2227. Country A's naval vessels set sail, and the number of submarines appearing in the vicinity of Country C steadily increases. 2228. Once a member of the Five Eyes alliance, Country D takes the lead in condemning Country C for the unjust detention of Country A's citizens. Almost simultaneously, the supreme leader of Country B updates his Twitter with a flurry of posts. Intelligence confirms that they were misled by false information provided by informants, leading to the misunderstanding regarding Yenyu. Yenyu is an innocent individual. Country C should not detain someone based on fabricated evidence, as this contravenes international customs. No one understands justice better than I. Country C must release him immediately. I hope both parties can remain calm. War is unnecessary. Should both sides require mediation, I would gladly serve as a mediator. This year's Nobel Peace Prize will surely be mine. Nations that previously vowed to protect Country C now swiftly change their tune, urging de-escalation. 2229. The consulate of Country C releases a statement confirming that the detention of Yenyu was a misunderstanding, and he will be released immediately, with a special aircraft dispatched to return him to Country A. Simultaneously, Country C does not neglect to condemn Country A, asserting that a nation that brandishes the threat of war will never bring peace to the world. Thus, a potentially cataclysmic war is averted. The entire world breathes a sigh of relief. Just as it seemed that Country C might be erased from the global stage, they capitulated at the last moment. With only a minute remaining, had Country C sought to test Country A's limits, they could have waited just one more minute. At that point, war would surely have commenced. In Country A's Crisis Management Bureau, Ouyang Yuan, Long Zhan, and others are drenched in sweat, having braced for an imminent clash. Though they are seasoned veterans of significant events, their hearts race as time ticks away. At last, the weight on their minds begins to lift. Yet, they observe Xiao Ge, who appears utterly unfazed, as if nothing has transpired, exuding an air of complete control. In the face of such monumental pressure, their composure pales in comparison. Xiao Ge glances at the time, satisfied that the issues regarding the carbon nanotube chips have been resolved. General Long, tomorrow I will personally head to the tsunami front to gather data. Please make the necessary arrangements. Xiao Ge's attention had long been diverted to the next topic of discussion. He harbored a lingering suspicion that the recent tsunami had an unsettling peculiarity. In his previous life, scientists attributed its cause to tectonic movements. Yet he believed it was likely a consequence of dimensional fluctuations. He recalled that following the tsunami, numerous reports of sea monsters surfaced worldwide, leading him to suspect these could very well be vanguard scouts of the insect race. Capturing 1 or 2 live specimens could serve as invaluable training tools for new recruits, ensuring that soldiers would not be gripped by fear upon encountering the insect race on the battlefield. For Xiao Ge, confronting Country C was merely a minor episode in a grander scheme. While Country A demonstrated a resolute intent to wage war, Country C appeared to lack such resolve. When the Crisis Management Bureau issued the declaration of war, the entire incident was, in truth, devoid of any genuine conflict. From beginning to end, it was a strategic game, a psychological warfare. Xiao Ge had not anticipated that Country C would manage to endure until the final moment. As for the subsequent developments, he deemed it unnecessary to follow up personally, delegating those responsibilities to the relevant departments. Upon hearing Xiao Ge's remarks, Long Zhan and the others wore solemn expressions. Everything lay within Xiao Ge's control, including the tsunami he had foreseen. Long Zhan gravely inquired, "Leader Xiao, allow me to assign a special forces unit to serve as your personal guard. After all, your significance to Country A cannot be overstated." However, Xiao Ge merely smiled. "Marshal Long, perhaps you have forgotten, I am a warrior at heart. I survived a decade of the insect crisis, and I will undoubtedly navigate this world just as well. There is no need for concern on my behalf. As luck would have it, I should encounter someone tomorrow whom you can enlist and nurture." Chapter 17, Former Teammate. The Great Wall of Despair. Long Zhan, unaware of the kind of soldier a decade of warfare could forge, was steadfast in his belief that Xiao Ge's safety must be paramount, even more so than his own. Regardless of Xiao Ge's protests, he was determined to ensure a special forces unit was assigned to him. Regarding the individual Xiao Ge mentioned, Long Zhan's interest peaked. "Leader Xiao, is she a friend of yours?" Xiao Ge suddenly adopted a grave demeanor. "Indeed, she is also one of your soldiers. In my previous life, she was among those who seized an insect spaceship, traversing the stars to assault the insect homeworld." Long Zhan was taken aback. "Your soldier? A lone hero who stormed the insect homeworld alongside you? I must meet her." Yet another thought crossed Long Zhan's mind. "Leader Xiao, could it be that she too has been reborn? If you were reborn after falling into the black hole, could others also have the chance to do so? Might we be able to gather these individuals and reassemble them? Leader Xiao, is it possible to locate your comrades who once surged towards the insect homeworld and organize them as a special unit for training? Lone heroes, regardless of the era, have the potential to achieve greatness." However, Xiao Ge shook his head. They likely did not fall into the black hole. Rather, they escaped via the escape pods. Indeed, it was a command given by Xiao Ge himself. Faced with the impending 6th wave of attacks from the insects, they had to devise a way to relay the message back to Earth. Their spaceship was already within the gravitational pull of the black hole, rendering escape impossible. At that time, due to the tidal gravitational effects, launching the escape pods could only be executed manually, which meant one person had to remain behind. As the leader of the assault team, Xiao Ge resolutely stayed behind, leaving the hope of survival for his teammates while he plunged into the black hole. Little did he expect to be reborn. In this life, he would not disturb them again. If, in the future, they chose to rise, he would undoubtedly seek them out. As for Long Zhan's suggestion to summon comrades from the expedition spaceship, Xiao Ge was reluctant. If possible, he preferred for them to live ordinary lives in this lifetime. After seizing the insect spaceship, Xiao Ge had asked everyone what their greatest wish was. The majority responded, to eliminate the insects, to marry and have children, and to live a grounded life. In his previous life, Xiao Ge was unable to fulfill his comrades' wishes. In this life, he was determined to ensure that Country A would, as all his comrades desired, allow its citizens to live their ideal lives. Of course, one person's response stood apart. She would be the one Xiao Ge would encounter tomorrow. Her wish was to fight as long as there were insects present. Even if Xiao Ge did not seek her out, she would inevitably embark on a quest to uncover the mysteries of the sea monsters following the tsunami. Xiao Ge knew she would appear in the coastal city during the tsunami because she had confided in him. Her name was Su Hongyin, a woman stronger than many men. Marshal Long, you are her only idol. I hope that upon meeting her tomorrow, you will personally inform her of the insect crisis and enlist her, subjecting her to the most rigorous training possible. Understood? Long Zhan nodded gravely. He had not anticipated that a girl had endured to the end in such a brutal world. It must have been incredibly arduous. This was the first time Xiao Ge had proactively mentioned his former comrades. Each person has their own choices, and as Xiao Ge expressed his intent not to impose, Long Zhan naturally refrained from further commentary. When one truly stands at the pinnacle of national power, one understands the meaning of busyness and the relentless pace of life, especially during crucial transitional moments. The concept of a 996-work schedule pales in comparison. The entire Crisis Management Bureau operated at a breakneck speed akin to a 007 operation, with everyone prepared to work tirelessly from midnight to midnight, 7 days a week. This was a national call to arms, and no one voiced any complaints. Moreover, a poignant news story that had touched the hearts of all citizens of country A had spread across the internet. The Crisis Management Bureau was preparing to declare war on Country C, urging all soldiers to be ready. Coincidentally, an 84-year-old retired veteran from Yuezhou witnessed this news. The elderly man suffered from Alzheimer's disease, having forgotten even his own children. Yet upon hearing the nation's call to arms, he packed his belongings and made his way to the Yuezhou train station. Unable to articulate his destination, he repeatedly murmured about the military's call to battle, imploring to be returned to service. The station staff, witnessing this scene, were moved to tears, fully aware of the significance of the old man's words. In Country A, veterans share an unwavering belief, even if they forget everything else in the world. The mission bestowed by their country is not something they dare to forget. If there is a war, they shall return without question. This is not merely a slogan. It is a profound imprint etched into the very souls of every citizen of Country A. Even an elderly man with muddled memories felt this deeply. What reason did the youth have to not fight for their nation? At 2250, troubling news reached the Crisis Management Bureau once again. The 5 circular fortresses scheduled to be constructed on January 3rd had one located in the snowy northern frontier, which lay beyond Country A's borders, within the territory of the Great Khan. This posed a significant dilemma. Establishing military fortifications across national boundaries would completely alter the situation. Other countries could use this as a pretext to impose deeper sanctions on Country A, including embargoes. This would undoubtedly render the surrounding geopolitical landscape extremely sensitive. Xiao Ge, however, was unperturbed by the potential for heightened tensions. His primary concern was whether the strained situation would impede the import of essential trade goods. Furthermore, to suddenly establish military fortifications in foreign lands without cause is nothing short of aggression, a course of action that Xiao Ge would never entertain. Thus, following the announcement of the Circular Fortress Plan, he instructed the Foreign Affairs Department to initiate communications with the Khanate. Earlier, representatives from the Foreign Affairs Department conveyed that discussions with the Khanate were proceeding remarkably well. They had even verbally consented to permit Country A to commence construction of a circular fortress. Although the coordinates for the dimensional passage in the snowy northern frontier lie within the Khanate's territory, they are alarmingly close to Country A. In his previous life, when the swarm descended, they rampaged through the Khanate, only to inexplicably redirect southward, resulting in catastrophic losses for the northern cities of Country A. Therefore, this time, Xiao Ge aimed to construct the circular fortress directly within the Khanate's borders. However, approximately 20 minutes ago, following Country C's announcement of the release of hostages, the Khanate suddenly reversed its stance, citing domestic public opposition as the reason for the cancellation of the cooperative project. The Foreign Affairs Department is now preparing to apply maximum pressure on them and has come to seek your counsel. A deep frown creased Xiao Ge's brow. In his strategy, the northern circular fortress holds paramount significance, as the Khanate had essentially become the stronghold of the swarm following their initial arrival, with frequent large-scale incursions into Country A. There's no need for pressure. Xiao Ge contemplated briefly before stating, if they wish to align themselves with Country B for their sustenance, let them be. The northern strategy is of greater importance. We must erect the Great Wall of Despair between Country A and the Khanate, preventing the swarm from breaching our borders. Originally, the northern circular fortress was intended to restrain the swarm emerging from the depths of the Khanate. Since the Khanate is unwilling, Let them not come seeking Country A's assistance to open the Great Wall of Despair and allow them entry. The adjustments to the northern circular fortress were swiftly disseminated via the internet. January 1st, 231, a day destined to be etched into the annals of history. Throughout this day, every statement issued by the Crisis Management Bureau will alter the course of the future. Late at night, trending topics on Weibo within Country A updated. Country C releases hostages unconditionally. The people of Country A shall no longer be humiliated. Crisis Management Bureau, the pride of Country A. Objective, North. The Great Wall of Despair is about to commence construction, the backbone of the nation. Longway Corporation announces it will release a commercial proposal for carbon nanochips at an opportune moment to support all plans of the Crisis Management Bureau, while foreign entities weep inconsolably. Peeking at the Supreme Leader's Twitter, latest I have averted a war that could have annihilated the world. I shall seek the Nobel Peace Prize. Chapter 18, The Substitute Plan, Clean Up Ijo Island. January 2nd, 2:30, the day of the tsunami approaches. In the early hours at the Gravitational Wave Observation Station, coastal station of Country A, Xiao Ge arrived. Having slept only a few hours on the plane, he was brimming with energy. Chief Scientist Liu Yilin could hardly fathom that the enigmatic head of the Crisis Management Bureau, Xiao Ge, would personally grace this location. Outside the observation station, Xiao Ge spotted helicopters on standby for immediate takeoff. The coastal station is in close proximity to the ocean and within the strike zone of the impending tsunami. The scientists inside must evacuate, yet they are determined to hold out until the very last moment. Hence, helicopters have been dispatched to facilitate the swift evacuation of all scientists. Accompanying him was Marshal Longzhan from the military. Longzhan needed to be at the tsunami front line because Xiao Ge surmised that there could be swarm scouts lurking amidst the tumult of the tsunami. As a marshal, he naturally had to familiarize himself with a potential adversary at the first opportunity. Moreover, Longzhan was never one to strategize from behind the scenes. He was a true god of war. Rising from obscurity as a mere soldier, he fought his way through foreign conflicts, becoming the feared war deity of Country A. In a decade, he ascended to a high-ranking position within the military. Consequently, he enjoyed immense prestige among the soldiers and was idolized by countless citizens of Country A. Xiao Ge entered without disturbing others at work and gently inquired, "Chief Liu, what changes have been observed in the monitoring of the Pacific region?" Liu Yilin, an academic scientist, was driven solely by an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Collaborating with the Marine Monitoring Department, the Seismic Monitoring Department, and the Supercomputing Center, they had pinpointed the location of gravitational anomalies just 10 minutes prior, confirming that it was indeed the site of the swarm's dimensional passage opening for the first time. Xiao Ge and the others were taken aback. Truly so, although the swarm would not fully descend for another 6 months. The opening of the dimensional passage was certainly not a first occurrence. Subsequently, Liu Yilin presented a model of the underwater topography. This location, approximately 6,000 meters beneath the sea, has begun to experience gravitational collapse. Liu Yilin continued, as group leader Xiao stated, the numerous geological disasters that occurred previously were precursors to the swarm's arrival, and the calculation from the Supercomputing Center have validated this. At this juncture, Liu Yilin displayed a set of data computation results, stating that many of the previous geological disasters were accompanied by anomalous gravitational fluctuations, indicating that the swarm was attempting to connect with Earth through the dimensional passage. This time, the swarm had yet to locate an accurate position, thus opening the dimensional passage beneath the sea. Undoubtedly, such attempts would continue in the future. With the dimensional passage now active, the swarm would certainly come through. Xiao Ge recalled that following this tsunami, mysterious sea creatures began to surface around the globe. However, people preferred to believe these creatures were prehistoric survivors rather than acknowledging them as the swarm. Longzhan furrowed his brow and asked, "Should we deploy forces to contain the opening dimensional passage?" Xiao Ge paced, his brow knitted tightly. "No, even if we wish to contain it, it would be impossible to do so in the deep sea. Besides, it is far too perilous. The maximum diving depth of submarines is just over 1,000 meters. How could they possibly engage in combat at 6,000 meters below sea level?" Liu Yilin adjusted his glasses and affirmed, "Indeed, at the moment the dimensional passage opens, the surrounding seawater within a radius of several thousand meters will be engulfed and then expelled, creating a tremendous drop that will unleash a cataclysmic tsunami. And this is merely the beginning. The data provided by the Ocean and Seismic Departments, modeled and predicted by the Supercomputing Center, indicates that the opening of the dimensional passage will trigger an underwater earthquake ranging from magnitude 8.7 to 9.5, possibly accompanied by volcanic eruptions and tectonic shifts. The The scale of the tsunami will be unprecedented in history. Group leader Xiao ordered the evacuation of all populations within 100 kilometers of the coast, asserting that it was no exaggeration. In fact, he believed it to be somewhat conservative. The supercomputing center calculated that this tsunami would produce waves exceeding 100 meters. Instantly, Long Zhan and the others' expressions turned grave. 100-meter waves? My heavens! It is worth noting that the highest recorded waves in the world to date measure merely 40 meters. This means that the scale of this tsunami will exceed the highest recorded waves in history by more than double. Group leader Xiao, should we take advantage of the remaining time to evacuate the populace an additional 100 kilometers? Long Zhan felt uncertain. No one had ever witnessed waves of such magnitude, and none could fathom their destructive power. However, that was not something Xiao Ge, reborn, would need to contemplate. No, 100 kilometers is just right. Xiao Ge dismissed Long Zhan's suggestion, fixing his gaze on the model. He then instructed Chief Liu, utilize the information-sharing mechanism within the scientific community to relay the tsunami situation to foreign nations. In this era, countries worldwide have a shared early warning mechanism for geological disasters. After all, humanity is innocent in the face of calamity. However, at that moment, Liu Yilin appeared visibly awkward and distressed. After a brief contemplation, he finally spoke. Team leader Xiao, you might not be aware, but while you were on the plane, the foreign nations have recently expelled our country A from the early warning mechanism, citing it as punishment for what they claim is our country's deliberate threat of war. Long Zhan, who was sipping water, couldn't help but spit it out upon hearing this. Are they serious? This is a punishment for country A? They are punishing their own citizens. I genuinely feel sorrow for those living abroad. Punishing country A? For what reason? Country A is willing to provide you with risk intelligence without holding grudges. Yet you shut the door in their faces and locked it tight. Xiao Ge was also momentarily taken aback, then reflected for a moment before stating, forget them. Chief Liu, once the tsunami has passed, if they wish to restore cooperation, they can take a hike. What is that saying? Today you treat me with indifference. Tomorrow I'll make you regret it. Chief Liu, convey the tsunami information to them and initiate evacuation. After another uncomfortable pause, Liu Yilin spoke again. I've tried. But they have also severed contact with us, just like the foreign nations. Instantly, the atmosphere in the observation station plummeted to an icy silence. Everyone could sense the fury blazing in Xiao Ge's eyes. Traitors of a nation. The words erupted from Xiao Ge's mouth. Utterly despicable. Xiao Ge turned to Long Zhan. Marshal, what evacuation plans are in place for the mountains? There are at least 100 contingency plans ready to be executed at any moment. Long Zhan pondered for a moment and replied, the plan, named after a film, is called the Avatar Plan or the Substitute Plan, which requires approval from above. He explained that operatives could be replaced at any time. However, this plan would only incapacitate their command system, laying the groundwork for future actions. While Xiao Ge couldn't concern himself with the foreign nations' affairs, he was determined to take charge of matters on their side. Without hesitation, he picked up the phone and dialed the exclusive number to make a request. 3 minutes later, Xiao Ge's proposal was approved and the substitute plan could be initiated. Checking the time, it was already 5:40. Long Zhan wasted no time and immediately issued combat orders to his subordinates. The substitute plan was officially launched. This signified that the operation was fully underway. Chapter 19, Tsunami Countdown, 121 minutes. In the capital city, at the leader's residence. The leader, already awake, hung up the phone, feeling invigorated and in high spirits, his smile unmistakable. The secretary, equally cheerful, inquired, Leader, I've never seen you this happy in the morning. What is the occasion? The leader, approachable and eager to share, responded, just yesterday, I was pondering whether the head of the Crisis Management Bureau had forgotten about E-Island. Look, he has arrived. Hasn't he? Whether it's E-Island or abroad, as long as they have the blood of country A flowing through their veins, they will never be abandoned. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. Country A has never forgotten its compatriots. 5 o'clock. Xiao Ge remained in the observation station. At that moment, the supercomputer's simulation results were in. The time for the dimensional passage to be fully opened was set for 8 o'clock. The tsunami would reach the shores of country A by 10 o'clock, precisely mirroring what Xiao Ge experienced in his previous life. Marshal Long, when will the substitute plan be completed? Xiao Ge inquired, the urgency mounting. Yet, Long Zhan remained unruffled. Turning to say, turn on the television and watch the news. Thus, the television mounted on the wall flickered to life, and an urgent news bulletin interrupted the regular programming. Breaking news. The authorities of E-Island have announced that, due to the imminent tsunami, all residents must relocate to the highest mountains on the island. Those who refuse to evacuate will be deemed traitors and executed on the spot. Xiao Ge was taken aback. Isn't that a bit harsh? To execute those who refuse to evacuate as traitors? You announced this order, right, brother? Can it really be like this? Though the measures were extreme, in such extraordinary times, one could only resort to such actions to save as many lives as possible. However, one must admit that the military's response was remarkably swift. The agents infiltrated on E Island completed the replacement operation in mere minutes after receiving the command. With such capabilities, reclaiming E Island would be a matter of moments. Terrifying. Let us resolve it, Xiao Ge stated. Once the tsunami passes, we will commence the full reclamation of E Island. With such capabilities as descendants of country A, it is unacceptable to stand by while the residents of E Island succumb to the threat of the insect race. Indeed, all preparatory work has been underway, and the initiation of the substitute plan signifies that the reclamation of E Island is imperative. Nevertheless, Longzhan harbored a lingering doubt. Team leader Xiao, do you truly believe that in the face of this unprecedented tsunami, without any warning, the number of casualties in country A will only amount to hundreds of thousands? How do we evade this calamity? That is a living sphere of 700 million people. In such a disaster, it would be normal to see casualties in the millions. Xiao Ge, his expression slightly animated, replied, because of you all. In my previous life, upon learning of the impending tsunami, country A mobilized all its resources to evacuate those closest to the coast. Without such actions, the casualties would have been far more devastating. The formation and occurrence of a tsunami are indeed predictable. For instance, if a violent underwater earthquake occurs deep in the Pacific, coastal nations must calculate whether a tsunami will form, assess its magnitude, and determine when it will reach their shores, while also preparing their citizens to respond. In my previous life, country A issued a tsunami warning at 8:10, but initially, no one took it seriously. No one anticipated the tsunami would be of such magnitude. The same was true for foreign nations. It wasn't until 9 o'clock that scientists predicted that tsunami's destructive power would be unprecedented. The leader of country A was the first to respond, mobilizing the nation to evacuate the populace. Yet even then, it was all too late. I see. Longzhan's expression relaxed, pride evident in his demeanor. After acquiring the desired data at the observation station, Xiao Ge finally breathed a sigh of relief and promptly notified the Crisis Management Bureau to hold a press conference. 6:30. The first press conference of the Crisis Management Bureau commenced ahead of schedule, yet not a single journalist was absent. All reporters were well aware that news from the Crisis Management Bureau would invariably feature significant announcements, guaranteed to attract countless eyes and attention. Hualin was present, delivering updates on the tsunami-related arrangements. After a day of urgent evacuations, the resettlement of citizens within 100 kilometers of the coast has been completed, with only a few researchers responsible for tsunami monitoring remaining at the front lines. The tsunami is expected to begin forming at 8 o'clock in the morning, with the waves reaching country A around 10 o'clock. Interested parties may follow along, though I suggest that there's nothing to focus on regarding the tsunami. Consider it akin to watching a disaster film. Due to the closure of the geological disaster sharing mechanism by various foreign nations with country A, we find ourselves unable to disseminate intelligence to other countries. We implore our media friends to remind their nations to prioritize the safety of their citizens. At this moment, many foreign journalists exhibit expressions of disappointment. Is it truly necessary to hold a press conference this early merely to discuss the impending tsunami? Is there no one from country A available to clarify the declaration of war made last night? It seems that only country A believes a massive tsunami will occur today. A reporter inquires, what is the basis for country A's assertion that a tsunami will happen today? Hualin glances at the reporter, identifying them as from country E, and responds, it is, of course, based on scientific evidence. The reporter's question remains effectively unanswered. Following the press conference, the domestic populace of country A displays little concern regarding the tsunami. As Hualin stated, it is merely a geological disaster. What is there to behold? At this juncture, the citizens of country A are far more preoccupied with the circular fortress construction project, the upcoming announcement from Longway Corporation regarding carbon nanotube chips, and the future of the nation's space exploration endeavors. Does the state deceive its people? In country A, all citizens share this belief. Thus, if the government predicts a tsunami today, one can be certain it will indeed arrive. However, what is there to worry about regarding a tsunami? The entire eastern coastal population has been evacuated. Should a tsunami occur, it would only result in material losses. For as long as one lives, everything can be earned back. Compared to the domestic focus, interest from abroad, particularly on platforms like YouTube, surged significantly. Shortly after the press conference concluded, a post titled "Disappointing Press Conference" gained traction, primarily featuring foreign netizens mocking Country A's insistence on the tsunami. Oh God, who will rescue Country A? They are truly beyond saving. How can one contemplate a tsunami all day without suffering? In fact, I genuinely believe a tsunami is imminent. Consider the actions Country A has taken against Country C, even resorting to nuclear threats. The tsunami is a divine retribution for Country A. The person above is astute. They have discerned the truth. Do you recall the Cold War? Country B threatened to initiate a Star Wars program, which terrified the Soviets into action, ultimately leading to their downfall within a few short years. Perhaps Country A harbors a similar thought. The individual above continues to display remarkable insight and grasps the reality of the situation. Impose sanctions upon them, beyond the populace. Even high-ranking officials in foreign nations perceive Country A as leveraging the tsunami to incite global panic. Major countries have issued official statements, reiterating their condemnation of Country A's malevolent instigation of fear. The newly appointed consul of Country C, having just emerged from the threat of war, has made a televised announcement. The sailing competition scheduled for 9 o'clock today will proceed as planned, urging participants to witness Country A's so-called tsunami. The leader of Country B's Twitter account could hardly contain their impatience. In response to Country A's challenge and threats, they announced that a missile interception test would be conducted at 9 o'clock today in the depths of the Pacific Ocean, with 2 aircraft carrier strike groups participating. 759 points. Upon seeing the leader's tweet, Xiao Ge couldn't help but chuckle. General Longzhan, do you believe Country B's aircraft carrier strike groups can withstand waves reaching heights of 100 meters? Longzhan was equally amused, astonished that the missile interception system announced yesterday possessed such capabilities. Unable to resist the urge to showcase their might, Country B also planned to conduct related tests. You may conduct your tests, but the key lies in the disbelief of a tsunami. Deploying 2 aircraft carrier strike groups clearly reveals an intent to flex their muscles. However, this time, they may find themselves showcasing their solitude. They likely cannot withstand the impending onslaught. Chapter 20. The Wave Rider, Su Hongyin. At 8 o'clock a.m., the gravitational observation station was abruptly filled with urgent alarms. Finally, it has arrived. On the enormous screen, one could observe a rupture in gravity at the predicted location. The dimensional portal has been activated. Simultaneously, the seawater within a radius of several thousand meters surrounding the portal was compressed into the passage. This process continued for approximately 1 minute. Subsequently, the seawater drawn into the portal was forcefully expelled. The compression and release occurred entirely unbeknownst to the world. However, above the dimensional portal, a colossal vortex had formed at the sea surface. The moment the vortex stabilizes, the tsunami will materialize. Almost simultaneously, due to the gravitational tidal changes, the fragile continental plates were torn apart, triggering underwater earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, among other geological disasters. When these phenomena converge, the tsunami becomes an unstoppable force. Yet, despite the scholars in Country A issuing warnings that the underwater earthquake would provoke a massive tsunami, they were met with derision from foreign nations. Underwater earthquakes have occurred countless times at tectonic plate boundaries. If each were to induce a tsunami, humanity would have long ceased to exist on this planet. The skepticism from foreign nations is also rooted in preconceived notions. Since yesterday, Country A has been incessantly emphasizing the tsunami, even relocating all coastal residents, indicative of a classic case of persecution complex. Thus, when the Crisis Management Bureau once again issued a tsunami warning at 8 o'clock a.m., it only served to invite further mockery from abroad. Chief Liu, you and everyone at the observation station must depart by helicopter at 9:30. This station is unlikely to remain secure. After 8 o'clock a.m., Xiao Ge confirmed the activation mode of the dimensional portal and prepared to leave. After all, in his previous life, he had merely known of the tsunami's existence without delving into the specific causes behind its emergence. Now that he had witnessed it, this understanding would prove beneficial for future decision-making. Subsequently, Xiao Ge departed directly to the coastal city S beach. Longzhan inquired with curiosity, "Leader Xiao, where is Su Hongyin now? Shall we go search for her?" Recalling the words Su Hongyin had previously shared with him, Xiao Ge managed a wry smile. She is probably surfing. At 8:40 a.m., aboard the helicopter, Xiao Ge, Longzhan, and others deliberated on how they might locate Su Hongyin. Just then, a viral screenshot of a live video surfaced before Xiao Ge. Wave Rider? Upon closer inspection, the figure was none other than Su Hongyin. In the footage, she clutched a surfboard, gazing quizzically at the sky, and then the image froze. We've pinpointed her location. Clear the surrounding media. Xiao Ge insisted on descending, and Longzhan concurred. Their movements must remain confidential and not be exposed. At this moment, numerous helicopters hovered above the coast of Country A, filled with personnel from various media outlets. There were also many drones operated by independent content creators, all engaged in live broadcasts of the coastline. Official media had predicted that in 2 hours, the tsunami would arrive, and regardless of whether foreign nations believed it, the people of Country A certainly did. On the beach, what was once a holiday paradise is now deserted. While the government had mandated the evacuation of all individuals, there remained a few steadfast souls who stubbornly refused to leave, hiding away despite the orders. However, Su Hongyin does not belong to this category. On the 31st, she arrived at the beach and undertook a swim across the strait, her destination being a deserted island. Naturally, she brought her mobile phone with her, but somehow the bag containing the phone was punctured and waterlogged. By the time Su Hongyin reached the island, she discovered that her phone was rendered inoperative. With no other option, she spent a day recuperating on the island, and after enjoying a delightful New Year's day, she made her way back. Upon returning to the beach, Su Hongyin was utterly bewildered. She questioned whether she had somehow been transported to an apocalyptic world. Not a soul was in sight on the beach. The entire city was devoid of life. Can you imagine the fear? She merely took a swim and returned to find the world had fallen eerily silent. Fortunately, upon her return to the deserted city, she learned from the television that a massive tsunami was impending. Shaking her short hair, she nonchalantly grabbed a beverage from an unattended shop, twisted off the cap, and gulped it down. The entire city is mine now. Upon realizing the truth, she felt no fear. Instead, excitement surged within her. A tsunami? That should be quite exhilarating. Her gaze then fell upon a surfboard, and she eagerly seized it, heading towards the beach. The sun had just risen. She was the sole occupant of the beach, accompanied only by the sounds of the sea and the wind. It was tranquil. It was splendid. Upon reaching the shore, Su Hongyin's excitement intensified. Had the tide receded already? And it had receded so drastically. Such an unsubstantiated retreat of the tide signified that the tsunami was imminent. At that moment, a helicopter flew overhead. She glanced up, puzzled as to why a helicopter would be passing by at this time. Unbeknownst to Su Hongyil, her upward gaze was captured by the media. It was live-streamed. At this moment, millions across the internet were witnessing Su Hongyin. The comments exploded in a frenzy. I think I'm falling in love. Is this young lady about to go surfing? Truly, a woman of valor. Wait a moment. Why hasn't she evacuated? Is she living in a dream? A daring wave rider. No one knew Su Hongyin's name, but she was tagged by countless netizens due to that fleeting glance. Just as the viewers were eager for another glimpse of the wave rider, the live stream suddenly cut off. Unethical media, return my goddess. Surely, there hasn't been a malfunction? Of course, Su Hongyin was oblivious to the online chatter as she watched a helicopter land steadily before her. A sense of panic gripped her, for through the helicopter's glass, she discerned several soldiers inside. She couldn't help but fret. Could it be that the military had come to apprehend her for failing to evacuate? How unjust. It's not that I didn't want to leave. It's just that when I swam back from the sea, this place was already deserted. Lost in thought, the soldiers descended from the helicopter and dispersed to secure the area. This was reminiscent of a scene from a movie, the entrance of a significant figure. Before the rotor blades had ceased spinning, a burly man emerged from the helicopter. Su Hongyin exclaimed, dropping her surfboard in shock. The individual who disembarked was none other than her idol, Marshal Longzhan. As for the person who followed Longzhan, she likely did not notice. You are truly Marshal Longzhan? Chapter 21. The formation of the tsunami. Countries follow suit with warnings. Following Longzhan, the one who alighted from the helicopter was Xiao Ge. At the sight of Su Hongyin, tears welled up in his eyes. She is alive. It's truly wonderful to be alive. In their previous life, they had met during the fourth wave of the Zerg invasion. They fought side by side, witnessing their comrades fall one after another, yet they persevered. When it came time to decide who would remain behind to manually launch the escape pod, Su Hongyin had aimed a gun at Xiao Ge, insisting he board the pod while she would stay behind. Xiao Ge understood her temperament. If he refused to board the pod, Su Hongyin would genuinely shoot herself and then force him into the escape pod. Thus, Xiao Ge feigned a malfunction of the escape pod, prompting Su Hongyin to assist him in repairs. As she approached, he knocked her unconscious and placed her in the escape pod. After the spacecraft plunged into the black hole, Xiao Ge could still faintly hear Su Hongyin's furious shouts. Xiao Ge, you liar, you deceiver. It's truly wonderful to be alive. But now, Su Hongyin's gaze was solely fixed on Longzhan. Young lady, what are you doing here? Are you not aware that an evacuation order has been issued? You are playing with your life. Su Hongyin was instantly deflated. Well, I truly didn't know. I just swam back from the other side of the sea. Subsequently, she recounted her own glorious exploits. Long Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief. This girl certainly knows how to stir up trouble. The power of an idol is remarkable. Long Zhan instructed Su Hongyin to abandon the idea of surfing and follow him. Without hesitation, Su Hongyin kicked her surfboard side. Throughout the entire exchange, Xiao Ge found it difficult to interject. Nevertheless, he seized the opportunity to survey their surroundings carefully. He then approached Long Zhan. Marshal Long, in this area, once the tsunami has passed, Zerg will be lurking. We will wait here and commence capture once the tsunami has receded. Understood. Long Zhan naturally had no objections. Should we mobilize additional troops? Is our manpower sufficient? After all, they had not brought many soldiers with them, just 10 special forces operatives. However, Xiao Ge remained calm. It is sufficient. Hey, over there, Su Hongyin suddenly shouted, directing her voice at Xiao Ge. Who do you think you are? You look like a little homebody. Is this how you speak to a marshal? Xiao Ge Su Hongyin's explosive temper flared once more. However, Xiao Ge had no intention of entertaining her at the moment. Marshal, please take her into custody promptly. Remember, train her rigorously. Long Zhan nodded, then turned to Su Hongyin. You shall enlist in the military. Following that, Long Zhan personally explained the Zerg crisis to her. Of course, omitting any mention of Xiao Ge's origins from the future and their previous life as comrades. Had that information come from another's lips, Su Hongyin would likely have erupted. However, when it came from Long Zhan, she listened with utmost seriousness. The more she heard, the more her expression darkened, clearly indicating that believing Long Zhan's words and accepting the reality of the Zerg invasion were entirely different matters. She needed time to process. 850 points. 50 minutes had elapsed since Country A issued the tsunami warning. Meanwhile, the discussions on foreign platforms like YouTube and Twitter had quieted down considerably. Primarily, the scientific organizations that had previously mocked Country A had diminished in number. Mocking Country A was one thing, but it did not mean that foreign monitoring agencies would refrain from verifying the tsunami reports, especially after Country A released the relevant parameters. Country E. This nation had suffered the most from tsunami attacks. Thus, when Country A issued the tsunami warning, they did not mock. Instead, they promptly sought verification. Certainly, the nation B, following its condemnation of Country A for inciting panic, has taken further steps. The Prime Minister's residence is now enveloped in a heavy silence. Seismologists have submitted their research report, laying the data before all present. From the Prime Minister to advisors and the Foreign Minister, everyone stands in stunned disbelief, grappling with the astonishing figures before them. Is it true that Country A is not at fault? Will a colossal tsunami indeed approach? The Prime Minister's face pales to ashen gray. The earthquake scientist solemnly affirms, yes, Country A has far surpassed us in seismic warning technology. They accurately predicted this tsunami yesterday. Thus it becomes clear. No wonder Country A undertook the nighttime evacuation of 700 million coastal residents. This was the reason. How foolish it was for Country E to join others in issuing statements denouncing Country A for inciting panic. Absurd. Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. The Prime Minister, in despair, queries, is it still possible to evacuate the populace in time? The earthquake scientist responds hopelessly, to save even one more life is worth it. At 8:51, Country E issues an evacuation order, demanding all citizens to retreat immediately. In Country D, upon the arrival of a new leader, the first task at hand is to devise a means to restore diplomatic relations with Country A. However, all communication channels with Country A remain closed to Country D. If a few more days pass, the cotton in the ports may spoil, and the lobsters may rot. The new leader furrows his brow as he learns through various channels that Country intends to impose punitive trade measures, seeking to purchase our raw materials at a low price as a precondition for re-establishing relations. He muses that if it leads to restoring relations, he would even be willing to part with some minerals. As discussions about trade ensue, an earthquake expert enters with a report. At 8:55, Country D issues an order for all citizens in coastal cities to immediately move to higher ground. Simultaneously, Country X issues a tsunami warning, urging all citizens to migrate inland. In Country C, a sailing competition is in full swing, drawing thousands of spectators to the coastline for this rare event. Yet, the leader True is far from jubilant. Why are so many nations issuing tsunami warnings? Could Country A's predictions be accurate? Have those allied nations uncovered something significant? Why do they not share this information with us? Advisors suggest, Leader, perhaps we should observe the reactions from Country B. At this juncture, Leader True begins to panic. The countries announcing tsunami warnings are predominantly those along the Pacific coast, indicating one undeniable truth. Country A's forecast is indeed correct. However, he is yet to receive precise scientific predictions, thus hesitating to issue a decree. At 9 o'clock, 2 aircraft carrier battle groups from Country B continue their scheduled exercises in the Pacific. Meanwhile, chaos erupts at the Supreme Leader's office. The Supreme Leader is incensed. Intelligence from scientists reveals that a tsunami has formed and is expected to reach the west coast around 10:30. Shortly thereafter, the Supreme Leader updates a perplexing tweet. God bless Country B. Chapter 22. Do not misunderstand. I truly have no time to laugh at you. God bless Country B. Perhaps the citizens of Country B have grown accustomed to their leader's anti-intellectual antics and take no notice. Yet at this moment, the Supreme Leader is restless within the White House. The Chief Scientific Advisor delivers a tsunami warning, confirming that an underwater earthquake of magnitude 9.1 has occurred in the depths of the Pacific. Yet for some unknown reason, the measurements at that time indicated only 3.6. The disparity between 9.1 and 3.6 is catastrophic versus inconsequential. What could possibly account for the inaccuracies in seismic data measurement? The scientific advisor cannot fathom it, nor can the Supreme Leader. His golden locks seem to age into silver gray in an instant. The Supreme Leader furrows his brow and inquires of his advisors. If I order an evacuation of the West Coast now, will it affect the election? This year is an election year. The Supreme Leader is intent on re-election, prioritizing electoral considerations in every decision made. After a brief consultation, the advisors conclude that a tsunami's fleeting nature means any decision made now will impact the elections. However, ordering an evacuation of the West Coast will yield a positive influence. The Supreme Leader contemplates briefly, signs the directive, issues the tsunami warning, and orders the National Guard to mobilize for a forced evacuation. If it benefits the election, every decision is justifiable. Meanwhile, a senior official from the Pentagon inquires, Supreme Leader, what shall we do about the missile defense test in the Pacific? Silence. An eerie stillness. Mobilizing 2 aircraft carrier battle groups for the test was meant to demonstrate strength and validate missile defense technology. Yet now, if possible, let them board planes and leave, suggests the scientific advisor. The supercomputer's models indicate that the impending tsunami waves could exceed 100 meters. The aircraft carriers likely cannot withstand such a force. Coincidentally, at this moment, a call comes in from Leader True of Country C, inquiring about the tsunami situation. The Supreme Leader has no time to entertain him. With a decisive click, he hangs up. At 9:20, deep in the Pacific, the 2 aircraft carrier battle groups sense an anomaly. The missile defense tests had been meticulously planned. Yet, the Ocean Monitoring Department suddenly sends an alert that a tsunami is forming, approaching the battle groups with unprecedented speed. The captain's eyes grow cold. Why has this only been discovered now? Was it the underwater earthquake Country A mentioned? A 3.6 magnitude quake could not possibly generate such a massive tsunami. Wrong. The captain receives news from the homeland stating that due to some unknown reason, the seismic data was erroneous. The true magnitude of the earthquake is indeed 9.1. The Supreme Leader has ordered us to abandon the vessels and evacuate by plane. Just then, a lookout shouts, to the north, an immense wall is advancing towards us. What wall? That is the towering wave of the tsunami forming. The captain and crew rush to the deck, gazing northward. The entire sea surface appears to rise infinitely, even the skyline becoming indistinct. Evacuate, commands the captain, ordering all crew members to board the planes and leave. The aircraft carriers likely cannot be saved. The live broadcast cuts off. Originally, this missile defense test was to be streamed live worldwide. But now, how could such apocalyptic scenes possibly be broadcast? At 9:40, the external networks fall eerily silent. By this time, even without scientific data, the towering waves forming in the Pacific have been detected. Images spread across external networks, with some believing it to be mere cinematic effects. Evacuations begin in various external nations, yet the clamor for freedom often outweighs the instinct for survival. It was supposed to be a regular workday, yet suddenly an evacuation is ordered? The nations issuing evacuation orders face the same dilemma. Without exception, chaos ensues. Initially, countless individuals organize to protest the forced evacuations, decrying dictatorship and demanding freedom. As enforcement begins to intervene, protests escalate into riots. Arson, robbery, and every conceivable act of destruction have erupted in every corner of the city. Do not evacuate. We shall not leave. In nations such as E, D, X, C, and B, nearly every coastal city is engulfed in chaos. The so-called mandatory evacuations have failed to serve as a deterrent, resulting instead in widespread turmoil. Meanwhile, on platforms like YouTube and Twitter, two topics have suddenly surged in popularity: an unprecedented tsunami. This time, it has indeed predicted correctly. And do not evacuate, demand freedom. Countless individuals have commented on these threads, sharing the shocking tsunami and the sudden urban unrest. The cities, ablaze with fire, have prompted many outsiders to ponder deeply. A tsunami warning issued in the early hours of yesterday came without any prior indication. Over 700 million citizens evacuated in an orderly manner, with no chaos ensuing. Did the people of a not question the authenticity of the tsunami warning? Now, compare us. When instructed to evacuate, it seems as if our lives were at stake, and the entire city descended into disorder. Perhaps the people of A are merely watching our predicament with amusement? Outsiders fail to comprehend how citizens of A managed such a coordinated evacuation amidst millions. Just as A's citizens cannot fathom why outsiders struggle with even the simplest evacuation. However, to claim that A's populace finds humor in outsiders' plight would be an egregious misrepresentation. Drones and helicopters have ventured deep into the ocean, broadcasting live as the colossal waves approach. Such a spectacle. How often does one witness it in a lifetime? With such a grand show unfolding, who would still concern themselves with matters beyond their shores? Moreover, civil unrest is a common occurrence in other regions. What is there to behold? My goodness. Indeed, our great A has demonstrated remarkable foresight in anticipating the tsunami crisis and evacuating all coastal residents. After such a massive tsunami, the coastal regions shall surely fall into tranquility. I now wonder, can outsiders still muster laughter? Oh, earlier, the Crisis Management Bureau announced intentions to share tsunami warning intelligence with foreign nations. But guess what? These nations, in their bid to sanction us, have severed the sharing mechanism. Ha ha ha. Ahem. Kindly maintain silence above. The show is about to commence. And I eagerly anticipate the visual impact of the tsunami's assault. A 100-meter tsunami. Aside from the film 2012, no other movie dares to depict such a scene. January 2nd, 2:31. The day following the traditional New Year as holiday. Most citizens of A remain indoors, enjoying free blockbuster films. The trending topics are updated. At the top is film title suggestions. Numerous replies follow. I propose a simple one: the Great Tsunami. Lack of depth upstairs. Behold my suggestion: the crisis management of the Great Tsunami. No, still lacking depth. Observe my proposal. I was unprepared. There really is a tsunami. On January 2nd, 231. While the citizens of A remain at home, watching free blockbusters, foreign nations are plunged into unprecedented chaos due to the astonishing tsunami. The foreign YouTube topics are updated. How to survive the tsunami. Best escape routes. Will there be sharks during the tsunami? Or can one acquire firearms? Is killing during the tsunami considered self-defense? Chapter 23. The Tsunami Assault. A nationwide viewing. At 9:50 a.m., the Crisis Management Bureau released a tsunami viewing guide, and the entire nation of A entered viewing mode. Even those already packed and preparing to head to the circular fortification construction site could witness the tsunami spectacle through live broadcasts. The predetermined plans were set into motion. The relevant authorities of the Crisis Management Bureau mobilized all resources, and the nation was fully engaged. Construction of the circular fortifications would commence on schedule tomorrow. Meanwhile, on the coast, Xiao Ge and others could visibly see the towering tsunami waves. Simultaneously, the seawater receded furiously, as if it had been abruptly drained away. This, however, is merely a precursor to the impending tsunami. Upon learning of the Zerg crisis, Su Hongyin took a moment to gather her thoughts before declaring, "Marshal, I wish to enlist. Faced with danger, I desire to live as a soldier rather than drift through life aimlessly." Long Zhan chuckled, nodding in approval. However, Su Hongyin, somewhat bashful, added, "Marshal Long, I want to go surfing." Long Zhan's smile instantly faltered. "Surfing in such a tsunami? You must be seeking death." "No, get on the plane. We must leave." Xiao Ge was amused by Su Hongyin's boldness. Indeed, she was genuine in her pursuit of excitement. The influence of idols is truly formidable. Su Hongyin had no choice but to board the plane. Yet, Xiao Ge sensed that Su Hongyin seemed to harbor some grievances towards him, casting glances filled with discontent as she boarded. "Little girl, do you have an opinion about me?" Xiao Ge asked directly. "Huh? Su Hongyin scoffed. "Marshal Long, where did this little brat come from? Did you pick him up on the way? Should I help educate him? Little brat? You yourself haven't even matured yet." Su Hongyin speculated that Xiao Ge, like her, had been discovered by Long Zhan and informed of the truth about the enlistment. However, Xiao Ge's attitude towards Marshal Long was excessively disrespectful. Su Hongyin now sought to properly educate him. Long Zhan, at a loss for words, looked at Xiao Ge. What you two comrades do is beyond my knowledge. Handle it yourselves. Xiao Ge blinked, signaling for Long Zhan to refrain from revealing Su Hongyin's identity. Long Zhan understood and remarked, "We will all be comrades in battle henceforth. Let us avoid conflicts." Oh, to Su Hongyin, however, Long Zhan's statement was interpreted as consent for her to discipline Xiao Ge, and she promptly took action. With a left hook and a right kick, she aimed at Xiao Ge. Yet, Xiao Ge had long anticipated this, deftly defending himself. "Little girl, that's enough. We have serious matters to attend to." Xiao Ge was not angered. Rather, seeing Su Hongyin so full of energy brought him joy. However, Long Zhan was anxious, calling out, "Su Hongyin, stop. He is the head of the Crisis Management Bureau. What if he gets hurt?" Xiao Ge, thinking to himself, knew that Long Zhan must have done this deliberately. Otherwise, a man as astute as him would not accidentally reveal his identity. Su Hongyin froze. The head of the Crisis Management Bureau. So young? She stared at Xiao Ge in astonishment for over 10 seconds, her mind swirling with questions. Is this for real? At once, she retracted her fists and sat in a corner of the plane, gazing out the window with a look of disappointment. Xiao Ge cleared his throat and offered consolation. "Little girl, you are still young. There will be opportunities. Keep it up. I believe in you." Su Hongyin replied. He. Observing that they were of similar age, Xiao Ge's words struck her as rather unpleasant. Never mind, I can't provoke him. At 9:58, the tsunami surged forth in overwhelming waves. The previously receded waters returned 1,000-fold, 100-fold. A towering wave, 100 meters high, is an insurmountable force against which no human structure can stand. The coastal lighthouses were instantaneously toppled, submerged, and vanished within the tumultuous tide. All vessels along the shore, resembling winged creatures, were thrust skyward, soaring to a height of 100 meters, propelled by the colossal wave towards a deserted city in the coastal metropolis. Even the tallest edifices barely matched that height. Had the populace not evacuated, even those within the skyscrapers would find little solace and safety, would they? Yet, could those lofty towers truly withstand such a monstrous deluge? The thunderous roar of the surging waves reverberated, crashing into the city. Towering structures were swept away, collapsing in an instant, engulfed by the torrent. It was indeed a disaster film, yet devoid of narration, leaving those watching the live helicopter footage utterly astounded. Within a mere span of minutes, a metropolis of millions was completely inundated by the overwhelming wave. And this cataclysm did not halt the tsunami's relentless advance. The towering waters surged inland for dozens of kilometers before finally receding. At this moment, the citizens of Nation A comprehended why the Crisis Management Bureau mandated the evacuation of all individuals within 100 kilometers of the coast. How enlightening. Just imagine, had there been no evacuation, how many lives would have been lost in that fleeting instant? During the tsunami's assault, the barrage of comments on the live feed fell silent. All were left in shock by the unfolding spectacle. Let us be grateful that we reside in Nation A, thereby evading this calamity. If our nation had only issued a tsunami warning today, could the 700 million coastal inhabitants have evacuated in time? The Crisis Management Bureau is indeed the true arbiter of crisis, and now we understand the necessity of its establishment. Brothers, let today's trending topic be a tribute to the Crisis Management Bureau. It has safeguarded 700 million souls in Nation A. The tsunami's onslaught is unlike any other natural disaster. The cataclysmic wave surged forth, lasting a mere 10 minutes before everything returned to stillness. At 10:25, the tsunami's tide striking Nation A began to subside, leading to a gradual retreat of the waters. This process was significantly more tranquil. In the aftermath of the Great Tsunami, the helicopter carrying Xiao Ge descended upon the city's center, alighting atop a skyscraper. In the wake of the cataclysm, reports of mysterious sea creatures would undoubtedly emerge from this city. Creatures of the insectoid variety. Xiao Ge and his team's mission was to capture these entities and commence research on their vulnerabilities to develop appropriate countermeasures. Special forces, follow me. Pilots, prepare for immediate takeoff. Su Hongyin, remain on the rooftop. Xiao Ge gestured, and they readied themselves for the hunt. Su Hongyin may eventually become a formidable hunter of these creatures, but for now, she was far too vulnerable. The insectoid beings prey upon the weak, often starting their assaults on the defenseless. If this team were to include Su Hongyin, she would undoubtedly become the primary target for the insectoid attacks. Xiao Ge was unwilling to take such a risk. Chapter 24. Can't you even copy homework? In the brief span of 30 minutes, the tsunami had unleashed several waves. Nation A had weathered the storm. However, the initial torrents of a tsunami had only just reached Nation C on the coast. The final stages of a sailing competition were underway. At this juncture, the event organizers received a call from high-ranking officials in Nation C, confirming that a massive tsunami was imminent and urging the evacuation of spectators. Yet was there still time? The organizer, glancing out the window, beheld the entire ocean elevated into the sky. Countless sailing competitors had transformed into surfing participants. The first wave, towering 100 meters, approached. On the beach, tens of thousands of spectators turned in horror towards the sea as the colossal wave silently advanced amidst their cries. In the next moment, screams erupted on the shore. Help! A colossal tsunami is upon us. Wasn't it stated that there would be no tsunami? Wasn't it claimed that the people of Nation A were merely inciting panic? Who can explain what that phenomenon is? Who can save me? Can anyone outrun a tsunami on foot? The thunderous roar of the waves descended, obliterating the coastal town, with thousands swallowed by the sea in an instant. Perhaps some may survive, but the odds are slim. Nation C is not singular in its coastal cities, as similar tragedies unfold across the land. In Nation B, the most developed cities along the Pacific coast faced evacuation orders issued far too late. At just past 9 o'clock, during their peak working hours, many found themselves ensnared in traffic. When warned of an impending tsunami, chaos ensued in what were once celebrated metropolises. In just over an hour, even those wishing to evacuate found themselves trapped, unable to escape. Finally, the horrifying scene unfolded. In the Pacific, the tsunami loomed like a dark curtain, advancing inexorably towards the land. In the moments before it breached the city, many remained oblivious, battling for their freedom. Nation B, renowned for its cinematic depictions of apocalyptic disasters, was now faced with a reality that required no special effects. The tsunami was tangible and devastating. In an instant, everything was annihilated. By the time the populace recognized the tsunami, there was nowhere left to hide. Their only chance of survival lay in fleeing to higher ground. Even the capital of Nation B was not spared, swallowed whole by the tidal wave. The Supreme Leader could only broadcast tweets from Air Force One, issuing a trifecta of statements. I stand in solidarity with the afflicted. Someone must be held accountable for this calamity. Nation A, Nation A, Nation A. They were aware of this tsunami, but refused to share the information with us. Before this, they even attempted to instigate war. Yet, even the citizens of Nation B could no longer tolerate the Supreme Leader's rhetoric. His tweets were shared by multitudes, with countless replies echoing their discontent. If you have the audacity to speak of unity, then step down from Air Force One and address us directly. Indeed, accountability is necessary, particularly for the leader who first ridiculed the warnings of a tsunami. I just tallied it. Since yesterday, Nation A has mentioned the tsunami 7 times, each time concluding press conferences with reminders for other nations to prepare, while the Supreme Leader led the charge in mocking Nation A, resulting in widespread disbelief. Oh, do not say such things. I recently learned that while we struggle to escape the tsunami, the citizens of Nation A are leisurely sipping drinks and watching television, treating the disaster as mere entertainment. The international social media platforms fell silent. The tsunami, perceived as a nightmare, had instantaneously caused millions of casualties. Yet in the eyes of the citizens of Nation A, it was merely a diversion to alleviate boredom. They were sipping drinks and munching on peanuts while watching. Despite all striving towards progress, how could the disparity be so vast? Yet, can we truly blame Nation A? Others had issued warnings over 30 hours in advance and successfully evacuated over 700 million coastal citizens. However, the nations beyond our borders remain skeptical. Can't you manage to complete your assignments, or even copy them? Country A has already provided you with step-by-step guidance, yet you refuse to believe. Refuse to follow the path laid out by the academically superior. Who could be blamed for this? The great tsunami has receded. Yet, every nation in the Pacific region, excluding Country A, has suffered devastating losses and calamities. Countries like D and the new nation in the southern hemisphere have fared slightly better, as our distance from the tsunami's epicenter delayed its arrival. Consequently, the citizens of these nations, witnessing the devastation inflicted upon others, opted to evacuate, albeit too late. Casualties were inevitable. Even that brief window of time could have saved many lives. In the aftermath of the tsunami, nations redirected their primary focus toward disaster relief efforts. The clock silently struck 11 o'clock. The waves of the tsunami arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Faced with this sudden catastrophe, netizens from various countries began to sense something amiss, as if something essential was lacking. After much pondering on YouTube, someone finally proposed a topic: Where are the international disaster relief teams? After a brief silence, some unearthed images from previous major disasters and shared them in the discussion thread. In the past, when countries around the world faced calamities, Country B would promptly dispatch military forces, while Country A would send medical rescue teams without delay. Why then? Have we yet to hear any news of medical teams being deployed from Country A? An awkward silence ensued, and after some contemplation, a response emerged. The previous commenter raises a valid point. As a major power, a responsible nation, and the one that incurred the least damage during the tsunami, Country A should shoulder its responsibilities and extend support to other nations. Support. Country A ought to dispatch rescue teams to assist other nations rather than remain a mere spectator. Following the tsunami, a press conference organized by the Crisis Management Bureau of Country A proceeded as scheduled. We acknowledge that nations beyond our borders have suffered from the tsunami's assault, enduring immense losses and disasters, and we extend our heartfelt condolences to the deceased. Simultaneously, Country A will continue to monitor the subsequent reconstruction efforts in affected nations, sincerely wishing that those ravaged by disaster may swiftly emerge from their suffering and regain their footing. And that was that. This press conference concluded with such simplicity. Hualin intended to leave immediately, unprepared to address any questions from reporters. However, some journalists were clearly unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Minister, how many medical rescue teams does Country A plan to deploy to assist the afflicted nations in their recovery efforts, and when will they be sent? Inquired a reporter from a new nation in the South Pacific. We offer our spiritual support for the ongoing relief efforts of all nations, and the people of Country A will send their best wishes to you, came the response. What good does spiritual support do? At this moment, what is needed is tangible material assistance. What use are best wishes? At this juncture, only Country A possesses the capability to mobilize medical personnel to the disaster-stricken areas in the shortest possible time. This is what is sought after. Hearing the implications in Hualin's words, a reporter from Country B interjected, is Country A really choosing to turn a blind eye to the plight of nations worldwide? Country A is one of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council. It bears a responsibility. This journalist was no longer asking a question, but rather issuing a challenge. Hualin had initially wished to avoid the confrontation. Yet the relentless pursuit of the reporter left her no choice but to raise an eyebrow in response. Hualin's smile remained irresistibly charming. Have you heard the tale of the farmer and the snake? Regrettably, Country A is not the farmer. Furthermore, allow me to remind you that moral coercion holds no sway in Country A. To assert that Country A is neglecting its duty to provide assistance is simply irresponsible. In the past, Hualin might have been persuaded, but after learning from Xiao Ge that countries beyond our borders would guide the insect race to Country A, endangering 2 million soldiers, her heart had hardened considerably. In Country A, moral coercion is futile. Chapter 25, Acquiring Insect Corpses, Planning for E-Island, 11 o'clock. The coastal city of Country A. Currently, Xiao Ge is unaware of any news, domestic or international. It is crucial not to underestimate the potential threat of the insect race that may be lurking within the city. If it were only Xiao Ge, that would be manageable. But Long Zhan and the special forces have never encountered the insect race. He fears they may be at a disadvantage if combat ensues. They have been searching the desolate city for half an hour. Now, on the streets, wherever the terrain dips slightly, there are puddles ranging from 1 to 2 meters deep. Of course, among the seawater, fish can be seen, and they even spotted a small shark. The so-called insect race can be viewed as an exaggerated version of insects, magnified countless times. However, their sense of smell, hearing, offensive capabilities, and defensive systems are equally amplified. Seizing the opportunity before encountering the insect race, Xiao Ge began to share basic knowledge about them. There are numerous weapons capable of killing insects, including firearms, melee weapons, and laser weapons. The insect race has the ability to identify the weakest individual within a group of enemies. Once combat commences, they will invariably target the vulnerable first. Thus, teamwork becomes essential to provide mutual protection. If one lacks strength, engaging in one-on-one combat with the insect race is ill-advised. Should one find themselves alone and confronted by an insect, and if they lack weapons, spreading one's arms and legs on the ground and feigning death might significantly increase the chances of survival. As Xiao Ge was speaking, Marshal Long Zhan, leading the front of the team, suddenly halted, his expression transforming into one of sheer terror. A man of experience, he spoke with a tremor in his voice. What if we provoke the insect with a stone? Xiao Ge pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. That would likely be the most reckless act in history. With that, Xiao Ge approached Long Zhan, following his gaze ahead. At the street corner, a 3-meter-tall insect stood there. Its movements were sluggish, seemingly injured from a tsunami. The tendrils at its mouth were writhing, indicating it was gathering information from its surroundings. It was a solitary insect. So engrossed was it that it failed to notice a woman standing on the third floor behind it, clutching a stone and preparing to strike. Xiao Ge. It's Su Hongyin. How had she come from a helicopter on the rooftop to this place? Don't throw the stone. Xiao Ge wished to shout, but it was already too late. The stone, neither too large nor too small, landed precisely on the insect's fin-like protrusion. Hiss! The insect was enraged, turning around and charging directly towards Su Hongyin. Taken aback, she immediately fled into the building. Open fire. Concentrate fire on the insect's claws to immobilize it. Xiao Ge commanded the special forces to charge forth. Gunfire erupted on the streets. These elite soldiers, chosen by Long Zhan himself, showed no signs of fear or hesitation in the face of an unseen enemy. Be cautious up close. The insect's claws possess immense strength capable of tearing a human in half. Xiao Ge reminded them while engaging in combat. For the moment, we need not concern ourselves with Su Hongyin. She must undoubtedly be safe within the building. Towering at 3 meters, the creature, with 6 claws scuttling across the ground and 2 others poised like blades before its thorax, epitomizes the insectoid species. The bullets proved effective, puncturing its body and allowing green ichor to ooze forth its very lifeblood. With a resounding crash, the creature soon succumbed to the relentless onslaught, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The Special Forces members, emboldened by this victory, were eager to approach the insect's carcass. However, Xiao Ge bellowed, "Get back, all of you! Do you wish to court death?" He halted the soldiers and cautiously advanced towards the corpse of the creature. Suddenly, the body stirred, lunging violently at Xiao Ge. Anticipating this, he fired several shots rapidly at the creature's head, ensuring its complete demise. It is crucial to remember that these insectoids are cunning adversaries. The creature was merely feigning death, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. This particular insect must have been injured. Otherwise, we would not have dispatched it so easily. The onlookers gaped in horror at Xiao Ge and the corpse, as well as at Su Hongyin, who emerged from the building. She had witnessed the entire scene unfold. Weren't you supposed to wait by the helicopter? What brought you down here? Where are the others? Xiao Ge demanded, concerned that the young girl had nearly jeopardized her life. Su Hongyin, however, seemed reluctant to explain. In a previous life, she had recounted to Xiao Ge how she first encountered the insectoids in Haicheng, when a thrown stone had incited a relentless chase. "Oh, I got lost. I was just trying to find my way back when I stumbled upon this creature. It must be one of the insectoids, right? Cut the nonsense. You can't possibly be lost." Xiao Ge exclaimed. "Forget it." He turned to Long Zhan, saying, "Commander, we must emphasize one crucial aspect in her training: obedience to orders." "No problem." Subsequently, the Special Forces called for a helicopter to retrieve the insect's carcass, along with Su Hongyin, ensuring she would not have the chance to descend again. After dispatching the insect, Xiao Ge noticed the disdainful expressions among the Special Forces. It seemed they believed the insectoids were not as formidable as they had feared, provided they possessed sufficient firepower to suppress them. However, one must not underestimate these creatures. The one we just defeated was wounded. Xiao Ge contemplated, deciding to caution everyone. Having been swept from the depths of 6,000 meters by such a cataclysmic tsunami, the creature still survived and was capable of combat. Surely, this would leave a lasting impression on them? The streets fell silent once more as the realization dawned on them. A creature capable of enduring such extreme conditions would inevitably arrive in swarms. Any previous complacency dissipated instantly. It remained uncertain how many insectoids inhabited the city, but Xiao Ge was resolute in his intent to train his forces. Ideally, capturing several live specimens would allow for practical training, but events did not unfold as hoped. Aerial drones scoured the city, ultimately revealing 5 insectoids of similar size, thwarting their plans for capture. The insectoids, having sustained injuries during the tsunami, were exceedingly skittish, making close proximity impossible. Even a slight approach would send them into a frenzy. Reluctantly, Long Zhan and his special forces were compelled to hunt them down one by one. Perhaps as Lu Yilin had suggested, the insectoids were still testing how to stabilize the dimensional rift. Once the rift opened, the true invasion would commence. With the corpses of these insectoids, the potential to develop genetic weaponry is assured. When the time comes, we can deal with these wretches more efficiently. After eliminating the 5th insectoid, the city was deemed secure, and Long Zhan conceived a plan. Would humanity in the future forego the use of genetic weaponry? Xiao Ge gently shook his head. "No, that won't do. Scientists have surmised that a genetic weapon capable of exterminating insectoids would also annihilate every carbon-based life form on Earth. This implies that in the previous timeline, scientists had indeed developed a genetic weapon potent enough to eradicate the insectoids, but humanity would face extinction as a consequence, leading to its abandonment. Long John. Fine. Let's pretend I never said that. In essence, employing such genetic weaponry might yield a single successful strike against a wave of insectoids. Yet the price would be humanity's own extinction. Nevertheless, utilizing insectoid remains to engineer more effective means of extermination is entirely feasible. The United States possesses the world's most brilliant scientists, and they surely can accomplish this. Glancing at the time, Xiao Ge noted it was already 4 p.m. on the 2nd. He had not anticipated it was so late. We must return. There are many matters awaiting our resolution back in the capital. Numerous tasks lay ahead. For instance, reclaiming Xiao Island. The conclusion of the tsunami presented the optimal opportunity for this endeavor, and Xiao Ge was determined not to let it slip away. Furthermore, he aimed to retrieve every citizen of the United States scattered beyond the borders. None could be left behind. Chapter 26. Carbon Nanotube Chip Release. A Call for Sanctions. Upon returning to the capital, it was already 7 p.m. Officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Trade arrived promptly. Leader Xiao, you've finally returned. During your absence, various incidents have transpired concerning our citizens abroad. The head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs continued. Also, around 3 o'clock, the coalition of foreign nations, including Country B, announced an escalation of sanctions against our chip technology. He proceeded to enumerate a lengthy list of events. Foreign nations certainly have a knack for stirring up trouble. The justification for intensifying chip sanctions was that the United States had concealed facts prior to the tsunami, resulting in significant losses for many countries. Furthermore, post-tsunami, the United States failed to provide humanitarian assistance to others. Xiao Ge chuckled softly, withholding comment. Regardless of what the United States did, foreign nations always managed to find reasons to incite conflict. The details of this upgraded chip sanction indicated a comprehensive, industry-wide blockade, even encompassing carbon nanotube chip technology that had yet to be commercialized. In essence, it was a direct assault on the United States' advancement in carbon nanotube chip technology. It was evident that foreign nations sought to deflect domestic discontent arising from the tsunami. The most extreme among them was Country B, whose leader even accused the American people on Twitter of being the Eastern Calamity, deliberately inciting racial hatred. The attacks on our dragon-descended citizens commenced with Country B. Sir Yen, Dr. Yen, how significantly will the escalation of chip sanctions from foreign nations impact us? This was the concern that weighed heavily on Xiao Ge's mind. Upon returning to the United States, Yin Yu had not rested for a moment. After revitalizing the entire project, he rushed to the Crisis Management Bureau. As the project head of the carbon nanotube chip, he held the key to its success. It seemed foreign nations recognized his importance, hence their attempts to apprehend him. Yin Yu had heard that the head of the Crisis Management Bureau was even younger than himself, and while he had prepared mentally, he was still taken aback upon seeing Xiao Ge. A lad of merely 17 or 18 years, at first glance, he appeared no older than a middle school student. It was astonishing that someone so young could wield such authority within the United States, executing decisions with such precision and decisiveness. It was truly remarkable. Carbon nanomaterials, pivotal to all subsequent plans, are deemed so crucial that he would even resort to nuclear warfare to rescue Yin Yu, even though the protagonist is himself. Yin Yu could not help but silently exclaim, "What a magnificent undertaking." He then cleared his throat, refraining from superfluous words. The Carbon Nanomaterials Project is a top-secret initiative undertaken by Longway Corporation, with all suppliers firmly rooted domestically. Regardless of how foreign nations attempt to impose a blockade, it bears no consequence for us. Thus, from the project's inception, Longway Corporation has entirely disengaged from foreign dependencies, ensuring that both research and production are devoid of any ties to external nations. This exemplifies the backbone of our nation, the very essence of our national confidence. Given this, the press conference shall proceed as planned. As for the plight of the overseas descendants of the dragon being persecuted, a proclamation titled Notice to the Citizens of Foreign Country A will be issued tomorrow, urging everyone to return and contribute to our nation's development. CIA post momentarily. Anyone who returns before the nation closes its borders will be considered a citizen of Country A, while those who do not return merely signify that their connection to Country A has run its course. This time, Yin Yu brings not merely the research proposal for the carbon nanomaterials, but rather the production plan. In other words, the announcement made today allows for production to commence as early as tomorrow. Observing the individuals from the Ministry of Trade, Just as Xiao Ge was about to speak, a representative from the ministry interjected. The current global procurement plan is unlikely to materialize in the Pacific region in the short term due to the devastating tsunami that has obliterated nearly all coastal cities. However, nations along the Indian Ocean and the Atlantic coast express great interest in trade. These nations have agreed to sell us substantial quantities of raw materials in a short time frame. With conditions attached to food supplies, they desire to acquire our fusion nuclear power station technology in return. Therefore, we intend to decline. Xiao Ge immediately interjected, absolutely, we agree. Let them transport the raw materials to us. Conditional trades do not concern me. Inform those nations that any cargo ship departing the port before noon tomorrow may enter into contracts for the introduction of our fusion nuclear power station technology. The trade minister was momentarily taken aback. Are we truly going to sign? Of course. Moreover, they may sign as they wish. 6 months hence, when the Insectoid crisis descends, who will remember those contracts? Even if remembered, so what? Xiao Ge has no intention of exporting the fusion nuclear power station technology. Utilizing cunning to outmaneuver the unwary is indeed the wisdom of our ancestors. On October 19th, the press conference was held as scheduled. This particular press conference of the Crisis Management Bureau featured 2 distinguished guests, Ren Zhengfei and his son, Yin Yu. It is likely that few among the live viewers were unfamiliar with them, even those who had not recognized Yin Yu prior, following yesterday's heart-pounding threats of warfare, now knew him well. A man for whom country A would not hesitate to initiate nuclear war. What extraordinary abilities does he possess beyond his expertise in carbon nanomaterials? All journalists were filled with anticipation. Today, the focal point of the press conference is none other than Yin Yu. It was Xiao Ge who consented to convene this press conference under the auspices of the Crisis Management Bureau specifically for him. I am certain that the journalists are pondering what I shall discuss today after the tumultuous events of yesterday. Yin Yu presented the previously prepared materials on screen. I am a pure scientist, a researcher of carbon nanomaterials, and today I shall speak of the carbon nanomaterials that Longway Corporation has commenced producing. Those familiar with my work will recall that I once stated, once carbon nanomaterials emerge, traditional silicon wafer chips will have no market left. The machinery required to produce carbon nanomaterials will cost merely a fraction, 1/20th, of that of lithography and etching machines. Moreover, the operational efficiency of carbon nanomaterials will surpass that of silicon wafer chips by 100-fold. Today, Longway Corporation officially announces the launch of the Longshin carbon nanomaterials, which will perpetually and gratuitously support every initiative of the Crisis Management Bureau. Following this declaration, Yin Yu demonstrated the Longshin carbon nanomaterials before the reporters. The operational data indeed illustrated an astonishing efficiency, reaching 100 times that of silicon wafer chips. Furthermore, Yin Yu elaborated on the status of the carbon nanomaterial supply chain, their application prospects, and more, asserting that Longway's carbon nanomaterials are not merely laboratory products, but are fully prepared to supplant silicon wafer chips entirely. From mobile devices to computers to supercomputers, anywhere chips are utilized, they can be applied. The journalists present at the press conference remained silent for an extended period, as the news was overwhelmingly shocking. Everyone realized that this technology would not only disrupt the current dynamics of the chip industry, but would also transform the entire world. It was only now that the journalists comprehended why country A would go to such lengths, even risking nuclear conflict, to rescue Yin Yu. At this juncture, Ren Zhengfei took the microphone. Known for his decisive nature and penchant for vengeance, he declared, "Let me be clear. Carbon nanomaterials will be prioritized for all needs of country A, with subsequent exports to friendly nations." A reporter promptly inquired, "How do we determine which nations are friendly?" Ren Zhengfei appeared to smile, yet his words cut deep. Do you not know how to distinguish between friends and foes? In Western Europe, the world's largest lithography machine company, ASML, is headquartered in the Land of Roses. The executives of ASML had previously asserted that even if they provided the designs for lithography machines to country A, the latter would never be able to manufacture them. Today is indeed a fortuitous day. The sanctions against country A's lithography machines and the chip industry have had no impact on ASML whatsoever. After all, they only produce lithography machines, which are sold to various chip foundries. Yet the principal chip foundries are not located on the mainland of country A. The newly imposed sanctions will undoubtedly ensure that country A will forever be unable to develop lithography machines, further solidifying ASML's monopoly position. This is dire news. The board members are currently engaged in a celebratory meeting. ASML fears little, except the prospect of country A launching a national initiative to develop lithography machines. Just then, a secretary burst into the room, visibly alarmed. exclaiming, "Country A has officially launched Longway Corporation's carbon nanomaterials." As he spoke, the secretary distributed the materials to each board member. 10 minutes later, within the conference room, every face was ashen. No one understands better than they what the implications of Longway Corporation's press conference are. Just at that moment, how fortuitous that all board members are present today. I propose we change the meeting's agenda to discuss the company's transformation. Country A has unveiled carbon nanomaterials, and now the world's largest lithography machine manufacturing company is preparing to pivot. Chapter 27. In Country A, everyone is of utmost importance. A transformation is not entirely necessary, is it? After all, we possess years of technological accumulation. Even if Country A has entered the era of carbon nanomaterials, surely we can still secure a slice of the pie. A slice of the pie? You seem unaware of Ren Zhengfei's character. He is a relentless avenger. Previously, when Longway Corporation faced sanctions in the mobile phone sector, they ultimately sold the company, and we had a significant hand in that. That was all instigated by Country B. Something Country A should well understand. The entire upper echelons of ASML are in turmoil. A similar situation is unfolding among their downstream foundries. Arguments, doubts, and frantic searches for survival options abound. Numerous multinational corporations are now stepping forward, issuing statements that they were coerced into sanctioning Longway Corporation, and they never intended to damage their amicable relations with the company. Someone even posted a message on YouTube. Title: In the wake of the tsunami. Am I the only one who knows that Country A's technological advancements have far surpassed our own? To put it succinctly, Country A accurately predicted the tsunami's occurrence over 30 hours in advance, while we remain ensnared in slumber. Country A has announced the commencement of construction on a fusion power plant, while we are still lost in dreams. Country A has leaped into the era of carbon nanotube chips, whilst we languish in ignorance. In light of these developments, what further technological marvels do you believe Country A is concealing? The post has garnered innumerable responses. Never attempt to gauge a 5,000-year-old Eastern civilization through the lens of our 200-year history. Country A grows ever stronger amidst sanctions. I cannot fathom why we continue to impose them on Country A. Are you also idle? I am in the tsunami disaster zone. We require assistance. We need medical teams. The internet has ignited discussions regarding the current technological prowess of Country A. Meanwhile, governments worldwide are compelled to confront a more pressing reality: the tally of casualties. In Country E, the Prime Minister's office is in deliberation. The matter of carbon nanotubes has already been discussed. Country E is likely to fall victim to a technological blockade from Country A. This issue will undoubtedly warrant further negotiation in the future, but the reports of casualties from various locations must be updated in real time. Country E was one of the first nations to issue a tsunami warning. Yet upon reviewing the casualty figures, the Prime Minister sat rigidly in his chair, rendered speechless for an extended period. The current tally of casualties has reached a staggering 920,000. This is merely a preliminary estimate, and the numbers are still escalating. The injured are countless. Indeed, Prime Minister, many coastal fishing villages have completely lost contact in the aftermath of the tsunami, and scientists estimate that their chances of survival are exceedingly slim. The final death toll may well surpass 1.5 million. The Prime Minister's hair turned significantly grayer in an instant. Let us prepare for a national mourning, for I, as Prime Minister, shall lead the way. The tsunami must have someone held accountable. In unison with Country B, we shall condemn Country A for concealing the tsunami's news, perhaps for a time. This will shape public opinion domestically, but once the fervor subsides, reason will prevail, and all will recognize it as a fragile lie. In Country D, the newly appointed leader is grappling with the casualty figures reported by their nation. 330,000. Even the capital has been utterly submerged, forcing the leader to retreat into the country's interior. A national mourning is declared. The former leader had enacted numerous sanctions against Country A during their tenure. Yet now these appear as mere jest. In the wake of the tsunami, Country D finds itself entirely devoid of the capacity to rebuild. Our only salvation lies with Country A. The new leader had previously served as an ambassador to Country A and possesses a deeper understanding of the situation, allowing for a clearer grasp of the current state of affairs. One of their aides inquires, "Leader, cannot we seek assistance from Country B?" The leader's brow furrows, heavy with thought. There's an old adage in Country: a clay Buddha cannot save itself when crossing the river. Presently, Country B is the clay Buddha stranded in the river's midst. In Country B, the supreme leader has just updated his Twitter. The drawbacks of carbon nanotube technology are numerous. and without market validation, it is utterly irresponsible to promote it for commercial use. My good brother Jonathan's company has announced that they have made qualitative advancements in carbon nanotube technology. At this moment, aides urge him to officially announce the casualty figures. However, upon seeing that number, he hesitates. 1. 33 million. It can be said that the entire West Coast has been obliterated. Will the loss of 1.33 million votes impact the election? At this juncture, the Supreme Leader is primarily concerned with how many of those votes were in support of him. After all, the West Coast has always been his stronghold. The aides, feeling disheartened, realize that even a modicum of proactive behavior at this time might risk alienating swing states. Just as the Supreme Leader wavers, a university has obtained the accurate casualty figures and released them directly. Country B becomes the only nation along the Pacific coast not to officially announce the casualty numbers. The Supreme Leader is once again besieged by criticism, even within the military. High-ranking officials openly reproach the Supreme Leader's ignorance. Due to his insistence on conducting missile defense tests, Country B's military has suffered the loss of 2 aircraft carrier battle groups. Frankly, Country B has lost more than half of its military strength in the Pacific. No, it has been nearly annihilated. The tsunami that swept across the Pacific has devastated Pearl Harbor, Guam, and more. The military forces stationed in the Pacific are unlikely to regain combat readiness in the foreseeable future. In Country C, Leader True's emotions are particularly complex. 780,000. At the sailing competition, nearly 70,000 perished without a single survivor. Domestically, there are already those denouncing him. Had he not insisted on holding the sailing competition to disprove the so-called tsunami rumors from Country A, such a tragedy would have been entirely avoidable. As for the carbon nanotube chips announced by Country A, Country C can forget about it. They truly have no prospects. What should we do? Should we inform the Supreme Leader? The aide who posed the question lacked confidence. Had the Supreme Leader been reliable, Country C could have issued a tsunami warning at least 50 minutes in advance, potentially saving hundreds of thousands of lives. Should we not bow our heads to Country A? Everyone knows that Country A is a construction powerhouse. The tsunami has annihilated everything along the Pacific coast. At this moment, only Country A can facilitate a swift reconstruction. Country A, 1955. The foreign nations are engulfed in sorrow. The death toll from the tsunami is overwhelmingly high. At this juncture, it is inappropriate to blame anyone. We can only mourn the deceased. However, at this moment, a message emerges from Country A, reigniting the previously dormant online discourse abroad. Country A is also in national mourning for the victims of the tsunami. Furthermore, the announcement originates from the Crisis Management Bureau. In this unprecedented tsunami, a young hero has departed from us. His name was Wang Chong, a resident of Pitchung. He sacrificed himself to rescue an elderly person from drowning, only to be struck by debris and succumb to the tsunami, leaving us forever. In honor of this, the Crisis Management Bureau has decided that at 2:00 p.m., the entire nation shall observe 3 minutes of silence for this hero. Regardless of where you are or whether you knew him, please join in this moment of silence, as Wang Chong shall forever reside in our hearts. 2:00 p.m. Country A comes to a complete standstill. Across the nation of 2.3 billion people, regardless of their location, they close their eyes in unison to pay tribute to the fallen hero. Such a scene, broadcasted abroad, ignites an uproar online. Are the people of Country A unwell? They mourn the loss of a single individual while we have lost over 1 million, yet have seen no such grief. I support the previous statement. Country A is merely attempting to repulse us. Look at our Supreme Leader, who remains hidden away, contemplating how to impose sanctions on Country A and secure re-election. They mourn one death, as if it were hundreds of thousands. What in the world is wrong with this nation? 2005, the Crisis Management Bureau officially issues an obituary. The world remembers but one final line. In Country A, every life is of paramount importance. In Country A, we commit ourselves to one singular purpose, to protect every individual with utmost diligence. Chapter 28, the plan commences. As the Crisis Management Bureau publicly released news, Xiao Ge was urgently formulating a recovery plan with the military. Due to prior preparations, our warships and submarines had successfully evaded potential hazards, resulting in minimal losses. Once hostilities commenced, we would be able to mobilize swiftly. The staff needed to grasp the current situation immediately. According to satellite surveillance data, the influence of foreign powers in the Pacific region had significantly diminished. Even if they sought to intervene, they would be powerless to do so. However, the international environment surrounding us was becoming increasingly complex, particularly concerning Country B, which was likely to exploit this situation for its own ends. This was not a new tactic for Country B. They had been capitalizing on such events for quite some time. Should any domestic issues arise that they could not contain, they would undoubtedly shift the focus on a Country A. The most effective method to irritate Country A would be to engage in arms exports, selling aircraft today, missiles tomorrow, and submarines the day after. Of course, most of the time, Country B acted as a scapegoat, exporting weapons that not only came in inflated prices, but also included many obsolete items that they no longer used. There was no need to concern ourselves with external circumstances. We merely had to focus on our own operations. Xiao Ge stated, "The military has informed me that you believe tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock is the optimal time to initiate hostilities." Marshal Long Zhan considered this and replied, "Indeed, that would be the best time." The substitution plan had commenced, with over 20 million citizens beginning their relocation. However, the impact of the tsunami had significantly slowed troop mobilization and delayed the transport of supplies and ammunition. Achieving full preparedness before tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock would be nothing short of remarkable. Too slow, Xiao Ge expressed his dissatisfaction. "I do not wish to wait until tomorrow to take action. Marshal Long, I require all discordant voices to vanish before dawn tomorrow." Can the military accomplish this? Long Zhan, known for his decisiveness, was momentarily astounded by Xiao Ge's demand. Could the military truly execute all plans in a single night? Although Long Zhan remained silent, the staff interjected. "Leader Xiao, many military units are not yet in position. Even our agents have suffered losses due to the tsunami. One night is far too hasty. If information leaks, no one can predict how the leader of Country B will react." Xiao Ge's expression turned grave. "Then we must ensure the leader remains unaware. I intend to achieve our objectives before the four nations can react." He paused, seemingly recalling something, and his tone became increasingly irate. His own territory should not be subject to the whims of foreign nations. It was utterly humiliating. Upon hearing this, Long Zhan empathized with Xiao Ge's sentiments. Resolutely, he declared, "The military can indeed accomplish this. The press conference scheduled for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning will undoubtedly capture the world's headlines." Excellent. This was precisely the answer Xiao Ge sought. Long Zhan continued, "Within Country A, there exists a list of traitors and collaborators. Even amidst the tsunami, these individuals will be strictly monitored during their relocation. Making them disappear will be a trivial matter. This is the confidence that Long Zhan possesses. Our agents will swiftly sever all communications with foreign entities. Additionally, due to the tsunami, foreign nations may well assume that the disaster has obliterated all communication channels, at least granting us some time." This was Long Zhan's rationale for believing that he could fulfill Xiao Ge's demands. "Our vessels have returned to the coastal region following the tsunami, with an immediate order. We can set sail." The recovery plan was ideally suited for execution tonight. No one would anticipate that Country A would choose this moment. And given that foreign powers were currently preoccupied with post-disaster reconstruction, they would hardly have time to intervene. As for concerns regarding the movement of troops being detected by satellites from Country B, there was no need for apprehension. The recovery plan had already included preparations for this. The electromagnetic camouflage of our airspace could envelop the entire island, rendering it invisible to any passing satellites, which would only perceive an impenetrable darkness. Surrounding the maritime area, all electromagnetic transmissions would be silenced, rendering our actions undetectable. Moreover, with Country A's preference for nocturnal operations, it would be even more challenging for satellites to discern anything. With Long Zhan's affirmation, Xiao Ge's circular fortress plan was finally refined. The dimensional rift marking the first arrival of the insectoid species lay in the Eastern Sea. The coordinates for the circular fortress had been delayed due to numerous restrictions on the island. "Deploy immediately," Xiao Ge commanded. "Yes, sir." At 2,200 hours, the world was fixated on the Crisis Management Bureau. However, today the Bureau seemed unusually subdued, lacking the frenetic activity of the previous day. Nevertheless, after much anticipation, the public finally received the Bureau's latest announcement through official channels. Stay tuned for the press conference at 0800 hours on January 3rd, 231, where significant decisions will be unveiled. This announcement sparked not only the curiosity of Country A's citizens, but also ignited global anticipation. What actions would Country A take next? This question lingered in the minds of all. Yet, unbeknownst to the world, a momentous event was unfolding in the Central Mountains. There, a radar station operated tirelessly, monitoring the strait for any signs of approaching aircraft or vessels from the mainland of Country A. Equipped with exclusive technology from Country B, the radar station facilitated data sharing, underscoring its critical importance. Consequently, it was heavily fortified, impervious even to the tsunami, which had necessitated the evacuation of nearby troops. During a shift change, the radar station's lights began to flicker and the voltage fluctuated precariously. The duty officer muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it! Has the tsunami disrupted our power supply? Suddenly, the entire radar station was plunged into darkness. Activate the backup power immediately. The station was equipped with a generator meant to engage upon power failure. However, after several tense seconds, the backup generator remained silent. What on earth? Why has the fuel in the generator turned to water? Amidst the chaos, voices arose in confusion. The fuel has turned to water? What is happening? Before the personnel at the radar station could comprehend the situation, an explosion rocked the facility. Was it a bomb? A missile? No one could tell. A cataclysmic fire engulfed the entire radar station. From that moment forth, the eyes of the military in the Central Mountains were irrevocably blinded. In the northern region, the Air Force Base was teeming with B countries' Raptor fighter jets, exemplars of fifth-generation aircraft. Even now, as the world's major powers had begun deploying sixth and even seventh-generation fighters, the Raptors still held formidable capabilities. Various signal lights blinked throughout the base, but soon, the lighting began to flicker erratically as the voltage became increasingly unstable. Report. We have just lost contact with the central radar station, presumably due to the impact of the tsunami on their power supply. Continue to establish communication. Commander, it appears that our base's power system has also been affected. Boom! Before the base commander could ascertain the situation, a tremendous explosion erupted within the Air Force Base, signaling an attack. It's an air raid. Quickly, sound the air raid alarm. What is happening? Why did our base's radar fail to detect this? The air raid is upon us. Even though we have lost contact with the Central Mountain Radar Station, which cannot provide data, the Air Force Base possesses its own early warning radar. Why was the attack not detected? Quickly, activate the air defense missiles and shoot them down. However, moments later, a message arrived from the air defense missile site. All their missile warheads are empty. They are utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon the enemy. The commander's eyes widened in terror. How is this possible? Who possesses such capability to infiltrate my Air Force Base silently and destroy everything? Chapter 29, Decapitation Operation. The commander was bewildered. The Air Force Base he commanded was the largest in the entire region, housing 200 Raptors, 2 early warning aircraft, 1 aerial refueling tanker, alongside anti-submarine aircraft and more, encompassing every type of aerial model. Consequently, this Air Force Base had the highest level of security measures. Even he, as the commander, was subjected to rigorous inspections daily. How could a spy have entered? How did they manage to do so? Moreover, how did they silently destroy the radar and unload the warheads from the air defense missiles? How could this be accomplished? How could it be? There's still a way to send a message to the minister. Quickly inform them that we are under attack. Just now, the enemy aircraft launched an electromagnetic pulse weapon, annihilating all electronic devices within our base. The destruction of electronic devices signifies that, in modern warfare, even the mightiest weapons become useless. We are rendered blind. The so-called Minister of Defense had retreated, along with the higher-ups, to a secret command post in the Central Mountains during the tsunami. This is unavoidable. The Minister of Defense found it peculiar. After all, it was merely a tsunami. Why did the leaders insist on activating this command post? It is known that this command post is famed as the last bastion, exceedingly clandestine, intended for command during future Eastern assaults. If war were to erupt in the future, they merely needed to remain in this command post, awaiting reinforcements from Country B. The leaders provided no explanation, merely insisting that all pests, whether from the opposition or the ruling party, should seek refuge in the command post. At this moment, 400 to 500 individuals, all in positions of power, congregated in the command post, determining the future. Privately, the Minister of Defense remarked to others, "Do you not find that the leader today is different from usual?" Of course it is different. Yet, they remain unaware that this leader is part of a decoy plan. The leader summoned everyone in the command post, stating that we have suffered severe losses from the tsunami, and we must collectively devise a response. As discussions commenced, the leader placed her phone on the table, excusing herself to use the restroom for a brief moment, while the meeting continued. Upon reaching the restroom, the leader swiftly shed her disguise, revealing her true identity as an agent. Having familiarized herself with the entire structure and layout of the command post, the agent adeptly evaded surveillance and stealthily exited the command post. Once outside the mountain, she established contact with the Eastern Army using her personal communication equipment, confirming that the signal locator had been successfully deployed and requested action. Eagle has received. Eagle has received. From a high ridge, the agent gazed towards the command post, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. There are too many lackeys. Now they shall face the consequences. Under the starry sky, a bomber, shielded by a formation of fighter jets, skimmed low over the ground, locking onto the signal source. Airdrop cargo. Subsequently, the bomber's belly opened, and a bunker-busting bomb was directly released. Meanwhile, within the secret command post, arguments persisted. The Minister of Defense sensed something amiss. Where had the leader gone? He dispatched someone to search the restroom, but the individual was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, he noticed the leader's phone rhythmically flashing its signal light. What is that? Just as he pondered this, a deafening roar of engines echoed overhead. It is the bunker-busting bomb. Having attained the position of Minister of Defense, he was somewhat knowledgeable upon hearing the sound. He immediately comprehended the nature of the attack on this secret command post. Yet it was already too late. One must understand that this command post boasts steel and concrete defenses several meters thick. Now, it has essentially trapped itself. A gaping hole erupted in the ceiling of the command post, and all eyes turned towards it. A massive bomb descended. Boom! In an instant of explosion, the shockwave and intense heat melted every individual within the command post into a pool of blood. If the Minister of Defense retained any consciousness, he might comprehend why the leader had summoned them. The objective was to eliminate them all at once. While others' decapitation operations target one individual at a time, this decapitation operation obliterated the entire high command in one fell swoop. From this moment forth, even with hundreds of thousands of troops, they became a headless flock. Their army, devoid of a military spirit, no longer knew the purpose for which they fought. Their combat effectiveness is, therefore, quite predictable. In the strait, although it was night, countless vessels could still be seen crossing the sea. The military's next course of action is not to engage in battle, but to take full control. It is not about combat prowess, but rather the capacity for troop deployment. January 3rd, 231. 1 o'clock a.m. Xiao Ge had yet to sleep, awaiting the intelligence reports. At this juncture, it could be concluded that the situation was largely determined. However, Xiao Ge did not anticipate that the military's control over the region had reached such a level. The treasonous elements, believing they were equipped with Country B's weaponry and had intelligence sharing with Country B, anticipated a war, thinking they could hold out for a few days. They thought that this duration would suffice until Country B could come to their rescue. Yet, they could not even endure until dawn. Longzhan confidently asserted that even under normal circumstances, the outcome would likely be the same. Even without the tsunami, reclaiming the territory would only take a few hours. Excellent. After 8 o'clock a.m. tomorrow, commence the deployment of the circular fortress plan. Even after enduring the tsunami's assault, Country B's parliament still passed a military sales bill. Such a monumental military sales decision is unprecedented. However, the evaluation from Eagle Sauce was, this is a victory for freedom and democracy. Once they obtain these weapons and equipment, they will be able to defend themselves. Following this were 3 consecutive tweets. I facilitated the passage of this bill. They will earn hundreds of billions from this transaction. And they should pay us a commission. The Nobel Prize organizers just contacted me, stating that this decision is beneficial for regional peace. I have made a tremendous contribution to peace, and this year's Nobel Peace Prize rightfully belongs to me. I love country yet. The staff responded affirmatively. Then why have they not shown any sign of gratitude? Was it that we failed to convey this news to them? Curiously, even though it was the dead of night over there, one would expect an immediate phone call of gratitude upon learning of the passage of the arms sale bill. A knowledgeable aide spoke up, suggesting that perhaps the gentleman is still reeling from the impact of the tsunami and has yet to fully process the situation. Just moments ago, our attempts to establish contact with them yielded no response. Tepu pondered for a moment before nodding. They should wait a few more hours until dawn breaks on their side, and they will naturally come to know. Chapter 30. Aspiration for Excellence. Mother, your son is indeed a dragon. The consensus among foreign nations do not allow Dongda to thrive. Although other countries do not dare to overtly export weapons to Wa District as B country does, they are still willing to shout slogans. For freedom of speech is a hallmark of this era. When the announcement was made to commence the construction of the fusion power station, and when a country declared its entry into the carbon nanotube chip era, they were all acutely aware that these plans bore no relation to them. Just as they had imposed sanctions initially, a country would undoubtedly retaliate in kind regarding these technologies. In the wake of the tsunami, when a country offered them moral support, foreign nations found ample justification to express their disdain for a country. Coincidentally, B country had embarked on the arms sale venture, and all they needed to do was rally behind it. B country's prime minister was the first to declare a stance. Bolstering arms sales would enable self-defense in the event of potential conflicts. C country S true, addressing arms sales, remarked, The situation in the Pacific has become exceedingly fragile due to the presence of certain nations. The people have a right to pursue freedom. The arms sales by B country are being conducted on the basis of equality and voluntariness, and no one has the authority to interfere. New country's Foreign Affairs Department confirmed its stance. All parties involved should maintain an objective and calm attitude. The Lion country's official position was unequivocal. They are currently researching matters pertaining to arms sales. Overnight, over 20 nations expressed their support for B country's arms sale bill. Gradually, the curtain rises against the country. At 7:00 a.m., as dawn broke, the news of the arms sale bill reached the country, igniting a fresh wave of outrage online. An uproar of indignation ensued. Countless keyboards echoed with various expressions of anger and calls to action. Instantly, it propelled the topic to the forefront of Weibo's trending list. B country's renewed arms sales. How do you perceive this? Upon waking, I encountered such heart-wrenching news. Is the populace of B country so devoid of purpose? Shouldn't they be addressing the internal wounds inflicted by the tsunami instead of meddling in a country's affairs? Traitors, sellouts, how can one not recognize their ancestors? Why is justice not descended upon such individuals? Do these foreign nations truly believe that selling a few weapons will deter unification? Absurd. Are they unaware that not a millimeter of territory will be relinquished? Why can't they simply behave like D country, mind their own business, follow the lead of their elder brother, and enjoy the spoils? Is that not enticing? I volunteer. An 8-year veteran once again puts forth a call to action. Count me in for the reclamation. Please take action. I urge the Crisis Management Bureau to intervene, sanction B country, and penalize those verbose nations. At this moment, Xiao Ge was naturally paying attention to the unfolding domestic and international situation. He too was perplexed by B country's choice to engage in arms sales at this juncture. Reports from the front lines indicated that the military had swiftly taken control of the entire region without a single drop of bloodshed, and efforts to reassure and resettle the populace were proceeding in an orderly fashion. They had already returned. Who were they intending to sell arms to at this time? Never mind. Let them create a ruckus. Don't they have an inkling of how many lives were lost in the tsunami? Yet they continue to engage in such trivial antics. This was Xiao Ge's assessment. What Xiao Ge was most concerned about was the Trade Department's progress on the procurement of raw materials from various countries. The good news was that upon hearing of the willingness to share fusion nuclear power station technology, other nations promptly agreed to expedite the export of raw materials. What the foreign nations did not anticipate was that this procurement also encompassed many construction materials, cement, gravel, finished steel bars, and so forth. Naturally, various ores, cotton, fabric, and grains were also included in the procurement list. The sole stipulation was that the goods must arrive before noon. Thus, the vast ocean was now filled with nearly all ships and cargo vessels, laden and heading eastward. Leader Xiao, D country is called again. Shall I connect the call? An official from the Foreign Affairs Department inquired. Oh, I nearly forgot about D country. Xiao Ge responded, hastily answering the call. Following previous directives, he insisted they sell the raw materials to us at 1/3 of the original price. With D country, one should never harbor any illusions. While transactions can be negotiated with foreign nations, one must never discuss camaraderie. Otherwise, they will undoubtedly stab you in the back during a crisis involving the insect species. At 7:15, the Foreign Affairs Department presented the message to foreign descendants, announcing a call for citizens abroad to return home. At 7:20, Marshal Long Zhan from the military presented the complete plan for conscription of 50 million. Simultaneously, Long Zhan brought photos of Su Hongyin and the insect carcasses. At 7:25, Professor Zhang Qinghao and the urban planning team submitted the draft of the Lingxiao plan after refining Xiao Ge's initial concept. The Lingxiao megacity will be distributed across various locations in a country, truly transforming it into a cohesive entity. Moreover, within the territories safeguarded by the Lingxiao megacity, 3 sites have been earmarked for the future construction of aviation cities. At 7:28, the Interior Ministry delivered the message to all citizens, urging a complete halt and the nationwide execution of the Lingxiao plan. January 3rd, 231, marks the last day of the traditional New Year festivities, with citizens eagerly anticipating the conclusion of the day to return to work. Little do they know, everything will come to a complete standstill. The existing social structure will undergo a radical transformation, rendering all that was once familiar obsolete. At 7:35, the initial design draft for the capsule high-speed rail was delivered, while concurrently, experts had united with relevant manufacturing enterprises to accelerate technology validation. All 5 projects will be unveiled at today's press conference. It can be said that the morning will be consumed by the press conference, with each announcement shaking the world order akin to an earthquake. The press conference scheduled for 8 o'clock a.m. will be of the same caliber as the one on the 1st, poised for nationwide and global live broadcasting. Even workers dispatched to the northern snowy regions, southern stone forests, central lakes, and Shangjing City will be able to watch the live stream on site. Thanks to the accurate prediction of a tsunami, coupled with the country's unprecedented arms sale bill, today's Crisis Management Bureau press conference has garnered extraordinary global attention. At 7:40, all journalists were in position. Concurrently, high-ranking officials consented to make an appearance at the press conference to announce the auspicious news of unification. At 7:50, all preparatory work was complete. At that moment, Xiao Ge's phone rang. Initially reluctant to answer, he was taken aback to see a video call from his mother. Without hesitation, he accepted the call. In his previous life, his parents had been slain by the insect species during the first wave of their invasion. It was Xiao Ge's greatest regret. In this life, he would ensure that such a tragedy would never occur. As the video call connected, Su Hongyin happened to be right beside Xiao Ge, appearing on screen. Instantly, his mother's expression darkened. Listen here, my boy, when you arrive at the Academy of Sciences, focus on your studies and avoid early romantic entanglements. If you misbehave, I swear I shall break your legs when you return. Xiao Ge was left speechless. How could his mother leap to such conclusions just because Su Hongyin happened to pass by? Mom, don't overthink it. She is just a colleague of mine. By the way, how are you and Dad doing in Pingxing? Hearing this, his mother's ire dissipated, replaced by delight. Oh, if Dr. Ouyang has taken a liking to you, your father and I can hold our heads high. We're doing well, just checking in to see how you're faring. I'm good too. His mother let out a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. By the way, your father just reminded me to tell you to watch the press conference of the Crisis Management Bureau later. It's an institution that will determine the fate of our nation. Lowering her voice, she continued, I've heard that Professor Zhang Qinghao from your school has also been transferred to the Crisis Management Bureau. Make sure to connect with him. In our country, getting into the Bureau is a sign of hope. Oh, CIA replied nonchalantly. Every parent harbors the aspiration for their child to achieve greatness. His mother's phone call served as a reminder of this aspiration. However, Xiao Ge was not yet ready to divulge to his parents that he was the one who had established the Crisis Management Bureau. By the way, when you have the chance, have a chat with your father. That old coot no longer listens to me. His mother's voice carried a hint of annoyance. Xiao Ge was taken aback. What is going on? Your father no longer considers his age and insists on mingling with a bunch of youngsters, claiming he wants to construct this circular fortress. When I voiced my concerns, he became defensive, arguing that if everyone were like me, it would protect the country. Xiao Ge understood all too well. His mother prioritized family and was aware of his father's poor health, suffering from rheumatism, which is why she opposed his father's involvement in construction. How about I call back after watching the Crisis Management Bureau's press conference today and try to persuade him? Xiao Ge suggested. Yet, he knew his mother was a woman of great wisdom. Watching the press conference would undoubtedly change her perspective. That's my sensible son, but let us not dwell on that. The press conference is about to start in a few minutes. I've arranged to watch it with Aunt Lee next door. With that, she abruptly hung up. His mother was indeed decisive. The screen went dark, leaving Xiao Ge in a state of disarray. 3 minutes remained before the press conference. Today's event was grand in scale. The heads of the primary departments involved in a country's crisis management bureau were present, including Long Zhan, Ouyang Yuan, Zhou Xiaoyuan, Nie Zhen, among others. Xiao Ge was also slated to attend, albeit not in the capacity of the bureau's head, but rather as Ouyang Yuan's assistant, marking his first public appearance. When he eventually revealed his true identity, he would be able to find himself in the media. All attendees had taken their places. The spokesperson, Hua Lin, was filling in as the host today. This press conference was particularly special, as it was the first collective appearance of the main members of the Crisis Management Bureau, accompanied by the announcement of numerous new initiatives. This statement ignited the atmosphere within the conference hall. The main members of the Crisis Management Bureau. Many reporters scrutinized those on stage, speculating who would lead the bureau, Long Zhan or Ouyang Yuan. Most foreign journalists were caught between these two figures, completely unaware that the actual leader was the inconspicuous Xiao Ge, standing beside Ouyang Yuan. At that moment, a reporter, unable to wait for Hua Lin to finish her introduction, interjected with a question. Hua, what is the Bureau's stance on the country's arms sales legislation? Will there be reciprocal sanctions announced today? Hua Lin smiled politely. Is that so? The country has passed another arms sales bill? I hadn't noticed. I assumed they should be focusing their efforts on post-disaster reconstruction at this time, at least doing something meaningful for their own people. This encapsulated a country's indifference towards the so-called arms sales legislation. There was simply no time to engage in wordplay with B country. Before the press conference commenced, an important announcement was to be made from above, urging reporters to maintain silence as the video connection was established. The journalists present were left in shock. The entire population of a country watching the live broadcast was astonished. The global audience was equally taken aback. Who could have anticipated that this press conference would feature an elderly figure? The video connection revealed a kind, yet solemn old man. Greetings, friends. Today marks the first collective appearance of the Crisis Management Bureau since its establishment. Let us first witness a special flag-raising ceremony. Following this, a segment of the massive screen was divided to introduce new visuals, showcasing an outdoor flag-raising ceremony. All the country representatives present at the conference stood up. Behind the live broadcast, too, 3 billion people in a country were fixated on the location of the flag-raising ceremony. In a country, when a national anthem plays, all activities must cease, and everyone must pay their respects to the flag. The profound and solemn notes of the national anthem resonated throughout a country and the world. The foreign media reporters at the press conference wore looks of bewilderment, questioning, what is happening? Why are a country's citizens suddenly raising the flag and playing the anthem? Some foreign journalists, scrutinizing the backdrop of the outdoor flag-raising ceremony, became increasingly horrified as they recognized the location. That flag-raising site looks familiar, someone whispered, instantly igniting a frenzy among the attendees of the press conference. What's going on? Finally, the flag-raising ceremony concluded. The elderly figure reappeared on screen. Diving straight into the matter, I hereby announce that the era of unification has officially commenced. These few powerful words struck deep within the hearts of all present. The journalists in the hall were momentarily stunned, taking several seconds to process the announcement. Quick, disseminate this news. The timing was impeccable. In the aftermath of the massive tsunami, military strength within the Pacific region had been largely obliterated. Seizing this moment with a swift and thunderous action was unprecedented, and even now, B country had yet to react. No wonder A country had remained indifferent to B country's arms sales legislation. It was all part of a grand strategy. In an instant, a country's internet exploded with activity. No one knew how a country's military had executed such a covert operation. The crucial point was that the era of unification had arrived. The trending topics on Weibo swiftly changed. The era of unification is upon us. Are you proud? I'm not proud. I fear B country will notice and introduce legislation to sanction me. I'm scared. Ha. The one above you is truly a talent. I'm curious how B country will manage to resolve this farce stemming from their arms sales legislation. I bet the president will say, unethical warfare, attacking a more than 70-year-old comrade. Ha. I suddenly feel this joke fits perfectly in this context. Brothers, this counterattack is indeed magnificent. What a relief. Truly, a sigh of relief. As it is a live broadcast, the news from the press conference of country has swiftly reached beyond its borders in country E. The Prime Minister, who had just expressed support for arms sales to country B, now appeared ashen, his legs giving way as he sank into a chair, repeatedly muttering, It's over. It's over. This time it's truly over. This is the crucial artery into our nation, and now it signifies that they can close off our lifeline at any moment. The aides, too, were in a state of panic, fully aware of the significance of maritime routes. Prime Minister, what shall we do now? The Prime Minister hesitated before responding. Quickly, instruct the Foreign Affairs Department to issue a formal condemnation of country B for egregiously interfering in the internal affairs of other nations through its military sales. The aides hesitated for a moment, considering that this would effectively sever ties with country B. The Prime Minister gravely replied, the terrifying might that country A displayed overnight is something our country E cannot afford to offend. Meanwhile, in country D, the newly appointed leader was still deliberating over whether to acquiesce to country A's demands. After all, at a third of the original price, country D would likely need to subsidize its exporting companies. However, in the aftermath of the tsunami, post-disaster reconstruction would also necessitate substantial financial support. Just then, news arrived. Without a moment's thought, the new leader consented to country A's proposal. Not only would they agree to the full third offer, but even if country A suggested a mere tenth, it would be accepted. From this day forward, country A would no longer be restrained. In this world, even country B could not achieve such an outcome without a sound. So, is the dragon finally poised to rise? Chapter 33. Announcement. Consecutive strikes. The world must brace itself. 6 months hence, the insectoid species will descend. Sitting behind Ouyang Yuan, Xiao Ge smiled slightly. The tsunami had indeed been triggered by the opening of the dimensional portal, and some insectoid vanguards had arrived on Earth ahead of time. Thus, Xiao Ge resolved to no longer conceal the impending insectoid crisis. Today, it will be publicly announced. Consequently, plans such as the Circular Fortress Initiative and the Lingxiao Megacity project will have a solid basis for execution. The people of Country A will come to understand why their nation has suddenly shifted direction. Citizens of Country A place their unwavering trust in the decisions of their leaders, who would never withhold critical information from the populace. However, when General Long stated that the insectoid species would arrive in 6 months, the reporters in the hall were initially taken aback, followed by an uproar of laughter. General Long, did you just refer to the insectoid species? Are you referring to the Zerg from Blizzard's StarCraft? Although General Long detected the sarcasm in the foreign journalist's words, he responded with utmost seriousness. Indeed, when Xiao Ge initially informed them of the insectoid crisis, he too had used StarCraft as an analogy, as it was the most vivid and immediate way to convey the concept of insectoids. The foreign reporters fell silent. After a moment, a reporter inquired General Long, "Do you believe the seriousness of today as press conference warranted such remarks to lighten the mood?" General Long, may I ask if the Crisis Management Bureau has signed any cooperation agreements with Blizzard to promote StarCraft? Is this young lady the spokesperson for StarCraft in Country A? Was that video you just released the latest opening animation for the game? Would the foreign reporters believe in this so-called insectoid crisis? No, they did not believe it. Even if General Long asserted it, they found it utterly absurd, particularly as it pertained to the insectoids of StarCraft. Whether life beyond humanity exists in space remains to be proven, and the notion that insectoids are to descend upon Earth was laughable. Nonetheless, in contrast to the foreign journalists, the reporters from Country A remained remarkably composed. They understood that the stewards of their nation would never jest about matters of such gravity. Thus, the establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau began to make sense. The situation at the press conference was broadcasted live. In an instant, the online discourse in Country A erupted once more. A new trending topic emerged. In 6 months, the insectoid species will descend. Meanwhile, on foreign platforms like YouTube, similar topics proliferated, yet the most widely discussed was Country A's citizens, after consuming counterfeit liquor, were surprisingly duped by Blizzard. Of course, the online skirmishes did not affect the press conference. General Long refrained from addressing the journalists' inquiries and continued. I believe you're all aware that the commencement of the Circular Fortress is to counter the insectoid crisis, yet this measure alone is far from sufficient. With that, General Long produced a blue book and began to read publicly. I announced that in response to the insectoid crisis, Country A will embark on a comprehensive military expansion, conscripting 50 million. Effective immediately, recruitment offices nationwide will commence operations to complete the conscription within 7 days. The atmosphere, which had been charged with anticipation, fell into a profound silence. The air grew still, as if time itself had paused. The breaths of all reporters became incredibly heavy. 50 million conscripts? 50 million? It was only when General Long repeated the figure that the journalists confirmed they had not misheard. Yes, Country A intends to achieve 50 million conscripts within 7 days. Country B might be regarded as the foremost military power in the world, yet their combined armed forces number merely 2 million. The Tsarist nation may be considered the epitome of military might, yet their total forces also amount to just over 1,070,000. And Country A? Currently, their total military strength hovers around 2,600,000. Yet now, Country A audaciously declares its intention to conscript 50 million. This implies that the military force of Country A will surpass the total military strength of the entire world. How will Country A sustain 50 million troops? Against whom is this force directed? If it is for defensive purposes, is such an overwhelming force truly necessary? It is not needed. Journalists well-versed in international affairs quickly grasped that the so-called insectoid crisis was merely a facade. Country A aims to exploit this as a pretext to bolster its military might. The true objective of Country A is not to confront the alleged insectoid crisis, but rather to dominate the world. Some reporters began to quietly infuse their perspectives into their reports, disseminating this narrative to every corner of the globe. Yet this was not the end. Just as the reporters at the press conference were reeling from the shock of the 50 million figure, Zhang Qinghao took the microphone from General Long. As an academic, he dove directly into the topic, stating, as you can see, Country A will construct 100 Lingxiao megacities on its territory, each capable of accommodating at least 30 million inhabitants. This initiative is referred to as the Lingxiao Project. The previously mentioned fusion reactors will provide an uninterrupted energy supply for these cities. Additionally, each city will be fortified with massive walls, 500 meters high and 100 meters thick, to repel the insectoids. What I am presenting to you now is the initial design draft of the Lingxiao megacity. Detailed construction plans will be released in a few days. To expedite the construction of the Lingxiao megacities, each city will require at least 8 million workers. As for the recruitment and allocation of workers, the Ministry of Internal Affairs will issue a detailed statement. After delivering his remarks in a remarkably composed manner, Zhang Qinghao stepped down. For those affiliated with the Crisis Management Bureau, their conviction regarding the Zerg crisis is unshakable. As for these plans, they had already been taken aback 2 days prior, and now news continues to erupt in rapid succession. Foreign reporters are in a frenzy, and the journalists from Country A are even more frantic. They have never encountered such audacious plans. What on earth is happening? Country A is suddenly embarking on the construction of such colossal cities, but for what purpose? Moreover, it seems that once completed, the entire citizenry is to be relocated there. It is utterly insane. Could it be that the leaders of Country A have truly lost their sanity? They cannot wait a moment longer. They must write their reports immediately. And even with live broadcast signals, they are too impatient to wait. Each journalist possesses their own social media account, eager to share their first-hand impressions from the scene to capture attention and traffic. However, this tumultuous press conference is far from over. Next to take the stage is a young scientist responsible for urban transit, likely in his 40s. The capsule high-speed rail project, perhaps in the future. We should refer to it as the super rail. We will excavate tunnels approximately 1,000 meters underground and construct vacuum tubes to facilitate the capsule high-speed rail. I trust everyone is familiar with this concept, so I shall refrain from elaborating. What I wish to convey is that our capsule high-speed rail will feature individual carriages measuring 1,000 meters in length and 100 meters in width, with a design speed reaching an astonishing 1,200 kilometers per hour. We are currently engaged in technical validation with pertinent departments and will present a manufacturing proposal in the coming days, at which point production will commence. Of course, our plan demands highly advanced shield tunneling machines. However, there is no cause for concern, as machines with diameters exceeding 120 meters are already under construction. Actions speak louder than words. A technology that remains largely conceptual, the capsule high-speed rail. Country A is resolutely proceeding with its construction. Machines with diameters surpassing 120 meters, without even requiring technical validation, are already in the process of being built. On what grounds does Country A possess such confidence? What basis do they have for such technological prowess? The journalists have been rendered speechless. With each project unveiled, it seems the entire world might struggle to bear the weight. Chapter 34, a national endeavor, embracing all ages. Mobilizing 50 million, constructing 100 colossal cities, building capsule high-speed rails, creating shield tunneling machines with diameters of 100 meters, establishing circular fortifications, erecting the Great Wall of Desperation, constructing fusion nuclear power stations, developing carbon nanotube chips, reclaiming Xiao Island, relocating 700 million citizens, accurately predicting a tidal wave, transferring all artifact from Country A's museums. Astute journalists tally up each initiative, recognizing that every one of them could reshape the global landscape. All orchestrated by the Crisis Management Bureau. Remarkably, the Bureau has only been established for 2 days. Today marks its 3rd. This is what is most terrifying. In merely 2 days, such a multitude of actions has been undertaken, nearly inciting a world-ending conflict in the process. Such resolute decisiveness could only stem from someone of Dragon Jean's caliber. Although Dragon Jean has not openly declared it, most journalists have tacitly accepted that he is indeed the head of the Crisis Management Bureau. Observing the fervor of this press conference, it is clear that this is not the end. Many more projects are sure to be revealed. The time is short, and the decisions are numerous. At this moment, whether they be journalists from Country A or abroad, all are convinced that the Crisis Management Bureau did not achieve these results overnight. Country A must have meticulously planned in secret for a considerable time, only revealing their intentions on New Year's Day. A torrent of information descends upon Country A, striking the hearts of people worldwide like a tempest. In the news studio of Country A, the screens are inundated with comments. 6 months remain until the Zerg descends upon Earth. My heavens, I never imagined that this world harbors such peril. It is truly horrifying. Thankfully, the nation has detected this threat in advance. We possess 6 months to prepare. If we were to wait until 6 months from now to begin our preparations, it would undoubtedly be too late. It is no wonder that the nation is willing to spare no expense to pivot its course, as it is an unknown race. Only thus do we retain a fragile hope of victory. Mobilizing 50 million. I am a 10-year veteran. I shall return for this battle. All veterans of Country A, gather once more. Are you prepared to rejoin the fray? An industrial workforce of 8 million. Though I have retired, I am still capable of labor. I call upon all skilled tradespeople to rally. I am merely 15 years old and find myself torn. Should I become a worker or a soldier? Is there a life mentor who could offer advice? To the young one above, the future belongs to you. This world is ours as adults. Whether facing the Zerg or divine entities, we shall stand firm. Focus on your studies, so that the realm we have fought to establish is not left unguarded. Simultaneously, the trending topics are rapidly updated. Recruitment Tower, veterans assemble. Recruitment Tower, new recruits seeking comrades. Workers Forum, declare your trades and skills. Let's fight together. Zerg Crisis, citizens of Country A pledge to defend their nation. Not only are voices online abuzz, but beyond the digital realm, the citizens of Country A are also ignited with fervor. Ping City, hometown of Xiao Ge, despite the chilly weather. The streets of Country A are filled with halted vehicles and pedestrians. Not a single horn sounds on the roadway, for everyone is transfixed by the live broadcast from the Crisis Management Bureau. No one moves. It is as if time has stalled, with all eyes glued to their phones. Even those without devices do not hesitate to borrow a phone to share the broadcast with those nearby. At this moment, the citizens of Country A stand united as never before. Perhaps their hearts are more closely intertwined than ever. In Xiao Ge's home, the television is on, and a dozen or so guests, invited by Xiao Ge's parents, fill the living room. Their son has been personally invited by Dr. Ouyang Yuan to intern at the Academy of Sciences. What a prestigious honor. How could they not invite the neighbors to share in this pride? Today, the gathering at Xiao Ge's home to watch the news conference of the Crisis Management Bureau is as lively as a National Day parade. Yet at this moment, every individual in the room is rendered speechless with astonishment. Simultaneously, each face glows with joy, except for Xiao Ge's father, who is inexplicably absent. Where on earth has that old man gone? Such a monumental news event, and he is not here to witness it. Xiao Ge's mother exclaims. Just then, her gaze fixed on the television screen, she suddenly cries out, "Wait, is that? Could it be my son? My son is on television. Ha ha, my son is on television." Though it is merely for a few seconds, she recognizes Xiao Ge, seated right behind Ouyang Yuan. Hearing her voice, Xiao Ge's father bursts into the room, brimming with excitement. Indeed, the figure on the screen is their son. Neighbors surrounding them, witnessing the couple's elation, are filled with envy. Old Xiao, is your son working at the Academy of Sciences or at the Crisis Management Bureau? How did he earn the right to be present at such an important press conference? Xiao Ge's father beams with pride. Of course, he is at the Crisis Management Bureau. Did he not see? He was personally sent off by Director Ouyang Yuan. Ha ha, this lad has finally brought honor to our family. Oh, a neighbor, feeling indignant, asks, what special talent does your son possess to have caught the attention of the Crisis Management Bureau? Xiao Ge's father found himself in a quandary. If one were to speak of his son's unique talents, it would likely pertain to his penchant for playing video games at home. Yet, how could he possibly admit to this at such a moment? After a brief contemplation, he declared, what you may not realize is that my son has been secretly self-studying computer networking over the years. Dr. Ouyang invited him to assist in establishing the network framework. This is something you must keep confidential. It is a matter of national security. As he spoke, Xiao Ge's father glanced at his wife, and they both shared a joyful smile. By the way, old Xiao, what were you doing alone in the room just now? A neighbor inquired. He had seen the news conference halfway through, only to vanish afterward. Oh, I was packing my bags. The nation is calling for workers, you know? I'm not old yet. I still have a few years left in me. He looked at his wife. You won't stop me this time, will you? I certainly don't wish to be outdone by my own son. Indeed, their son, Xiao Ge, had already ascended to the ranks of the Crisis Management Bureau. He couldn't possibly bring shame upon his family. Xiao Ge's mother hesitated for a moment before exclaiming, Get out, get out, get out. You're leaving? I, along with my sisters, am also signing up to see if they need medics in the army. I want to make a comeback too. Xiao Ge's mother had previously been a nurse at a hospital. All right. Our family shall reunite on the battlefield. At that moment, the neighbors' faces darkened. Old Xiao, who do you think you're looking down upon? We're done playing. We're signing up too. Just so, you know, my son is already in the military. Such scenes were not unique to Xiao Ge's family. They were unfolding throughout Pingcheng and even across the entire nation of A. It was evident that, although ordinary, These families bore an extraordinary and fervent affection. At Pingchong Academy, within the internet cafe by the West Gate, a sudden eruption of expletives filled the air. What are you doing, top lane? Guard the tower. The minions have entered the tower. Can't you clear the waves? Shouted one player. Where's the jungler? Are you off idling in someone else's jungle? Are you kidding me? Can you even play? If you can't, why did you even take this position? ADC. Bottom lane. Can you come support mid? Are you afraid of dying? Frustration boiled over as he lamented encountering 3 players who had gone idle. Support. Come help me in mid. It felt as though he was the only player left in the game, with even the enemy heroes nowhere to be seen. After a few more minutes of ceaseless cursing, someone finally typed in the chat. Sorry, bro. I'm logging off. I'm enlisting. Sorry, bro. You can report me. I'm getting off. Bro, don't you watch the news? You tell me you're enlisting right in the middle of a game? You'd be better off saying you're having a baby. The game ended. Yang Ming, a student from class 2301 of the Urban Planning Academy, had not returned home for New Year's, telling his parents he was working part-time, when in fact, he was merely loitering in the internet cafe. He removed his headphones and glanced around. The cafe was now completely deserted. What happened? I remember this row was full when I came in. Have they all left? He picked up his phone to see a flurry of notifications. Opening them revealed a cascade of news about the Crisis Management Bureau. 10 minutes later, Yang Ming suddenly stood up, his previously dull expression now vibrant with determination, the look of someone who has finally found purpose in life. He now understood that the person who had mentioned enlisting was not joking. Boss, I'm logging off. I, Yang Ming, shall start anew from this day forth. I too shall enlist. Chapter 35. Birth of the Wartime Commander in Country B. Beyond the borders, social media platforms such as Twitter and YouTube were ablaze. This New Year's, every topic revolved around Country A. Country A drafts 50 million. A world war is on the horizon. Revealed, Country A strikes a deal with Blizzard to promote StarCraft by any means necessary. The transformation of Country A mad new era. Did netizens beyond the borders dismiss Country A's so-called Zerg crisis? Certainly not. Had Country A merely announced a Zerg crisis, they might have considered it carefully. However, the subsequent announcement of a draft for 50 million made everything clear. The so-called Zerg crisis was merely an excuse for Country A to expand its military recruitment. No wonder Country A had the audacity to confront Country C. They had become so reckless that one could only wonder if the people of Country A sought to annihilate the Earth. It seems that nations beyond the borders should unite to counter the threat posed by Country A. We cannot remain passive. Countries beyond the borders will likely announce their own draft soon. I believe a new arms race on Earth has been ignited by the people of Country A, and we are swiftly entering an era of global conscription. Indeed, if Country A is drafting 50 million, other nations cannot afford to remain idle. If Country A claims it will draft 50 million, foreign nations will believe it. If Country A asserts it will construct 100 towering cities within 6 months, foreign nations will also accept it. However, when Country A states it intends to build capsule high-speed rail tunnels at depths of about 1,000 meters underground, anyone with a modicum of scientific knowledge knows that such a feat is utterly impossible. 1,000 meters underground is composed of rock in certain areas. Even if at ISNT rock, the soil's rigidity is substantial. Constructing an underground air raid shelter might be feasible. But the notion that the people of Country A could excavate a tunnel system traversing the entirety of their country at such depths is laughable. To put it bluntly, the world's fastest tunnel boring machine can advance approximately 10 meters per day. Fine. Let us assume Country A is extraordinary and can produce a machine that drills 100 meters daily. Take out a map of Country A and calculate how long it would take to tunnel through the country. The largest tunnel boring machine currently in existence has a diameter of 20 meters and a length of 130 meters. Do the people of Country A honestly believe that high-tech products are merely a simple amalgamation of technologies? All right, let us assume Country A has indeed constructed such an enormous tunnel boring machine. What about the power system? The energy system? Nuclear power, perhaps? As for the capsule high-speed rail, do I even need to elaborate? Even the author of the three-body problem wouldn't dare to write it that way. Speeds of 200 kilometers per hour, and, with such dimensions, netizens beyond the borders succinctly summed it up. If Country A can produce such things, we should collectively live-stream eating excrement. Yes, kneeling while consuming it. In stark contrast to the fervent discussions among netizens, the governments of nations beyond the borders maintained a much cooler demeanor. To the north of Country A lies the Great Khanate. They have already rejected Country A's request to construct a cross-border circular fortress. which led to Country A building the Great Wall of Despair. After Country A recaptured Xiao Island, officials in the Great Khanate trembled in fear, reluctant to utter a word. Especially since over a century ago, the Great Khanate had separated from Country A. At this moment, the entire Great Khanate was enveloped in the dread of impending annihilation. Prime Minister, could the draft for 50 million from Country A be aimed at us? In the Peacock Nation, they have always believed themselves to be on par with Country A, asserting that whatever Country A could achieve, they could surpass. Indeed, if one were to mention an area where the Peacock Nation excelled beyond Country A, it would be in population. A few years ago, the total population of the Peacock Nation had already surpassed that of Country A, placing them at the top of the world. The Prime Minister's office of the Peacock Nation was utterly oblivious to the other projects of the Crisis Management Bureau. They were only aware that Country A intended to conscript 50 million soldiers. Consequently, the Prime Minister of the Peacock Nation promptly announced that within the forthcoming month, the nation would initiate a conscription of 50 million, with an additional 20 million soldiers stationed in the north. The northern border of the Peacock Nation lies adjacent to Country A, where they are amassing 20 million troops. The staff at the Prime Minister's office in Country E were in a state of utter disarray. Upon Country A's announcement of reclaiming Xiao Island, they deliberated on the necessity of balancing their political relationships with both Country A and Country B. When Country A declared its conscription of 50 million, the Prime Minister's office of Country E found themselves at a loss for how to respond. They were perilously close to Country A. Moreover, the small island of Country E possessed no strategic reserves. Engaging in an arms race with Country A seemed tantamount to throwing oneself against a stone wall. Prime Minister, could it be that Country A is seeking vengeance for past grievances? Perhaps, at this juncture, we must implore Country B to augment its military presence. Prime Minister, or perhaps we could first extend a gesture of goodwill to alleviate the hostility with Country A. The Prime Minister's eyes brightened. He urged, quickly, how can we express goodwill? After a moment's contemplation, a staff member suggested that for years, the crux of our conflicts with Country A revolved around the southwestern isle. Perhaps acknowledging that the isle rightfully belongs to Country A could absolve us of territorial disputes and ease tensions. Another aide quickly concurred. Indeed, that makes sense. We should address historical grievances, offering apologies and compensations where warranted. Country A has gone mad. We cannot reason with a madman. Yes. Furthermore, haven't the people of Country A long detested our shrine, which venerates figures from that era? We should cleanse it immediately. The Prime Minister hesitated momentarily, his expression turning blank. Until the intentions of Country A were fully discerned, they could only extend goodwill. Moreover, he decided to send someone to explain their motives to Country B, to avoid being misconstrued. The Prime Minister feared that their overtures to Country A might be misinterpreted by Country B as a sign of allegiance. Across the vast ocean, in Country B, the Supreme Leader was incensed upon hearing of Country A's reclamation of Xiao Island, feeling an overwhelming urge to declare war. After considerable persuasion from his aides, the Supreme Leader still retorted defiantly, "Let our agents assassinate a few scientists to vent our frustrations." The aides were utterly speechless, at a loss for how to reason with the Supreme Leader. At that moment, the Crisis Management Bureau's press conference provided an update. Longjean announced a crisis involving the Zerg. The Supreme Leader hesitated, then all fury dissipated as he leaned back in his chair, laughing heartily. Could it be that Longjean is jesting? The people of Country A actually believe in the lore of a game? I considered them worthy adversaries. He casually began updating Twitter. I spoke with a writer from Blizzard who informed me that the Zerg most relishes punishing those who... The Supreme Leader's phone slipped from his grasp in shock, unaware of what he had inadvertently posted, yet it was already sent. Moments ago, the Supreme Leader had been in high spirits, but now his countenance darkened like iron. The White House was plunged into silence once more. Everyone understood that the Supreme Leader was about to unleash his wrath. However, a mere quarter hour later, the Supreme Leader's eyes suddenly sparkled. All traces of worry vanished from his face. If I were to become the wartime leader, would that not guarantee my re-election? The laws of Country B dictate that the wartime leader is automatically re-elected. The aides, initially hesitant, suddenly realized. Indeed, they had previously exhausted themselves over re-election strategies. Yet the predictions for the upcoming election had been disheartening. But now, the scenario was markedly different. Country A's conscription of 50 million was a direct challenge to the existing global order. Previously, they had struggled to match Country A's strength. But now the situation had shifted. Country A had extended its hand, and all Country B needed to do was respond. The press conference of Country A's Crisis Management Bureau continued, while the parliament of country B worked tirelessly. Ultimately, the parliament approved the supreme leader's proposal. Country B declared a state of wartime readiness. Furthermore, the supreme leader assumed the role of wartime leader, and the elections in country B would be postponed. Countries such as Country C, New Country, Lion Country, Tower Country, and other significant nations promptly issued statements regarding Country A's conscription of 50 million. Some expressed condemnation, while others followed Country B in declaring a state of wartime readiness, and some urged all parties to maintain composure. However, not a single nation raised concerns regarding Country A's so-called Zerg crisis. It seemed that, in their eyes, uttering the phrase Zerg crisis in public was a matter of great embarrassment. Chapter 36. A message to the citizens. Country A stands down. It is likely that Xiao Ge did not anticipate the profound impact this press conference would have. Both domestically and internationally, it stirred a tremendous uproar, effectively altering the original timeline. After all, time is a dynamic entity. When Xiao Ge returned to the present with knowledge of the future, it was destined that everything in this world would change, ignited like a spark that could not be contained. However, one thing Xiao Ge was certain of was that, regardless of how human society on Earth transformed, the time of the Zerg's arrival would remain unchanged. In his previous life, all nations were in a state of stupor, welcoming the Zerg amidst a cascade of frequent geological disasters. In this life, with Xiao Ge's rebirth, every measure taken by Country A stirred the global landscape. Although Xiao Ge wished to remain indifferent to external affairs, outside forces did not share the same sentiment. As the saying goes, the more one attempts to avoid trouble, the more it seeks one out. Take the conscription, for instance. Did Country A truly believe it could accomplish this in isolation? It was impossible. If Country A dared to conscript and expand its military, other nations would undoubtedly follow suit. The press conference continued. Seeing the reporters in a heightened state of tension and excitement, Hualin could not help but jest. It seems I must prepare some quick-acting heart remedies, or I fear the upcoming segments may prove too much for you all to bear. Instantly, the reporters' hearts raced anew. Hualin's remarks hinted at even more thrilling content ahead. The journalists adjusted their cameras, eagerly awaiting the next moves from the Crisis Management Bureau. At that moment, Hualin produced a document. Simultaneously, the enormous screen behind her displayed the words, "A message to all citizens." The next portion of time was entrusted to the Minister of Internal Affairs. As the custodian of all domestic matters within Country A, it was only fitting that he read the message to all citizens. Minister Hu Tiansheng was a genteel individual. Yet at this moment, a shadow of melancholy weighed upon his countenance. "Greetings, citizens of Country A. I am Hu Tiansheng. I trust that you have all come to know me through various channels." Indeed, every citizen of Country A recognized him. Xiao Ge was familiar with Minister Hu Tiansheng. As were all present, all 2.3 billion citizens of Country A were acutely aware of his presence. At this juncture, the entirety of Country A came to a standstill. From the southern frontier to the northern borders, from the western territories to the eastern seas. Regardless of where citizens found themselves or what they were engaged in, they were completely engrossed in Minister Hu Tiansheng's address. 6 months hence, the swarm shall descend, a reality substantiated by our most eminent scientists. In a bid to safeguard the lives of our citizens and preserve our nation, the government has resolved to establish the Crisis Management Bureau to confront the impending threat of the swarm. However, reliance on a mere handful of individuals is insufficient. In the face of future crises, the salvation of our people necessitates the active participation of each and every one of you. Only through a collective pivot by nation A, harnessing the full strength of the populace, can we secure a prosperous future for our descendants. After meticulous deliberation, it has been decreed that, effective immediately, all economic activities within nation A shall cease, allowing us to concentrate all resources towards the execution of the celestial plan. Once the grand city is established, the entire populace will relocate to reside within its confines. We require the unwavering solidarity of the citizens of nation A to navigate these turbulent times together. This is the declaration to all citizens. Henceforth, all economic undertakings in nation A shall be halted as we mobilize the nation to implement the celestial plan. Just 2 years prior, Nation A surpassed Nation B to become the world's foremost economic powerhouse. Yet now, Nation A has chosen to halt all endeavors. Do you recall those fervent days of yore? From this moment forth, every citizen of Nation A shall reignite that fervor. Every action taken by Nation A is aimed at safeguarding the 2.3 billion descendants of our great nation. One journalist, captivated by the impassioned speech of the Minister of Internal Affairs, found himself at a loss for words, only to unexpectedly hum the opening notes of the national anthem. Instantly, all journalists present joined in song, and soon the entire assembly of citizens began to sing in unison. Through the live broadcast, too, 3 billion souls across nation echoed the anthem spontaneously and willingly. In this moment, singing for our homeland was the sole means to articulate the emotions swelling within. No other words could convey our thoughts. In truth, the impending cessation of activities within nation A had been anticipated by journalists as the plans of Long John and others were gradually unveiled. The announcement of the circular fortress required 5 million workers, and now, each celestial city demands 8 million laborers. With 100 such cities, we would need a staggering 800 million workers. Moreover, an additional 50 million soldiers are to be conscripted. Nation A's plans for the capsule high-speed rail and fusion nuclear power stations, among others, truly require the collective effort of all 3 billion citizens to come to fruition. Beyond workers, logistical personnel, and more are essential. This shall be humanity's most unprecedented infrastructural endeavor. Who could fathom the sight of 800 million individuals laboring simultaneously in Nation A? Before journalists could fully comprehend the implications, the Minister of Internal Affairs turned the page, suggesting more content lay ahead. When the reporters finally noticed Hu Qianqing's subtle movements, the massive screen had already transitioned to a message to our kin beyond the realm. How could the citizens of Nation A neglect those scattered across foreign lands? Nation A could never forget them. The journalists were initially taken aback, but soon smiles graced their faces. Nation A was summoning all its citizens dispersed throughout the globe. Hu Tiansheng boldly addressed the citizens beyond our borders. Dear citizens of Nation A, you have toiled overseas for years. Those of us at home have been closely following your struggles, enduring discrimination, provocation, and violence, all of which you should never have had to bear. Now that Nation A has grown strong, we will not permit anyone to bully you. Rest assured, the injustices you have faced will ultimately be rectified by Nation A. On behalf of our nation, I extend an invitation, regardless of any change in your nationality. As long as you possess the blood of Nation A and hold our motherland dear in your hearts, please return. Our homeland needs you. To the citizens of Nation A beyond our shores, return. Come and help construct a new era and fight for the everlasting existence of this nation. Hu Tianqing's voice resonated powerfully, extending an invitation to all citizens abroad. Simultaneously, he declared that as long as you desire to return, no matter where you may be in the world, Nation A will find you and bring you home. However, I must clarify one point. As long as your heart remains steadfastly red, you are forever a citizen of Nation A. Should your heart waver and you choose to serve foreign interests, you may test and see whether Nation A will seek you out. Do not fear that foreign nations will impede your return. It is your right to come home. Remarkably, just as he spoke, the live broadcast seamlessly shifted to the military leader Long John, creating a perfect alignment. While he asserted that no one would dare obstruct your return, the audience was presented with the most formidable combat leader of Nation A. Any foreign organizations contemplating hindrance must now weigh their actions carefully. Long John, after all, was the one who personally pursued a special forces team from Nation B for the sake of a single citizen of Nation A. After Hu Tiansheng concluded his remarks, a profound silence enveloped the news conference. Foreign journalists likely did not anticipate such a method of summoning all citizens back to Nation A. Suddenly, one journalist from the Peacock Nation interjected, "Dear friends, we have a short video from within the Peacock Nation that has garnered over 300 million views. Would it be acceptable to take a moment to play it?" After glancing at Xiao Ge and receiving his nod of approval, Hu Tiansheng permitted the journalist to share the video, which was freshly released by the Prime Minister of the Peacock Nation. How amusing it was, as the Prime Minister likely watched the live broadcast from the comfort of his home. Greetings, esteemed friends. Should Nation A retreat into isolation, the Kingdom of the Peacock shall undoubtedly emerge as your premier market choice. We boast a vast populace, sprawling landscapes, and an inexhaustible consumer market, buzzing with excitement. The entire venue erupted into a cacophony of voices. The Prime Minister of the Peacock Kingdom's video message was unequivocal in its intent, to seize the market void left by Nation A's withdrawal. This seamlessly coincided with the press conference held by the Crisis Management Bureau, where Minister Hu Tiansheng took only a few moments to delay before the Prime Minister boldly declared his intention to inherit the mantle of Nation A. The journalists from the Peacock Kingdom arrived solely to promote their own interests, their motives glaringly transparent. They concluded by inquiring, "What is Nation A's response to this matter?" Minister Hu Tiansheng smiled, acknowledging that the Peacock Kingdom possesses the capacity to open its market, which is indeed fortuitous for nations worldwide. However, I must caution everyone to refrain from installing any applications on their mobile devices upon entering the Peacock Kingdom. The venue roared once more, and the countenance of the Peacock Kingdom's journalists visibly fell. The kingdom had sanctioned Nation A's mobile applications, and their actions were remarkably brazen. No other country has so openly employed state mechanisms to undermine another nation's technological exports. A behavior as childish and absurd as a defeated child venting their frustrations on the flowers by the roadside. Minister Hu Tiansheng's remarks served as a mockery of the Peacock Kingdom's unsightly conduct. Nation A's objective in repatriating its citizens is not to sever ties with the world, but rather to safeguard them from the impending threat of the Insectoid crisis. To put it plainly, the outside world is perilous. It is prudent for them to return home and seek refuge. Xiao Ge was taken aback by the minister's words. This exemplified the art of rhetoric, one statement managing to offend all nations beyond its borders. Indeed, the outside world is fraught with danger. Unsurprisingly, the journalists in attendance seethed with indignation, eager to confront Minister Hu Tiansheng. Yet, he deftly evaded their ire, issuing 2 proclamations to conclude the press conference. From 8 in the morning until now, 11 o'clock, an abundance of information had been disseminated over the course of 3 hours. Ultimately, Ouyang Yuan rose to offer a few encouraging words to the scientific community of Nation A, urging them to embody the spirit of exploration in preparation for the insectoid crisis looming 6 months hence. Ouyang Yuan was not originally slated to speak. It was Xiao Ge who insisted he make an appearance. Given the global speculation surrounding the identity of the head of the Crisis Management Bureau, with public opinion leaning towards Long Zhan and Ouyang Yuan, it was only fitting that both would be present. As anticipated, before Ouyang Yuan could depart the stage, a journalist eagerly inquired, "Dr. Ouyang, can you confirm whether you or Marshal Long Zhan is the head of the Crisis Management Bureau?" Silence ensued, with no one responding. This was, in fact, a strategic maneuver by Xiao Ge. Within Nation A, there exist numerous spies from 4 nations, who masquerade as harmless until the critical moment when they might deploy nuclear strikes on the capital without hesitation. Thus, Xiao Ge aimed to utilize the bait of the Crisis Management Bureau's leadership to flush out these clandestine operatives. There was little to worry about regarding Long Zhan, but Professor Ouyang Yuan would require discreet protection. Once Dr. Ouyang completed his address, the personnel of the Crisis Management Bureau began to exit. The primary purpose of the morning's press conference was to inform the citizens of Nation A about the nation's forthcoming direction and to announce to the world that its citizens would soon return, with no one permitted to impede their repatriation. With the objective achieved, they were to return to their respective duties, leaving the ensuing inquiries to Hualin. The Crisis Management Bureau had activated social media accounts across all platforms. In this digital age, social media serves as the optimal conduit for engaging with the populace. Following the press conference, the Bureau's follower count soared to a Guinness World Record-breaking 19.3 billion, indicating that anyone in Nation A with internet access had become a follower of the Bureau. Is the Network Information Department prepared? Xiao Ge inquired upon returning from the press conference. A staff member approached, laden with a multitude of documents, reporting that arrangements had been finalized. From the afternoon of the 1st, they would deploy to 100 coordinates of the towering Lingxiao cities with live broadcasting equipment. And the construction sites for the Circular Fortress plan were also equipped for live streaming. Additionally, the Shield Tunneling Machine Manufacturing Workshop and the Technical Verification Site for the Capsule High-Speed Rail were similarly outfitted for broadcasts. However, a hint of uncertainty flickered in the speaker's eyes as he asked, "Team Leader Xiao, are we truly to broadcast live to the entire nation? This is an immense undertaking, and we've never attempted such a feat before. Should an accident occur, it could destabilize public sentiment and create negative repercussions." "You're mistaken," Xiao Ge interjected, waving his hand. "The people of Nation A have never feared failure. What they dread is ignorance and isolation. A continuous 24-hour live broadcast is essential for ensuring that all citizens are aware of our actions, what our nation is doing, and what our compatriots are undertaking. The construction of 100 Lingxiao cities will engage at least 800 million individuals across the nation, and through live streaming, they will witness each other's progress, fostering mutual oversight and healthy competition. This is Xiao Ge's true objective, to employ technology to broadcast the progress of every national project, laying bare the most authentic situation before all. When fatigue sets in at one construction site, workers can turn to other sites to observe progress, thereby cultivating constructive competition. Update all social media accounts with the live stream links, he instructed. Moments later, every account of the Crisis Management Bureau had been refreshed, inviting citizens to join in monitoring the progress of all construction endeavors. As the link was posted, multiple live stream entries corresponding to each Lingxiao city construction site appeared. However, for now, those who clicked through would find empty construction sites, as the majority awaited the arrival of workers to commence operations. Chapter 38. The Return of the Citizens of Nation A from Abroad. The press conference held by the Crisis Management Bureau continued, albeit nearing its conclusion, and naturally, the attention began to wane. Yet abroad, the true spectacle was just beginning. Nation A announced its intent to close all embassies overseas. And while the official reactions remain to be seen, the foreign populace has already begun to stir restlessly. First, the embassies of Nation A abroad were besieged by countless foreign individuals protesting. This much was certain. Then came the desperate pleas to reconsider. Nation A cannot leave. It took mere moments for the global populace to grasp that their lives had become inextricably intertwined with Nation A. In the past, there were fervent calls to boycott goods from Country A. However, after a fervent resistance, it became evident that only Country A offered affordable and high-quality products. Despite the slogans and the pursuit of alternative markets, be it wine, seafood, or other commodities, that were purportedly not to be sold to Country A, all these goods languished in ports. The people of Country B, who had always harbored a disdain for Country A, even wishing to expel it, now faced the stark reality of Country A's impending departure. As they prepared to dine at a familiar Chinese restaurant, they found it shuttered, with a sign lamenting, "Do not wait any longer. We have returned home." In an instant, what was once a thriving array of industries now lay desolate, akin to a locust swarm's devastation. A foreign friend clung to a well-acquainted citizen of Country A, incessantly lamenting, "What'll I do without you? My spicy chicken cubes, my fiery bullfrog, my mouth-watering chicken gone." The response was simply, "I must return home." This scene was just a fragment of life beyond the borders, with countless similar scenarios unfolding across various foreign nations. Instead of sorrow, there was a sense of elation. For the nation was calling us back. It was time to go home. Meanwhile, at a protest site, the president of Cherry Mobile was spotted. Journalists interviewed him, and he stated, "Cherry Mobile serves the global market, and sales in Country A account for 60% of our revenue. Country A cannot leave. We need free trade." Today, all foreign stock markets were awash in red, with shares cascading like waterfalls. Within a mere morning, the circuit breaker mechanism was triggered thrice, leading to a suspension of all trading. Even the legendary stock market guru expressed his fear, declaring that if such conditions persisted, he would consider retirement. The CEOs of major tech companies, mirroring the sentiments of the Cherry president, joined the ranks of the protesters, linking arms and insisting that Country A must not depart. The so-called insect crisis seemed fabricated, likely a concerted effort by foreign nations to besiege Country A, compelling it towards isolationism. The entire tech community rallied, urging the leadership to cease its aggression against Country A. Yet, amidst their protests, the ambassador of Country A was already packing his belongings, ready to depart. At the Ivy League institution specializing in aerospace, entry was not granted solely based on wealth. Genuine talent was a prerequisite. A group of students from Country A convened to discuss their future paths. News had spread that the nation was summoning them back. What were their plans? One student with dyed hair spoke up, "I suppose I should return. My father just called for me to come home." Another replied, "Are you out of your mind? You're of an age to decide your own path. Should your parents dictate your choices?" After a moment of silence, the dyed-haired student continued, "I feel there must be an issue within Country. Otherwise, such absurd talk of an insect crisis wouldn't arise, nor would they recall all their ambassadors." Instantly, the group was invigorated. "Yes, we will eventually return, but not now. We must wait until Country A resolves these issues and restores a conducive research environment before we go back." Indeed, they had received an Ivy League education in Country B. By the way, have you seen Xiong shouting? In their dorm, for friends, known for their close-knit bond, decided to wait until conditions improved in Country A before returning, and they needed to inform their other roommate. As they turned, they spotted a robust young man at the unadorned doorway. It was Xiong shouting. "When did you return? Why didn't you say anything?" Xiong shouting was a well-known figure at the Ivy League school, a student of aerospace engineering who harbored dreams of becoming an astronaut, maintaining a remarkably fit physique for this ambition. "I returned when you decided to stay in Country B," he replied coldly, not even glancing at them as he entered the dorm and began packing his belongings. "Xiao Ding, what are you doing? Since you've heard our conversation, let us be straightforward. We believe the national call. Get lost." Xiong shouting spat a single word, and the atmosphere in the room turned tense. The four of them, known as the four talents among international students, had always resolved conflicts amicably, never reaching such a boiling point. The three roommates began to question him. "What do you mean?" Xiong shouting. He paused, tore a piece of cloth from his garment, and tossed it on the ground. This signifies severing ties. From this moment forth, I have no relation to you. Do you know who funded your studies abroad? It was country A that covered all your tuition. It was country A that nurtured you for so many years. After a few years abroad, you've learned to doubt your homeland, have you? I never imagined you would turn out like this. I, Xiong Shouting, am ashamed to associate with you. Indeed, Xiong Shouting was resolute in his decision to return home. Upon hearing the national call for all to return, he was filled with joy, eager to share this with his roommates, only to overhear their conversation at the dorm entrance. All packed up. Before I leave, let me say this. Even if Country A has issues, as its citizens, our duty is to unite and effect change, not to stand idly by and wait for others to resolve the problems for us. Those who do so are cowards, traitors, and turncoats. With that, Xiong Shouting departed with his belongings. The dorm fell silent, save for the sounds of news reports emanating from their phones. All around the globe, students from Country A were in a frenzy, abandoning their studies, hastily packing to return home. Scientists of a descent across the world were similarly frantic, leaving their prior jobs and rushing back to Country. Citizens of Country A across the globe were equally agitated, from deep ocean expeditions to Antarctic research stations, tropical rainforests. In the African continent, wherever there were people of Country A mass exodus was underway. The world was in chaos when people awoke. They found that the citizens of Country A had vanished. The call to return was clear. Anyone with the blood of Country A, regardless of prior immigration, was welcome back. This is the power of the bloodline of Country A. At the nation's command, no matter where they are or how far-flung, they will always find their way home. Yet, there were exceptions. After a brief silence, one of the roommates finally spoke. Xiong Shouting will surely regret this. Let him leave. We will stay in Country B. No one dared to intervene, for during the Crisis Management Bureau press conference, Long John had issued the gravest warning. Who would dare detain citizens of Country A? Those with the audacity could certainly try, as Country C had discovered when they detained Yenyu, nearly provoking a cataclysmic nuclear war. Who else dares to obstruct the return of the citizens of Country A? Chapter 39. Do not underestimate the daughters. In Country A, the construction overseers have begun their work. Within the live broadcast room, one can already see the workers who arrived first at the site of the circular fortress being erected. As workers enter, temporary living quarters spring up from the ground, and a steady flow of vehicles, excavators, heavy trucks, cranes, and all necessary machinery arrives on site. The act of checking in has become a new trend. Upon arriving at the stone forest of southern Xinjiang, workers pull out their phones to post in the live chat. Arrived at the construction site, task assigned, about to commence work, please supervise fellow citizens. The northern Xinjiang snowfield posts, desperate Great Wall, guarding the national gate, seeking supervision. The central region's Great Lake chimes in. Let us raise the insectoids like fish in a pond, stir-fried or steamed. Outside the capital, a message reads, with a shovel in hand, as long as I am here, the capital remains secure, requesting supervision. From the eastern sea, another message states, comrades, please come and witness the sunrise over the sea in 4 months. Simultaneously, there is a live stream from the Shield Tunneling Machine Manufacturing Factory. However, a comment from outside the domain has been pinned. If Country A can create a shield tunneling machine with a diameter of 120 meters, I will stream myself eating excrement live from the mountains of Country E. The reason this comment from a foreigner garnered top ratings from Country A's netizens is to expose this outsider, ensuring he does not escape once the tunneling machine is completed. On January 4th, the world continued its frenzied rotation, with an endless stream of news emerging every moment. After organizing matters related to the Crisis Management Bureau in the capital, Xiao Ge, along with Long Zhan and Su Hongyin, headed towards the military camp in the north. On their way, a call came in from the Foreign Affairs Department, stating that the Prime Minister of Pakistan personally inquired about the situation and how Xiao Ge intended to handle it. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ge replied, emphasizing the insectoid crisis to them, suggesting a national transformation, while also sending over a copy of their plan for the Lingxiao giant city, telling them that if they believed in us and began their own transformation, we would handle the fusion nuclear power station. Some were quite astonished. Leader Xiao, didn't you previously say that foreign domains are like wolves and tigers? Why treat Pakistan so differently? Xiao Ge paused, his brows slightly furrowing, when the first wave descended. Pakistan did not have a dimensional passage. When the Peacock Nation attempted to guide the insectoids within its borders into our western regions, it was Pakistan that sent troops to block that attack for us. Otherwise, the losses for Country A would have been far greater. This is the essence of loyalty. What Xiao Ge did not mention was that due to Pakistan's intervention, the insectoids from the Peacock Nation directly entered their territory, resulting in over 1 million casualties. In times of adversity, true feelings are revealed. Since Pakistan has treated country as so favorably, country naturally would not neglect them. Consequently, after Xiao Ge's agreement, it wasn't long. Indeed, they had not yet disembarked from the plane before news arrived for Pakistan. The Prime Minister's office announced a national shift to address the insectoid crisis, placing significant emphasis on learning from country A's experiences. This marked the world's first country to trust country A without reservation. Naturally, this move sent shockwaves through the Prime Minister of the Peacock Nation, as Pakistan's intention to adopt country A's experiences meant they would implement conscription even more ruthlessly, declaring that the entire nation would become soldiers. With a population of 400 million, Pakistan could field 400 million soldiers. The Prime Minister of the Peacock Nation was nearly brought to tears. This was intolerable, with country A conscripting in the north and Pakistan in the west. It was clear they were intent on bringing him to ruin. There was no choice but to seek assistance. However, nations in the Pacific region, while vocal in their condemnation, took no practical action, as they were preoccupied with numerous domestic affairs, aside from the reconstruction efforts following the tsunami. The efficiency of Pakistan, however, surprised Xiao Ge. It seemed they had decided to trust country A's words even before reaching out, so upon receiving Xiao Ge's response, they promptly announced their shift in strategy. The plane came to a halt. This military camp had previously served as a base for the hypothetical enemy Blue Forces. In Long Zhan's words, in terms of combat capability, the troops here could rank among the top 3 in the nation. Of course, this military camp harbored a secret. Beneath the ground lay a clandestine research facility where the insectoid corpses discovered along the coast were all transported for study. Upon landing, officers were already waiting outside. Salute, Marshal. Good day. Indeed, the soldiers of the military department greeted Long Zhan with utmost respect. Old Zhao, I told you not to engage in such formalities, yet you never listen. Have you not been kicked in a few days and are now feeling restless? Long Zhan seemed to be familiar with the officer. I brought someone for you. You must train her well. If you turn her into a useless person, I will have you dealt with. With that, he called Su Hongyin over. From now on, you will follow Xiao Ge and train diligently here. Do not disappoint my expectations. Yes, Su Hongyin exclaimed joyfully, astonished that she would serve under Xiao Ge. Xiao Ge was equally thrilled. He, of course, recognized Xiao Ge, who had risen alongside Long Zhan from the outer domains. Later, when country A formed the Insectoid Eradication Army, Xiao Ge became the commander of the 1st Legion. Before capturing the Insectoid spacecraft, Xiao Ge was part of the 13th Legion of the Insectoid Eradication Army. And the two had previously crossed paths, knowing Xiao to be an ambitious individual, one who submits to no one but Long Zhan. Marshal, our unit is somewhat special. I am afraid the young lady may not endure the hardships here. Perhaps you should assign her to the female soldier camp or the logistics unit. Soon, this place will also begin to expand, and at that time, there will be at least 1 million soldiers stationed here. Who has the spare time to deal with a female soldier? I say you're being discriminatory. Old Zhao, listen to me. This is the best unit under my command. And Su Hongyin is one of the finest soldiers I have ever seen. If she cannot endure the hardships here, you can shoot her on the spot. Long Zhan's voice deepened, a hint of displeasure evident. In the army of country A, gender discrimination was not tolerated. Su Hongyin, too, was not one to back down. Upon hearing the slight, she immediately declared, how about this? Since I, Su Hongyin, have been recommended by the Marshal, I cannot let him down. Commander Zhao, let your male soldiers come out and compete with me. Long Zhan pondered deeply. No, you're not recommended by me. You are recommended by Xiao Ge. Xiao Ge's lips cracked into a stiff smile. All right, how do you wish to compete? Su Hongyin began to stretch her limbs. I've heard you excel in weighted running. I want to take advantage of you. Let us compete in what you are best at, running 5 kilometers with a 35-kilogram weight. Long Zhan, Shougong. The surrounding soldiers began to murmur among themselves. Where did this girl with no sense of her own limitations come from? A 5-kilometer weighted run? Even we men find that daunting. Yet she dares to challenge us on this? She claims she won to take advantage of us. That's outrageous. If she loses, she better not be crying by the roadside. Long Zhan cast a glance at Xiao Ge, uncertainty in his heart. Leader Xiao, a 5-kilometer weighted run with 35 kilograms? Many male soldiers wouldn't be able to last. Can she handle it? Xiao Ge remained silent, merely observing. Hearing Long Zhan's words, he chuckled. Marshal, have faith in her. Su Hongyin is someone you should not provoke. Once you do, she will be stubborn to the end. It seems these male soldiers are in for a hard time. With time still at hand, they decided to watch the competition before heading to the base. Xiao Ge and his companions arrived at the military camp with the intention of conducting research, and they brought Su Hongyin along as well. Without further ado, a dozen male soldiers stepped forward voluntarily to join Su Hongyin in a weighted cross-country run. Prior to their departure, Xiao Ge specifically instructed, "You are responsible men. If the young lady struggles along the way, be sure to lend her your assistance." Is that clear? The response was a chorus of boisterous affirmations. However, Su Hongyin merely smiled at their antics, ignoring them completely as she focused on preparing for the competition. And so it began. Once all participants had set off, Xiao Ge approached Long Zhan and remarked, "Commander, where did you find this girl? She has a commendable temperament, but her confidence exceeds her capabilities, which is concerning." 15 minutes later, Xiao Ge's expression darkened. The returning competitors were already visible, yet the frontrunner was not one of his male soldiers, but rather Su Hongyin. This in itself would have been acceptable, but the distance by which she led was astonishing. Furthermore, she frequently paused to call out to the male soldiers trailing behind, "Hey, are you all going to keep up, or should I wait for you? Shou Gong." In the end, Su Hongyin completed the 5-kilometer course with a 35-kilogram load in an astounding time of 18 minutes and 27 seconds, an exemplary performance. "Xiao Commander, your male soldiers could certainly benefit from more rigorous training." To conclude, Su Hongyin delivered a sharp retort to those who had mocked her. "Shou Gong." His face darkened with displeasure, turned and bellowed, "Everyone is to run an additional 20 kilometers. No meals until it's completed." Chapter 40, Fury. Assassination of Scientists in Country A. After a brief trial, Xiao Ge and Long Zhan entered the research center, while Su Hongyin officially enlisted and proceeded directly to subsequent training. The corpses of the insectoid species had been delivered 2 days prior, and experts in biology, microbiology, and chemistry from the military had gathered to conduct anatomical studies on these specimens. Only through the examination of the insectoid corpses could more effective countermeasures be discovered. The principal aim was to identify biochemical weapons or to engineer genetic weapons to combat the insectoids, as only then could large-scale extermination be achieved. Nevertheless, Xiao Ge had previously cautioned that this path was likely futile, for the anatomical structure of the insectoids was also carbon-based. Attempting to annihilate them genetically on this basis could result in the insectoids surviving, while humanity faced extinction instead. Group Leader Xiao, I still do not understand why we do not employ nuclear weapons against the insectoids. Long Zhan had only heard mention of nuclear weapons from Xiao Ge in the context of seizing insectoid spacecraft to bomb their home planet. Otherwise, there had been no talk of using nuclear weapons against the insectoids. Nuclear weapons are ineffective against the insectoids. During the first wave of their arrival, Country B initiated a nuclear assault, and as a result, the insectoids only grew stronger, nearly obliterating the subsequent narrative. Xiao Ge recalled, "Nuclear radiation can greatly activate the cells of the insectoids, leading to increased size and destructive capability. It bears some resemblance to Godzilla. Godzilla is a fictional monster from film, capable of absorbing nuclear radiation to become more formidable. It was inconceivable to humanity that the alien insectoids would exhibit similar traits." Soon, a biological expert corroborated Xiao Ge's claims, revealing that even deceased insectoids displayed cellular reactions when stimulated with trace amounts of nuclear radiation. Subsequently, Xiao Ge imparted all the knowledge he possessed about the insectoids to the scientists at the Research Institute, including their weaknesses, behaviors, and social structures. The capture of an insectoid sentinel was an unexpected boon, though the number and variety were too limited to be representative for study. For instance, the insectoid society is structured like a pyramid, with sentinels occupying the lowest tier as workers, while higher up are the queen and king insectoids. The scientists at the Research Institute needed to devise the most detailed strategies for dealing with the insectoids based on the information provided by Xiao Ge. This was a task Xiao Ge deemed essential. The entire populace must be aware of the appearance and vulnerabilities of the insectoids, so that when they truly arrive, fear would not grip the nation. Xiao Ge remained at the Research Institute until January 6th. During this time, he had the network department create numerous educational videos that thoroughly elucidated the insectoids. He also instructed them to produce a vast array of insectoid models based on the information he provided. It was imperative to disseminate these videos swiftly so that our soldiers would know how to confront the insectoids. Our citizens must not panic when they finally encounter the insectoids. Now that the news of the insectoid crisis had been made public, it was essential to inform the populace about the nature of the impending threat faced by Country A. One of the military's chief advisors expressed concern, Group Leader Xiao, if we release information on the insectoids, 1T4 nations also become aware. Xiao Ge understood the advisor's implication. He was reluctant for the insectoid crisis to be known by foreign nations, preferring that country A face the threat alone while allowing other nations to fend for themselves when the crisis erupted. Xiao Ge harbored similar hopes. But could this be realized? The entire Earth exists in a highly globalized context. Once country A sought to inform its citizens about the insectoid crisis, foreign nations would inevitably learn of it. Let them know, Xiao Ge replied. We shall focus on our own responsibilities. Moreover, he had no desire to expend excessive energy on secrecy regarding such matters. It was Long Zhan who spoke up with a sentiment that resonated with everyone. Even if we lay the truth before them, whether they believe it remains a question. Indeed, at this point, country A, a vast nation, had pivoted, while foreign nations still presumed that country A was merely seeking a pretext for conscription. This is perhaps a manifestation of arrogance and prejudice. If only they could think rationally, they would recognize the peculiarity in country A's sudden announcement to conscript 50 million individuals within mere days, devoid of any warning. It is likely that in the minds of foreign nations, they have always thought that others can criticize them, but what right does country A have to critique them, even if they are in the wrong? Soon after, Xiao Ge and Long Zhan emerged from the subterranean research facility. The camp was evidently bustling with increased numbers. New recruits were already engaged in drills on the barren grounds. This military contingent was to become the main force defending the impassable Great Wall in 6 months. Located merely 100 miles from its construction site, upon seeing Long Zhan emerge, Xiao Ge naturally sought him out to address the new recruits. Long Zhan, unhesitating, stepped before the formation of new soldiers. To those unaware of the situation, Xiao Ge appeared to be Long Zhan's aide. Many of the new recruits speculated on the identity of the young man accompanying Long Zhan. At that moment, Long Zhan received a phone call, and his demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. Even without uttering a word, those around him could sense a tremendous fury radiating from him. Noticing the change, Xiao Ge inquired, "What's wrong?" After hanging up, Long Zhan's expression was icy, his eyes ablaze with wrath. A leading expert in rail transportation has been assassinated in Yuezhou. Long Zhan's voice rang out, and all the new recruits heard him. In an instant, the atmosphere erupted, akin to a boiling cauldron, as furious roars filled the air. The assassination of a technical expert from country A? Is it born out of jealousy for our ambitious plans to develop capsule high-speed rail? Xiao Ge. Assassination? Assassinating a scientist from country A? Who could be responsible? He inquired in a low voice. The identity of the perpetrator is still unknown. However, we have already narrowed down the suspects, and will soon uncover the entities providing support from behind the scenes. Long Zhan nearly shouted in rage. But it is evident that country B cannot escape culpability. Leader Xiao, how shall we proceed? Long Zhan possessed full authority to handle this matter. He sought to gauge Xiao Ge's approach. The new recruits were once again taken aback. Who is that young man beside Long Zhan? Why does he treat him with such deference? As if needing to ask, Xiao Ge, without a moment's hesitation, declared for those involved in this affair, let them meet a fate of dismemberment. As for the nation providing support, let us take the lives of 100 experts of equal rank. Once the truth is revealed, we shall disseminate the news under the auspices of the Crisis Management Bureau. Should any experts from a nation perish thereafter, let them hold their own government accountable. Do not come to me with tales of lost experts. The life of a scientist from country A is no less valuable. I, Xiao Ge, shall not be swayed by such arguments. We must investigate without fail. Even if the inquiry reveals only subtle evidence pointing towards a specific country, I will take action. A distinguished expert who dedicated decades to the nation cannot simply be slain without consequence. Xiao Ge's brief remarks radiated an intense aura of vengeance. The new recruits were instantly inspired by his fervor. This is country A. In the past, the people of country A valued restraint, but that is no longer the case. Retribution is imperative, and a life for a life. For the nation's sake, sacrifice is without regret. Long Zhan had initially intended to address the new recruits, but that was no longer necessary. Xiao Ge, Long Zhan, and Xiao Gang proceeded to the Operations Command Center, where Long Zhan promptly connected and began to relay all pertinent information regarding the assassination from Yuezhou. Upon witnessing the fallen expert, Xiao Ge was momentarily taken aback. He had encountered that esteemed professor during the meeting in Room 1, where the elder had remarked that Xiao Ge's proposal was excessively radical, leading Xiao Ge to replace him without hesitation. Little did he expect that within mere days, that very expert had been assassinated. Leader Xiao, there is another matter circulating on the internet. A chief of staff has retrieved some images online, a writer named Yuan Yuan has updated several diary entries, which we shall refer to as the Yuan Yuan diaries. You may wish to see what she has written. Chapter 41. The Mysterious Sea Monster, a New Species. Xiao Ge did not know the author of the diary. Nonetheless, he took a moment to glance at it. It appeared that the writer merely longed for the sweet air beyond the borders. After some contemplation, Xiao Ge remarked, although country A has recalled its citizens, our actions stem from the inability of foreign nations to ensure their safety. However, this does not imply that we are genuinely isolating ourselves. At least prior to the emergence of the Zerg, the doors of country A were wide open. Anyone could come and go at will. 10 minutes later, the Crisis Management Bureau issued a new directive, a letter to the foreign citizens of country A. Country A is about to initiate its response to the Zerg crisis, and a narrative has emerged claiming that country A cannot accommodate foreigners. This assertion is erroneous. For many years, you have resided in country A, contributing significantly to its development. Country A will not forget these efforts. The gates of country A will always remain open. You may enter or depart at your convenience, and no one shall impede you. If you choose to remain in country A, rest assured that during the Zerg crisis, we will provide you with equivalent protection. The release of a letter to the foreign citizens of country A is also intended to inform the citizens of country A that as long as they abide by the law, all individuals, regardless of nationality, will receive equal treatment. Of course, there are other opinions echoing from the southern frontier. The coastal islands of the southern frontier saw all inhabitants relocated to the mainland during the Great Tsunami. Yet, some individuals in the southern frontier colluded with foreign entities, portraying the mass relocation as persecution. Some have proposed that such individuals should be swiftly dealt with. However, Xiao Ge held a different view. In truth, the emergence of diverse opinions within country A is a positive development. As long as they do not rise to cause destruction, they are free to voice whatever they wish. Internal matters would be coordinated by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and Xiao Ge did not particularly concern himself with such trivialities. Those who brought up these minor issues were seasoned veterans who had fought alongside Long Zhan for many years. They could not abide any sand in their eyes. And Xiao Ge chose not to elaborate further. General Long, keep the news of the National Scholars' assassination under wraps for now, and swiftly identify all infiltrating organizations from country B within our borders, ensuring complete control. Once we have devised a plan for retribution, we will make an announcement. Long Zhan thumped his chest, proclaiming it could be done in a day. Indeed, Xiao Ge nodded, stating, let us release the video recorded at our research institute. The video produced by the Research Institute aimed to clarify the details of the Zerg to the citizens, ensuring they were adequately informed in advance. The people of country A took this matter very seriously. However, once it circulated beyond borders, it was entirely misconstrued. Naturally, the video found its way onto foreign networks, inciting mockery from foreign nations. Look, the people of country A have emerged again. Who would have thought they would release a cartoon about the Zerg at such a time? Impressive indeed. Does anyone else feel that Blizzard Entertainment is on the verge of a breakthrough? It seems this is country A promoting Blizzard's CG animation. The comment above is quite reasonable. Consequently, Blizzard Entertainment was compelled to clarify. Firstly, we truly have no collaboration with country A. Secondly, we will pursue legal action against country A through official channels for their unrestrained alterations to the setting of StarCraft without our consent. Finally, we will consider launching a sequel to StarCraft soon, so stay tuned. Originally, Blizzard was on the brink of collapse, especially with StarCraft, which had not seen updates for many years, yet they had not anticipated that country A would announce the arrival of the Zerg at this juncture. It was evident to all that this was a significant opportunity. The market responded favorably, propelling Blizzard's stock prices skyward, transforming them into a hot commodity within mere days. The executives at Blizzard reveled in their good fortune. Why pursue legal action against country A? At this point, they would gladly embrace them as benefactors. For those who delight in chaos, the daily antics of country A provided endless entertainment. A day without any activity from country A left them feeling uneasy. Meanwhile, whispers of rumors began circulating on foreign platforms like YouTube and Twitter. The post-disaster reconstruction was the primary focus for every foreign nation in the Pacific region. For countries with lesser power, who had the luxury to concern themselves with country A's transformation, disaster relief was of utmost importance. In South America, a coastal city saw rescue workers capturing a series of peculiar images. The beach was littered with the carcasses of numerous whales, seemingly eviscerated by some unknown force, creating a scene of gruesome carnage. Moreover, within the remains of the whales, some had discovered remnants of previously unseen creatures. In Country D, traces of the mysterious sea monster were also uncovered. In Country E, the corpse of a sea monster washed ashore, due to the tsunami, drawing considerable attention from foreign observers. The sea monster could not withstand the ferocious impact of the tsunami, ultimately resulting in its body being shattered into fragments, leaving it legless. Upon witnessing these images proliferate across the outer realms of the internet, people were astonished to discover that they bore a striking resemblance to the insectoid creatures depicted in the video released by Nation A. Why is this so? Questions arose, with some speculating that Nation A had orchestrated this spectacle, deliberately casting these corpses into the waters in the wake of the tsunami to convince us that the insectoid invasion would indeed materialize in 6 months. Remarkably, this viewpoint garnered widespread acceptance and support. How could the people of Nation A engage in such nefarious acts? They had not suffered the tsunami's wrath themselves, allowing them time to engage in such schemes. Outrageous. Nevertheless, as mysterious sea monster sightings proliferated around the Pacific region, public sentiment began to shift towards caution. It was not until a paleontologist stepped forward to assert that these were neither insectoids nor sea monsters, but rather remnants of a prehistoric species yet to be discovered. This constituted a new species. Tales of sea monsters and aquatic beasts abound throughout the world. With such a foundation, the paleontologist's perspective swiftly gained recognition. What Nation A had initially deemed insectoid life forms were, in fact, previously unknown species on Earth. Chapter 42. The Grievance of a National Hero. Must it go unavenged? January 7, 231. Xiao Ge returned to the capital. Today marked the completion of all construction plans. Beginning on the 3rd, the entire nation mobilized, with 800 million workers dispatched to the front lines, logistics seamlessly keeping pace. What defines a nation of infrastructure? This is it. Once the construction blueprints are in place, work can commence immediately. However, before that, Xiao Ge had a vendetta to fulfill, avenging the esteemed rail transport expert. At 7:30 a.m., news broke of the assassination of the veteran rail expert, igniting national outrage and calls for justice against the perpetrator. At 7:40, footage surfaced of the suspect's apprehension. To the astonishment of all citizens, one of the culprits behind the murder of the veteran expert turned out to be a citizen of Nation A. While Yuan may have merely scribbled in a diary and shouted slogans, those who participated in the assassination of the veteran rail expert were nothing short of traitors. Avenge our national hero! Avenge our national hero! Amidst a united front against the insectoid crisis, a traitor emerged. In that moment, every citizen of Nation A felt the sting of shame. Even from behind the screen, one could sense the host's eyes ablaze with fury, wishing to leap forth and rend that traitor asunder. At 7:45, detailed information about the foreign suspects was released. They had been dispatched by the Espionage Division of Nation B and had been infiltrating Nation A for over 5 years. It was impossible for Nation B to disassociate itself from this. The disclosed information included every communication record between the suspects and Nation B, as well as their intelligence exchanges over the years. Furthermore, their military service details in Nation B were revealed, including the final orders received to assassinate Ouyang Yuan, the president of the Academy of Sciences of Nation A. Should they fail to kill Ouyang Yuan, any scientist from Nation A was deemed a valid target. In other words, Nation B had directly issued an assassination directive against the scientists of Nation A. Truly, Nation B is capable of the most despicable acts. Yet thus far, the Crisis Management Bureau had remained silent on the entire incident. The official account of the Crisis Management Bureau eventually posted a message at 8 o'clock, declaring a 3-minute national mourning for the fallen hero. In Nation A, apart from the outrage expressed online, the official silence was chilling. Following days of tumult, everyone understood that the Crisis Management Bureau would not sit idly by. However, no one knew what form their response would take or when it would come. But when the Crisis Management Bureau finally acted, the world would undoubtedly be rocked once more. Nation B, under the wartime commander, could directly secure re-election. At this moment, the commander sat comfortably in the White House, sipping coffee, while advisors analyzed how to counter Nation. Suddenly, the commander seemed to recall something, inquiring, "What is the status on the assassination of the president of the Academy of Sciences of Nation A that I ordered a few days ago? Why is there still no outcome?" The advisor replied, "Nation A's protection of its scientists is notoriously stringent, and given the recent shift in their operations, they are particularly vigilant against foreign contacts, fearing excessive communication could expose them. However, we have managed to establish contact with a citizen of Nation A who should assist us in accomplishing our mission." The commander nodded in satisfaction, stating, "That is excellent. If a citizen of Nation A carries out the assassination of another citizen of Nation A, it absolves us of any responsibility." The advisor continued, "By the way, Commander, We have received the individuals who were journaling as well as some of our supporters. How shall we accommodate them? Bang! The commander slammed the table in anger, exclaiming, "Who permitted them to land? Individuals of no further use. Am I to expend resources to support them?" Implicitly, the commander forbade Yuan Yuan and her associates from entering the borders of Nation B. At that moment, calamity struck. A familiar and troublesome voice echoed from outside the office. The dragon-slaying squad had been apprehended in Nation A. The commander paused in disbelief. He had frequently heard the phrase calamity strikes resonate in the White House over the past few days, and it never heralded good news. This occasion proved no different. The dragon-slaying squad was the team sent to Nation A to carry out the assassination of Ouyang Yuan. Officials from the Pentagon were aghast. How could this be? The dragon-slaying squad was our finest operatives, having infiltrated Nation A for years. How could they possibly be discovered? Yet, the news emanating from Nation A revealed everything. The identities of every member of the dragon-slaying squad had been made public, including the orders they had received. The wartime commander, who had effortlessly secured re-election, now wore a cloud of despair upon his visage. Now the entire world would witness our humiliation. I require counsel on how to suppress this incident. Speak up. Why is everyone silent? The advisors averted their gazes, hesitant to respond. In that moment, they truly had no strategy to mitigate the situation. The commander retrieved his phone and hastily tweeted, "Fake news. False accusations from Nation A. Unfounded slanders." However, 2 minutes later, the tweet was deleted because an advisor had provided a suggestion that the commander found appealing, prompting him to update his tweet. The Secretary of Defense of the Pentagon has violated international norms by ordering the assassination of a scientist from Nation A. This constitutes a crime against humanity. He has been dismissed and will soon be brought before a military tribunal for trial. At 8:00 a.m. in Nation A, the nation mourned for the fallen hero. Simultaneously, news from Nation B surfaced. The commander claimed to have identified the mastermind behind the assassination of the veteran expert and announced their dismissal. Yet, the citizens of Nation A were not swayed. Would the murder of one of their own be brushed aside by scapegoating someone else? This was a pillar of their nation, who had dedicated decades to serving his country. Only to meet such an end? Do not speak as if this is the first time Nation B has assassinated a foreign scientist. Knowing full well that each scientist is a treasure of humanity, how could they commit such an atrocious act? Nation B's audacity knows no bounds. On the official media of the Crisis Management Bureau, a formal announcement was made. As for the rogues, Country A has its methods for dealing with them. The Bureau proclaims to the world that someone must bear the consequences for the assassination of our national heroes. And this consequence cannot simply be the dismissal of a certain building's janitor. Moments later, a second announcement was released. Revenge. A few minutes after that, the third message arrived. From today onwards, let it be known to the nations behind the assassination of our national heroes that your scientists will no longer be safe until 100 experts of equal standing are sacrificed in honor of our fallen. Shortly thereafter, the fourth announcement came, a message from the head of the Crisis Management Bureau. Do you wish to eliminate all of Country A's scientists, leaving only your nation's scholars to contribute to humanity? I regret to inform you that I will not entertain such notions. As the old saying in Country A goes, blood for blood. Xiao Ge was determined to execute those criminals who had murdered the national heroes in front of the entire world. There were 11 in total, 10 from Country B and 1 from Country A. Before their execution, the 10 members of the dragon-slaying squad from Country B questioned, even if we are deemed criminals, we have not undergone a trial. This is a direct condemnation, which contradicts international standards. The soldier executing the sentence replied, did you consider these standards when you plotted the assassination of our national heroes? Your execution is the greatest mercy the Crisis Management Bureau could extend to you. Had it been up to me, you would have faced far worse. Bang, bang, bang. The execution of the dragon-slaying squad from Country B was broadcast live around the globe. This served two purposes: to announce that Country A's quest for vengeance had only just begun, and to strike fear into the hearts of spies and agents from all nations. Take heed, for every life taken from Country A will result in 100-fold retribution. Abroad, YouTube and Twitter were in an uproar. Barbarians, a regression of civilization. Country A is the greatest criminal in this world. They even threatened to kill 100 scientists from Country B as retaliation. Are they truly attempting to incite a war between nations? Do they possess the capability to do so? Did they not see that Country B had already issued an apology regarding this incident? Why is Country A still pursuing this course of action? Sanction Country A! Sanction Country A! They shouted, And then the internet fell silent for a moment. Upstairs, it seems we can no longer sanction country. They have already withdrawn. Chapter 43. Science has no national boundaries, but scientists do. The Crisis Management Bureau directly announced its intention to exact vengeance by targeting 100 scientists from the behind-the-scenes nation, which, in Ouyang Yuan's view, was unfeasible. As the president of the Academy of Sciences of Country A, he maintained a calm demeanor at all times. In the conference room, Ouyang Yuan's expression grew solemn. When Xiao Ge found a moment of respite, he spoke directly. Leader Xiao, there are many ways to punish Country B. Resorting to such extreme measures is unnecessary. Ouyang Yuan feared that this could lead to disaster for Country A and further complicate the external environment. Moreover, the loss of any field expert is a loss for the world, especially during the crisis posed by the insect race, when humanity cannot afford such losses. Many scientists in the conference room supported Ouyang Yuan's words, nodding in agreement. Scientists are rational beings, often considering issues from the perspective of all humankind and thinking in broader terms. Thus, they remain merely scientists. However, Xiao Ge held a different view, as did the military. A sentiment of compassion will not earn the respect of the world. It will only lead to self-destruction. Xiao Ge spoke in a grave tone on the battlefield. How does one earn respect? Surely General Long has more authority to speak on this matter than anyone else. Long Zhan is known as the god of war of Country A, not for having won over enemies with love or for saving captives, but for his prowess in battle. He has instilled fear in the enemy, ensuring they dare not threaten the people of Country A. Dr. Ouyang, your perspective is valid. Science knows no borders, yet scientists do. Xiao Ge's voice grew slightly agitated. How can we simply let the assassination of our scientists go unpunished with just an apology? Once, Country E invaded Country A, slaughtering countless innocent citizens. When the war concluded, all they offered was surrender, allowing the executioners to return home to live out their days in peace. Do you find that fair? This remains a wound in the hearts of our people. Must we witness such events unfold once more? The conference room fell silent. If the world were at peace, perhaps Country A would opt for the most gentle resolution to this matter, such as sanctioning certain individuals from Country B or issuing protests, etc. But that is not the case. With the invasion of an alien species, humanity should unite against the common foe, rather than turning inward to engage in a deadly struggle. Our country does not have the luxury of time for such squabbles, nor does all of humanity. Therefore, since the establishment of the Crisis Management Bureau, Country A has already entered a state of war. On the battlefield, one must be 100 times more ruthless than the enemy to guide humanity to victory. Science knows no boundaries, but scientists do. Remember this. At present, Country A is at a crucial juncture in developing capsule high-speed rail technology. Do you believe that if our esteemed experts make the ultimate sacrifice, experts from other nations will come to our aid? The answer is evident. They will not. Just as in the early days of Country A, when we were on friendly terms with the Tsar's nation, what was the outcome? When Country A needed technical support the most, they withdrew all their experts, burned every blueprint, and removed all assistance. We were left to rely solely on ourselves. The immense calculations had to be completed by our scientists using abacuses. A weak nation will be bullied. Even if a nation is economically strong, if it remains militarily feeble, it will still be oppressed. Historically, the Song dynasty serves as the prime example. This matter has already reached a conclusion. Xiao Ge declared, if I do not subdue those nations beyond our borders today, they will surely believe that Country A is afraid to provoke a conflict, and they will escalate their actions, creating new dilemmas for us. In that case, Dr. Ouyang and all present will become their prey. Moreover, we have learned from the dragon-slaying squad that you, Ouyang Yuan, are their primary target. General Long, order the troops to prepare for battle. During this period of revenge, any nation that dares to show its face will find me unopposed to engaging them in combat before the arrival of the insect race. Do not fear bloodshed. Do not fear sacrifice. Xiao Ge's eyes glimmered with a tragic determination. If we hesitate today, if we fear death when the insect race descends, it will be Country A that faces calamity. If foreign nations seek war, let our soldiers practice their skills on them. When we confront the insect race, we shall not tremble. Xiao Ge made it abundantly clear. This vendetta must be avenged, even if it means tearing apart the heavens and trampling the earth. Vengeance must be sought. What of racism? What of nationalism? I apologize, but before the apocalypse, these are not my concerns. In the face of the end times, only the people of Country A will protect one another. The nations beyond our borders would gladly use us as bait. Xiao Ge had witnessed too much of this, which hardened his heart. Who does not wish for peaceful days and to grow old with their loved ones? Yet, often the heavens do not grant such wishes. The matter of revenge would naturally be arranged by Longzhan. For Xiao Ge, the primary task at hand was to ensure the smooth progression of various engineering projects. He received the construction plans for the Lingxiao giant city from Zhang Qinghao. After reviewing them, he promptly distributed them to different construction sites to commence building. In truth, these construction plans could have been executed without Xiao Ge's oversight, for Zhang Qinghao is far more proficient in urban planning than he. Xiao Ge merely acted as a facilitator, gathering the projects. Thus, within the cloud monitoring platform of the Crisis Management Agency, the live broadcast room erupted with fervor as all projects commenced construction simultaneously. An immense towering city, with 8 million workers laboring in unison. Countless tower cranes and hoisting apparatuses were erected, and on land spanning hundreds of square kilometers. The ebb and flow of pedestrians and vehicles resembled a bustling metropolis during peak morning hours, industrious yet impeccably organized. In the skies above, drones, following systematic directives, flitted about every corner of the construction site, continuously monitoring and coordinating each phase of the operations. Interestingly, the most straightforward task was the construction of the city's outer wall, soaring 500 meters high and 100 meters thick. This was the simplest structure. As the engineering was least complex, with ample steel and concrete, it could be built upward indefinitely. Naturally, transporting such vast quantities of steel and cement from distant locales for an infrastructure project of this magnitude was utterly impractical. The most expedient solution was to establish local cement and steel mills. This elucidated why the construction of such a towering city necessitated 8 million laborers. Building a city in this manner could easily be replicated across 100 cities. Thus, on the vast expanse of country A, 800 million people were simultaneously engaged in work, which, paradoxically, led to a significant decline in viewing traffic on the cloud monitoring platform. Moreover, the platform did not restrict viewers from abroad, achieving a truly global live broadcast. This resulted in a peculiar spectacle. While the citizens of country A were immersed in construction, a multitude of foreign viewers were engaged in lively discussions and sending comments in the chat room. Oh my God, are the people of country A truly mad? Is it possible they are genuinely constructing this towering city? Brothers from afar are one family. How do you perceive the threat from country A to execute 100 experts from country B? I, Yamamoto Ichiro, hereby declare that if country A dares to kill any expert from country B, I shall eat excrement live on stream. Is that Yamamoto-san up there? Guarantee you just in the tunneling machine's live stream chat? The person above is mistaken. Yamamoto-san has indeed posted in the fusion power plant's live stream. Even within the cyberspace of country A, foreign citizens were fervently debating the revenge declaration from the Crisis Management Agency, underscoring the considerable uproar this topic had incited abroad. Initially, the assassination of country A's experts by country B faced widespread condemnation among foreign citizens. But following country A's declaration of vengeance, public opinion almost uniformly sided with country B. After all, country B had dismissed the officials responsible for issuing the assassination order, providing country A with a semblance of accountability. Yet, country A remained unrelenting, intent on exacting revenge on 100 individuals. Such an act was a blatant affront to the global threshold of acceptable conduct. How could nations resolve disputes through such reckless means? Upon learning of the threats issued by country A's Crisis Management Agency, the supreme leader was incensed. They must be condemned unequivocally. Thus, a phrase emerged online. No one understands vengeance better than I. From this day forth, if one person from country B perishes, the nation behind the curtains shall pay 1,000-fold. However, scarcely had the supreme leader completed their tweet when reports began to surface from various regions within country B. An expert in innovative rail transport tragically fell into water while grocery shopping and drowned. An engine research and design expert was involved in a catastrophic traffic accident, leading to their untimely demise. A geophysical scientist met a fatal end due to an electrical malfunction during an experiment. A freshwater fish research expert choked on water while drinking and perished. Within mere minutes, over 20 renowned experts from country B met their fate, with the timing appearing almost preordained. Were all these fatalities mere coincidences? The supreme leader pondered. How could it be so fortuitous? As country A announced its intent for vengeance, experts in country B began to experience unexpected deaths. Even more perplexing was the fact that as soon as these experts fell, news outlets within country A reported it in real time. A staff member, visibly shaken, revealed that there was a commonality among the deceased. Each had been photographed with a particular image. The Supreme Leader raised an eyebrow and froze in shock. It was a symbol, the emblem from the movie The Avengers, accompanied by the phrase, "Justice from the Heavens." Chapter 44. More lethal than murder is concern. The Avengers symbol? Justice from the Heavens? Surely, they must have indulged too much in country's anime. The Supreme Leader listened in bewilderment as the aide explained that substantial evidence indicated these acts were perpetrated by Country A, as only they possessed the capability for such actions. Look at that English phrase. It's a typical direct translation from the language of Country A. The Supreme Leader, biting their lip, declared that Country A must pay the price. They must be sanctioned, and those responsible must be punished. Yet, the aide appeared resigned, stating that all the evidence obtained thus far was circumstantial. While it could be inferred that Country A was involved, it could not serve as direct evidence against them. Unlike the Dragon Slayer team's ordeal in Country A, Country B had yet to identify a single suspect, let alone secure any direct evidence. Furthermore, intelligence analysts deduced that the Dragon Slayer team had likely been captured by Country A days prior, yet no announcements have been made, followed by orchestrated assassinations of our technical experts. Otherwise, how could it be that a declaration of vengeance was followed so swiftly by fatalities? As soon as the technical experts began to die, news from Country A broke, as if they had prior knowledge. It had to be the work of Country A. The Supreme Leader, disregarding any need for evidence, demanded that fabricated evidence be constructed. They issued a formal global declaration. From this moment forth, any entity daring to engage in commerce with Country A would be considered in opposition to Country B. Do you have anything to say? The aides' faces turned pale, and one finally spoke. Supreme Leader, there's one more matter I neglected to mention. Several days ago, all power vessels globally headed towards Country A. The Supreme Leader, taken aback, fell silent for a moment before stating, "An iron curtain has descended upon the Pacific. It is time to contact our allies to address the crisis posed by Country A." What insectoid crisis? To the nations beyond our borders. There has always only been the crisis of Country A. However, mere minutes later, the chief aide returned, breathless. "Supreme Leader, you must see how Country A responded to the deaths of our technical experts." The Supreme Leader scrutinized the data stream, their expression growing increasingly grave. Minutes after the Crisis Management Agency of Country A issued its declaration of vengeance, state media released a new statement. "We are deeply saddened by the unexpected passing of Country B's engine research and design expert, and we extend our condolences. This is not merely a loss for Country B. It is a loss for all humanity. With regard to the drowning of Country B's rail transport expert, we are both shocked and angered, and we hope that Country B will enhance the dissemination of safety knowledge to safeguard humanity's assets." The number of technical experts mourned by the agency had now surpassed 36. The citizens beyond our borders were bewildered. Did the people of Country A not comprehend the implications? Often, the most scathing jibes arise from official channels. More lethal than murder is the assault on the heart and mind. Following Country B's assassination of Country A's technical experts, they proclaimed it a loss for all humanity. Now, with Country B's own experts unexpectedly dead, Country A naturally felt compelled to express its sentiments, and they did so more swiftly and promptly than Country B. Instantaneously, public discourse within Country A shifted. The foreign netizens discussing various projects in the cloud monitoring livestream found themselves utterly bewildered. Suddenly, the barrage of comments was inundated by the citizens of Nation A. Many experts from Nation B have met with unforeseen tragedies and, regrettably, passed away. This is a loss for all of humanity, and we mourn deeply. Deep condolences, one. Alas, natural disasters and man-made calamities, it is hard to say. May Nation B's technical experts cherish their lives as they proceed. Nation B should be held accountable for the loss of humanity. The barrage filled with mourning and condemnation left foreign netizens bewildered. Just a few moments ago, the entire Nation A was vowing revenge. How had the atmosphere shifted so abruptly? Moreover, the language used by the netizens of Nation A to express their sorrow for the deceased experts of Nation B was profoundly heartfelt, such that one could feel their anguish even through the screen. If it were merely the comments from a single live stream, it might be understandable. Yet nearly all live streams echoed this sentiment, not only in live streams, but throughout the entirety of the internet. The people of Nation A were collectively and spontaneously mourning the unfortunate demise of Nation B's technical experts. Many netizens from Nation A expressed their confusion. "I'm a freshman in high school and am not well acquainted with foreign matters. Could someone kindly clarify, do the technical experts of Nation B enjoy watching the Avengers? Perhaps the Black Widow could no longer tolerate the pretentiousness of a wise man." Enthusiastic netizens offered explanations, saying, "Let me put it this way. Young one, Perhaps they do not favor the Avengers, but rather cherish the notion of divine justice. The rapid shift in public opinion from Nation A was so swift that foreign netizens sensed something amiss. At that moment, someone on the live stream tagged Yamamoto Ichiro. Mr. Yamamoto Ichiro, when did you start your live stream? Silence ensued. All right, previously, an individual under the ID Yamamoto Ichiro had proclaimed that should the citizens of Nation A dare to kill the technical experts of Nation B, he would livestream himself consuming excrement. At that moment, the entire internet was on the lookout for Yamamoto Ichiro. That ID responded, stating, "It's not the citizens of Nation A who are responsible. The technical experts of Nation B simply had unfortunate luck and met with accidental death." All right, accidental death? Is there such a coincidence in this world? After a while, Yamamoto Ichiro seemed to realize that his explanation was inadequate and emerged again to clarify. It truly wasn't the citizens of Nation A. Did you not see that it was the Avengers who killed them? Did you not notice the four characters divine justice? Naive. Within the Crisis Management Bureau, news arrived and scientists such as Ouyang Yuan were filled with grief. In their eyes, the death of each scientist represented a loss for all humanity, signifying the absence of a towering figure in a particular field. Team leader Xiao, do we truly need to kill 100 of their people? Just now, the supreme leader of Nation B stated that for every person they lose, they would sacrifice 1,000 from the hidden country. If this cycle of mutual slaughter continues, it is feared that before the insect race even descends, humanity might perish first. Ouyang Yuan and the other scientists wished to de-escalate the situation, concerned that the incident could spiral out of control. Xiao Ge, unfazed, chuckled. Commander Long, what do you think? Long Zhan's resolute expression conveyed unwavering determination. Nation B can shout slogans all they want. Although they have entered a state of war, it is not for the purpose of battle, but rather for elections. As for their threats to kill our experts, is that even plausible? Our intelligence agencies have already traced their spies in Nation A, and we can clear them out at any moment. This was their confidence. When capturing Nation B's dragon-slaying team, they inadvertently uncovered all of Nation B's espionage organizations, which was quite an unexpected gain. Dr. Ouyang, Xiao Ge did not wish to engage the scientists further on this topic. There is another matter. The location of the space city has been planned. You must immediately organize a team to prepare for the detailed reception of internal data from black holes and data from the insect race's spacecraft. Now, all major engineering projects were progressing smoothly, and Xiao Ge needed to prepare in advance for the incoming insect race from space. The transition to a space age for the entire populace was not merely a matter of words, but a genuine execution. The first wave of the insect race would descend directly to Earth through dimensional portals. The second wave would occur simultaneously in both space and on Earth. Humanity sought to combat the insect race capable of interstellar migration in space, and time was limited to just 1 year. Given the current pace of civilization, this was nearly impossible. The knowledge Xiao Ge brought from his previous life was the key to reversing this situation. In his previous life, Xiao Ge became the commander of the expedition team for one significant reason. He was a hyperthymesia patient, possessing an exceptional memory akin to that of a computer. Had it not been for the crisis posed by the insect race, Xiao Ge might have remained a reclusive homebody. Yet the emergence of this crisis transformed his hyperthymesia into a crucial asset for humanity in mimicking insect technology. Ouyang Yuan sighed softly. Having already selected specialized talents from the 4 major space cities, Northwest, Shudi, Islands, and Northern regions, to form a special task force. Xiao Ge nodded. Yes, have them arrive within today. After we deal with the traitor, we will begin receiving the data. Chapter 45. The Peacock Nation, a master of profiting from chaos. Assisting Nation B in the assassination of Nation A's esteemed individuals is treason. During the execution of Nation B's dragon-slaying team, the traitor was not executed, but rather would be judged publicly, following the laws of Nation A. Before the trial commenced, the traitor's image had already been released. In the Shurlan area of southern Jiang, a circular fortress was under vigorous construction. Within the hundreds of meters deep foundation, machines and humans collaborated with remarkable efficiency. Displays were scattered throughout, primarily showcasing cloud monitoring footage from various project sites. Of course, the public trial of the traitor was also among them. At this moment, everyone speculated on how the traitor would ultimately meet their demise. Death was undoubtedly the fate of the traitor. The key lay in how they would die. Across Nation A, nearly everyone was discussing, wishing they could devour the traitor alive. The crane malfunctioned. Where are the repair technicians? Hurry and send someone to assist. Naturally, work could not halt. When one crane broke down, the tower crane operator shouted loudly. Upon receiving his request, the drone system promptly dispatched 2 repair technicians. However, upon seeing the two technicians. The tower crane operator angrily yelled at the drone. I asked for repair workers. What good are these two kids who haven't even grown hair yet? The two young technicians chuckled, and one of them remarked, Ding Ning, does this uncle not trust your skills? Ding Ning looked at the 17 or 18-year-olds, resembling middle school students, and it was no wonder that the middle-aged tower crane operator felt uneasy. Ding Ning did not wait for others to judge him. He skillfully checked all the systems of the crane, resolving the issue in about 10 minutes. Leaving the astonished tower crane operator behind, he departed. The youth accompanying Ding Ning was his fellow townsman. They both hailed from a small county in the central region. Upon hearing the nation's call, they had come to southern Zhangshilin. His fellow townsman asked, Ding Ning, what do you think will ultimately happen to that traitor? Ding Ning waved the wrench in his hand and declared, without a doubt, they will be dismembered. Haha, I thought so too, his fellow townsman replied. By the way, if your brother finds out about your escapades, will he not break your legs? What is there to fear? We are not out here for leisure, but to serve our country. Ding Ning grinned at his astonished companion, adding, besides, I have no idea where my brother has gone. He mentioned wanting to earn some extra money during Christmas, and now that the new year has passed, there is still no news from him. What about you? The fingers of the compatriot trembled, pointing at the screen behind Ding Ning. Is that your brother? Ding Ning turned to look, and, on the screen, a live broadcast of the trial of a traitor was unfolding. His laughter abruptly ceased, his expression froze, and his eyes widened in horror. No, it can't be. Perhaps it is merely a case of mistaken resemblance. How could his brother possibly be a traitor? A brother is like a father. Ding Ning's accomplishments today were all thanks to his brother, who had supported the family after their father's passing. His education, his daily needs, all had been provided by his brother. How could he be a traitor? It must be mere coincidence that they resemble each other. The accused, Deng Huiwang. A single statement from the lawyer struck Ding Ning's heart like a bolt of lightning, causing him to stagger several steps, nearly collapsing. It is his brother, Deng Huiwang. How could this be? Ding Ning's world crumbled in an instant. The very fact that he had survived to this day, that he had grown to this point, was all financed by his brother's earnings as a trader? But why? Ding Ning simply could not comprehend it. His brother had a respectable job in their small town and was even highly regarded. Why would he choose to become a trader? Ding Ning, wake up. Your brother is your brother, and you are you. I know your stance. You must pull yourself together. The trial of traitor Deng Huiwang was merely a means to set an example. After all, within country A, there were far too many individuals willing to serve as pawns for foreign nations in exchange for wealth. Once the trial concluded, the death sentence was to be executed immediately. In truth, Country A had managed to grasp the entirety of Country B's espionage network in such a short time, primarily due to the intelligence provided by Deng Huiwang. It was a means of atonement. However, the principle of leniency for confession and severity for resistance held no sway here. Deng Huiwang's crime was capital, and he was to be executed without fail. As for Country B's espionage system, there was no rush to dismantle it, for the enemy was now under complete surveillance. Eliminating them was merely a matter of time. Xiao Ge was contemplating how best to utilize Country B's espionage network. After dealing with Deng Huiwang, and with personnel from the aerospace department yet to arrive, Xiao Ge had time to review the information compiled by the Foreign Affairs Department. Team leader Xiao, Country B has allied with other foreign nations to reconstruct a military alliance against Country A. We've even caught wind of plans for an assault on Izhou Island. Xiao Ge was at a loss for words. Izhou Island had already been reclaimed. Was it not too late to consider an attack? It was a mere reiteration of old grievances. If they wish to form a military alliance, let them. We need not engage. However, if they dare to obstruct our plans, we shall show no mercy. The Foreign Affairs personnel nodded, then added, earlier, the envoy from Country B entered the Northern Khanate, seemingly to discuss a potential alliance. Xiao Ge's expression darkened immediately. Did the Khanate not understand its own standing? He exclaimed angrily, situated between Country A and the Tsar state. They cannot possibly stir up much trouble. Why the sudden urgency to choose sides? Long Zhan pondered for a moment before leisurely stating, perhaps they're concerned that Country A, in a fit of rage, might eliminate them as well. Xiao Ge considered this, then said, let the Khanate play as they will. As long as they do not interfere with the construction of the Great Wall of Despair, they may do as they please. By the way, have someone relay this principle to the Khanate, now that the family is divided, who still covets their meager inheritance. The Foreign Affairs personnel nodded in agreement and continued. Earlier, our satellites detected a significant mobilization of troops from the Peacock Nation towards the northern border, approaching our territory. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Ge could not help but furrow his brow. The Peacock Nation truly has a knack for causing trouble. They neglect their own myriad issues, yet constantly seek to benefit from country A. Like gum stuck to the sole of a shoe, they are impossible to shake off and exceedingly annoying. General Long, how likely do you think it is that the Peacock Nation will initiate war at this time? Xiao Ge inquired, referring to the possibility of the Peacock Nation seizing this opportunity to invade country A. The Peacock Nation was originally a colony of the Lion Nation, which, during the colonial period, attempted to annex the plateau regions of country A and created the so-called McMahon Line. After gaining independence, the Peacock Nation not only failed to eradicate colonialism, but even took pride in inheriting the Lion Nation's legacy, claiming the McMahon Line as its border. Consequently, it had instigated several wars against country. Long Zhan's brow tightened as well. While I cannot speak for other nations, the Peacock Nation, with its audacious demeanor, truly dares to challenge. They exude an enigmatic confidence, seemingly capable of confronting anything and everything. General Long, if the Peacock Nation indeed dares to infringe upon the borders of country A, what do you think we should do? Xiao Ge asked again. Kill. Naturally. We must eliminate them until they no longer dare to set foot on the plateau of country A. Xiao Ge smiled faintly. No need for such extremes. Engaging in battle with the soldiers of the Peacock Nation will not yield effective training. There are better ways. Just as Xiao Ge was about to elaborate, the head of the Foreign Affairs Department's expression darkened. He had just received news from the official statement from the Peacock Nation. In light of country A's conscription of 50 million, which significantly alters the regional landscape, the formerly weak NI nation is utterly incapable of self-defense. Out of international duty, the Peacock Nation shall dispatch 200,000 troops to the NI nation to assist in protecting the safety of its citizens' property. Both Xiao Ge and Long Zhan were astonished. Their mouths agape. The Peacock Nation truly excels at fishing in troubled waters. Chapter 46, Plan, Spaceship Energy, Antimatter Drive. In times of peace, the Peacock Nation dares to provoke country A, even directly dispatching troops into its territory. Now that country A intends to transform and conscript, it has practically provided the Peacock Nation with an excuse to soar. By attributing all of this to country A, they can easily justify their actions. Meanwhile, the NI nation, unaware of what is transpiring, has been protected by the Peacock Nation. Indeed, General Long was correct. The Peacock Nation will undoubtedly harbor ambitions toward the borders of country A, and we must prepare in advance. Xiao Ge pondered for a moment before saying, Marshal, do we currently have channels to transport weapons into the Peacock Nation? Long Zhan was taken aback. There are, but Team Leader Xiao, what do you mean? We must not forget the legacy left by our ancestors. The best strategy is to instigate chaos within the Peacock Nation so they have no time to invade us. If the Peacock Nation truly dares to invade country A, I will ensure they create turmoil within their own borders, allowing us to achieve the greatest benefit with the least loss. Why do I feel that the environment surrounding country A is becoming increasingly complex? Xiao Ge mused, initially envisioning a transformation for country A to address the insect crisis. However, if neighboring countries frequently meddled, it would significantly delay the progress of the Lingxiao plan. The Northern Khanate was restlessly stirring, seemingly inclined to ally with country B. Yet, I truly wonder where they draw their confidence from. To the west, the Peacock Nation has long been a thorn in country A's side, never changing its ways over the decades. To the east, Korea and country E are traditional allies of country B. Long Zhan's expression grew serious. Should we wait until the Peacock Nation truly begins to invade our territory before taking action? Of course not. We must act now. It is wise to prepare for rain before it falls. Xiao Ge decisively stated. After all, the primary focus of country A now is to execute the Lingxiao plan, and the defenses along the borders have become somewhat lax. Waiting until the Peacock Nation attacks would be too late. Team Leader Xiao. The atmosphere surrounding Long Zhan was solemn, and you bear a striking resemblance to me in this regard. Ha ha ha. If you had been reborn a few years earlier, the entire world would have been thoroughly subdued by our hands. Xiao Ge, truly deserving of the title of God of War, is preoccupied with thoughts solely focused on how to conquer the globe. At this moment, Ouyang Yuan dispatched someone to inform him that the personnel from the Aerospace Department had assembled and requested Xiao Ge's presence. Xiao Ge acknowledged and stated he would be there shortly. He then addressed the representatives from the Foreign Affairs Department, instructing them to devise a strategy for stalling, allowing for negotiation space with country B on matters that could be discussed, aiming for a protracted 6-month dialogue, if possible. The attendees instantly grasped Xiao Ge's intent. The shift of country A had caught the world off guard, and major powers, including country B, had felt affronted. The so-called negotiations by Xiao Ge likely represented a change in approach necessitating an explanation of the country's transformation to the global powers. Is the matter of vengeance open for negotiation? Inquired the Foreign Affairs Department. It is not. Xiao Ge replied with unyielding determination before departing. In the secret conference room, previously, the various departments of the Crisis Management Bureau had convened in public meeting spaces, rarely resorting to the clandestine chamber. It was filled with scientists who had traveled from various aerospace cities. The average age of scientists in country's aerospace sector was remarkably young, a mere 275 years. Dr. Ouyang Yuan stood as the only individual upright, stating, "You should all be aware that during the selection process, you were chosen for a reason. For a considerable time ahead, you will live incognito, severing all ties with your previous lives, as this pertains to national secrets." The young aerospace personnel wore solemn expressions, nodding in understanding. From now on, your ears must be your sole focus. Ouyang Yuan paused before continuing. You may pose academic questions, but beyond that, no inquiries are permitted. Understood? The group nodded once more. Secrecy was second nature to them, and Ouyang Yuan's admonitions were a familiar refrain they heard multiple times a year. Very well. Ouyang Yuan concluded, calling out, "Team Leader Xiao, you may enter." As Xiao Ge stepped in, the scientist's expressions shifted to one of surprise. A high school student? The one referred to as Team Leader Xiao by Ouyang Yuan? No wonder Ouyang Yuan had emphasized the need for confidentiality. This must be a prodigious talent of country A. Living in the shadows. Little did they know, Ouyang Yuan's strict orders to probe into Xiao Ge's background were meant to maintain secrecy regarding his rebirth. Without any preamble, Xiao Ge delved directly into the matter at hand. I trust you are all aware that in 6 months, the insectoid race will descend upon us, heralding an apocalyptic crisis. However, the first wave of their arrival will occur in 6 months, while the second wave, a year hence, will come from outer space. This assembly is to formulate a plan to confront the second wave. This is imperative. Are there any questions? Silence ensued. Ouyang Yuan had instructed them not to ask questions. Yet Team Leader Xiao had invited inquiries. Should they ask or remain silent? The thirst for exploration and knowledge broke the stillness. Team Leader Xiao. Civilizations capable of interstellar travel are at least second tier, possibly even third tier, while humanity currently does not qualify as even a first-tier civilization. Can we prevail in this battle? Silence again. This question likely only occurred to those in aerospace. Utilizing asymmetric strategies will lead to victory, Xiao Ge responded vaguely, gesturing for the next question. Team Leader Xiao. According to our current intelligence, the first wave of the insectoid race emerges from a dimensional portal. Why must the second wave arrive from space? Indeed, another chimed in. A dimensional portal could be opened directly on Earth. Why engage in interstellar travel? Xiao Ge picked up a blank sheet of paper and punctured it with a pen tip, stating, "This represents the dimensional portal." He then retrieved the cup, asking, "Can the cup pass through?" Silence. This metaphor was strikingly vivid. Once the dimensional portal was activated, insectoids the size of a pen tip could traverse to Earth in droves, whereas those the size of a cup could not pass through at all. Team Leader Xiao, do you imply that the insectoids we face in the first wave will be pen tip-sized, while the second wave will consist of cup-sized ones? Xiaoye nodded emphatically, affirming his assertion. At that moment, even Ouyang Yuan was taken aback. It was hard to fathom how humanity on Earth would endure until the fifth wave. Prepare yourselves. I hope that after withstanding the second wave, humanity can shift from a reactive to a proactive stance. Hence, the need for the internal parameters of the black hole that Xiao Ge had brought back. This information was crucial for constructing a spacecraft capable of interstellar travel and resolving gravitational issues. The subsequent hours saw Xiao Ge meticulously relay the internal parameters of the black hole. Previously, he had provided Ouyang Yuan with a single parameter value to capture his attention. But now he conveyed the complete set of parameters. While he might not grasp some of the intricate mathematical formulas, he retained the entire derivation process in his memory. Once the parameters were fully transmitted, he presented the structural diagram of the insectoid spacecraft. Admittedly, there were aspects he did not fully comprehend, yet he could recreate the analytical diagrams crafted by scientists in his previous life. For someone with hyperthymesia, the inability to forget every detail of life is undoubtedly burdensome. However, for the reborn Xiao Ge, without this condition, he would have had only one piece of information to share. The insectoids will arrive in 6 months. As for the Lingxiao giant city, fusion nuclear power plants, high-energy laser weapons, and the like, he could not have restored those details. From afternoon until past 3 in the morning, Xiao Ge exhaustively relayed all the aerospace knowledge he had retained. On January 8th, at 3:07 a.m., a propulsion scientist posed a question. Team Leader Xiao, Even if we manage to construct a spacecraft, what will power it? Chemical energy is certainly unfeasible. Fusion reactors can provide long-duration power, but instantaneous energy demands cannot be met. Currently, on Earth, no energy source exists that can achieve interstellar travel, correct? Xiao Ge rubbed his temples, conceding indeed. Thus, the energy source for such a spacecraft will be antimatter. Antimatter propulsion? The room was filled with astonished expressions from the aerospace scientists. However, the existence of stable antimatter atoms can only be maintained for approximately 30 minutes. Beyond that, they annihilate, as if they had never existed. Ouyang Yuan had instructed them to listen attentively, yet someone could no longer contain their curiosity. Team leader Xiao. Presently, humanity has yet to fully comprehend what antimatter is, let alone utilize it. In such a limited time frame, how can we possibly achieve the transition from non-existence to complete utilization? While Xiao Ge had provided the prototype structure for the interstellar spaceship, it seemed feasible to construct with all resources concentrated in Country A. However, antimatter belonged to the realm of fundamental physics, an area that, even with a prototype, could not be reproduced swiftly, particularly after Country A's plans to establish a particle accelerator were vetoed by returning scientists. The field of fundamental physics had become a source of considerable stagnation for the country. The stance of that returning scientist had not been without merit. After all, the cost of constructing a particle accelerator is exorbitant. Even a nation as robust as Country A cannot bear the financial burden alone. Moreover, upon learning of Country A's intentions to embark on this solitary endeavor, foreign nations were understandably alarmed and promptly offered a promise. Should Country A abandon its plans for the particle accelerator, the Western particle accelerators would be permanently accessible to Country A in the future. However, a few years later, Country B intensified its sanctions against Country A, particularly following the ascension of its supreme leader, which consequently closed the doors of foreign particle accelerators to Country A. The production of antimatter remains confined to laboratories, with astonishingly minuscule quantities, and it may take at least a millennium before it can be harnessed for energy utilization. Not to mention the lack of existing stockpiles of antimatter. Country A currently lacks even the foundational capabilities to produce it. How could one even contemplate its application? Ouyang Yuan gazed hopefully at Xiao Ge, yearning for him to possess knowledge regarding antimatter within the depths of his mind. Indeed, Xiao Ge did not refute the claims made by the scientist, asking, prior to this, did you ever consider that the insectoids could truly exist and descend upon Earth? No. A flicker of disappointment crossed Ouyang Yuan's eyes, indicating that Xiao Ge's memory repository lacked any information on antimatter. Xiao Ge continued, asserting that to confront the insectoids, one must not confine themselves within the limitations of conventional thought. What I require is a cadre of teammates daring enough to imagine. Only thus can we triumph over the insectoids, who posited that antimatter vessels must be constructed on the ground, storing antimatter before placing it aboard as energy. The particle accelerators aboard these vessels would generate antimatter, which would then annihilate itself, transforming into energy. Constructing particle accelerators on the vessels. The group was once again taken aback. How immense must such a vessel be to accommodate a particle accelerator? Ouyang Yuan inquired, Leader Xiao, are you certain? Xiao Ge replied, I have witnessed it. In my previous life, I commandeered an insectoid ship, traversed the stars, and reached the insectoid homeworld, where I encountered similar vessels. Thus, I am convinced that humanity can indeed fabricate such ships. Dr. Ouyang, the Academy of Sciences is summoning all foundational physicists to collaborate with the Aerospace Department to tackle the challenges of antimatter. During the second wave of the insectoid invasion, our primary focus will be defense, but I aspire that by the time the third wave arrives, we will no longer be in a position of passive defense. After some contemplation, Xiao Ge added, we can incorporate more young, creatively inclined students into our ranks, infusing our aerospace team with imaginative ideas. Ouyang Yuan nodded. Then what shall we name this project? Xiao Ge pondered briefly before declaring, let it be called the Kuo-Fu Project. Country A shall venture into space, pursuing the sun and moon. Thus, the Kuo-Fu Project was born, though it remains in a confidential stage for the time being. As the meeting concluded, Xiao Ge retreated to his chamber for a moment's rest. Morning dawned, and a flurry of urgent voices roused him. Leader Xiao, the Peacock Nation, having occupied the Nile Nation, has indeed commenced its advance into our highland territories. Xiao Ge awoke, unfazed by the news. Had it not already been concluded that the Peacock Nation's incursion into our highlands was merely a matter of time? There was no cause for alarm. Yet the haste with which the Peacock Nation acted, bypassing a few days of patience to directly deploy troops into the highlands of Country A, was rather unexpected. No. The messenger was evidently frantic. The Iron Brother Nation has engaged in combat with the Peacock Nation. Xiao Ge, taken aback, stammered. But was it not just stated that the Peacock Nation was sending troops in a country, eh? How then are they now clashing with the Iron Brother Nation? After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ge remarked, "It is not surprising for the Iron Brother Nation to be at odds with the Peacock Nation. After all, they have been adversaries for countless years. The Iron Brother and the Peacock Nation, due to historical grievances, have been embroiled in conflict since their inception, rendering them perennial foes. Yet, when did the Peacock Nation acquire the audacity to engage in a two-front war, attacking the Iron Brother Nation in the west while assaulting Country A in the north? No." Before the messenger could finish, he added, "Moreover, there have been sightings of insectoids along the border between the Iron Brother Nation and the Peacock Nation." Xiao Ge's attention was immediately piqued by this revelation. Insectoids appearing at the border between the Iron Brother Nation and the Peacock Nation? How could this be? Xiao Ge and the scientists had predicted that the insectoids were attempting to establish a dimensional passageway to Earth, with a sole entrance located deep within the Pacific Ocean. Recently, mysterious sea creatures have been discovered along the Pacific coastal nations, believed to be unknown species dwelling in the ocean's depths. Of course, the people of Country A are well aware that these are indeed insectoids. How could the insectoids traverse to the border of the Iron Brother Nation and the Peacock Nation? While Xiao Ge pondered this perplexity, the messenger interjected once more. Additionally, the Great Khan Nation has officially formed a military alliance with Country B and will soon deploy joint forces beyond the Great Wall of Despair in our northern frontier. Xiao Ge paused momentarily before bursting with joy, sprinting directly to the command room. Long Zhan, the personnel from the Foreign Affairs Department, are in a state of frenzy, anxiously coordinating strategies. The dual-front offensive by the Peacock Nation is not particularly terrifying. Long Zhan had already begun preparations yesterday. As they marched northward, turmoil within the Peacock Nation would inevitably ensue. Within a couple of days, the Peacock Nation would surely withdraw its troops. Otherwise, they would invade Country A, only to discover their own heartland pierced by their compatriots. The actions of the Great Khan Nation to the north are exceedingly aggressive. Furthermore, both situations bear the unmistakable fingerprints of Country B, indicating that Country B has formally extended its reach to the borders of Country A. Notably, the construction of a joint military base within the Great Khan Nation is utterly outrageous. Xiao Ge inquired with a serious yet joyful demeanor. Is it confirmed that Country B intends to establish a military base beyond the Great Wall of Despair? Indeed, everyone was perplexed as to why Xiao Ge suddenly erupted into laughter. What could possibly be amusing? Xiao Ge further questioned. Has Country B decided how many troops to station here? Long Zhan solemnly stated. The currently disclosed information indicates only 5,000. A strategic expert noted. It is clear that the Great Khan Nation's actions must have received the tacit approval of the Tsarist nation to the north. Otherwise, how could Country B's forces gain entry? However, Xiao Ge expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, Country B is being exceedingly stingy. Marshal Long, please find a way to exert pressure on the Great Khan Nation. If they intend to station troops, a minimum of 100,000 would be reasonable. Hasn't Country B also entered a state of war? Such troop levels should be mobilizable. But the assembly was left in shock. Stationing troops in the border area of Country A is already a considerable taboo. Yet Xiao Ge seemed unfazed. Even hoping for an increase in the number of troops from Country B, how could one allow others to slumber peacefully beside their own bed? In the next moment, Long Zhan's eyes suddenly brightened. Indeed, it could be approached in this manner. Xiao Ge, you truly are the most astute young individual I have encountered in matters of balance. In his moment of elation, Long Zhan called out Xiao Ge's name, to which Xiao Ge was entirely indifferent. Within the borders of the Great Khan Nation, a dimensional passageway for the insectoids is set to emerge, and we have been pondering how to address this issue. Yet Country B is voluntarily stepping in to assist? Ha ha ha. Long Zhan laughed heartily, revealing the crux of the matter. The Great Khan Nation has wisely rejected Country A's request to construct circular fortifications within their territory, while acceding to Country B's request for troop deployment, effectively seeking a balance from the outside. Yet, they likely do not realize that beyond the Great Wall of Despair lies the very locus of the insectoid invasion. It is no wonder that when Xiao Ge learned of the alliance between the Great Khan Nation and Country B with the latter's troop deployment, he felt not rage, but joy. This is indeed a fortuitous development, as they have voluntarily come to aid Country A in resisting the insectoids. Xiao Ge cheerfully remarked, we must tread carefully and avoid appearing overly eager, lest Country B discern our intentions and our actions become hesitant. Chapter 48. Anti-missile interception? Not at all. We are currently testing laser weaponry. 6 months later, the Insectoid species arrived. Country A has clearly stated this in their subsequent press conference. Yet nations beyond our borders remain skeptical. Who can be blamed for that? The Great Khanate shares its borders with only 2 nations, Country A and the Tsarist Empire. For many years, the diplomatic strategy of the Great Khanate has been one of equilibrium, maintaining a balance between these 2 neighbors, wary of favoring either side. However, the circumstances have shifted dramatically. The sudden transformation of Country A has compelled the Great Khanate to make a choice. They have opted to ally with Country B rather than the Tsarist Empire. Officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have asserted that this alliance must have tacit approval from the Tsarist Empire. Otherwise, the deployment of Country B's troops in a Tsarist territory would be inconceivable. It appears that our theoretical ally, the Tsarist Empire, has also chosen a side. Long Zhan's lips curved slightly, leaving it ambiguous whether it was a smile or a frown. The Tsarist Empire has consistently aligned itself with Country A in various international matters. This time, despite the Tsarist Empire displaying a facade of understanding regarding Country A's conscription, a glance at their eastern territories, predominantly acquired from Country A, instilled a sense of panic. Though unspoken, their tacit approval of Country B's military transit indicates a clear stance. Collaboration with Country A is permissible, but Country A must not grow too powerful. Meanwhile, more promising news arrived from the High-Energy Laser Research Institute. Just as they were discussing the surrounding environment beyond our borders, a call reached Ouyang Yuan's mobile phone. Dr. Ouyang, we have made significant breakthroughs with the high-energy laser weaponry, and testing can commence. Ouyang Yuan relayed this news to the assembly. After a moment of jubilation, Xiao Ge declared, "What are we waiting for? Let us proceed with the tests this afternoon. Oh, and remember to live-stream it. After all, the experimentation with laser weaponry signifies a monumental advancement for Country A's military capabilities. Furthermore, high-energy laser weapons will be deployed across all ring fortresses, poised to become formidable instruments of defense and offense beyond our borders." Country B, Xiao Ge and his companions were correct in their conjecture. The Tsarist Empire indeed harbored intentions to collaborate with other nations beyond our borders to counterbalance Country A. After all, Country A's vast conscription and abrupt shifts are perceived as threats. At this moment, Country B convened a meeting with its allies, while representatives from the Tsarist Empire were present as observers. The conference had been ongoing for 2 days. The Supreme Commander had personally arrived from Country B. Addressing the nations beyond our borders, prepare yourselves, for Country A has instigated war. They have deliberately targeted our technical experts and are bolstering their military to confront the civilized world. War may erupt at any moment. The nations largely concurred on the necessity of military expansion. Simultaneously, it was confirmed that a new command center would be established in the Pacific region. However, when the Supreme Commander proposed that the command center be situated in Country E, the representative from Country E promptly rejected the request. Apologies, but the recent tsunami has severely impacted our nation. Our primary focus is on post-disaster reconstruction. Constructing a military base at this time would surely incite public outrage. Consequently, the Supreme Commander turned to the representative from Goryeo. The Goryeo representative lamented, "Alas, the tsunami completely inundated our territory. Establishing a command center is entirely out of the question." The representatives from Country E and Goryeo exchanged glances, bemused by Country B's plans to delegate the construction of the command center to other nations while remaining preoccupied with their own disaster recovery. Moreover, they were merely a stone's throw away from Country A, which was currently ramping up conscription. It was uncertain when Country A might decide to take action against them, just as they had against Country D, whose fate had been sealed with a mere blink of an eye. While the consensus to confront Country A was evident, the nations present had yet to fully sever ties with Country A. Supreme Commander, Country A has now mastered comprehensive anti-missile interception technology, rendering the conflict asymmetrical. Country A poses a threat to us, while we cannot retaliate against them. How shall we address this dilemma? The maturation of anti-missile interception technology signifies a foundation for survival amidst nuclear deterrence. Upon the mention of this issue, the Supreme Commander smiled confidently. "This is precisely what I wish to address. To bolster everyone's confidence, Country B will complete its anti-missile interception test today." Prior to the tsunami, Country B had intended to conduct these tests, only to be thwarted by the unexpected disaster that devastated 2 aircraft carrier battle groups. The nations present were taken aback. Should Country B succeed in these tests, it would at least achieve parity with Country A in terms of strategic deterrence. "Now, let the testing commence," the Supreme Commander announced, and the screen shifted to a military base in the Atlantic. The reason country B chose this day for the test was to bolster the morale of the nations and ultimately facilitate the establishment of a comprehensive military alliance. This test would be broadcast globally, allowing the entire world to witness its success. We would no longer fear country A. As long as we achieve strategic equality, other nations will no longer tremble before country A. At the same time, careful consideration must be given to country B's alliance proposal. Any refusal to join this coalition would have dire consequences. The footage displayed a missile destroyer slicing through the ocean at high speed, accompanied by a colossal aircraft carrier in the distance. Suddenly, the screen split into two halves. On one side was the missile destroyer, while the other side revealed the vastness of space, showcasing a satellite. A voiceover then announced, "The classified satellite in orbit will coordinate with early warning radar to track all launched missiles in real time, relaying data back to the anti-missile system terminal for responsive action." Just as the commentary concluded, a test warhead launched from a base in country B, captured by the satellite at the moment of launch, and simultaneously relayed to the missile destroyer. The system began to operate at high speed, calculating the optimal interception trajectory. At this juncture, the live broadcast fell silent. But the Supreme Commander declared, "Our anti-missile interception system surpasses that of country A. We can issue early warnings upon missile launches from hostile nations and commence interception in mid-flight." As he spoke, the missile destroyer launched an intercept missile. Minutes later, the test warhead was precisely intercepted. The Supreme Commander continued, "Moreover, our terminal interception technology is on par with that of country A." Following this, the missile destroyer launched another intercept missile, this time striking the test warhead just as it was about to hit the target, destroying it with pinpoint accuracy. Instantly, the entire assembly was left in astonishment. Even the representatives from the Tsarist Empire were momentarily at a loss for words. They had not anticipated that country B's anti-missile interception technology had reached such maturity. Even the representative from country C felt a pang of resentment. Had country B tested this anti-missile technology earlier, they would not have been so severely pressured by country A. The advancement of country B's anti-missile technology indicated that the strategic imbalance with country A would soon be rectified. The representative from country E, contemplating the situation, remarked, "In truth, post-disaster reconstruction is not as pressing as we thought. If the command center can be equipped with such an anti-missile system, I believe establishing it in country E would not be problematic." Witnessing the maturation of anti-missile technology, country E's stance underwent a complete transformation. Similarly, the representative from South Goryeo chimed in, "Indeed, there are a few areas unaffected by the tsunami, which would serve as excellent locations for establishing a command center." The Supreme Leader tossed his flowing golden locks, now unhurried, as he suggested they first deliberate on the matter of a comprehensive alliance. Just then, a staff member rushed in, whispering urgently in the Supreme Leader's ear, "It appears that country A has responded to our successful missile defense interception." The Supreme Leader's expression darkened. Why the need for hushed tones? Display country A's response for all to see. Let's witness their reaction upon learning of our successful missile defense test. The aide hesitated. That might not be advisable. What could possibly be wrong? The Supreme Leader surveyed the attendees in the conference room. "We must show the nations that country A is not to be feared." With no other option, the aide projected the intelligence received from country A onto the large screen, which also served as a live broadcast of the experiment. However, the weapon systems in question were rather unique. A brilliant flash illuminated the screen. And although nothing seemed amiss at first, moments later, country A announced the destruction of an abandoned satellite in low orbit by a powerful laser beam. A reporter appeared in country A's broadcast room, posing a question to the testing agency. "What is the Crisis Management Bureau?" as comment on country B's successful missile defense interception. The response came swiftly. "I'm afraid that's a matter of internal governance for country B. Country A never interferes in the internal affairs of other nations." The reporter pressed on, "Is this a test, a new weapon system?" The reply was, "It is a laser weapon system, designed to protect country A's armaments in the event of a crisis with the Insectoid threat." The video abruptly cut off. Could country A's laser weapon system now directly target objectives in space from ground? "This is fake news." The Supreme Leader roared in fury. The term fake news echoed throughout the conference hall, but all present understood that his utterance only affirmed the news's authenticity. The representative from country E's expression darkened momentarily before regaining composure, stating, "Since South Korea wishes to establish a command center, I believe it is indeed necessary, especially given their advantageous position." No. The South Korean representative interjected anxiously. "It is country E that possesses the favorable conditions. It would be far better for the command center to be built within your borders. Moments before, they had been vying to establish the command center in their own nation. But upon witnessing Country A's revelation of the laser weapon test, their stance swiftly shifted. It seemed that Country B and Country A would forever remain unbalanced in the realm of strategic weaponry. Thus, today's meeting yielded no conclusions. However, Country B did achieve significant gains by reaching a consensus with the Tsarist nation to jointly confront Country A. Simultaneously, the Tsarist nation solemnly pledged that they would provide full support for Country B's military presence in the Khanate. Back at the White House, another piece of distressing intelligence arrived. The number of technical experts from Country B who had perished in an unfortunate accident had risen to 57. Moreover, near the site of their demise, the emblem of the Avengers was discovered. There was even a growing sentiment within Country B that these experts might have been eliminated by the Avengers. Supreme Leader. Although we have deployed additional personnel to safeguard technical experts nationwide, many have still fallen victim, an aide remarked. Perhaps we should consider initiating talks with Country A. No doubt, it must be the work of Country A. The Supreme Leader replied. They seem determined to eliminate 100 technical experts from Country B without relent. Yet the critical issue was that Country A had managed to disguise all incidents as mere accidents, leaving no trace behind. The aide pondered before adding, if we fail to provide the public with a satisfactory explanation, it may incite public outrage, affecting future electoral outcomes. The Supreme Leader was not merely intent on being a wartime leader. He aspired to seek re-election once the state of war concluded. Shall we discuss? The mention of electoral implications piqued his interest, relegating the fate of the technical experts to secondary consideration. In Country A, the successful test of the high-energy laser weapon significantly bolstered confidence. Particularly in this digital age, the Crisis Management Bureau opted to broadcast the successful experiment to the world, allowing everyone to witness the event. However, the live chat in the broadcast room painted a different picture. Warm congratulations to Country B on their successful missile defense test. I genuinely offer my sincere congratulations. No one should doubt my sincerity, knowing that the person above is sincere. I extend even more heartfelt congratulations to Country B on their successful missile defense test. From now on, they can provide fireworks displays for their citizens at any time. Heartfelt congratulations to Country B and other nations for overcoming the disastrous effects of the tsunami in just a few days, completing the missile defense test with national effort, bringing happiness and safety to the disaster-stricken populace. Searching the entire internet. Where is Yamamoto Ichiro now? And when will he start streaming? Only those from Country A could comprehend such congratulatory remarks, leaving external netizens bewildered, questioning, is Country A genuinely congratulating them? Why does it sound so strange? The success of the high-energy laser weapon test undoubtedly served as a shot in the arm for Xiao Ge. It demonstrated that Country A, with the blueprints and data principles in hand, could swiftly find breakthroughs. This indicated that Country A had already reached a critical point in relevant fields and merely required a nudge to achieve rapid advancement. If high-energy laser weapons could accomplish this, so too could other domains. The laser weapon tested today could be utilized as a main artillery piece, and, subsequently, they would proceed to manufacture miniaturized, portable laser weapons based on the blueprints provided by Xiao Ge. Likewise, the field of fusion nuclear power would undoubtedly follow suit. After the test concluded, the situation in the Peacock Nation became clear. It turned out that during patrols along the border with the Iron Pakistan Nation, several thousand soldiers had been slaughtered by insectoid predators, meeting a gruesome end. Upon hearing this news, the citizens of the Peacock Nation erupted in outrage, as Iron Pakistan was the only nation in the world that had begun to pivot alongside Country A, claiming to address the insectoid crisis, while simultaneously, monstrous figures from Country A's animations emerged. The Peacock Nation could not help but suspect that Iron Pakistan was up to no good. However, the Peacock Nation also found it peculiar. Having just engaged in conflict with Iron Pakistan, their domestic issues were suddenly exacerbated, leading to large-scale armed rebellion and drawing international attention. Just as Xiao Ge and Long Zhan had anticipated, the Peacock Nation's military forces remained stationed along the border with Country A. Yet they temporarily withdrew troops to focus on addressing the domestic rebellion. This inadvertently alleviated some pressure on Country A's southwestern region. As Xiao Ge prepared to embark on the next phase of his plan, he received a summons from the leader of Country A. Leader Xiao, the head of state requests your presence. This took Xiao Ge by surprise. Since his rebirth, the head of state had seldom sought out Xiao Ge, with the latter having approached him only twice, once for access to the underground Great Wall and once to reclaim Ijo Island. Xiao Ge arrived at the head of state's residence by car. The decor was simple yet elegant, exuding a timeless charm. The head of state appeared to be in good spirits, savoring tea as he awaited Xiao Ge's arrival. "You summoned me?" Xiao Ge inquired directly. The head of state looked at Xiao Ge kindly, a slight smile gracing his lips. "You've certainly stirred quite a commotion these past few days." Xiao Ge furrowed his brows, initially believing that the Führer intended to summon him for a private discussion, perhaps feeling that his recent actions had been somewhat reckless. Yet, the Führer maintained his genial demeanor, seemingly able to discern Xiao Ge's thoughts. "The purpose of today's meeting is merely to engage in casual conversation," he continued. "You possess remarkable qualities and an indomitable spirit. Over the years, Country A has opted for restraint in many respects for the sake of development. Yet you are different. Your return has infused Country A with fresh vitality and a stronger sense of unity among its citizens." Xiao Ge remained silent, attentively listening as he awaited the Führer to broach the main topic. If the Führer merely wished to commend him, it seemed unnecessary to summon Xiao Ge specifically. A simple phone call would suffice. As expected, after a few words of praise, the Führer shifted the conversation. "Xiao Ge, regarding the initial wave of the insect race's incursion, will there be another dimensional gateway opened over the Pacific Ocean?" Without much contemplation, Xiao Ge nodded, noting that while there were none in the depths of the ocean, there were indeed some on various islands. Upon hearing this, the Führer appeared to grasp the situation. "Xiao Ge, is the timeline you currently occupy still the original one?" The Führer's expression grew solemn as he posed this question. Xiao Ge's gaze tightened. The changes in human society were undoubtedly different from what they once were. After a brief pause, he recalled that in his previous life, the Peacock Nation had not invaded the Ni Nation, and the Great Khanate had consistently employed a bipolar diplomatic strategy. Country B had not entered a state of war, and the leader of Country D remained the same. However, geological and meteorological disasters persisted unchanged along the original timeline. If one were to liken Earth to a cup of water, the timeline of human society would be the water itself. The cup remained the same, but the water within had changed. Xiao Ge was not surprised that the Führer could perceive this dimension. Anyone aware of Xiao Ge's rebirth would likely arrive at this conclusion. Earth is a constant element, while humanity embodies variability. So be it, so be it, the Führer mused, then inquired. "Do you wish for Country B to bolster its military presence in South Korea and Country E?" Xiao Ge nodded vigorously, acknowledging that while Country B had such intentions, South Korea and Country E likely lacked the courage to accept them. "Of course I wish for it," he thought, reasoning it akin to Country B's military stationed in the Great Khanate. Yet, he also harbored concerns that if Country B's troops were deployed, it could render the surrounding situation even more uncontrollable, jeopardizing the delicate balance. The Führer smiled reassuringly, acknowledging that the idea of leveraging strength against strength was indeed sound. The circular fortifications in the northern and southern frontiers, as well as the coastal areas of the east, were not only intended to seal off those dimensional gateways, but also to fend off the insects encroaching from beyond. If military forces from neighboring regions could resist the insects, it would be beneficial for Country A. "You need only to act. I will handle the task of maintaining balance," the Führer declared. Balance, in this context, meant employing external forces to alleviate the pressure Country A faced from the insect crisis. After a moment's contemplation, the Führer added, "Furthermore, the purpose of revenge does not solely hinge upon the number of lives taken, but rather upon conveying to the adversary that we possess such capabilities." Xiao Ge paused, realizing that perhaps this was the true intent behind the Führer summons today. Deterrence is paramount. It serves to assert our readiness for retribution, compelling any future foreign adversaries contemplating underhanded tactics against us to reconsider their approach. Xiao Ge contemplated this, cognizant that the Führer was effectively dissuading him from pursuing his plan to exact revenge on 100 individuals from Country B. Chapter 50, Temporal Discrepancy Incident. Variables. This was not so much an epiphany as it was the Führer uncovering insights that Xiao Ge had not yet perceived, a matter of elevation and the art of balance. Given this, it was wise to desist. Indeed, more effective than taking lives is instilling in the opponent the awareness of one's capabilities. This is the essence of deterrence. Upon returning to the Crisis Management Bureau, Xiao Ge was promptly informed that a scholar had been awaiting him for quite some time. To his surprise, he discovered that the scholar was none other than Chief Liu Yilin from the Coastal Gravity Observation Station. After the Great Tsunami, Chief Liu had relocated to the Tianyan Research Institute in Country A, which was in proximity to another gravity observation station. Xiao Ge had not anticipated his arrival in the capital today. "Chief Liu, it has been a while." Xiao Ge greeted him, having a favorable impression of Liu Yilin. However, Liu Yilin's expression bore no trace of joy. Instead, he spoke with utmost seriousness. Group Leader Xiao, our colleagues at the Tianyan Research Institute have uncovered certain developments. Concerned that layers of reporting might delay action, I came directly to relay the information in person. Liu Yilin opened a data model on his computer, showcasing Earth in a grid-like format. To illustrate more effectively, we have gridified the gravitational data for clarity. Group Leader Xiao, observe here. Liu Yilin gestured to a specific point in the Pacific Ocean. At the Coastal Observation Station, we witnessed the formation of a dimensional gateway and the fragmentation of the gravitational field. Indeed, Xiao Ge nodded in acknowledgement. Liu Yilin continued. Initially, we believed that the dimensional gateway in the depths of the Pacific was the only one. However, that is not the case. It is merely the most stable one. The data from the Tianyan Gravity Observation Station indicates that at least 3 additional dimensional gateways form simultaneously with the one in the Pacific, with one located here. Following the model of the Earth, Xiao Ge identified the detailed location, situated at the junction of the Iron Brother Nation and the Peacock Nation. No wonder. Another is located here. As the model rotated, it revealed a site near the South Pole. Indeed, Xiao Ge suddenly recalled that in his previous life, reports had surfaced regarding Country B's Antarctic Research Station suddenly losing contact. Could be due to the insect race? Subsequently, Country B had dispatched personnel to investigate. But no updates had emerged from the southern Antarctic region before the initial wave of insects arrived. He inquired, "Do we have any information regarding the Antarctic research stations of various countries?" An individual searched online for updates and replied, 3 days ago, Country B and the Lion Nation's Antarctic research stations lost contact. However, given the rapid changes in the world, no one has paid particular attention to the news from that area. It is noteworthy that in the previous life, news of the Antarctic research station's loss of contact had sent shockwaves around the globe. Chief Liu, where is the last location? Liu Yilin's expression darkened as he pointed to a location within Country A's borders. It is here, in the northern frontier region. However, Liu Yilin's tone conveyed some uncertainty. Group Leader Xiao, please observe closely. This state is simulated using observational data. The gravitational field in the northern frontier region pulsated rhythmically, akin to Morse code, seemingly on the verge of activation, yet failing to succeed, only to attempt again, until ultimately returning to a state of calm. This cycle persisted for nearly 6 hours before it subsided. Xiao Ge's expression darkened. It was implausible that a dimensional gateway could form here. He distinctly recalled that following the tsunami, no mysterious creatures had been discovered within Country A's borders, making it impossible for a dimensional gateway to have opened. Liu Yilin did not respond to Xiao Ge's question, but elevated the perspective of the Earth model, bringing it closer to near-Earth orbit. In the surrounding space of Earth, the gravitational field in this area was also collapsing, and the calculations from the supercomputing center indicated that this region had become exceedingly unstable, with the potential to form a dimensional gateway at any moment. Xiao Ge fell into deep contemplation. The 2-dimensional gateways mentioned by Liu Yilin had not existed in his previous life. What could be the reason for this? Liu Yilin continued, stating that based on the calculations from the supercomputing center, we have reached a conclusion. To achieve such an outcome, a certain variable is necessary. However, the nature of this variable remains elusive, leaving us in the dark regarding the cause of the gravitational collapse in low Earth orbit. Meanwhile, Ouyang Yuan suddenly interjected, Captain Xiao, you are that variable. Xiao Ge was momentarily taken aback. Rebirth signifies a return to the past, and by returning to the past, one can alter the future. Could it be that his plunge into the black hole, which brought him back to the past, triggered the space-time deviation event? Earlier, the Führer had inquired whether the current timeline could still align with that of his previous life, perhaps pondering this very aspect. Liu Yilin continued, Captain Xiao previously provided us with a timeline, predicting that within the next 6 months, prior to the arrival of the insectoid species, several significant geological disasters would occur as a result of their attempts to open a dimensional portal. As he spoke, Liu Yilin displayed another set of predictive data, asserting that Captain Zhao's forecasts were unlikely to be erroneous. However, the frequency of geological disasters over the next 6 months would be even greater and more frequent. All of this stemmed from the emergence of Xiao Ge as the variable. In other words, the appearance of the insectoid species would become increasingly common, and the public would gradually become more aware of their existence. Soon, the theories of that paleontologist would falter, and the populace would increasingly accept the facts presented by Country A. It appeared that our various plans would need to be accelerated. We may need to expedite the relocation of our citizens. Initially, Xiao Ge had intended to wait until the construction of the Lingxiao giant city was completed before proceeding with the relocation. but it now seemed unavoidable. Fortunately, over half of the populace was already engaged in construction work. If relocation were necessary, the workload would be significantly reduced, and a plan for resettlement should be drawn up within the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Meanwhile, Long Zhan's gaze remained fixated on the computer screen. After Xiao Ge and Lu Yilin finished speaking, he inquired, Lao Lu, do you think the dimensional portal forming in our northern frontier will attract the insectoid species? If so, in what numbers and in what form? Everyone nearly overlooked this critical point. Yes, there certainly will be. Without waiting for Lu Yilin to respond, Xiao Ge interjected. That would be disastrous, Long Zhan exclaimed, slapping his forehead. That location is not far from the construction site of the Great Wall. A profound silence fell over the group. Although there were some stationed troops at the Great Wall construction site, could they truly manage the situation? Lu Yilin held onto a glimmer of hope, reasoning that since so many days had passed without any reports of insectoid from that area, perhaps they wouldn't come after all? No, there must be a reason. Xiao Ge spoke gravely. We must investigate thoroughly to ascertain the cause. Especially after learning of the existence of space-time deviations, Xiao Ge felt an increasing sense of urgency. Chapter 51, Space-Time Deviation Event, Traces of the Insectoid Species. In the northern region, north of the Great Wall construction site, lies the Great Khan's territory. At this moment, the inhabitants of the Great Khan have arrived, establishing a large military base less than 10 kilometers from the border of Country A. Even before the base is fully constructed, those at the construction site of Country A have already spotted patrols passing through the Great Khan, bearing the flags of the Great Khan, the Tsarist Empire, and Country B. The Great Khan is indeed eager to host two of the world's most formidable nations on its soil. However, as long as they do not cross the border or incite trouble, the guards of Country A will ignore them. Within the military camp, several new recruits have arrived, and the stationed troops have nearly exceeded 300,000, with numbers continuing to swell. Yet Xiao Ge is quite dissatisfied with these new recruits. To serve a nation, patriotism is not merely a slogan. You may be filled with fervor, yet you cannot endure even the slightest hardship in training. What use are you to me? Xiao Ge's frustration stems from the fact that these recruits, upon enlisting, profess their commitment to battle for their country and protect the people. Yet after merely a 5-kilometer run, they are left gasping for breath, unable to move. Fighting for the nation, battling the insectoid species until the very last moment, is not just a catchphrase. If you continue to whine at the slightest discomfort, then get out of my sight. Go back to where you came from. The recruits fell silent, genuinely unable to voice any complaints. They merely discussed amongst themselves why their training intensity surpassed that of the veterans. Why is it that veterans need to perform 40 push-ups in 2 minutes to pass, and 60 to excel, while they must achieve 60 push-ups in the same time frame? It seems unreasonable. One recruit speculated that perhaps this is what it means when heaven bestows great responsibilities upon a person. If that is the case, so be it. But why does she enjoy special treatment as a fellow recruit? A new recruit stood up, pointing at a woman engaged in shooting practice in the distance. Commander Zhao, I just want to know why she is exempt from physical training and allowed to proceed directly to firearms training. It's not fair. Though the other recruits remained silent, their eyes gleamed with defiance. Why should they endure rigorous training only to be reprimanded, while she is allowed to bypass it and handle firearms? Xiao Ge recognized the recruit and approached, hands clasped behind his back. Yang Ming, from Pitching Academy, a student of urban planning, correct? Yes. Are you discontent? Shou Gong inquired. After cutting off her long hair, Yang Ming appeared particularly spirited, speaking with conviction. Yes, I'm discontent. I'm discontent. Xiao Ge laughed heartily, then added meaningfully, a true man should possess such a spirit of defiance. The veterans beside Xiao Ge chuckled, appreciating Yang Ming's spirit of inquiry and fearless attitude. Su Hongyin, come here. Su Hongyin, who was training with the veterans, heard the call and jogged over. Xiao Ge permitted his subordinates to express their dissent, but only on the condition of obedience. Although Su Hongyin had only been in the army for a few days, she had already learned the essence of obedience. Here, Su Hongyin deployed expressionlessly. The veterans laughed again. Although Yang Ming's physical abilities were outstanding, there remained a significant gap compared to the veterans. Why did Su Hongyin skip physical training? Because she simply did not need it. The veterans had learned that lesson the hard way a few days prior. As such, Xiao Ge stated, the veterans are about to undertake a 50-kilometer weighted run, and Su Hongyin will participate. Any of you new recruits who feel unsatisfied can join the run as well. 10 minutes later, at the assembly ground, they were to collect their gear and set off. As Xiao Ge's words fell, over a dozen recruits stepped forward. Xiao Ge nodded in satisfaction. His subordinates should possess such a spirit of defiance. 10 minutes later, the recruits gathered at the assembly ground. Yang Ming finally had the opportunity to compete with Su Hongyin, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Miss Su, I'm not boasting, but after graduating high school, I hiked to the plateau. 50 kilometers is merely a blink of an eye for me. Rest assured, if you lose your way, I will come to your rescue. After Yang Ming spoke, Su Hongyin merely smiled indifferently and walked away. A veteran approached to commend Yang Ming. Little brother, you're impressive. By the way, did you have a girlfriend in college? Yang Ming's face darkened. Was it merely out of boredom that one sought a girlfriend? Wasn't it more delightful to engage in video games or watch a film? Must one really find a girlfriend to cater to their whims? The seasoned veteran chuckled in sudden enlightenment. No wonder your conversations with girls resemble those with buddies. Ha ha ha. You're a man, after all, while on the road. Be sure to take good care of Su Hongyin, lest she wander off. Ha ha ha. Yang Ming found it perplexing that he was being urged to protect someone else, a matter that ought to be taken with utmost seriousness. Yet the veteran spoke of it so casually. However, once they truly set off, he finally comprehended the veteran's rationale. And the other new recruits also grasped the significance. This 50-kilometer cross-country trek primarily assessed the soldiers' endurance, akin to a long-distance run. As they departed the military camp, the disparity between the veterans and the new recruits began to manifest. The veterans led the pack, forming the first group, while the new recruits trailed behind in the second group. Meanwhile, Su Hongyin had established herself as a separate entity, sprinting ahead of everyone. Initially, Yang Ming scoffed inwardly at Su Hongyin, questioning the necessity of her pace in a long-distance run as opposed to a sprint. Yet, 1 kilometer passed, then 5, then 10, and Su Hongyin showed no signs of slowing down. The veterans appeared unfazed by her performance. While he conceded, it became apparent why Su Hongyin was allowed to bypass the physical fitness tests and proceed directly to firearms training. Nevertheless, he was determined to bridge this gap sooner or later. As they approached the 20-kilometer mark, the groups had dispersed, and people were nowhere to be seen in front or behind. It would likely take some time before they encountered others. The military camp had provided only a destination for the 50-kilometer trek, without imposing strict requirements on the route taken. Drawing from his experience of hiking in high-altitude terrains, Yang Ming devised a shortcut on the map, albeit it meant veering off the main road and traversing mountains. Not long after leaving the main road, he unexpectedly encountered Su Hongyin along a narrow path. What was this? Was it a case of fateful encounters in narrow places? Beside Su Hongyin stood a small girl, perhaps 2 or 3 years old, clutching a doll. Whose child was this, wandering in such desolate wilderness? Who was this child? Yang Ming approached and, plopping down onto the dry grass, inquired. Su Hongyin shook her head, ignoring Yang Ming, and gently addressed the little girl, asking, "Sweetheart, can you tell me how you came to be here all alone?" The little girl did not recognize Su Hongyin, but she was familiar with the outfit she wore. Adults had told her that those clad in such attire could be trusted. Tears welled in her eyes, yet she fought to hold them back, clutching her doll tightly. "Daddy told me to wait here for him, but he hasn't returned for 2 days. Is he lost?" 2 days. Yang Ming glanced at the distant tents, wondering how long it had been since they had collapsed. What could such a small child have endured in the wilderness for 2 days? Both Su Hongyin and Yang Ming stared at the little girl in astonishment. Without hesitation, Yang Ming produced his military rations and offered some of her. However, the little girl declined, having just eaten some of Su Hongyin's biscuits and unable to consume anything else. Su Hongyin gently stroked her hair and asked, "What is your name? Dear, do you know where your daddy went?" Tears continued to shimmer in the little girl's eyes, refusing to fall. "My name is Baishi. Daddy went to distract the monsters from the TV." Yang Ming, a seasoned gamer, almost blurted out, "Is your dad not off to farm some wild creatures?" Yet, Su Hongyin suddenly had a thought. She took out her phone and played a video of the insectoid creatures sent by the Crisis Management Bureau, asking, "Is this the type of monster?" Baishi's tears burst forth, and she could no longer contain her sobs. "Yes, that's the monster. It came out of the TV. Daddy said he would lure the monsters back and told me to wait in the tent." Insectoids. Su Hongyin and Yang Ming immediately grew tense, glancing around. Had the insectoids truly appeared in the heart of a country? For Su Hongyin, it was less alarming. Having encountered the insectoids by the coast, she was more composed. "You need to notify Commander Xiao and inform him that insectoids have surfaced in the northern region." Chapter 52. Temporal Discrepancy Incident. Insect Eggs. Military Camp. When Xiao Gang received the call from Su Hongyin, Xiao Ge and Long Zhan were beside him. Just as Xiao Gang clarified the situation regarding the requisition of troops from the military camp, news from Su Hongyin arrived, reporting the sighting of insectoids. It was all happening too swiftly. Xiao Ge gestured on the map, indicating the point of gravitational field rupture and the location where Su Hongyin and her group spotted the insectoids, which were at least 30 kilometers apart. Xiao Gang's expression darkened. Team leader Xiao, the gravitational field rupture point you mentioned is an abandoned coal mine that was shut down years ago due to severe environmental pollution. Xiao Ge's expression grew grave as he spoke. Marshal Long, please deploy the troops to seal off that abandoned coal mine and evacuate everyone within a 50-kilometer radius. Additionally, utilize satellites and drone systems for the most comprehensive search of the area. Marshal Long, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Xiao Ge was perplexed by Long Zhan's sudden hesitation, leaving everyone baffled. After a moment's pause, Long Zhan asked, should we livestream this? Xiao. It seemed that the battle god had been pondering this for quite a while. However, Long Zhan had his reasons. If insectoids were indeed present at that abandoned coal mine, it would mark the first battle between a country and the insectoids, the initial confrontation before the large-scale arrival of the insectoids. He wished for the people of a country to witness that the insectoids were not to be feared. Because of the temporal discrepancy incident, there would be some insectoid vanguards infiltrating Earth through distorted dimensional passages. However, compared to the actual large-scale arrival of the insectoids 6 months later, this was on an entirely different level. Thus, Long Zhan thought that defeating the insectoids would demonstrate to the people of a country that the unknown was not to be feared. Then let us go live. As soon as he spoke, satellite surveillance images began to pour in. Team leader Xiao, this area is the satellite image of the abandoned coal mine, but it seems to have undergone some changes compared to a few years ago. Upon receiving the image, Xiao Ge's hands trembled slightly as he exclaimed, these are insect eggs. So that gravitational field fluctuation was intermittent, resembling a hen laying eggs. The insectoid world has directly sent the eggs here. We cannot afford to wait any longer. Once we locate the little girl's father, we must immediately bomb that abandoned coal mine. Thankfully, they had discovered the presence of the insect eggs in advance. If they had waited until the eggs hatched, it would have been catastrophic. Not a moment could be wasted. Military vehicles, drones, helicopters, and more sprang into action. Xiao, Long Zhan, and Xiao Gang took charge. Before departing, the scientists from the Research Institute, having learned of the situation, were extremely excited and insisted that Xiao Ge bring back more samples for them. Let us move out. In Country B, the Supreme Leader awoke once more. Ever since entering the year 231, he had not enjoyed a single peaceful night as sleep. Supreme Leader, upon learning of our alliance with the Tsar's nation and the deployment of our troops, a nation has mobilized its entire military from a northern base, suggesting signs of a potential cross-border strike. What? The Supreme Leader rubbed his eyes in disbelief at what he was witnessing. The satellite imagery displayed a scene of dust swirling and troops surging, indicative of a pre-battle mobilization. A nation is rather impatient. Confirming his observations, the Supreme Leader could not help but smile. Who would have thought that the patrols of the Great Khanate, brandishing the flags of the three nations, would intimidate a nation to this extent? Should a nation dare to launch an offensive against the Great Khanate, then the nation would truly find itself at ease. For the Tsarist nation would undoubtedly engage a nation in battle. Announcing an alliance is one thing, but the deployment of troops cannot happen overnight. Nevertheless, B Nation cannot afford to wait even a moment. Let the Great Khanate showcase their flags at the border of a nation. An aide inquired, Supreme Leader, how shall we proceed? Condemn. We must unequivocally condemn a nation. Furthermore, we must inform the Great Khanate to hold their ground until we arrive. Minutes later, the Prime Minister of the Great Khanate was on the verge of tears, brandishing the flag of the Tsarist nation alongside B nations. They paraded around a nation's border at the behest of the Supreme Leader. This was indeed a provocation towards a nation. However, B Nation displayed a facade of cheering and rallying support. What was the intent behind this? Withdraw the troops. Immediate withdrawal. We must delay until the representatives of those two nations arrive. Wait. After the message was reported, Xiao Gang ordered them to hold their positions. Thus, Su Hongyin and Yang Ming awaited the arrival of the main forces, remaining silent throughout. Yes, simply awkwardly waiting. Finally, the helicopter arrived. Upon seeing an individual disembark from the helicopter, Yang Ming felt his entire being stiffen. What on earth is that? The creator of the legendary class-cutting record at Pingcheng Academy. Xiao Ge? No way. Yang Ming rubbed his eyes. If it were indeed Xiao Ge, he would likely be cowering at home, trembling in fear, not on the front lines battling the Zerg. Just as Yang Ming was grappling with his astonishment, Xiao Ge recognized him as well. Old Yang, I never expected you to enlist again. In their previous life, Xiao Ge and Yang Ming were classmates. fleeing together during the Zerg's invasion, ultimately enlisting and seizing a Zerg spaceship together. Yang Ming adjusted his jaw, incredulously exclaiming, "Is that really you, old Xiao? What the hell? Aren't you supposed to be home playing in the mud today?" Just as Yang Ming was about to approach his old classmate, he was blocked by a Special Forces soldier beside Xiao Ge. "Commander Long, remember this. He, like Su Hongyin, will have his training quota increased several-fold." After uttering this, Xiao Ge paid no further attention to Yang Ming. Yang Ming was left bewildered, watching him walk away, too hesitant to inquire. What on earth is going on with this guy? Why does he exude an aura of authority? Long Zhan understood the implications of Xiao Ge's words and relayed them to Xiao Ge. "Forward, this is the route to the abandoned coal mine." Before Xiao Ge and his group arrived, the mobile troops had already been deployed. Boom, boom, boom. Real-time footage from the drones indicated that the front lines had commenced combat. It appeared that the Zerg within the abandoned coal mine had detected humanity's intentions and organized an assault upon witnessing the human forces. Soon, Xiao Ge and his team reached the front lines. Tanks, artillery, machine guns, and more. Humanity had intensified their firepower, and before them lay several Zerg corpses. What is the current situation? Have we located Baishi's father? Xiao Ge skillfully took up arms and joined the offensive ranks. Within the abandoned coal mine, the number of mature Zerg was estimated to be between 10 and 20, and we had already dispatched several. However, those peculiar eggs were scattered everywhere, dense and mysterious. Upon a cursory glance, Xiao Ge discovered that some of the eggs had already begun to hatch. This is bad. The Zerg currently engaged in combat with humanity are fully mature. Where have the hatchlings gone? Suddenly, Xiao Ge noticed movement within one of the already hatched eggshells. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a human. Regardless of whether it was Baishi's father, we must rescue the child first. Over there. Xiao Ge pointed towards the individual who seemed to have been captured by the Zerg. Save him. Rescuing the person trapped within the eggshell would be relatively straightforward. Long Zhan, weighing the situation, commanded alternate cover, draw the Zerg away and create an opportunity for team leader Xiao to enter and rescue. Originally, the plan was to send the special forces, but upon reflection, no one understands the Zerg better than Xiao Ge. Perhaps he is the safest and most effective choice. To cover Xiao Ge, the best strategy is to divert the battlefield and lure the Zerg away. The so-called alternate cover involves all soldiers concentrating their efforts in one direction. The strategy proved effective. You follow me. Xiao Ge pointed at Su Hongyin and Yang Ming. The three of them, along with several special forces members, swiftly entered the Zerg egg zone. Rows of Zerg cocoons stood half a meter tall, ample space for a person to hide within. Approaching the eggshells, Xiao Ge signaled the others to remain vigilant while he went to rescue the individual inside. However, as he straightened up to look, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Alien parasitism. Chapter 53, Crisis Management Bureau Statement. Do not consume. To his astonishment, the eggs delivered were indeed alien eggs. They bore a resemblance to the facehuggers from the film Alien, which is why humanity had designated them as such. The individual entangled within the alien egg was a Caucasian. Not Baishi's father. Su Hongyin, Yang Ming, and others also made similar discoveries among the surrounding eggs. In addition to humans, there were pigs, cows, and other animals, all killed by the Zerg and directly discarded into the eggs as nourishment to sustain the Zerg. No hope. Xiao Ge murmured, never expecting them to be alien eggs. Anyone ensnared by such creatures ultimately becomes a breeding ground for the Zerg. Invisible me. Old alien fans, assemble. Let us go. Xiaoye sighed softly, lamenting for the poor Baishi, who was likely to become the first true victim of the Zerg. Team leader Xiao. The researchers have requested that we bring back some samples. Should we take an egg with us? One special forces member inquired, already preparing to collect an alien egg. Yang Ming's expression darkened, suppressing a laugh. Su Hongyin gazed into the distance, pretending she had heard nothing. Xiao Ge's brow furrowed. It's an egg, not an egg. The current laboratory cannot contain the alien creatures. Let us go. Once Xiao Ge and his team emerged, Long Zhan and Zhao Gang had eliminated all the remaining Zerg, at the cost of nearly 7 tanks and countless munitions. Commander Long, immediately withdraw the troops surrounding the abandoned coal mine and deploy white phosphorus munitions for area saturation attacks. White phosphorus munitions can raise the burning temperature in the area to over 1,000 degrees, sufficient to eliminate all life forms within the effective range, including the larvae in the egg stage. Understood. Long Zhan nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang quickly interjected, Marshal, the little girl's father is still inside. Perhaps we can still save him. No chance. Those are alien creatures. Xiao Ge did not elaborate further, but firmly declared, from now on, remember, any human ensnared by an alien creature must be terminated without exception, regardless of who it may be, irrespective of one's status. There shall be no mercy. A profound silence enveloped the crowd as they grasped for the first time that the impending threat of the insectoid crisis might not wait for 6 months. Peril could strike at any moment. The white phosphorus bomb, a weapon of relatively low technological complexity, stands as one of the most effective means to combat the insectoid menace. Half an hour later, Xiao Ge and his comrades had retreated to a sufficiently safe distance as unmanned aerial vehicles approached to unleash their deadly payloads. Boom! 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 Even from over 10 miles away, the flames of the white phosphorus could be distinctly seen, and the searing heat could be felt. Xiao Ge pondered, waiting for the flames to subside before venturing in. There must be no trace of any insect egg left. The others nodded in solemn agreement, their silence echoing the gravity of the situation. Yang Ming, standing nearby, gravely nodded, affirming, indeed, no problem. Long Zhan and Zhao Gang remained silent. After all, it was not the place of a mere rookie to voice an opinion. Xiao Ge furrowed his brows in frustration. Addressing Commander Zhao, their 50-kilometer cross-country training cannot be interrupted. Allow them to continue. Yang Ming's expression darkened. Come on, Xiao. Do not be so ruthless. Have you forgotten who covered your expenses at the school cafeteria that morning? Commander Zhao, the 50-kilometer cross-country can be conducted daily. He should be able to double his load to 60 kilograms. Yang Ming fell silent, retreating to a corner, too intimidated to speak further. The inferno from the white phosphorus continued to blaze. But soldiers had rescued a barely conscious man from the desolate wells surrounding the abandoned coal mine. The man had a broken leg and was in shock from excessive blood loss. Yet, as the stretcher passed by Xiao Ge, he suddenly grasped the corner of Xiao Ge's clothing with all his strength. The medic halted in his tracks. My daughter? Where's my daughter? The man exerted every ounce of strength to utter this question. Xiao Ge felt a pang in his heart as he grasped the man's hand, reassuring him. She is safe. We have rescued her. Oh, that is a relief. With those words, the man succumbed to unconsciousness. In the wake of the insectoid invasion and the ensuing devastation, the sincerity of a father's love commanded the respect of all soldiers present. In a previous life, Xiao Ge had not encountered by she and her father. Yet at this moment, he was profoundly moved. Paternal love is as steadfast as a mountain. Bai Shi's father had bravely diverted the insectoids to save her, a remarkable act of valor for an ordinary man. Where are they headed? Xiao Ge inquired of the medic. The medic, having examined Bai Shi's father's belongings, revealed their destination. They were en route to the construction site of Giant City No. 7 in the northern frontier. The Great Khan's forces had indeed withdrawn. Workers repairing the Great Wall were perplexed by the news. Were they merely idling, dragging along thousands of troops, and then leaving the border region? Do they not comprehend? Although the Great Khan's realm had not faced a tsunami with such idle time, they might better ponder how to confront the insectoid crisis. Live broadcasting, Long Zhan declared, stating that this battle would be streamed live to demonstrate to the citizens of Country A that the insectoids were not as fearsome as portrayed, thereby uniting the populace. It was akin to the live broadcast conducted by the deep-sea submarines of Country A beneath 10,000 meters of ocean depths. The official entry of the Crisis Management Bureau was titled Country A's First Battle, Annihilating the Insectoids. Naturally, every broadcast would pay heed to details. Until Xiao Ge granted his approval, no footage of him would be shown, without any declaration or prior notice. The entry appeared on the live streaming page of the Crisis Management Bureau's cloud monitoring service. It would be played on construction sites of giant cities nationwide. Suddenly, some viewers caught sight of the extermination of the insectoids and began to point and murmur in astonishment. Didn't they say the insectoids would not arrive until 6 months later? Why are we engaging them now? What do you know? Did we not discover insectoids during the last tsunami? Unbeknownst to them, the early arrival of the insectoids could be elucidated through quantum mechanics. When faced with uncertainty, quantum mechanics provides clarity. Scram. Thus, the encirclement of the insectoids commenced. The live streaming chat exploded with comments. It seems, those insectoids are somewhat adorable. Can you all please focus? Look at the true comparison. We have so many soldiers, yet we're only dealing with a handful of insectoids. Just imagine if there were hundreds of thousands of them. Without Ling Xiao Giant City, could we withstand such an onslaught? Silence. Indeed, they had deployed aircraft, dozens of tanks, and hundreds of soldiers, yet we're still only besieging a mere dozen insectoids. This only underscored the terror of the insectoids. Hello, uncles and aunts. I'm in the 5th grade. I was just watching A Country on the tip of the tongue. Do you think insectoids are edible? Silence. Little one, be good. The uncles are discussing a serious matter. Could you please find a parent? Wait. ISNT, this ID, the one who was in the first year of high school last time? More silence. After a while, some viewers began to engage earnestly in the chat. Should the insect eggs, scorched by white phosphorus, be referred to as barbecue eggs or braised eggs? Barbecue eggs, I suppose. It fits the theme better. By the way, have you ever tried insect barbecue? I mustered the courage to try it. It looked disgusting, but the taste was surprisingly good. I want to try the insect that the troops just killed. In a live stream, there were also foreign netizens tuning in. Blockbuster, a collaboration between Country A and Blizzard to produce a StarCraft movie, is underway. It looks thrilling and promising. For foreign netizens, tunneling in to watch the live broadcast was merely for entertainment. The comments from Country A's netizens led them to further question the authenticity of the Insectoids. Guarantee they saying Country A was battling Insectoids? Why do I feel like I've stumbled into a cooking show? I suspect that the so-called Insectoids are perhaps genetically engineered food created by Country A. Agreed with the previous comment. I am Yamamoto, Ichiro. Why are you everywhere? Last time, you still owed us a live stream. Nationwide manhunt. Where has Yamamoto, Ichiro gone? Approximately 10 minutes later, netizens encountered an official statement on the Crisis Management Bureau's government account. Everyone, please do not overthink. Insectoids are not edible. According to the latest report from scientific researchers, the bodies of insectoids may contain significant radiation, and their bodily fluids are highly corrosive, akin to poison. Chapter 54, January 29, 231. The SHIELD tunneling machine goes offline. Abroad, nations were taken aback by Country A's sudden initiation of war broadcasts, particularly Country B. Satellites detected unusual activity in the northern military camps of Country A, and the Pentagon's advisors suggested awaiting a true crossing of the border by Country A's forces before issuing a condemnation. However, the Supreme Leader insisted, no, it must happen now. Thus, the spokesperson for Country B, brandishing satellite images, condemned Country A for its military invasion of another nation during an official press conference. Yet, just after Country B condemned Country A, the latter announced that the war against the insectoids had concluded. Moreover, during a subsequent press conference in Country A reporter inquired of Hualin whether she was aware of Country B's condemnation. Hualin's response was devastating. Military invasion? ISNT, that the specialty of Country B? It was over. Country A's reply was confined to these remarks. Following that, Country B was left shouting into the void, as if Country A had chosen to disregard them entirely. Instead, it was a remark from Hualin that turned Country B into the epitome of hypocrisy. The data stream reached the Supreme Leader, who remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. Next time you hold a press conference, please report to me first. Do not act so hastily as to make a mockery of ourselves in front of the world. One of the aides interjected, if it weren't for your urgent condemnation of Country A, would we have dared to hold this press conference? The Supreme Leader acknowledged, furthermore, the Foreign Affairs Department is preparing to issue a formal apology regarding the assassination of A's experts. Our analysis suggests that Country A merely seeks to provide an explanation to their domestic populace. Although the Supreme Leader was reluctant to apologize, having previously dismissed the Pentagon's minister, he was fully aware that his ambition was to secure re-election after his term as wartime leader. Thus, the electoral situation remained a pressing concern. Very well, proceed, he concluded. 10 minutes later, the spokesperson for Country B's Foreign Affairs Department issued a formal apology in the dead of night, promising to punish those responsible for the assassination of A's orbital technology experts. Simultaneously, they demanded that the Crisis Management Bureau formally cease all assassination activities targeting Country B's technology specialists. Yet, another 10 minutes passed before a response emerged from A's press conference. A reporter inquired, Hualin, what is your perspective on Country B's formal apology? Hualin replied solemnly, expressing hope that Country B would genuinely recognize its mistakes. As for Country B's claim that it was the Crisis Management Bureau seeking revenge by assassinating their technology experts, Hualin felt compelled to refute this, stating that all evidence indicated that Country B's experts had died by accident, with the entire world listening. Her assertion that Country B's experts had succumbed to unforeseen circumstances was met with skepticism. In the White House, the data stream presented itself once more. The Supreme Leader grimaced, his expression grave as he fell silent. In the future, if you intend to conduct such press conferences, it would be prudent to prepare in advance. The aides were once again at a loss for words. Wasn't it you who agreed to this, Supreme Leader? How is it now our fault? However, the day's events were far from concluded. Supreme Leader, there's been combat with the insectoid species in A's territory. Our technology experts have verified that this is indeed a genuine event, not merely CGI. Our scientific advisors are meticulously verifying all data released by A, and we must carefully consider A's claims. The Supreme Leader nodded gravely, acknowledging the truth in the paleontologist's assertions that numerous unknown life forms likely still inhabit the Earth. Where do you suppose these creatures reside? In the Earth's core? We are being serious. 1-8 insisted earnestly. Even if these life forms remain unknown, we must ascertain their combat capabilities. The broadcast may showcase their struggle against these unidentified beings. I'm serious as well, the Supreme Leader retorted, fiddling with his golf club. By the way, arrange my schedule. I intend to visit Jonathan and Cherry Corporations tomorrow. I hear their quantum computers are on the verge of a breakthrough. The aides nodded and set about their tasks. Previously, A's Dragon Corporation announced its plans to develop quantum computing. This time, we must seize the technological high ground and ensure it gazes up at us in awe. In the Tsarist nation, within a secret research facility near the Arctic Ocean, a mysterious sea creature's corpse had just been transported from South America. The very insectoid menace referred to by Country A. The Emperor demands that you expedite the dissection and research, providing a decisive analysis. A tall man in military garb delivered the creature's remains to the Institute and continued. The Emperor states that Country A is the only nation in the world whose civilization has persisted uninterrupted since its inception, owing to its extraordinary understanding of crises. We can ally with Country B, but we must not be led astray. We must uncover the true reasons behind the transformations occurring in Country A. In Country E, nestled in the heart of Mount Fuji, there exists an area strictly off-limits to tourists, heavily guarded. Amidst the undulating hills lies an entrance leading underground. Upon reaching the lowest level, the name of the research institute is revealed, the Takata Institute, flanked by colossal robots on either side. At this moment, a mysterious sea creature's corpse was being delivered. We must analyze this creature's anatomy without delay. Additionally, Country A has released some gravitational field data, and the Prime Minister has instructed you to organize verification. The researchers paused, bewildered, but we lack gravitational observation equipment. The only nations capable of such observations are countries B and A. How could it possibly allow us access to their gravitational apparatus? Then find a way to request it from Country B. The researchers were left speechless. Under normal application protocols, approval would take at least 2 years. Moreover, if we aim to validate A's gravitational data, Country B will undoubtedly be pursuing the same objective. Yet, if Country B confirms A's data, will they share their findings with us? Country C, D, New Country, Lion Country, and other major nations of the world continue to publicly deride Country A. Yet behind the scenes, they have begun independently verifying the data released by Country A. It matters little whether these mysterious sea creatures are indeed insectoids or ancient beings. The reality is that A's live-streamed war has revealed their formidable combat prowess. There is a dual fear, one that A's prophecies may come to fruition, and the other that these sea monsters may be biological weapons secretly engineered by A. Indeed, countless science fiction narratives recount tales of biological weapons spiraling out of control. And upon discovering such a situation, it has conveniently cited an insectoid invasion as a pretext to placate the world. Since A's live broadcast of the Insectoid War, a semblance of calm has blanketed the globe. Thanks to the presence of cloud supervisors, the world witnesses the construction progress of A's towering metropolis. Each day appears monotonously unchanged. Yet, on January 22nd, 231, contrasting images surfaced online, juxtaposing the state of construction 20 days prior with its current form. 20 days ago, the construction sites were barren wastelands. Now a city is taking shape. Particularly notable is the construction of the city walls, with certain sites advancing at a pace of 2 to 3 meters daily. The comparison of these two temporal snapshots compelled the world to exclaim, has that city truly risen so much? It seems as if the city emerged overnight, altering its visage day by day. The motives behind the Führer's decisions remain inscrutable. However, B's troops have indeed arrived, stationed a mere 10 kilometers from A's formidable Great Wall. Simultaneously, B has announced an increased military presence in South Korea and Country E. A continues to protest, as usual. But the nations of the world have observed that A's protests seem less fervent than before. International scholars speculate that A likely wishes to avoid provoking foreign nations. In recent days, news regarding the mysterious sea creatures has dwindled, while research efforts by various nations are underway at an accelerated pace. A nascent sentiment has begun to emerge internationally, suggesting that A may be correct. The insectoid species truly may descend upon us. Yet, this voice remains faint. On January 29th, The Crisis Management Bureau's official media unexpectedly released a statement that sent shockwaves through global discourse. At 10 o'clock in the morning on January 29th, a 100-meter diameter tunnel boring machine will hold its launch ceremony. Chapter 55. The tunnel boring machine, of course, is designed to drill directly into the Earth. On January 29th, 231. In Country A, it marked the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. In previous years, this would signify the nearing end of the Spring Festival holiday, a time to scramble for tickets to return to work. However, this year, while the Spring Festival in Country A remains, the holiday itself has been annulled. The official statement from the Crisis Management Bureau serves as the most nourishing spiritual sustenance for the populace. The live stream of the SHIELD tunneling machine on the cloud monitoring platform initially drew scant attention, as the citizens of Country A were primarily engrossed in their construction endeavors, while international netizens had grown weary of the spectacle. From early January to the end of the month, the various decisions made by Country A have irrevocably altered the global landscape. It can be said that nations that once viewed Country A as both adversary and ally have now wholly transformed into its foes. Meanwhile, Country A has been preoccupied with domestic projects, leaving little room for interactions with foreign nations. Consequently, the latter half of January ushered in an unexpected period of tranquility. However, today, this tranquility is destined to be shattered. In a matter of moments, the popularity of the SHIELD tunneling machines live stream surged, attracting viewers from both Country A and beyond. Even high-ranking officials from numerous nations dispatched representatives to witness the event. Not to mention, individuals from various technology companies were present as well. The Bureau's announcement was released at 8 o'clock a.m., and by 8:40 a.m., the live chat was inundated with messages. Netizens eagerly checked in, documenting their presence. Citizens of Country B, check in. Citizens of the Tsarist Nation, check in. Citizens of Country E, check in. Yamamoto, Ikaru, check in. Where are the brothers of Country A? Don't let the outsiders outshine us. Let us check in with our artillery. Country A, Country A, Country A. The screen was awash with check-in messages from citizens of Country A, with only the keen-eyed occasionally spotting messages from other nations. Nationwide manhunt. Citizens of Country E, come forth and summon Yamamoto Ikaru for a live stream. Indeed, in this live stream, a pin post about Yamamoto Ikaru still lingered. Thus, the entire world, except for the citizens of Country E, engaged in lively banter, while the latter remained notably silent. As viewers focused their attention on the SHIELD tunneling machine, astonishment enveloped them. After more than 20 days, Country A has truly produced such a steel monstrosity. Terrifying is that a SHIELD tunneling machine with a diameter of 120 meters and a length exceeding a kilometer, it resembles a fusion of scrap metal. There seems to be no end in sight. Can it even move? This is Yamamoto Ikaru speaking. If this thing can operate, I will truly live stream my humiliation. Friend, you are already in debt for much more. Then, the chat fell silent. In a live feed, the SHIELD tunneling machine lay still, resembling a mighty river, while countless workers busied themselves with final adjustments. At 9:20 a.m., the commander's voice resonated. Earth Dragon no. One has completed system checks. Energy core loading countdown begins. 10 minutes. Earth Dragon number 1. For the first time, the world learned the name of this SHIELD tunneling machine. The presence of number 1 implied that there would be a number 2 and number 3. Indeed, as the commander's voice rang out once more, the globe trembled in unison. Earth Dragon number 2 has completed system checks. Energy core loading countdown begins. 10 minutes. Earth Dragon number 3 has completed system checks. Energy core loading countdown begins. 10 minutes. Did you believe that Country truly constructed 3 such colossal SHIELD tunneling machines simultaneously? You will be mistaken. The official media of the Crisis Management Bureau released pertinent data. A total of 13 Earth Dragon series SHIELD tunneling machines are under construction, with 3 set to debut today, while the remaining 10 will be unveiled over the course of the next month. The precise measurements of the SHIELD tunneling machine are a diameter of 120 meters and a length of 707 meters. Furthermore, these machines will be powered by small nuclear reactors, utilizing fission reactors, akin to the propulsion systems of nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. Netizens from Country B suddenly felt envious. It appears Country A has long mastered the manufacturing processes for fission reactors. They have the capability to produce nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. At 9:30 a.m., the fission reactor was hoisted as the energy core. At 9:50 a.m., installation was completed and the preheating process commenced. At 9:55 a.m., the leader of Country A issued a congratulatory telegram, celebrating the completion of the first batch of shield tunneling machines and wishing for a successful unveiling. Simultaneously, Xiao Ge was also watching the unveiling ceremony of the shield tunneling machine within the Crisis Management Bureau. The unveiling of the shield tunneling machine signifies the official commencement of the excavation of a tunnel system that will connect hundreds of towering megacities. Team Leader Xiao, why do I see no joy upon your face? Ouyang Yuan expressed his astonishment. The successful construction of the shield tunneling machine had failed to elicit any sign of delight from Xiao Ge. It's still too slow. Xiao Ge sensed a looming crisis. With January drawing to a close, it meant that the first wave of the Insectoid invasion was merely 5 months away. Time was slipping away far too swiftly. Furthermore, Xiao Ge had tasked Liu Yilin with establishing a crisis prediction department to monitor gravitational anomalies that could result from dimensional rifts. However, Liu Yilin had made it clear that accurate predictions would be unlikely. They could only observe the changes in the gravitational field at the moment a dimensional rift occurs. This implies the potential emergence of numerous unknown risks. The latter half of January has been unervingly tranquil on Earth. It seemed as if everything lay dormant, with humanity waiting in anticipation, while the insectoids, too, awaited their moment. This uncertainty is what troubled Xiao Ge. He feared that he might not be adequately prepared when the insectoid vanguard arrives. Let us observe the unveiling of the shield tunneling machine first. After the ceremony concludes, I will immediately convene a meeting with personnel from both the Education Department and the Agriculture Department in times of great upheaval. The significance of these two sectors cannot be understated. At 10 o'clock a.m., at the construction site of the shield tunneling machine, the project manager delivered a brief address before officially declaring the commencement of the unveiling ceremony. Buzzing sounds reverberated. Countless individuals, even through the screen, could sense the thunderous roar emitted as the shield tunneling machine's engine ignited. A ponder question: when a warship is completed, it is directly launched into the sea and sets sail. Surely a shield tunneling machine cannot simply burrow into the earth like an earthworm, can it? Silence. Especially among the netizens of country A, a sudden hush fell. How could such a massive shield tunneling machine be transported after its unveiling? Is there any vehicle in the world capable of carrying it? Netizens from country B pragmatically mused. You don't understand. Country A's shield tunneling machine can transform into a transformer and walk itself to the excavation site. Haha. At that moment, an A country netizen with the handle Yanglin 3D delivered a devastating blow. You all don't understand. The Avengers will invite the technical experts from Country B to celebrate Christmas in paradise. Silence. The citizens of Country B were left speechless. Truly, one cannot help but strike a raw nerve. At 10:02 a.m., within the live stream, the shield tunneling machine began to move, inching forward like a flowing river, or an earthworm writhing in motion. It seems that the citizens of Country A intend to utilize this technology to commence tunnel construction at a depth of 1,000 meters underground. Is there anyone proficient in mathematics who could enlighten us on the duration required to connect the entirety of Country A through tunnels? I am Yamamoto Ichiro, a doctor of mathematics, and I can unequivocally inform you that if Country A wishes to accomplish this endeavor, it would certainly take no less than 200 years before I broadcast live. Although the name Yamamoto Ichiro has become somewhat infamous, his assertion is undeniably accurate. Country A boasts vast territories and diverse terrains, and even the construction of a high-speed rail system on the surface took several decades to complete, let alone the creation of a capsule-shaped high-speed rail. At this moment, the commander spoke once more. The colossal tunneling machines, Earth Dragon 1, 2, and 3, have met operational requirements and are ready for departure. Subsequently, the 3 enormous iron worms emerge from the construction factory, wriggling on the surface, with their frontal sections beginning to burrow downwards. Indeed, the shield tunneling machine must depart in such a manner to truly embody the essence of excavation. 10 minutes later, only half of the 707-meter-long body of the tunneling machine remained above ground. After 20 minutes, all 3 tunneling machines had completely vanished beneath the earth, akin to vessels submerging into water or birds disappearing into the forest. Is that all? Just moments ago, a comrade from beyond the domain scoffed, questioning whether they could simply burrow into the ground like earthworms. Precisely. If the tunneling machines of Country A do not tunnel through the earth, do they intend to fly away? Chapter 56. Country B. Quantum Supremacy and Lunar Endeavors. 10:30. The Crisis Management Bureau officially announced the commencement of the giant tunneling machine, Earth Dragon, into service. At a press conference, A reporter inquired of Hualin, expressing concern that Country A's live broadcast of the tunneling machine's construction might lead to technological leaks. Hualin elegantly responded, invoking the words of a certain company. Even if they obtain the design blueprints of Country A's tunneling machine, and even if they witnessed the entire construction process, they would still be incapable of replicating it. A netizen unearthed the original statement from the president of the lithography company in Rose Country, disseminating it online with accompanying images, which received considerable attention. In another image, the president of the lithography company appeared heartbroken, having suffered a crushing defeat years prior when the outside domain imposed a blockade on Country A's lithography technology. Country A commenced independent research and development. The president of the lithography company had previously made disparaging remarks about Country A's technological capabilities while mocking its alleged plagiarism. Among the populace, the most exhilarated were the 50 million railway workers. For decades, countless railway workers in Country A have toiled in the most desolate regions, forging paths through mountains and constructing bridges over waters, creating a high-speed rail network that resembles a mighty dragon traversing the nation. As one generation ages, another rises to continue the construction of this magnificent arterial network, an endeavor that has never ceased. At this very moment, they have awaited far too long. Some even recognized that the construction of the tunnel railway would only commence with the arrival of the tunneling machines, and they eagerly joined the construction team of the Grand City. Old workers of the Northwest Corridor High-Speed Rail, requesting to return to duty. Brothers from the Qinghai-Tibet Line, requesting assembly. Brothers from the Beijing-Shanghai Line, requesting assembly. Names of well-known railway lines appeared in the barrage of comments. The people of the nation then sighed, realizing that their ability to travel across the country on high-speed trains daily is due to the countless nights and days spent by these workers constructing those railways. It turns out that our capacity to traverse the nation in 2 hours is a result of their silent dedication, as they painstakingly built the railways step by step from south to north. What constitutes a hero behind scenes? They are indeed the ones. In the external domain, Country B is holding a press conference. The reporters are apprehensive that the supreme leader might suddenly appear to declare that the tunneling machine of Country A is merely fake news. After all, the construction of Country A's tunneling machine was broadcasted live from start to finish, allowing the entire world to bear witness. It is certainly not fake news. The supreme leader arrived, accompanied by his aides and scientific advisors. Supreme Leader, what is your perspective on the successful rollout of Country A's Earth Dragon tunneling machine? A reporter, eager to engage, quickly posed the question. Firstly, on behalf of Country B, I extend my congratulations to Country A for the unveiling of their tunneling machine. The reporters in attendance nearly burst into laughter. Was the Supreme Leader truly sending congratulations to Country A? It sounded somewhat akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. The Supreme Leader refrained from further responding to the reporters' inquiries and instead suddenly smiled broadly, exhibiting the quintessential Uncle Sam grin. Today is a splendid day, and I am eager to share 2 pieces of good news with you. Please document them diligently and compose articles that do not disappoint me. He then produced some documents to showcase to the media. Yesterday, Jonathan Corporation and Cherry Corporation announced that, through their diligent efforts, they have constructed 256 prototypes of quantum computing devices utilizing photons. Are you aware of what this signifies? A couple of years ago, Country A released their 9 chapters quantum computing prototypes, which featured 76 photon-based devices, didn't they? Our quantum computers will operate at a speed 100 billion times greater than theirs. Furthermore, Jonathan Corporation has developed corresponding programming languages. Do you comprehend the implications? It signifies that Country B will officially enter the quantum computing era, maintaining our status as the epicenter of global technology. Let us make Country B great again. In that instant, the reporters comprehended why the Supreme Leader initially congratulated Country A. It was evident he had a strategic advantage. The research on quantum computers is being pursued worldwide, with the primary competition occurring between Country A and Country B. 2 years prior, Country A's 9 chapters quantum computer surpassed Country B. And today, Country B's quantum computer has transitioned into a programmable state. What does this entail? It implies that quantum computers will emerge from laboratories and officially enter the civilian sector. It signifies that Country B will ascend to become the true sovereign in the realm of quantum computing, an unassailable dominance that no one can undermine. However, a reporter began to express concerns. Supreme Leader, could it be that Country A will surpass us? The journalists of Country B have begun to worry, as being outdone by Country A is not a rare occurrence. Just the other day, when attempting to replicate Country A's missile defense test through a live broadcast. They were swiftly embarrassed when Country A outperformed them. Hence, the reporters are anxious. Indeed, our scientists must continually surpass technological benchmarks to foster progress. Today, the Supreme Leader appeared particularly earnest and grave. The reporters exhaled in relief, recognizing that the Supreme Leader was rational today, his gaze resolute when addressing scientific matters. At the previous press conference, during a period of severe viral outbreaks within Country B, the Supreme Leader suggested to the world that patients infected with the virus should consume disinfectants. Tragically, that day, a patient in Country B succumbed after ingesting disinfectant. Scientists have informed me that if they cease their research and maintain the current level of technology, Country A will undoubtedly catch up within 200 years. Apologies, I misspoke. It is actually 100 years. The Supreme Leader glanced at his scientific advisor, who affirmed his statement, allowing him to assert with utmost confidence. 100 years. What remarkable confidence. Even if Country B were to stagnate, Country A would require at least a century to catch up in the field of quantum computing. However, we shall not remain idle while awaiting Country A. In pursuit of establishing an unequivocal leadership in quantum computing, we shall solicit our allies to collaboratively develop and research this technology. By the way, in the realm of quantum computing, the A nation will no longer hold sway. Their actions have been utterly despicable. For decades, they have subjected us to a relentless technology blockade, particularly in the domain of fusion reactors. Journalists, take heed. Seriousness will lead to defeat. Anyone with discerning eyes knows that since the A nation was established in the 1950s, it has consistently faced technological isolation from external powers like the B nation. What can the A nation use to impose such a blockade? It appears that in the new domain of computing, the A nation will find itself devoid of opportunities. Journalists hastily noted this statement. After a brief pause, the Supreme Leader continued, I have another piece of splendid news that I am eager to share with you. I have engaged in discussions with a space exploration technology company and learned that they will embark on an unprecedented journey of space exploration on the 23rd, with the assistance of the space agency, to achieve a manned lunar landing. You may find it hard to believe, but this time the spacecraft from the space exploration technology company will carry 15 individuals and will also establish a forward base on the moon. I can hardly contain my excitement to announce that the B nation has claimed sovereignty over the moon. Another significant revelation. The journalists were left astounded, nearly reeling in disbelief. They had yet to digest the news of quantum hegemony when a lunar mission was unveiled. The Supreme Leader slightly tilted his body, stating that the A nation had proclaimed a national transition into the space age. Ironically, they are unable to compete even with a single one of our companies. They have lost their chance and will retreat into their iron walls, ultimately regressing to the Stone Age. Just as the Supreme Leader was delivering his fervent address, a journalist interjected with a question. Supreme Leader, could you provide a brief overview of the post-disaster reconstruction efforts along our nation's West Coast? The journalist hailed from the West Coast and had received a call from his state demanding to question the Supreme Leader regarding the reconstruction efforts. However, seeing the Supreme Leader engrossed in discussing quantum hegemony and a lunar mission without any indication of pausing, he seized a moment to interrupt during the climax of the address. His state had been awaiting federal support, yet a month had passed with no news. Fellow journalists cast admiring glances towards him. The Supreme Leader's expression darkened immediately. He stood speechless at the podium for a moment before ultimately losing all composure and storming off. Oops, how awkward. Thankfully, the B nation's journalists were accustomed to such situations. Nevertheless, with the news of quantum hegemony and the lunar mission, coupled with the unveiling of the A nation's tunneling shield machine, media outlets worldwide were set to be bustling. It had been over half a month since such riveting news had surfaced. Chapter 57, The A Nation, Education and Agriculture upon the completion of the colossal city. Every household will be allocated housing at no cost, provided one is a citizen of the A Nation. There is no need for mortgage repayment or renovations. Of course, once one moves in, any personal renovations will no longer be the state's concern. Essentially, this grants many citizens a fresh start. The previous societal structure has vanished, and citizens, who were once suffocated by mortgages, car loans, and online debts, suddenly find hope and the courage to live. Each morning, they awaken no longer burdened with the question of where to find money to pay off loans next month. They can simply align with the nation's development, work diligently once the colossal city is completed, and save wisely instead of treading the old path. The citizens are fervently engaged in the construction of the colossal city, not only due to the nation's call, but also because they will each have a stake in it once completed. Furthermore, New economic and financial systems are being researched and formulated. After all, dismantling the original economic framework requires not only courage, but also the establishment of a new alternative system. One must break to create a new. Workers at various construction sites have begun to hear rumors that the future monetary system will undergo a complete transformation, implementing a digital currency akin to credit points. Protecting the nation and home has never merely been an empty phrase. As long as the nation exists, so too will every citizen's home. Emergency Management Bureau. The successful rollout of the tunneling machine and the commencement of tunnel excavation signify an acceleration of the high-speed rail project. In accordance with Xiao Ge's directives, personnel from the Departments of Education and Agriculture were present. Also attending the meeting were representatives from Longway Company, including Yin Jingfei and his team. By the end of January, Xiao Ge's identity was no longer a secret within the organization, although it had yet to be formally announced through the media. As the colossal city had begun to take shape, most citizens were residing in the surrounding cities, awaiting relocation. We must proactively plan for the education and food needs of the citizens post-construction of the colossal city, Xiao Ge stated. The theme of this meeting revolves around these two crucial issues, addressing the citizens' educational needs and their sustenance. The representatives from the Department of Education had long been prepared and presented their proposal, maintaining that the new educational system would continue to follow the traditional structure of elementary, middle, high school, and university. At the university level, courses in combat and interstellar studies would be added. Xiao Ge glanced over the proposal and directly interrupted the speaker from the Department of Education, stating, "Your approach is misguided. There is no time for a gradual, step-by-step process. While foundational education remains unchanged, we must incorporate knowledge of the insect race, interstellar studies, and basic combat training at this stage. After completing foundational education, educational branches will support students in autonomously choosing paths in literature, research, or combat. Some individuals may be suited to become warriors, and this should not wait until university to manifest. They can be nurtured from a young age. Additionally, while existing university majors will be retained, we must immediately select a portion of individuals to study spacecraft manufacturing, city defense engineering, and conceptual weapon development." The room fell silent. In just a few brief statements, Xiao Ge had outlined the future direction of education. He recalled the words of a pioneering predecessor. "What the nation needs, I shall learn." The representatives from the Department of Education were stunned into silence for a time before finally speaking up, asking, "So, will there be a school year this year?" According to past traditions, preparations for the new semester should commence following the Spring Festival. "What do you think?" Xiao Ge retorted, somewhat at a loss for words. Genuinely puzzled as to what the Department of Education was contemplating. Could there still be a school year this year? After a moment's pause, he continued, "School will commence after the first wave passes. However, we can begin selecting individuals for the most urgently needed professional training now. We will call upon students in the foundational education stage for a live broadcast tonight at 7 o'clock, serving as the first lesson of the year." Given the disruption of the previous social structure, many families had migrated away from their residences, making children's education a pressing issue. Perhaps the National Cloud Classroom could temporarily address this dilemma. "Leader Xiao, what will the content of tonight's broadcast be? We need to issue a notification in advance," said a representative from the Department of Education. Xiao Ge glanced at Yin Jingfei, signaling him to speak. Thus, Yin Jingfei stepped forward and addressed the assembly. Earlier this month, the Academy of Sciences consolidated several university quantum research institutes and, in collaboration with Longway Company, developed a new quantum computer based on the Jiuzhong quantum computer. The crowd nodded in agreement, vividly recalling the announcement of that plan earlier in the month. Yin Jingfei continued, "After resource consolidation, we discovered that both parties possess strengths in their respective fields. Combining all research outcomes yields a result far greater than the sum of its parts. In conjunction with the materials provided by Team Leader Xiao, we have successfully constructed a robot centered around a quantum computer. This evening, we shall conduct the inaugural debugging session, and subsequently, we will develop a robotic system capable of engaging in combat with the Zerg." Although the attendees of this meeting were merely representatives from the Department of Education and the Department of Agriculture, they are well aware of the profound implications of our advancements. A few years ago, when country successfully developed the 9-chapter quantum computer, many believed it represented the pinnacle of quantum computing. It was thought that it would take at least 50 years for quantum computers to transition from the laboratory to practical applications. Yet, astonishingly, within a mere month, we have already produced operational robots. This is truly alarming. Team leader Xiao nonchalantly explained that the data from the Zerg spacecraft indeed contained references to quantum computing. However, The representatives from the Department of Education were momentarily taken aback, posing a thought-provoking question. Could quantum computing robots pose a threat to humanity? After all, humanity's understanding of quantum computing remains limited, and concerns regarding uncontrolled artificial intelligence have existed since the inception of computers. Rinjingfei stated that there is no need for concern. We have discovered that quantum computers can accurately encode the 3 laws of robotics. We have overwritten these principles within the foundational logic of the computer, ensuring that should a robot violate these tenets, a self-destruct protocol will be immediately activated. The representatives from the Department of Education were momentarily stunned before regaining their composure, prompting team leader Xiao to suggest they issue a notification without delay. Xiao Ge. Next, it was the turn of the representatives from the Department of Agriculture. They had prepared a plan in advance. They opened their computers to reveal a national land distribution map following the completion of the Lingxiao giant city. It became evident that the Lingxiao giant city effectively protects our territory. Thus, agriculture will be divided into 2 segments. The first will retain the original farming areas, while the second will involve the cultivation of various crops around the Lingxiao giant city, tailored to climatic conditions. Consequently, in the future, we may require a new breed of farmers who will maintain cultivation on the old territories, necessitating a cadre of mercenaries for their protection. Observing the Department of Agriculture's plan, Xiao Ge nodded slightly, as it aligned closely with his own thoughts. In the previous cycle, agricultural issues were addressed in a similar manner. People would sow seeds in the existing fields and dispatch harvesters only when the season of reaping arrived. This plan could certainly be executed. However, we must prioritize increasing our grain reserves, particularly for fast-growing vegetables. Utilizing genetic technologies to secure sufficient food supplies for the citizens of Country A over the next 2 years within a 6-month time frame. The Department of Agriculture. A staggering 2 years' worth of food for 3 billion people in Country A? My goodness. Previously, they might not have dared to imagine such a feat. Xiao Ge discerned their apprehension. Is there a problem? No, not at all. Dehydrated vegetables, compressed foods, artificial meat, vacuum packaging. Each term danced through the minds of those present in the Department of Agriculture. Once the arrangements were made, the meeting drew to a close. However, Xiao Ge was taken aback to find that representatives from the Foreign Affairs Department had been waiting for him for quite some time. Team leader Xiao. Country B has intensified its sanctions against us. Xiao Ge. More sanctions? After half a month of silence, the supreme leader must be feeling rather lonely. Xiao Ge inquired sternly in what domains. The Foreign Affairs representative presented a data stream, stating that earlier, Country B had abruptly convened a press conference to announce the successful development of a 256-photon quantum computer. Simultaneously, the Jonathan Corporation is developing a foundational programming language for quantum computing. The Supreme Leader declared that, in the future, there will be no place for Country A in the realm of quantum computing. What? In what domains? Xiao Ge questioned, doubting his own ears. The realm of quantum computing. Xiao Ge. Oh, in that case, I need not worry. Such matters are not worth our attention and are quite a waste of time. Chapter 58. Fluctuations of the near-Earth gravitational field. A prelude to attack. At 12:39 a.m. in Country A, the Crisis Management Bureau issued a call to action from the Department of Education, urging all parents, regardless of their location, to ensure that their children attend the Department of Education's Cloud Science Classroom at 7 p.m. this evening to watch a live broadcast on the new generation of robots. Simultaneously, the live broadcast link was placed in the Crisis Management Bureau's cloud monitoring area. Pinned at the top, Education is the future. Tonight's broadcasts are paving the way for the Department of Education. At 6:45 p.m. in Country A, the Congress of Country B passed the Supreme Leader's proposed Quantum Computer Intellectual Property Protection Act. While termed a bill, it is more accurately described as a blockade against Country A. The legislation contains 17 articles, with only the first 6 pertaining to intellectual property protection, while the remaining 11 impose comprehensive, unyielding regulations prohibiting the export of products related to quantum computing to Country A from both domestic and allied nations. In the White House, the Supreme Leader has also signed several executive orders prohibiting any interaction between individuals and Country A in the domain of quantum computing, particularly with respect to foreign particle colliders. All Chinese scientists are to be expelled. Country A must be incensed by this legislation. The Supreme Leader proudly queried his aides. After a moment of silence, an aide responded, Country A seems to have no reaction whatsoever, from top to bottom. The citizens of Country A appear entirely unfazed by Country B's all-encompassing sanctions. As a result, in various cloud monitoring live streams, external observers could no longer contain themselves. You have been sanctioned. Why are you not angry? The responses from Country A's netizens were scant. A user with the nickname Yonglin3D stirred a slight ripple. It seems we have been sanctioned. Is that so? In what domains have we been sanctioned? I have not heard anything about it. They say it's in the quantum domain, but I'm not too sure. I heard there was quite a commotion in Country B, with the entire Congress involved and their allies joining in. Oh, it was as if someone had informed you of 112, and you responded with indifference. Such was the reaction of Country A's netizens. At 7 p.m., the Cloud Classroom live broadcast commenced. Within a sealed laboratory, renowned figures from the scientific community, such as Ouyang Yuan and Rinzheng Fei, presided over the event. Ouyang Yuan personally hosted the session and invited quantum physics scientists from the Academy of Sciences to disseminate knowledge. This live broadcast was aimed at elementary and middle school students nationwide, intended to ignite their curiosity and foster their thirst for knowledge. Thus, the popular science segment was conducted from two perspectives. The first part introduced the robots, showcasing the humanoid robot towering over 3 meters as it demonstrated various movements and interacted with Ouyang Yuan. Throughout this interaction, relevant information about the robots was conveyed to the students. By captivating the students' attention, the effectiveness of the live broadcast was enhanced. We hope that these robots will serve as a safeguard for the citizens of Country A when the Zerd descend upon us, and that the children will aspire to engage in the research and exploration of robotics in their future endeavors. Each robot possesses a core system, which fundamentally requires a computer system for support. Having just demonstrated the robot's interactive capabilities and its ability to handle various scenarios, I now invite you to explore its computer system, the quantum computing system. Please welcome Professor Rinzheng Fei and Professor Pan. As the back cover of the robot was opened, viewers of the live broadcast were astonished to discover that the robot's imposing size was due to the presence of a central system emanating a soft blue glow. This is a quantum computer, but what are its underlying principles? The live broadcast continues, with experts in quantum science from the Academy explaining, in the simplest terms, what quantum means, what a quantum computer is, and why the central processing unit of this robot is a quantum computer, among other topics. The language used is devoid of pretension, strikingly unembellished. The audience, however, is anything but calm. Since the viewers are students, comments are disabled, but there is a discussion area visible in the live stream for adults. Did I just hear quantum computer? You likely heard correctly. It is indeed a quantum computer, and it is already being applied in robotics. Impossible. I need to read the Quantum Computer Intellectual Property Protection Act from Country B first. Stop fooling around upstairs. Pay attention to the live broadcast. A quantum computer. Who would have thought that Country A has already created robots based on this technology? This signifies that it will soon permeate every facet of life. It implies that the traditional network framework previously utilized will be reconstructed and supplanted by a quantum network. This information won't leak, will it? Will outsiders assume we are deliberately targeting them? No need to worry about leaks, as this live stream is not restricted to foreign internet users. Damn it, if anyone claims Country A isn't doing this on purpose. I'll have Yamamoto Aikuro from Country E stream live. Surely everyone in Country A was aware beforehand. No wonder they reacted so indifferently to Country B's sanctions. What other hidden secrets does Country A possess? Why does the Supreme Leader always lose composure, rushing to announce sanctions against Country A whenever something credible arises? If only he could exercise a bit of restraint, the situation might not be so precarious. Outsiders. Country B. Supreme Leader, it's bad. A familiar voice jolts the Supreme Leader from his drowsiness. It's that impetuous aide again. Kant, next time you enter, knock before speaking, or you'll find yourself out of a job. The Supreme Leader is at a loss. How did this retired Special Forces soldier become such an impatient aide? Kant enters and presents the data stream collected from Country A. Supreme Leader, Country A has also developed a quantum computer. Take a look. After reviewing the information, a profound silence envelopes the office. Until, what do they mean by this? I'm a leader of Country B. Our nation has developed high-end machines that have passed national legislation to impose sanctions on Country A, and they are showcasing it to elementary students? Does this imply my actions are childish? Kant inadvertently nods in agreement, then shakes his head vigorously, realizing the inappropriateness of his response. At that moment, a call from an ally comes in, and the aide asks the Supreme Leader if he wishes to take it. Without looking back, the Supreme Leader declares, I am heading to the West Coast to assess the disaster zone after the tsunami. I will be unavailable for several days. With that, the Supreme Leader departs, leaving a multitude of matters behind in the White House. The allies, unable to locate the Supreme Leader, quickly become anxious. Country A has explicitly stated that its nuclear fusion technology will never be open to outsiders. the four nations can manage for now, as chemical energy and traditional nuclear power technologies will suffice for their daily lives. However, quantum computing is different. If excluded, it truly signifies a loss of the future. The Allies attempt to reach the Supreme Leader for a definitive response regarding whether they are retaining their quantum computing technology and how it compares to Country A. The Supreme Leader, however, remains unresponsive, leaving them to rely on their own resources. Country E declares, Country E has the longest history of relations with Country A. We established a solid diplomatic relationship during the Tang Dynasty. South Korea, we formed a good diplomatic relationship with Country A during the Qin Dynasty. Historically, cultural luminaries from Korea, such as Li Bai and Chu Yuan, held positions in Country A. Iron Tower Nation, we were the first among outsiders to establish diplomatic relations with Country A. In a flash, nations around the world begin to discuss their amicable relations with Country A. Emergency Management Bureau. Amidst the foreign nations movements, Xiao Ge remains unfazed, as the gravitational observation station delivers shocking news. This is a situation Xiao Ge had never encountered in his previous life, within the same timeline. Since the beginning of the month, abnormalities have been observed in the near-Earth spacetime, fluctuations detectable by various nations. The gravitational field in near-Earth space has become unstable since the day before yesterday, and supercomputing center simulations indicate it may peak on February 3rd. We speculate that a large celestial body may be passing through. Xiao Ge's gaze trembles slightly. That is not merely a celestial body. It is the Insectoid world attempting to construct an enormous dimensional portal. Should they succeed, it could allow royal-level insectoids to invade. The third wave of arrival had previously succeeded once. Royal-level insectoids are those standing at the pinnacle of certain insectoid species. In human terms, this would equate to the chieftain of a particular clan. Although the success rate of constructing such dimensional portals is exceedingly low, when the space-time fluctuations reach their peak, they can significantly impact Earth. The insectoid vanguard may very well emerge from the fractured gravitational field. Preparations must be made in advance. Where's Commander Long now? Chapter 59, Via Readiness. Xiao Ge estimates that the insectoid world as current attempt is almost certain to fail. However, the resulting gravitational field fluctuations will make it easier to construct dimensional portals on Earth, potentially allowing the insectoid vanguard to invade, just as they did during the tsunami. Regardless of whether foreign nations previously believed in the existence of insectoids, after the space-time ripple, none would dare to question the insectoid crisis. Commander Long is at the exoskeleton research facility testing a new warrior exoskeleton device. Someone replies. Without hesitation, Xiao Ge directly initiates a video call with Commander Long. The connection is established. On the other end of the video, Long Zhan is encased in heavy mechanical exoskeleton armor, attempting to move. His personal agility remains unaffected, and all bodily functional data has been significantly enhanced, such as weight-bearing capacity and jumping ability. Standing at 1.8 meters, Long Zhan, adorned in the mechanical exoskeleton, appears to reach a height of approximately 25 meters, nearly matching that of the insectoid vanguard. Leader Xiao, you have yet to visit the exoskeleton research facility, have you? You should make time to see it. The exoskeletons here can enhance our warriors beyond those in Edge of Tomorrow. Xiao Ge disregards the pleasantries and states. The space-time deviation event has reoccurred. War is imminent, with the estimated time being February 3rd. On the other end of the video, Long Zhan suddenly halts, his previously excited expression transforming into one of grave seriousness. I'll be there immediately. 10 minutes later, Long Zhan arrives, and after gaining clarity on the situation, he promptly states, from what Chief Lu implies, we can only know the specific location 3 minutes before the gravitational field fractures, correct? Lu Yilin nods, indicating that any location nationwide could potentially serve as the opening point for a dimensional portal. That makes things manageable, Long Zhan remarks. Our citizens have largely migrated to the vicinity of the 100 towering cities. Even those not working in the cities live in nearby towns. As long as we bolster our military presence around the 100 towering cities, we can defend against the insectoids. Deploying troops in a focused manner will yield the best results and highest efficiency. If a dimensional portal emerges elsewhere, we can subsequently dispatch forces to eliminate the threat. However, at this moment, Lu Yilin demonstrates the meticulousness of a scientist. But what if the dimensional portal appears in a city? Indeed, due to the random emergence of dimensional portals, what would happen if, for instance, one were to open in the heart of a city? How would the populace evacuate? After a brief silence, Xiao Ge declared that the construction of the megacity would proceed as planned. Simultaneously, a special task force would be deployed within each city. fully mechanized and on standby for immediate action. Should a portal materialize within the city, their sole directive would be to hold their ground until the military could arrive. It is impossible to evacuate the urban populace. With 8 million residents at each construction site, what chaos would ensue if they all migrated at once? Ultimately, it is a matter of probability. If they were to evacuate and a portal opened amidst the throng, what then? It would be far more prudent to remain in the city, where the urban streets could serve as cover to evade the insectoid threat. Execute was but a command, and across military installations nationwide, 50 million troops commenced their movements, redirecting their stations to encircle the megacity. If one were to calculate purely mathematically, each of the 100 megacities would have 500,000 station soldiers. Yet, reality is seldom so straightforward. Xiao Ge's forces must concurrently oversee the 7th megacity, the impasse Great Wall, and the satellite cities in close proximity, which are already designated for future habitation. Once the 7th megacity is completed, they will migrate directly within its confines. For now, they must endure in their current locations. After the orders were issued, military personnel acted swiftly to implement the directives. Dr. Ouyang, how is the miniaturization of laser weaponry progressing? Xiao Ge inquired, turning to Ouyang Yuan. Over 20 days prior, they had utilized laser weaponry to target satellites. And with the blueprints provided by Xiao Ge, production was expected to accelerate. However, to date, Xiao Ge had yet to receive updates regarding the weaponry. The miniaturized laser weapons have been successfully developed, and we are currently calibrating the production line. Once operational, we anticipate a daily output of 200 units, Dr. Ouyang reported. Xiao Ge furrowed his brow. A mere 200 units per day? Dr. Ouyang, can you calculate how long it would take to equip 50 million soldiers in a nation? Xiao Ge stated in a low voice. Surely there must be a more efficient method to expedite production. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ge continued, Dr. Ouyang, please organize a team to investigate whether laser weaponry can be produced through 3D printing. Understood, came the reply. It was evident that 3D printing held the key to enhancing production capabilities. 200 units per day was exceedingly sluggish. This was a reason Xiao Ge felt time slipping away. The variables and potential butterfly effects resulting from his rebirth had rendered the temporal anomalies unpredictable, ushering in crises with increasing frequency and amplifying the burden upon military. Marshal Long, how is the output of the mechanized exoskeletons you tested today? Long Zhan pondered before responding. Currently, the military is equipped with outdated exoskeletons. Our objective is to fully deploy the new models before the first wave of the enemy arrives. By improving the existing production lines for the old exoskeletons, we could achieve a wartime mobilization output of 100,000 units per day. An output of 100,000 units per day is already an unfathomable figure, yet for Xiao Ge, it remains insufficient. Even if peak production were reached at this moment, there would only be 15 million units available by the time the insectoid invasion occurred, leaving a significant shortfall in equipping every soldier in nation. Furthermore, this type of exoskeleton is powered by rechargeable batteries with a 24-hour lifespan, necessitating the establishment of charging stations for the units once deployed. These are minor issues. After a brief pause, Xiao Ge shifted the conversation to the matter of personnel relocation. From this moment on, inform the populace across the nation regarding the precautions to be taken on February 3rd, particularly for those in remote inland areas who have yet to evacuate. They must expedite their departure. If evacuation proves impossible before then, they should seek refuge in caves. Additionally, those scattered across the old urban areas must devise their own means of survival. In mid-January, a nation had orchestrated a large-scale migration, relocating citizens from the old territories to the periphery of the megacity. To date, this migration is ongoing. Due to the concentration of all manpower and resources towards the construction of Lingxiao megacity, the relocation of the populace has not been as swift as the coastal exodus. Many areas remain neglected, and numerous individuals have opted to stay behind. Currently, dispersing military forces to protect each individual is unfeasible. They can only inform them of how to respond in the event of an insectoid encounter. Understood, replied Minister of Internal Affairs Hu Tiansheng, immediately dispatching personnel to make arrangements. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense, each individual strained to their limits. Suddenly, a member of the Foreign Affairs Department furrowed their brow, seemingly recalling something crucial, and exclaimed, I forgot to mention, on February 3rd, B-Nation's space exploration company is scheduled to conduct a crewed lunar mission. Xiao Ge was left speechless. A wave of clarity washed over the room, shattering the previously solemn and tense atmosphere. The attendees were momentarily taken aback, their expressions relaxing slightly. Someone remarked, oh right, how could we forget? Besides announcing sanctions against us in the quantum field, B-Nation is also flaunting their lunar program today. Indeed, they plan to transport 15 people to the moon in a single mission while constructing a lunar outpost. This is a monumental leap for humanity, and we seem to have neglected to extend our congratulations, which might come across as rather petty. In an instant, everyone recalled that the Supreme Leader had announced the lunar plan earlier that day, and discussions began anew. Team Leader Xiao, should we issue a warning to the outer regions regarding the potential insectoid incursion on February 3rd? Simultaneously, we might advise B-Nation to consider postponing their launch. Xiao Ge contemplated briefly before responding. It would suffice to make the announcement on social media. As for warning the outer regions, it is likely unnecessary. They are already monitoring a nation's every move, whether they choose to believe it or not. Notify our allies in Body Nation and urge them to prepare in advance. 10 minutes later, the official account of the Crisis Management Bureau released several messages. Attention all citizens. On February 3rd, insectoid forces will breach Earth through the fractured gravitational field. The exact locations remain unpredictable. Please prepare accordingly. Predicted models of the near-Earth gravitational field changes for February 3rd, along with the Insectoid Crisis Survival Guide, are depicted below. Citizens of a nation need not worry. The state is capable of predicting disasters and overcoming them. Congratulations to B-Nation for achieving a significant breakthrough in aerospace. A friendly reminder, it would be wise to avoid launching on February 3rd. Good night. Don't focus on the comments. Instead, diligently review the survival guide. Chapter 60, February 3rd. 9 o'clock, temporal collapse. On January 30th, a nation maintained its orderly preparations for war. Meanwhile, a nation's published models of the near-Earth space gravitational field changes were transmitted to outer regions. In the face of science, skepticism still abounds. However, an increasing number of individuals began to view a nation's report through a lens of rationality. The most liked post on social media read, "A nation accurately predicted the Great Tsunami. We should now consider whether their current prediction holds truth." Even if the notion of insectoid threats seems ludicrous, the outer regions have begun to form a consensus, acknowledging the ancient marine creatures described by paleontology as prehistoric beings, rendering a nation's terminology of the insectoid crisis somewhat farcical. Meanwhile, nations beyond the borders had adopted standard procedures. First, to condemn a nation for inciting panic. Second, to instruct their scientific advisors to investigate a nation's data, necessitating a swift verification of the validity of the February 3rd information. In E-Nation, within the esteemed Mount Fuji Research Institute, after conducting an autopsy on the mysterious sea creature, researchers concluded that it is indeed a carbon-based life form, with physical abilities vastly superior to those of humans, enabling it to survive in a myriad of complex environments. However, the DNA information contained within remains indecipherable, and the body harbors a plethora of unknown elements. While one could accept it as a prehistoric organism, it could equally be considered an extraterrestrial life form. After a moment of silence, the bearded director of the Research Institute furrowed his brow and stated, "Continue the investigation. Yamamoto, Ichiro, you must cease your daily indulgence in a country's live streams. I've yet to witness you engage in any substantial work. You are to fly immediately to B country and verify the data released by a country at the Gravitational Wave Detection Center." Understood. Yamamoto Ichiro promptly exited the 8-country cloud monitoring live stream and dutifully complied with the directive. However, he added, "But Director, I called the Gravitational Wave Detection Center in B country earlier and they completely disregarded me." Yamamoto Ichiro felt somewhat aggrieved, striving to prove that he was indeed working. "You must either verify the data in B country or in a country. Do not return without definitive results." The director, visibly irate, remarked, "I truly do not comprehend why you, a researcher of mechatechnology, insist on involving yourself in this project." In B country, the Supreme Leader was greeted by throngs of people wielding placards proclaiming their demand for breath and chanting calls for his resignation as he exited his hotel. The Supreme Leader was accustomed to such protests. In fact, he felt rather jovial today and even acknowledged the demonstrators. "I appreciate a country's attitude. Unable to achieve a lunar landing themselves, they wish to prevent us from doing so." What was that saying from country? Sour grapes, I believe? Contrary to being angered by the news from a country, the Supreme Leader felt elated, as it clearly indicated that he had struck a nerve with them. At that moment, a scholar caught his attention amidst the crowd of protesters, dressed in apparel supporting the Supreme Leader, stating, "True love requires courage." "Bring him over," he commanded. Consequently, the special agents swiftly approached and escorted the scholar to him. The Supreme Leader, with a concerned expression, inquired, "You made quite an effort to come here early to support me." The scholar handed over a document, introducing himself as Ryan, the head of the Gravitational Wave Observatory. Earlier, we corroborated a country's claims. The near-Earth space fluctuations on February 3rd will pose a catastrophe for manned lunar missions. Moreover, a country's assertions regarding the insectoid world are indeed true. The Supreme Leader's expression abruptly shifted, and his outstretched hand retracted. "Keep it. I shall review it when I have the time," he replied, then turned to depart. "Supreme Leader, we must commence preparations. A country's assertions are true. The insectoid world genuinely exists. Supreme Leader, we are already a month behind a country. If we do not begin preparations now, should the insectoid threat be as a country describes, it could result in the deaths of millions of our citizens. Supreme Leader, there is still time. Please, look at our documents." But without a backward glance, the Supreme Leader continued on his way. The special agents returned Dr. Ryan to the protesting crowd. With his glasses askew and tears welling in his eyes, Dr. Ryan sat on the ground for a long while, finally letting out a deep sigh as he resolved to leave the city with his family, seeking refuge in the most remote mountains. In Peacock Country, when the military forces of a country and its ally, B Country, began to mobilize, Prime Minister Mo felt a surge of panic. They cannot be conspiring to invade us. Can they? In early January, unrest erupted within Peacock Country, with several states declaring their own armed forces and establishing nations in opposition to the central government. Though local militias were eventually subdued, the nation had suffered significant damage. Due to the turmoil, conscription efforts were delayed, leading to an immediate decree for the compulsory enlistment of lower caste individuals, specifically all Shudras and Dalits. Very well, the Minister of Internal Affairs hesitated momentarily before asking, "Prime Minister, a country has stated that on February 3rd, insectoids will invade the Earth. Should we prepare in advance?" Prime Minister Mo pondered for a long while before decisively declaring to the world, "Should insectoids descend upon us, Peacock Country will protect them. Our sacred cow will triumph over the insectoids." The Minister of Internal Affairs frowned, pondering whether such a proclamation was somewhat naive. A country does not find the insectoid crisis to be foolish. Besides, the sacred cow is the spirit of Peacock Country. On February 3rd, a country and the nations beyond its borders were preoccupied with their own preparations, leaving little time to consider others. They merely needed to focus on their own affairs. The Insectoid Crisis Survival Guide was disseminated widely on the internet and urgently printed, being distributed free of charge to the populace. Regardless of who they were or where they found themselves, as long as they had time, they would remind one another to memorize its contents. People discovered that if they adhered to the guidelines, the impending insectoid arrival seemed far less daunting. The citizens were largely unaffected, continuing their daily routines, assured by the garrison surrounding the colossal cities that they would be kept safe. In a matter of days, the mobilization of millions of troops was completed. In reality, it was merely the execution of a pre-established garrison plan, when a conscription plan for 50 million was devised in early January. The military had already considered how to arrange the deployment of newly trained recruits. Of course, the rapid troop mobilization was also attributable to robust logistics. In the Crisis Management Bureau, Xiao Ge was still acclimating to the new mechanized exoskeleton brought by Long Zhan. At that moment, the Minister of Internal Affairs, Hu Tiansheng, rushed over with an unusually grave expression. "Team Leader Xiao, the Northwest region has reported several fatalities in recent days. I suspect they may be related to the insectoids." Xiao Ge's expression stiffened. Could the fatalities be connected to the insectoids? He leaped from the exoskeleton and took the tablet from Hu Tiansheng. The images depicted fatalities, captured on a mobile phone, albeit with low resolution. Nonetheless, one could discern a remote mountain village shrouded in mist, the ground strewn with indistinct blood and flesh. Humans could not commit such acts, except for those from E-Country. Continuing to examine the footage, he discovered a 4-second-long video. Upon clicking it, he felt as though he had turned to stone. The video revealed a bizarre shadow darting across the screen, and the videographer collapsed instantly, lifeless. Is the insectoids? How could this be? The insectoids that arrived during the tsunami were all eradicated. How could any remain? Suddenly, Xiao Ge recalled the abandoned coal mine. "Minister Hu, how far is the incident site from the abandoned coal mine?" Hu Tiansheng checked the data and replied, "Approximately over 100 kilometers. "This is bad," Xiao Ge exclaimed. "The last time we were at the abandoned coal mine, several insect eggs had already hatched. It is possible that some insectoid larvae escaped. Marshal Long, I must go there to deal with the insectoids. You continue to command the national defense." When they last discovered the abandoned coal mine, they had used white phosphorus bombs to destroy all the insect eggs. Drones had scoured every inch of land within a 50-kilometer radius. He could hardly fathom how those larvae had managed to escape. Long Zhan frowned. "Just send someone over. You need not go personally." Xiao Ge, however, wore a grave expression. Even in their larval state, it is too dangerous for anyone but me to go. They may belong to a highly advanced insectoid species. I had always assumed that only mature scout individuals would be sent over, but I did not anticipate that the fractured gravitational field could sufficiently support the passage of king insect larvae. The larvae that escape from the abandoned coal mine are highly likely to be the progeny of the worm king, thus their rapid growth. Fortunately, it is not too late to discover this. Had they fully matured, it would have resulted in a catastrophe. Without further adu, Xiao Ge boarded the plane and departed. On February 3rd, at 9 a.m., the Gravitational Observation Center was in a state of alarm. Chief Scientist Liu Yilan's face was ashen, his gaze fixated on the data model, his hands trembling slightly. The gravitational fluctuations in near-Earth orbit had reached a critical peak. The collapse of the space-time field had commenced. Chapter 61, The Collapse of Space-Time, A Global Turmoil. At 9 a.m. in Country A, it was evening in Country B. The countdown for the manned lunar landing by the Space Odyssey Company was underway. The spokesperson for the White House, in a formal setting, half-jokingly remarked to the media, "In Country A, even mixing cement warrants a live broadcast. Why not showcase our nation's most magnificent space endeavor?" Thus, this manned lunar mission would be streamed live in its entirety. As the launch countdown reached 10 minutes, the Supreme Leader addressed the audience in the Houston Space Center, declaring that today marked one of the most significant days in Country B's history. 15 astronauts were set to land on the moon and establish a base, where they would formally proclaim Country B's sovereignty over the lunar surface. I could see the astonishment etched on your faces, perhaps in concern over the multinational lunar treaty. Fear not. Just 10 minutes prior, Country B had already withdrawn from that foolish agreement. To demonstrate national strength, this manned lunar landing will be broadcast worldwide, with the Supreme Leader announcing before the entire globe the exit from the multinational lunar treaty, asserting Country B's dominion over the moon. This was a blatant affront and provocation against international norms. Before the public could even process this, the spacecraft descended, entering the countdown phase. A brilliant arc of flame illuminated the night as it soared into the heavens. Moments later, after a series of commands including booster rocket recovery and fairing separation, the spacecraft achieved near-Earth orbit. Houston, we have entered the designated orbit and are about to commence our lunar journey. The live feed updated, showcasing the starry backdrop, with the boundless darkness juxtaposed against the distant, unreachable galaxies. Below, the Earth transitioned between day and night in a stunning azure hue. Live comments flooded the screen. So beautiful. This is a magnificent era. This is the future of humanity. Let Country B be great again. Long live Country B. I truly cannot fathom what the people of Country A are thinking. At such a monumental moment, they are preoccupied with preparations for war, perhaps overwhelmed by paranoia. At this moment, the eyes of the world were fixed on Country B. All media outlets and governments expressed their congratulations, often laced with subtle mockery aimed at Country A. Some of Country B's allies inadvertently revealed their aspirations to develop the lunar territory that Country B now claimed. Without achieving international consensus, they had already acknowledged Country B's sovereignty over the moon. Simultaneously, Country A sounded national air raid alarms, issuing a warning of an impending insectoid attack across all regions, urging citizens to seek refuge, according to the Insectoid Crisis Survival Guide. In Country B, the Supreme Leader announced an invitation to all allied nations to collaboratively develop the moon and establish a defensive mechanism to ensure that those coveting Country B's territory would meet their demise. Upon learning of Country A's insectoid alert, the Supreme Leader chuckled with delight. I recalled an amusing incident just days prior while inspecting disaster zones on the West Coast. An old fellow named Ryan approached me, claiming that the people of Country A asserted the insectoid threat was real, that an invasion was indeed occurring. Do you know Ryan? If not, allow me to enlighten you. He hails from the Gravitational Wave Observatory. Are you familiar with the Gravitational Wave Observatory? If not, let me inform you that it is an institution that squanders federal funds while idly passing the time. I plan to revoke their budget next year to purchase cocktails for my supporters. The people of Country A are saying their spatial tremors near space, heralding the arrival of insectoids. I must inform you that even if insectoids do descend, Country B's spacecraft will vanquish them. What expression is that? The Supreme Leader grew increasingly displeased. What was wrong with these reporters? Just moments ago, they were jovial, yet now they appeared terrified, as if facing an impending threat. An entire venue fell silent. A reporter pointed at the live screen behind the Supreme Leader, exclaiming, "What is that?" The Supreme Leader turned to look. The live feed, was directed at the starry sky. In the pitch-black void, a dark purple vortex suddenly materialized. Though the imagery was as beautiful as a special effect, the abrupt appearance of the vortex sent shivers of fear through those watching the broadcast on Earth. The unknown always instills trepidation. Moreover, the dark purple vortex expanded, its luminosity intensifying. Simultaneously, Country A issued another insectoid alert. The collapse of space-time in near-Earth space would temporarily disrupt communications nationwide. If citizens failed to receive messages from the government, they were advised to seek refuge in caves or air raid shelters until rescue teams arrived. Furthermore, construction on the grand city of Lingxiao was mandated to continue uninterrupted as heavy military presence ensured that no insectoids could breach the city. All mobile units within Lingxiao were instructed to activate backup radios to receive any potential updates regarding the emergence of dimensional rifts. The Crisis Management Bureau released a statement. Should insectoids emerge within the grand city of Lingxiao, there was no need to panic. They would be met with armed soldiers before they even touched the ground. The Bureau further stated, if one were to encounter insectoids, remember that life is paramount. All material possessions may be forsaken. The Space Odyssey spacecraft transmitted a concerning message. Houston, we have detected an anomalous celestial body and require response directives. Houston, we are losing control. The spacecraft is being slowly ensnared by the gravitational field of the anomaly and cannot escape. Houston, we have observed satellites in near-Earth orbit being captured by the gravitational field of the anomaly. Houston, the spacecraft has lost power. The reactor is being crushed by the abnormal gravitational forces and has exploded. Mission failure. Launch escape pods. Beep. Silence fell. The live feed went black. People around the world instinctively looked up at the sky. In the countries still in the midst of night, they noticed what appeared to be an eye in the sky, a dark purple vortex like eye gazing down upon the Earth. In the daylight hemisphere, half the sky was painted in shades of black and purple, the central area resembling the eye of a storm, its vortex growing ever larger. A peculiar wind began to stir. People suddenly realized that the wind today seemed oddly directed towards the heavens. The Pacific, Atlantic, Indian Oceans, and many other seas erupted with tumultuous waves, akin to the tidal movements influenced by the moon during a full moon. Nations swiftly mobilized astronomical telescopes to scrutinize the celestial phenomenon. Upon observation, it appeared that something was writhing within the core of this celestial body. Within the borders of Country A murmur spread among the populace, speculating whether the insectoids discovered during the last tsunami were inedible. Might this new breed be suitable for consumption? The Crisis Management Bureau issued another statement. Citizens of Country A were urged not to be distracted by the dimensional rift in the sky. This was no rehearsal. Until scientists provided definitive answers, do not consume any insectoids. The military mobilization order demands that soldiers, regardless of the adversary they encounter, must not falter, as the foremost duty of a soldier is to safeguard the lives of the people. Various experts have emerged on platforms, such as YouTube and Twitter, asserting that this must be an overmassive celestial body, akin to a neutron star, which would generate such a gravitational field effect. Among them, a self-identified researcher from the Gravitational Waves Institute, named Ryan, gradually came into the public eye. What we face is not a neutron star. Just days ago, our institute corroborated the claims of Nation A. The insectoid world indeed exists. Today's anomalous fluctuations signify that the insectoid world is preparing to invade Earth. The Supreme Leader, disbelieving my assertions, has missed the optimal moment for defense, and I urge everyone to find a place to hide. Beyond our realm, silence enveloped the internet. Soon after, netizens engaged in an unprecedentedly heated debate regarding the existence of the insectoid world. Did Nation A truly collaborate with Blizzard, or was there deception involved? Amidst this fervent discourse, suddenly, the dark purple vortex in the sky began to dissipate, vanishing within mere minutes. The Supreme Leader's previously scowling visage finally softened, as he realized that if Nation A's predictions proved accurate this time, his position as Supreme Leader might be jeopardized. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a nationwide televised address to calm the populace, solemnly mourning the astronauts while condemning Nation A for inciting panic and demanding accountability for the space disaster. Meanwhile, in Angel City on the west coast of Nation B, within a bustling urban district, an individual suddenly noticed an eerie, faint, dark red, glowing door gradually taking form on street. Is this a portal for Dr. Strange? Come now, my friend, it resembles Doraemon S. Anywhere door. In the next instant, all chatter ceased. For from behind that door, a massive creature suddenly sprang forth. Hisses, cackling, strange sounds echoed through the streets. That is, as paleontologists have described, an unknown creature dwelling in the deep ocean, right? That's the Insectoid referred to by Nation A. Suddenly, all recalled the 4 words Nation A had been proclaiming since early January. The Insectoids are descending. It was too late. The slaughter had begun. Nation B, C, the Tsardom, Africa, South America. Strange dark red doors were discovered across the globe, with the Insectoids forcefully invading human habitats. Taken by surprise, foreign nations found themselves utterly defenseless. Some recalled a live broadcast in January where Nation A effortlessly exterminated the Insectoids. Why were they unable to do the same? Why, when faced with the Insectoids, did they appear as lambs led to slaughter? In Nation A, Liu Yilin fixated on the gravitational wave observation data. His expression filled with sheer terror. The space-time collapse in near-Earth orbit had concluded, and for a fleeting moment, he truly believed a dimensional portal would open, allowing royal Insectoids to traverse time and space. As Xiao Ge stated, the Insectoid world did not succeed. However, Liu Yilin remained unconvinced. For only he had observed that at the conclusion of the space-time collapse, several smaller objects had been transmitted from the collapsing field. These were entities from the Insectoid world. Yet, due to the destruction of the satellite system, he could not track their trajectory, unaware of where they would ultimately land. Following the space-time collapse, fractures appeared within Earth's gravitational field. Much like during a tsunami, the Insectoid world could feasibly initiate a dimensional portal on Earth in large scale. At this moment, he recorded 678 points of global gravitational field fractures. At last, it has begun. The world is entering a period of turmoil. Although those dimensional portals are exceedingly unstable, they could undoubtedly facilitate the arrival of hundreds, even thousands of Insectoids. Xiao Ge warned that the first wave of descent would be utterly catastrophic and unimaginable. Chapter 62, Slaying the Insectoids, Bless Nation A. In the north, 100 kilometers west of an abandoned coal mine, as the space-time collapse had yet to conclude, Xiao Ge arrived at the outskirts of the mountain village where the incident occurred. Accompanying him were the pilot and 7 Special Forces members, along with Su Hongyin and Yang Ming, totaling 10 individuals prepared to enter the village. War is brutal, since in this life, Su Hongyin and Yang Ming have chosen once more to become warriors. Xiao Ge would do his utmost to empower them. All 10 donned the new individual exoskeleton systems, resembling mech warriors as they stood upon the desolate earth. Ahead lay a fog. In such a dry place, how could there possibly be fog? Yang Ming remarked in surprise. Xiao Ge pondered for a moment before finally furrowing his brow. Royal larvae generate extremely high temperatures during molting, completely evaporating the surrounding moisture. Given that it is winter, the emergence of fog is not surprising. Indeed, he was correct. It was unexpected that the Insectoid world had directly transmitted a royal larva in its egg state. It seemed that the timeline I previously understood might be overturned. He deployed drones to conduct infrared tracking scans of the fog-laden area. Yang Ming, in truth, he wished to inquire how his classmate possessed such knowledge, but after consideration, he thought better of it. Who would have guessed that Xiao Ge was the head of the Crisis Management Bureau? Pausing briefly, Xiao Ge elaborated. The royal larvae will synchronize with the dimensional portal upon its opening. If we do not eliminate it, this dimensional portal will gradually stabilize, allowing more Insectoids to arrive. Thus, we must slay the royal larva before it synchronizes with the portal. Subsequently, the Special Forces members released small drones equipped with the exoskeleton systems. Meanwhile, Xiao Ge and the others directly entered the fog-enshrouded mountain village. After a thorough search, they confirmed that the village was deserted, save for a few corpses in the center. Most had likely migrated long ago. Any discoveries? The group shook their heads. However, Su Hongyin noted the peculiarities of the village. In several houses, I observed traditional cold weapon crafting. It appears to be a village specializing in traditional weaponry crafts. In remote, mountainous areas, many villages rely on traditional crafts for their livelihoods. Captain Xiao, I found a camera in one of the houses. It records recent happenings in the village. Xiao Ge immediately took it, opening it to watch. Date of recording, January 2nd, 1100. A male voice. Are you like me, unloved by anyone? Then come along with me. Be my pet from now on, all right? Xiao Ge's eyes widened. The camera's owner had captured the royal larva, Qi, and kept it as a pet? On the very day of the tsunami. No wonder the larva was missing. Date of recording, January 7th. A middle-aged man barged in, his face twisted with rage. Lu Mingfei. How many times must I tell you to study diligently at school? Why you insist on practicing that Tang Dao? What era are we in? Can practicing the Tang Dao put food on the table? The middle-aged man continued. You either return to study properly or come back to inherit my craft. Or roll away and never return. The man stormed off. Lu Mingfei, that old man is drinking again. What was the point of him bringing me into this world? Today, I think my pet seems to have molted. Date of recording, January 15th. Middle-aged man. Today, old Wang next door has perished. Isn't it rather peculiar? It seems he was savaged by a beast. His remains have been nearly devoured. Lu Mingfei, prepare yourself. Once the new year has passed, we too shall migrate. The scene shakes. Lu Mingfei, my pet has molted for the second time. Date of recording, January 26th. At the doorstep, a multitude surrounds the middle-aged man, Lu Laotu. It's your son. That monstrous creature has already claimed 9 lives in our village. The television claims it's a bug race. Lu Laotu, do you and your son wish to bring ruin upon us all? The scene shakes. Lu Laotu, brandishing a stick. Lu Mingfei, you wretched child. Will you not reveal where that bug race is hiding? I shall end you today. Lu Mingfei, it is innocent. It did not kill anyone. Date of recording, January 30th. Lu Laotu stealthily enters the bedroom. While Lu Mingfei remains in deep slumber, he strikes him unconscious, binds him with rope, and conceals him within a cabinet. Lu Laotu, my son, I am sorry. I cannot provide you with a better life. The bug you raised has gone mad, killing indiscriminately. You must hide here while I draw it away. Then you can escape. The larva rampages through the area. At this moment, it has grown to half a man's height. It bursts in, unblinking, disregarding the Elder's resistance, and swiftly kills Lu Laotu. The sound of breathing disturbs it, and it pries open the cabinet door with its claws, discovering Lu Mingfei, but refrains from attacking. A glimmer of joy shines in its eyes, as if to say, look, I have slain those who opposed you. Yet, from Lu Mingfei's gaze, the larva can no longer perceive the adoration and joy it once enjoyed. After a considerable time, Lu Mingfei's eyes remain filled with resentment and regret, his mouth agape in silent fury, glaring at the bug race before him. The larva feels a twinge of confusion from his cold demeanor, but its innate powerful senses compel it to confront the hostility emanating from its own kin. Has it erred in its actions? All it wished was to see him happy. Confounded, it departs, perhaps believing it must present him with more foes. Date of recording, February 1st. Lu Mingfei breaks free from his bindings. Awe. His anguished cries reverberate through the mountain village. Xiao Ge puts away the camera, his expression heavy with gravity. Meanwhile, the Special Forces team conducting drone searches locks onto a cave in the rear mountains, which emits a strong infrared signal. Captain Xiao, we have pinpointed the larva's location. Xiao Ge refrains from further words, merely gesturing for everyone to encircle the rear mountains. As they pass through a gusty area, the fog dissipates significantly. Xiao Ge seizes the opportunity to glance at the sky. The temporal collapse is contracting, nearing its conclusion. Accelerate your pace. Once the temporal collapse ceases, the bug race will synchronize with the dimensional passage formed by the shattered gravitational field. At that point, the nearest dimensional passages to the bug race will stabilize, heralding catastrophe for Country A. There's someone. A prompt from the frontline Special Forces halts everyone. Upon closer inspection, they recognize Lu Mingfei from the footage. At this moment, he is barely clinging to life, his left leg and right arm severed, clutching a knife tightly in his left hand. A curved tang knife, commonplace in the village. Su Hongyan exclaims in shock. He wouldn't dare engage that larva with such a weapon. Would he? Fool? Simpleton? No, he is a warrior. After assessing his injuries, Xiao Ge states, leave one person to administer first aid. Upon returning, we shall equip him with mechanical prosthetics. One person remains behind, while the others enter the cave. After Xiao Ge and the team depart, the remaining individual receives a video call from Longzhan. Where's Captain Xiao? Why isn't he answering? After hearing the explanation from the Special Forces member, Longzhan replies, do not hang up the video. Keep it streaming. Previously, I made arrangements with Captain Xiao to mobilize the entire army under the banner of the Crisis Management Bureau before this battle. Attend to that individual's injuries. Then proceed to search for Captain Xiao. Longzhan has always hoped that Xiao Ge's identity could be made public, becoming a beacon for Country A, guiding the entire military forward. Inside the cave, the temperature is exceedingly high. Limbs, legs, and arms litter the ground, likely remnants left by Lu Mingfei. The drone approaches the larva silently, serving as the eyes guiding Xiao Ge and the others forward. At this moment, the red-leaved bug larva is still coated in residual slime, and upon closer inspection, it bears the marks of knife wounds. Two Special Forces members produce specialized metal wire nets, utilizing the drone to maneuver above the larva. Xiao Ge clenches his fist. The drone releases the metal net, ensnaring the larva. Su Hongyin and Yang Ming, armed with weapons, unleash a barrage of fire upon the larva, which struggles in vain, ultimately succumbing to their gunfire. Yang Ming, somewhat incredulous, remarks, "This bug race is rather weak. I assent it. A bug king that perishes without so much as a round." Xiao Ge rolls his eyes, explaining, "Could you kill a full-grown tiger bare-handed?" Yang Ming shakes his head. "How about a young tiger? One the size of a cat?" Yang Ming still shakes his head. "It's a protected species. I wouldn't dare." Xiao Ge, "It bears wounds from knives. I wonder how Lu Mingfei managed to engage it. The injuries are so superficial. Logically, the bug king should not be this feeble." Ignoring him, Xiao Ge activates his mechanical exoskeleton and strides forward, seizing the larva's corpse with one hand, heading out of the cave. The fog has yet to clear. At this moment, Xiao Ge is unaware that he is being live-streamed to every corner of Lingxiao Giant City, visible to every soldier. He emerges from the mist, one hand holding the larva's corpse. Clad in the individual exoskeleton system, he strides forth like a hero from a science fiction film. "Captain Xiao, Marshal Long has instructed you, in your capacity as the head of the Crisis Management Bureau, to address 50 million soldiers nationwide." Xiao Ge pauses momentarily, then quickly comprehends. He had previously discussed with Long Zhan the timing of revealing his identity. Perfect timing. In his past life, as the commander of the bug race eradication forces, addressing the troops before battle was second nature to him. He activates the mechanical exoskeleton, dragging the bug race's corpse, and steps before the camera. Raising the corpse high, "Slay the bug race, bless country A." A resounding cry, "Slay the bug race, bless country A." A second call, "Slay the bug race, bless country A." A third call. Through the live stream, the rallying cries of "Slay the bug race, bless country A" resonate across the land of country A. This is Xiao Ge's war mobilization. There is no so-called motivational rhetoric. In war, when faced with the enemy, one word suffices: kill. To the bitter end. Chapter 63. Do not relent. The bug race is dangerous. Slay the bug race, bless country A. A mere 6 words echo throughout country A. 50 million soldiers stationed outside Lingxiao Giant City are now filled with fervor, their murderous intent soaring as they chant those 6 words in unison. Some even speculate that the bug race, before emerging from the dimensional passage, might have been so intimidated by the fervor that they retreated. Throughout Lingxiao Giant City, screens abound, allowing all construction workers to witness who leads the Crisis Management Bureau. For the entirety of January, all changes within country A stem from the Crisis Management Bureau, and the populace is fervently curious about the identity of its head. Public opinion suggests it could either be military leader Long Zhan or scientific authority Ouyang Yuan. It seems that in country A, only the two of them can shoulder this heavy responsibility. Yet, who could have imagined that the head of the Crisis Management Bureau would be such a youthful individual? However, the moment Xiao Ge appeared, it was truly cinematic, enough to leave the nation in awe. A thick fog enveloped him, encased in a mechanized exoskeleton. As he strode through the cave, several soldiers emerged behind him, lined up in formation, exuding an overwhelming presence. The corpses of the insectoid creatures served as the most potent declaration. With the military's protection, the construction of a Lingxiao Giant City would never be delayed. Brothers, let the soldiers witness that their efforts and sacrifices are worthwhile. Rise up. We shall be the first to complete the Lingxiao Giant City in the entire nation. After a moment of silence, the construction site of the Lingxiao Giant City resonated with the battle horn. In an instant, construction workers from across the country unleashed their fervent fighting spirit, tirelessly striving for excellence in their work, a fitting response to the soldiers. The insectoid crisis had arrived, yet the nation's construction appeared utterly unaffected, rather progressing in an orderly and accelerated manner. The Lingxiao Giant City, the circular fortress, the fusion nuclear power station, and the capsule high-speed rail all commenced work simultaneously. At the site of Giant City number 67, Xiao Ge's parents were present. On that day, when the nation called for workers, the elderly couple, both over 50, like thousands of others, skipped the spring festival and went to the construction site of the Lingxiao Giant City, laboring day and night. Throughout the month, Xiao Ge occasionally called, but was met with reproaches from his parents, who insisted, "You are still quite young. Why should we concern ourselves with you? If you bring disgrace to the Xiao family at the Crisis Management Bureau, don't bother returning." Consequently, in recent days, Xiao Ge's calls had diminished, and he sent messages to his parents whenever he had the chance to update them on his situation. His father grew displeased again, feeling that his son was like an ungrateful wolf, failing to make even a video call in a day. Today, suddenly, Xiao Ge's father looked up and saw the figure clad in battle armor on the live broadcast, rallying the military of the nation. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. Lost in thought, it resembled someone. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in realization, "Isn't that my son?" So he was abducted by Dr. Ouyang Yuan to be an intern. He was actually appointed as the head of the Crisis Management Bureau. "Hey, old Xiao, what are you watching? Stop staring. That is someone else's child." Indeed, in the eyes of parents, there is always someone else's child who excels. Look, someone else's child has ranked first. Look, someone else's child is married. Look, someone else's child has been admitted to a prestigious university. But this time it was different. That was not someone else's child. That was their own. Xiao Ge's father turned to his colleagues, his eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. "Ha, old Han, you might be disappointed this time. The head of the bureau is my son. Ha ha. Last time you mentioned your son, what was his name? Han Tian. TSK. Do your best. In a few years, I'll have my son arrange a respectable job for him. Heaven has eyes. Our Xiao family's ancestral tomb is smoking with joy." The fellow workers hesitated for a moment, then became furious. "Old Xiao, are you blind? That's clearly my son." In the central domain lake, many students from Class 2-3001 of Pingqing Academy had joined the construction of the circular fortress. At that moment, they were all astounded. What? The king of skipping classes for years? This guy has become the head of the Crisis Management Bureau? No way. Watch your words. The transformation of Country A is all thanks to him. I understand now. He wasn't attending school because he was busy saving Country A? A deity. We worship you. Do we even have this person in our class? Get lost. Suddenly, alarms rang out. Outside the circular fortress, a dimensional portal began to manifest. The workers looked towards the site's periphery, where the military was already mobilizing towards the warning location. The Crisis Management Bureau announced that Country A could now predict the emergence of dimensional portals 3 minutes in advance, which was already sufficient. There is nothing to see. The soldiers are sacrificing themselves to protect our work. Let us not dawdle. Move it. Let the world know that everyone in Class 2-3001 is a hero, even from the most ordinary positions. The precise warning information from the Crisis Management Bureau had been transmitted nationwide. This time, 678 anomalous gravitational fracture points were detected globally, with 29 located in Country A. The ratio was alarmingly high. Among these 29 fracture points, 15 appeared within urban areas. If Country A had not evacuated the population, these 15 gravitational fracture points would likely have resulted in significant casualties, with consequences beyond measure. Outside the central domain lake lay the first dimensional portal activated within the territory of Country A. Although the warning could only be issued 3 minutes in advance, the station troops were already eager to witness the insectoid creatures. Thus, when the alarm sounded, they rushed to the scene at the fastest possible speed. "Brothers, we are the first point of insectoid arrival in the nation. The entire populace is watching, so let us be on our guard and not falter." Yes. At this very moment, above the dimensional portal outside the central domain lake, hundreds of armed helicopters were meticulously surveilling the area. On the ground, tanks, missiles, and artillery were prepared, forming an ironclad encirclement around the dimensional portal. Thousands of soldiers clad in mechanical exoskeletons unleashed their firepower, awaiting the arrival of the insectoids. Hiss, clack. The dimensional portal became increasingly distinct, finally opening like a door. Nearly 3 meters tall, the insectoid vanguard approached, emitting an excruciatingly shrill sound. Fire. The commander understood that this battle would be witnessed by the entire nation, so they could not show weakness. In an instant, aerial and ground firepower suppressed the portal's exit, obliterating the insectoid vanguard before they even comprehended the situation. For every one that emerged, another was annihilated. In that moment, all of Country A grasped why Xiao Ge endeavored to construct the circular fortress with sufficient firepower when the first wave of insectoids descended in 5 months. The outcome would be nothing short of this. The battle endured for approximately 5 minutes until the structure of the dimensional portal gradually collapsed, ceasing the influx of insectoids, thus concluding the conflict. As this dimensional portal had formed due to the collapse of space-time, it was inherently unstable. Lasting 5 minutes was already considered a lengthy duration, as many dimensional portals disintegrated within seconds. Once the dimensional portal crumbled, the soldiers remained in bewilderment. Is that it? It ended so quickly? Just like that? The entirety of country A echoed in confusion. It's over? Just like this? What happened to the insectoid crisis? Are the insectoid vanguards really that dangerous? The people of country A were left speechless. Perhaps it would be best to focus on constructing the giant city to prepare for the first wave of arrival, as that might indeed pose the real danger. You're right. You're absolutely right. This line of thought prompted the Crisis Management Bureau to hastily issue another nationwide statement. Citizens must not adopt a dismissive attitude towards the insectoids. The victory at the Central Domain's Great Lake was achieved due to meticulous preparation and ample firepower, which effectively prevented the emergence of the Zerg outposts. However, across the nation, numerous dimensional portals have opened in locations inaccessible to the military in a timely manner. Many Zerg outposts are on the way, with the mature Zerg individuals posing a significant threat. At any moment, the Zerg must not be underestimated, particularly in terms of awareness. Vigilance must be maintained. As the military concentrates its forces to protect the towering city of Lingxiao and the circular fortress, the dimensional portals located elsewhere in the nation remain neglected. This implies that once the impact of the temporal collapse subsides, it will take a considerable amount of time to eradicate the Zerg from our territory. The encirclement at the Central Domain's Great Lake has just concluded, and the sounds of battle are echoing from various regions across the country. Beyond our borders in Country B, the Supreme Commander has mobilized the army to engage in the extermination of the Zerg. Simultaneously, videos of Country A combating the Zerg have gone viral on YouTube, particularly with the citizens proclaiming, "The Zerg do not seem so fearsome after all," which resonated widely. The citizens of Country B suddenly realized that indeed, the Zerg are not particularly terrifying. The Supreme Commander reached the same conclusion and delivered a nationwide televised address, urging the people of Country B to take up arms to protect our nation. Country B boasts a plethora of militia organizations, and they quickly recognized that this is the perfect moment to assert their worth. It was time to seize their weapons and defend their cities, to safeguard the Supreme Commander's regime. Thus, militia groups across various regions armed themselves and took to the streets in search of Zerg to eliminate. If Country A can easily annihilate the Zerg, so can we. 10 minutes later, Chapter 64, City Number 7, Yao City. Country A. The National Alert Map has been released, with more than half of the dimensional portals appearing in cities that have already been evacuated. One cannot help but speculate that the formation of this wave of Zerg dimensional portals, seemingly chaotic, is, in fact, quite targeted. Several portals have opened close to the Lingxiao Great City, and naturally, the fate of the approaching Zerg is all too predictable. Long Zhan has never been suited to the role of the behind-the-scenes commander. He is far more fitting as a war god, fighting tirelessly on the front lines. After arranging subsequent tasks, he transferred command to the chief of staff and set off to the old city to hunt the Zerg. In reality, as the entire system began to operate smoothly, there were few areas that required his direct command. In the northern region, Xiao Ge received a global gravitational field fracturing prediction model, allowing him to observe the dimensional portals within Country A as well as those worldwide. However, Xiao Ge's focus was not on the outer realms, but rather on the vicinity of City Number 7, where two dimensional portals had unexpectedly opened, one near the Great City and another approximately 10 kilometers away. Thus, he ordered for Lu Mingfei to be sent to the military camp for treatment while he, along with Su Hongyin and Yang Ming, flew directly to City Number 7. Due to the time difference, the dimensional portals outside City Number 7 opened later than those in other parts of the nation. When Xiao Ge arrived, he just caught the alert 3 minutes prior. This portal was situated merely over 1,000 meters from City Number 7, and the surrounding construction workers had been dispersed. Xiao Ge looked up at the towering city walls, which now stood nearly 80 meters high, still far from the design height of 500 meters. At this moment, the walls were crowded with people, all gazing in this direction. Xiao Ge could only shake his head in dismay. Dear brothers and sisters, we're in the midst of combat with the Zerg. Was there to gawk at? The countdown concluded, the Zerg appeared, and all firepower was unleashed. The Zerg, forewarned of their landing site, faced only one inevitable outcome: death. Minutes later, the dimensional portal collapsed, and the battle concluded. The commander on site was Xiao Ge. Xiao Ge sought him out. Commander Xiao, have you dispatched personnel to the other dimensional portal? Upon learning the location, he was informed that troops had already been sent. Before Xiao Ge could finish his sentence, the head of logistics for the city rushed out, flustered. Commander Xiao, we still have a group that has not retreated from the quarry. Xiao Ge's brows furrowed tightly, anger surging within him. Why was I not informed sooner? The communication equipment is malfunctioning. Xiao Ge shook his head in disbelief, recognizing the standard excuse. It cannot be my fault if you could not make contact. Yet, why the panic? It is not as if they are near the dimensional portal. We can simply send someone to retrieve them now. Xiao Ge suddenly kicked out in frustration, sending the logistics officer flying several meters away. Is your brain made of mush? Do you not realize that the Zerg's dimensional portal opened near the quarry? If there are casualties, will you take responsibility? Can you bear the consequences? Xiao Ge's expression darkened, and he solemnly questioned, how many people are at the quarry? The quarry supplies construction materials for the Lingxiao Great City and has been operating concurrently since the construction of City Number 7 began. Approximately 10,000. Xiao Ge's demeanor turned icy, pointing at the logistics officer and instructing his guards, arrest him. I will hold him accountable when I return. Without further ado, he led his team toward the quarry. At the quarry, unable to establish contact, the national alert regarding the opening of the dimensional portal had reached the quarry workers. Under the management's direction, the workers immediately abandoned their tasks and retreated into the mine. With only 3 minutes to escape, it was already impossible. They could only hide within the mine and await rescue. However, it was far too late. Far too late. How could 10,000 individuals possibly evacuate to the mine within such a short span? A small number of soldiers present, witnessing the situation, made a decisive call. If the Zerg emerge, the workers are unlikely to escape. We are soldiers, and we must guard the portal's exit to delay the Zerg, buying time for them. About 10 soldiers recognized their firepower was insufficient, yet they knew that at this moment, their only option was to hold off the Zerg. As for their own fates, they did not mention it, nor did they have time to do so. Perhaps they would perish in battle. The soldiers exchanged knowing glances, yet they showed no signs of retreat. Once the workers had entered the mine, they would blast the mine's entrance, preventing the Zerg from entering and waiting for reinforcements. Just as the soldiers finalized their strategy, the Zerg began to emerge. Hissing, cackling, the eerie, piercing sounds reverberated. Fire! Open fire! The first Zerg to emerge was shot down. Yet more followed in an endless stream. Though the soldiers wore mechanical exoskeletons, they still appeared dwarfed before the towering Zerg. The soldiers were soon surrounded by the swarm. There was no time to get everyone into the mine. We must blow the entrance now. One shouted in anger. If we delay any longer, we risk losing everyone. It was an agonizing decision. Either watch a portion perish or witness the deaths of all. Blowing up the mine now means that those outside, slaughtered by the Zerg, would bear the consequences in their next lives. However, if we do not detonate it now, no one will be saved, and even in death they would not find peace. One soldier, under the cover of his comrades, dashed through the swarm, throwing a bomb just before he was slain by the Zerg. Yet, the bomb ultimately missed its mark. A meter or two of difference meant the explosion could not seal the mine's entrance. Over 8,000 people had already gathered within the mine. If the mine tunnel remains unsealed, the Zerg will invade, and it will become a gruesome feast for them. In that moment, everyone recognized the gravity of the situation. Yet they were at a loss for how to respond, consumed by panic. For the first time, they found themselves perilously close to the Zerg threat. There was but a fleeting moment to react. At that critical juncture, a young woman standing near the entrance of the mine boldly declared, I am Xiao. Tell my daughter, by she, that mommy cannot return. I will guard her from afar. I will protect her growth alongside this great city. The individuals within the mine had not yet grasped the situation when the woman, claiming to be Xiao, recklessly dashed forward, clutching a bomb as she rolled into the mine entrance. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion sealed the mine entrance completely. The young woman was forever entombed in the quarry. The backup power gradually illuminated the area. At this moment, silence enveloped the mine, and not a hint of relief could be seen on anyone's face, only profound sorrow. Xiao. This name was etched deeply in everyone's hearts. Her final words were a beautiful fairy tale. Mommy will become the great city, guarding your growth. Perhaps only those who have been mothers can comprehend the sincerity of such a declaration. Perhaps only those with children can fully appreciate the weight of that fairy tale. At that moment, a seed began to sprout in their hearts. This city, much like the young mother, embodied bravery and compassion. Perhaps naming this city after the young mother would be the finest hope for the future and the citizens. Chapter 65. The borders of Country A, a line not to be crossed. The quarry. Before the personnel even arrived, drones had already surveyed the situation inside and out with clarity. The dimensional passage had collapsed, and no more Zerg would come through. Infrared scanning revealed that there were 113 Zerg in the quarry. Upon hearing this number, Yang Ming felt a shiver of fear. Old Xiao, is this a bit excessive? Can we handle it? Xiao Ge shot him a glance filled with condescension, choosing to ignore him. While 113 Zerg may seem significant to the current populace, the initial wave of the Zerg would be in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. At long last, Xiao Ge led the charge. The Zerg in the quarry were devouring the slain humans, the uneven ground stained with blood, dismembered limbs scattered about, and remnants of hair, still matted with blood, clung alongside torn scalps. The sight of the vast pools of red stung his eyes, while the unperturbed Zerg continued their search for any remaining humans. The distress signal indicated that the surviving humans were hiding within the mine, likely detected by the horde of Zerg gathering nearby. Xiao Ge's gaze hardened as he commanded the over 2,000 soldiers clad in mechanized exoskeletons behind him, after aerial fire suppression, eliminate them all. Following this, he called for aerial fire support. The accompanying swarm of unmanned bombers commenced a carpet bombing of the Zerg-occupied area. Outside the quarry, soldiers grouped in teams of 7 to 10, coordinated with tanks and heavy equipment, prepared for the scattered Zerg. Meanwhile, the mobile units, led by Xiao Ge, charged in. Half an hour later, all 113 Zerg had been eradicated. First, excavate the mine. Second, recover the bodies of the martyrs. Third, incinerate the Zerg carcasses. Xiao Ge instructed those behind him. The soldiers complied and began their tasks. Su Hongyin and Yang Ming felt a wave of nausea wash over them. They had encountered Zerg corpses before, which evoked no sympathy, yet they had never witnessed their kin torn to shreds. Vomiting was inevitable. However, like many soldiers, they now fully understood one truth. Humanity and the Zerg could not coexist. The Zerg feasted on humans. This was a war of survival. Where was either you or me? You'd best acclimate quickly. The future will be 100-fold more brutal than now. Upon hearing this, Su Hongyin's gaze sharpened with determination. Wiping the remnants from her mouth, her spine straightened as she assisted other soldiers in excavating the mine. The quarry was merely a few kilometers from Giant City No. 7, yet the logistics chief claimed there had been a failure in communication. Even if there was a lapse, nearly 10,000 individuals were unaccounted for here. A warning had been issued before the time-space collapse. Did he not know? Gazing at the lifeless bodies, Xiao Ge was enraged. Regardless of the reason, someone must be held accountable for these sacrifices. Xiao Ge had initially intended to assist in rescuing the miners, but unsettling news from the north compelled him to leave by plane, instructing others to aid the workers. On the plane, Xiao Ge sent intelligence indicating that the joint military outpost of the Great Khanate, Country B, and the Tsarist Empire north of the Last Stand Wall had been attacked by the Zerg, and now the coalition sought refuge outside the wall. Ever since the alliance between the Great Khanate and Country B was formed, they had announced plans to deploy 100,000 troops north of the Last Stand Wall. The Tsarist Empire, in the capacity of an observer, also participated in the garrison. Officially, it was a tripartite military presence, boasting 100,000 troops encircling Country A. But in reality, the Great Khanate had only stationed 6,000 troops. Country B sent a token 800, and the Tsarist observer contributed 50. Although the total garrison was less than 10,000, how could they be so feeble against the Zerg vanguard? Xiao Ge seemed to sense Xiao Ge's doubts and clarified over the video call. No, they had already clashed during the time-space collapse. It seems the Tsarist observers accused Country B of being the root cause of the Zerg crisis, and upon hearing this, the soldiers of the Great Khanate found it plausible and confronted them, leading to a skirmish. Subsequently, as the dimensional passage opened, both sides were thrown into chaos. Pursued by the Zerg towards the Last Stand Wall, the Tsarist observers had already fled before the airport was destroyed. Xiao Ge, incredulous, thought how reckless. They started fighting over a mere provocation, but upon reflection, it made sense. Though they were allies, the Great Khanate must have realized that Country B's promises were unfounded, and they were merely being used as pawns against Country A, just like the previous D country. That fellow was formidable when Country B called. He was quicker to act than anyone. Yet when he turned around, his nation's market share of cotton and soybeans exported to Country A had been seized by Country B. His nation's market share of wine exported to Country A had been taken by Iron Tower Country. His own nation was being plundered by its allies. Although the market shares were lost, D country gained a commendable international reputation at the time, and the ruling party's approval rating soared. Viewed in this light, while the upper echelons of the Great Khanate may be leaning towards Country B, the common folk were not easily swayed. Half an hour later, Xiao Ge arrived at the construction site of the Last Stand Wall. The progress was remarkable. In just a month, they had achieved a height of 100 meters. An extraordinary feat he often heard Longzhan refer to Xiao Ge as a cultured general, imbued with scholarly flair. Previously, Xiao Ge had been skeptical, but upon reaching the Last Stand Wall, he believed it wholeheartedly. At this moment, Xiao Ge was negotiating with soldiers from Country B and the Great Khanate. Xiao Ge called to inform Xiao Ge, essentially seeking his judgment, for it pertained to international image. Commander Xiao, the soldiers of both nations are right before us. Yet Xiao Ge did not even glance their way. You just said they were chased here by the Zerg? Xiao Ge paused for a moment, nodding as if he realized something. Grant them 5 minutes. Either perish alongside the Zerg or retreat far from here. Our homeland will not harbor treacherous humans. Xiao Ge's voice was icy as he nodded and departed. The soldiers of Country B stood in stunned silence, perplexed by the cold-blooded demeanor of this young man, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Yet, driven by the instinct for survival, one of them spoke up, "Sir, I am a colonel of Country B. I am addressing you as a fellow human. We share a common enemy. Infighting among our kind is unwarranted. Humanity is one family." A soldier from the Great Khan's domain interjected. "We were united with Country A 5 centuries ago." For minutes, Xiao Ge offered no response, his gaze lifting to behold the rising clouds of dust across the desert. The Zerg were approaching. "Commander Xiao, prepare for battle. By the looks of it, there must be thousands of Zerg." Indeed, this was the first wave emerging from the dimensional rift, and the gravitational field's rupture had formed an extraordinarily stable passage, facilitating the arrival of such numbers. The Great Wall of Despair had deployed tens of thousands of troops already prepared. At the command, rows of soldiers clad in exoskeletons sprang into action, a steel tide surging forth. Xiao Ge was somewhat bewildered, even if they were adversaries. The other party had a point. According to international conventions, they should indeed offer refuge. "Chief Xiao, could it be that you're being too rigid in your stance?" Xiao Ge replied, "If they wish to survive, they must gain prior knowledge of the dimensional rift points and collaborate in our fight against the Zerg. Together, we could utterly annihilate them. This is one. Secondly, their military presence in the northern regions was intended to oppose us. To expect me, Xiao Ge, to assist our foes is laughable. Thirdly, they should not have directed the Zerg towards Country A. I vividly recall the last incursion when the Zerg invaded Country A, resulting in 20 million casualties. Do they now wish to repeat that history? Apologies." Xiao Ge turned his gaze towards the soldiers of Country B and the Great Khan's troops, coldly asserting, 3 minutes. All soldiers, heed the countdown. Once it concludes, the border shall be a no-man's land for enemies, and they shall be exterminated without mercy. The synchronized clash of mechanical exoskeleton arms reverberated through the air, a thunderous proclamation. The border of Country A was impenetrable. It was a declaration of war against the Zerg, a vow to the citizens. The border of Country A stood as an indomitable fortress. Not only would extrinsic foes be repelled, but even the Zerg would find no passage. Witnessing this, the soldiers from both nations, without a second thought, began to flee. There's a saying beyond our borders. The people of Country A take territorial matters quite seriously. Behind the front line lay the construction site of the Great Wall of Despair. Countless workers were awed by the advancing steel tide of the army. Just a step away, the Zerg were upon them, yet they could labor in peace, thanks to the guardianship of the border forces. Do not concern yourselves with the war. Focus on building the Great Wall of Despair. In the future, our soldiers shall no longer endure such hardships. The workers were filled with fervor. At last, the fearsome Zerg vanguard arrived, approximately 1,000 in number. They were insignificant compared to the first wave. However, this would serve as an excellent opportunity for the soldiers to hone their skills. Commence battle. Chapter 66. The world asks, what has become of Country A? The platform of the Cloud Supervisor remained active. The war in the northern regions erupted. People grew accustomed to the opening of dimensional rifts and to the sight of Zerg being obliterated before they even made their appearance. They were even more familiar with the war god of Country, Marshal Long Zhan, accompanied by special forces, navigating through once familiar cities, hunting down the descending Zerg. He led his soldiers as he had in the past, when they rose against extrinsic threats, a lone warrior against a sea of foes, rendering the Zerg with no avenue for escape. Yet, the scenes in the northern regions were unprecedented. Perhaps this was the very depiction of the human-Zerg conflict as documented by the Crisis Management Bureau. On one side was a bustling construction site, while on the other, the Zerg stirred the sandy tempest. Standing in their way was a human wall forged from steel. Commence battle. The artillery rained down like a torrential downpour upon the swarm of Zerg. Boom! 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 Under the nearly saturated assault, the Zerg trudged forward, treading upon the carcasses of their kin. Fire! After a barrage, the remaining Zerg drew near. Groups of young warriors equipped with exoskeleton systems shouted encouragement to one another, launching their attacks shielded by armored vehicles. The clash of steel against claws, the struggle of flesh against spirit. Both sides exerted their utmost effort. The 1,000 Zerg were swiftly decimated. Of course, sacrifices were inevitable. As the backdrop of the battlefield neared its conclusion, the nationwide conflict also approached its end. February 3rd, 5 o'clock p.m. The Crisis Management Bureau released an official statement. Aside from the Zerg present in the three major cities, all others arriving through the dimensional rifts had been eradicated. It was estimated that there were still thousands of Zerg concealed within the enclosed three cities. The military decided to refrain from organizing extermination operations for the time being. These cities would serve as training grounds for soldiers against the Zerg and would subsequently be handed over to the military for management. The crisis brought about by the Zerg due to the collapse of space-time in Country A was essentially resolved. On a cloud supervisor, only those distant from the dimensional rifts and the threat of the Zerg would leave comments. The people of Country A had neither the time nor the inclination to engage in frivolous chatter online. They deemed it a waste of precious time. The Zerg, huh? Have they regretted invading Country A? Why do I feel like the Zerg still have not met their match? Alas, witnessing the citizens of Country A so fiercely protect their borders fills me with envy. Our Country B possesses the world's mightiest army. Yet the Zerg run rampant within our borders. But the weapons I wield are quite similar. Why does it feel like the people of Country A are battling the Zerg as if they were mere children? The world is in disarray. Yet Country A continues to construct their magnificent towering city, seemingly unaffected. My heavens, have the people of Country A already triumphed over the Zerg? Beyond the borders, the statement from the Crisis Management Bureau caused a sensation online, akin to a heavy bombshell dropped in military and political circles worldwide. In Country B, beneath the White House lay an emergency shelter where the Supreme Leader currently resided. He felt little desire to speak today. Earlier, Congress had rejected his Quantum Computer Intellectual Property Protection Act, a matter he found inconsequential, for when Country A announced the successful development of robots based on quantum computing. His proposal became a mere joke. Earlier still, a space exploration technology company had issued a formal statement, condemning the Supreme Leader for deliberately concealing vital information regarding gravitational field warnings, which had led to the failure of a launch, demanding accountability for the deaths of 15 astronauts. Yet, for the Supreme Leader, this too was inconsequential, as the most pressing and urgent matter was the arrival of the Zerg. Previously, he had mocked Country A for raising concerns about the Zerg crisis. Now, he realized that he too had become a subject of ridicule. Due to inadequate preparation, the Zerg rampaged across B country as if it were their own domain, with death tolls reported for various regions already surpassing 150,000. The military was deployed. However, because operations were taking place within Country B, troop deployments had to consider the specific laws of each state, thus hampering the speed of reinforcements. Although he was reluctant to summon Dr. Ryan back, at this juncture, there was no choice but to send for him. Only then could Country B acquire a gravitational field rupture prediction model similar to that of Country A. Thus, B country learned that there were, in fact, 35 gravitational field rupture points within their territory. Subsequently, the military could launch targeted strikes against the insectoid species. Nevertheless, the pace of extermination remained sluggish, and within Country B, the clamor for the Supreme Leader's resignation grew ever louder. What is the current situation in Country A? The Supreme Leader inquired, his countenance ashen. They are still engaged in the construction of the towering Lingxiao city. All civilian activities are proceeding as normal, replied an aide. The Supreme Leader's gaze became vacant, lost in thought. While Country B mobilized its resources to evade the insectoid crisis, the citizens of Country A indulge in their meals, drinks, and work. Should I not express some condemnation? In Country E, at the Fuji Mountain Advanced Research Institute, it was already February 4th. Yamamoto Ichiro had just returned, having obtained the gravitational field disruption global prediction model from Dr. Ryan of Country B. But what of it? With Country E being so diminutive, where could the insectoids possibly emerge that required such a model? A total of 5-dimensional portals had opened, unleashing thousands of insectoids that roamed uncontrollably, beyond any means of management or tracking. Director, may I utilize the Gundam? The primary purpose of establishing the Gundam Research Institute was to develop the futuristic mech warriors depicted in Country E's animated series. Nonsense. That prototype is hardly worthy of deployment. Do you dare to bring it forth? At that moment, the Prime Minister's call came in, prompting the director to answer. With the Prime Minister's approval, the director reluctantly acquiesced to Yamamoto Ichiro's request, but cautioned him. Remember, this is merely a test. Proceed with caution. Understood? Before departing, Yamamoto Ichiro asked, Director, what is the situation in Country A? The director replied, Country A? They're likely enjoying their spring festival holiday at home. Ironically, while they vociferously lament the insectoid crisis, they have suffered the least damage. On February 5th, in the Tsar's domain, The gravitational field disruption model was finally acquired, revealing 79 points of Insectoid incursion. Yet, with a single command from the Tsar, the entire nation rallied to arms. Those with firearms took up their weapons, while those without resorted to clubs and shovels. Embodying the ferocity of a northern bear, determined to fight to the bitter end, regardless of the enemy's might. The aides remarked, "We merely consented to allow the B nation's troops to traverse our territory en route to the Great Khanate. This minor matter should not trouble Country A, as we are comrades united against Country B, perhaps even paving the way for renewed relations with Country A." The Tsar nodded. Country A's ability to accurately predict the Insectoid crisis indicates they possess knowledge that we must strive to uncover. He wrapped his fingers on the table and inquired, "What country are now?" The aides pondered and replied, "We have heard that they are currently holding memorial services for the fallen soldiers and civilians who sacrificed themselves for the construction of the number 7 megacity. Indeed, the Crisis Management Bureau has announced that on February 10th, a new identity card system will be unveiled, abolishing the old identification system." The Tsar reflected for a moment before declaring, "For this Insectoid crisis, we shall rely solely on our own resources, without any external assistance. Additionally, instruct the Foreign Affairs Department to arrange a meeting with the leader of Country A. I wish to converse with them." On February 7th, in the Peacock Nation, Prime Minister Mo felt somewhat beleaguered. There were 17 gravitational field disruption points within the country. The Insectoids ravaged and preyed upon the populace, rendering the atmosphere one of collective lamentation. From February 3rd to the present, the Insectoid crisis had largely subsided for other major nations. Yet in the Peacock Nation, the Insectoids thrived, having established temporary combat bases after feasting to their fill. The government had no choice but to issue a notice urging citizens to steer clear of the area, though the effect was negligible. Originally, Prime Minister Mo had intended to expand the military by 20 million, vowing to rival Country A. However, with the Insectoids unable to breach Country A's defenses, how could he compete? Well, the Iron Brotherhood Nation. An aide replied, "The Iron Brotherhood Nation has not suffered significantly due to their synchronized measures with Country A." "And Country A?" Prime Minister Mo inquired, a hint of discontent in his voice. "Country, well, they still have Insectoids confined within 3 cities, serving as training bases for soldiers. It is said that they have conducted training sessions twice with commendable results. By the way, the Crisis Management Bureau has issued a statement that on February 10th, a groundbreaking technology will be launched alongside the abolition of the current identity system." Prime Minister Mo exclaimed, "While the entire world battles the Insectoids, Country A uniquely isolates them, utilizing them for real combat training." On February 10th, while other nations remained preoccupied with the remnants of the Insectoid threat, Country A basked in tranquility. The Crisis Management Bureau had not convened a press conference in quite some time. Days prior, they had announced that a significant technological innovation would be unveiled today. At 9:30, with half an hour remaining before the press conference commenced, Chapter 67, the Quantum Wristband and Credit Point System. The Insectoid crisis had ceased to be an alien concept. The sudden collapse of space-time had plunged Earth into chaos. The opening of dimensional portals granted humanity its first encounter with extraterrestrial life, catalyzing a transformation in societal perceptions and structures. Fields such as cosmology and extraterrestrial life studies surged in popularity. Moreover, many nations debated whether to adopt Country A's doomsday plan. However, implementing Country A's strategy necessitated formidable national strength. While major world powers engaged in fervent discussions, Country A proclaimed its intention to unveil a revolutionary technology. One can only imagine the exhilaration among the citizens of Country, eagerly awaiting the press conference as if it were a festive celebration. Indeed, the entire world trembles at the mention of the Insectoids. Yet Country A appears to anticipate their emergence with enthusiasm. Just look at how the military has confined the Insectoids for training purposes. That perspective may not hold. The citizens of Country A seem rather indifferent to the Insectoids. During my recent visit to their cloud monitoring livestream, I noticed few citizens engaging in conversation, while a handful of outsiders with nothing better to do inundated the chat. Precisely. Just yesterday, I observed a few individuals in the live stream of Country A's fusion reactor discussing the Insectoid camps in the Peacock Nation, only to be chastised by others for being overly concerned with matters that did not concern them, suggesting they should rather focus on productive tasks. As the foreign journalists awaited in the designated area, they engaged in animated discussions, while Country A's journalists regarded them with a bemused sense of superiority, having previously overlooked their naive charm. One would think Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden would not have been so astonished. In the waiting area, as today marked a meeting with the leader, Xiao Ge had no intention of attending the press conference. However, the Minister of Internal Affairs, Hu Tiansheng, insisted on his presence, declaring that Xiao Ge must make an appearance. Given the press conference's relevance to the entire populace, Xiao Ge pondered and ultimately consented. With half an hour remaining, his father's video call arrived. "My son, will you be attending the Crisis Management Bureau's press conference today? It's true. As a high-ranking official, you cannot oversee everything personally. Focus on your work now. Finding a wife can wait a few years. Rest assured, I won't pry into your work matters. I am aware that your position requires confidentiality." Xiao Ge remained silent. Since the revelation of the identity of the chief executive, my father has taken to calling me every couple of days to express his concern. Most of the conversation is dominated by him, with Xiao Ge merely nodding in acknowledgement. "My son, yesterday your Uncle Han was chatting with me again, bringing up his son Han Chen. I never anticipated that fame would come with such complications. I merely wish to quietly construct the majestic Lingxiao city for our nation, without the desire to become a celebrity. Such is my father's nature." He seeks a casual chat, all the while lamenting his troubles with a furrowed brow, yet inwardly reveling in delight. With Xiao Ge's identity now public, his father too has come under the spotlight of public scrutiny. Naturally, more people have sought him out for casual conversations. But Xiao Ge does not worry that his father will exploit his identity for personal gain. His father is a man of unwavering principles, often regarded by neighbors as overly rigid. Years ago, had he chosen to offer gifts to higher authorities and cultivate relationships, he could have secured a project worth over $1 billion. Yet he steadfastly refused. After exchanging pleasantries and reminders for a while, my father excused himself, citing the need to avoid interrupting my work, and ended the call. It was then that I noticed Long Zhan was nearby, waiting for me to finish my conversation. "Team leader Xiao, I believe your father is right. It's best not to seek a girlfriend and to focus on your career. I could introduce you to the daughter of the chancellor." Xiao Ge widened his eyes in disbelief at Long Zhan's audacity. Here he was a lifelong bachelor, and his friend was worrying about his romantic pursuits? Long Zhan, somewhat puzzled, inquired just out of curiosity, "Did you truly have nothing with Su Hongyi in your previous life?" Even amidst the apocalypse, some aspects of human existence must continue, such as the propagation of life, a fundamental aspect of civilization. "No," Xiao Ge replied coldly. "Really?" Long Zhan pressed, visibly intrigued. Xiao Ge was taken aback by Long Zhan's sudden interest in gossip. "I assure you, we were merely sworn brothers, along with Yang Ming and a few others," he clarified. Long Zhan hesitated, astonished for a moment, before nodding in acknowledgement. "You've got some guts." He then presented Xiao Ge with some data regarding the satellites affected by the collapse of space-time, which had been monitoring the Insectoid encampments in the Peacock Nation, revealing significant findings. Upon learning that the Insectoids had established a forward base within the Peacock Nation, Xiao Ge felt a sense of astonishment and instructed Long Zhan to investigate further. On the satellite map, a particular area of the Peacock Nation was enveloped in a thick, noxious fog, with thousands of insectoid sentinels visible in the vicinity. As you mentioned, during the collapse of space-time, the kingworm did not arrive, but other entities did, Long Zhan noted, presenting Chief Liu Yilin's observational data. These photographs were captured just before the end of the collapse. 7 objects, each the size of Tyre, descended from the sky. 1 landed in the Peacock Nation, 1 in the southern region of Country A, while the other 5 remain untraceable. The area where the object landed in the Peacock Nation has since transformed into an insectoid forward base. Yet the one that fell in Country A's southern region has yet to be located. "Instruct Chief Liu to continue the investigation," Xiao Ge instructed, glancing at the time. "I must attend the press conference now." Long Zhan, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "What's the point of attending such a press conference? Isn't it just to play the mascot? Can you really tell?" Xiao Ge dismissed him, making his way to the venue. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to his presence. The foreign journalists were particularly exuberant, not even waiting for the main agenda to commence before bombarding him with questions. "Mr. Xiao, how did you become the helm of Country A at such a young age? What is the future of Country A under your leadership? Could you elaborate on how Country A discovered the invasion of the insectoid world?" Xiao Ge, feeling exasperated, had no choice but to respond. "I am not the focal point today. Please allow the press conference to proceed as intended." The crowd fell silent, thinking from now on, wherever you go, you will be the center of attention. Seeing this, Hualin took the stage. "Let us allow team leader Xiao to compose himself. We will now enter the formal segment of the press conference. Today, Country A will unveil a new monetary system and a product called the Quantum Bracelet." The announcement of the new monetary system and the Quantum Bracelet resonated with familiarity, promising to be two groundbreaking projects likely to send shockwaves across the globe. The quantum bracelet, developed in collaboration with Longway Corporation, the Academy of Sciences, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs, had Ouyang Yuan personally presenting its details. He first explained the safety and stability of quantum technology before delving into the core topic. Citizens' information will be stored within the quantum bracelet. Currently, it serves primarily for information storage and wallet functions, but iterations are underway to incorporate mobile phone capabilities. In the future, citizens of Country A will no longer need to carry their phones. A single bracelet will suffice. I'm sure everyone is curious why this product is being launched by the state. The answer is simple. The quantum bracelet will be distributed uniformly by the government. A wearable device, underpinned by quantum computing technology. According to Ouyang Yuan, it seems that Country A has already established a mature quantum network system. My goodness, one journalist mused. While the outside world struggles with how to sanction Country A's quantum computing technology, Country A has already achieved such sophistication in this domain. Before any questions could be posed, the Ministry of Finance's Zhou Xiaoyuan seized the microphone and got straight to the point. Due to the maturity and refinement of the quantum bracelet technology, as of today, Country A will implement a new monetary system, the credit point system. Credit points will be issued uniformly by the Ministry of Finance, akin to paper currency. Citizens will exchange their total monetary holdings at a ratio of 1 for credit points upon receiving their quantum bracelets. Until the full transition is complete, both the current monetary system and the credit point system will coexist. The press conference fell into silence once more. Today, Country A is launching a science fiction-inspired product. Previously, Country A had ceased all economic activities for national and patriotic reasons. Yet this is not a sustainable method for a nation to maintain long-term stability. Only through a vibrant market economy can the state gradually become open and powerful. Questions have been raised regarding whether the citizens of Country A could sustain market vitality after exhausting their patriotic fervor. Today, Country A has provided an answer. The market economy will persist, and the nation will introduce more measures to propel the advancement of a new era. The quantum bracelet and the credit point system are merely the beginning. Chapter 68, The Emperor, Concept of Technological Openness. Quantum computers are impervious. Based on this foundation, the credit point digital currency system will also be unassailable. Country A has long called for the abolition of paper currency, and from today, this will ultimately become a reality, hastening its implementation. Furthermore, Zhou Xiaoyuan outlined the potential future of the economy. For instance, farmers will still exist, but agricultural cooperative organizations will gradually emerge, akin to the agricultural cooperatives of yesteryear. The state will begin to permit civilians to possess arms, allowing citizens to undergo weapon training and enabling some veterans to form civilian militias to protect farmers during their outings. The original industrial, commercial, and service sectors will gradually be restored once the Lingxiao city is completed. Moreover, with advancements in aerospace technology, new space mining industries will be cultivated, encouraging civilian participation in the exploration of outer space. As the head of the Ministry of Finance, Zhou Xiaoyuan's descriptions encompassed not only the credit point system, but also offered a glimpse into the future trajectory of Country A's economy. A foreign journalist quietly pinned the headline for their report. While the world remains ensnared in the shadow of the Insectoid crisis, Country A has already begun to envision its future. The citizens of Nation A exhibit an utter indifference towards the quantum currency system, fully engrossed in their construction endeavors. The leadership of Nation A has devised grand strategies, ushering in a new era, while foreign nations remain entangled in discussions on how to implement defensive measures. Astonishingly, it has become evident that Nation A has returned to the pinnacle of the Tang dynasty, outpacing the world by 5 centuries. Journalists on site swiftly disseminated news of Nation A to external platforms such as YouTube and Twitter. To those from Nation A, the entire press conference appeared as mundane as water. A routine affair. Was it not expected that the products of the Crisis Management Bureau would be thus? Occasionally, a citizen of Nation A would pop up in the live stream to comment, I believe I grasped the concept of the quantum wristband and credit point system. Another chimed in, I was just pondering how such a vast nation could possibly sit idly by while contending with the insectoid threat. Behold, the national response strategy has emerged. One citizen, while taking a break for smoke, glanced at the live stream and suddenly felt invigorated, proclaiming, no more idling. Let us get back to work. Clocking in at the South Borderstone Forest Circular Fortress, which is already 1/3 complete. The press conference continued, and the people of Nation A awaited the moment they most anticipated. Xiao Longzhan remarked that Xiao Ge's presence at the press conference served merely as a talisman. Indeed, he did not participate at all, but his mere presence signified to the citizens of Nation A the importance of the event. In conclusion, Xiao Ge stood to speak, his words as succinct as ever. The quantum wristband and credit point system pertain to the foundational aspects of the citizens' lives. He urged all departments and citizens to cooperate earnestly. And then, just like that, Xiao Ge vanished. A mere sentence, yet it left the world in a state of speculation. Was it not too hardcore, too brief? After the press conference, Xiao Ge did not linger, for he had an urgent meeting with the leader. At 11:30, Xiao Ge arrived at the leader's residence. The upper capital had not been relocated, as the nearby Lingxiao giant city and circular fortress were interconnected. Once completed, the populace would migrate there. On February 3rd, there existed a dimensional portal within the upper capital. However, at that time, 20 special operations teams, each comprising 8,000 personnel, were stationed there. The arrival of the Insectoid menace was expected to unfold catastrophically. Outside the building, Xiao Ge sensed something amiss. The security around the leader's residence was exceedingly stringent, and he even spotted several foreigners. Could they be from the Tsarist nation? Xiao Ge was taken aback. Why was the leader meeting with them, and why summon him? Under the guidance of the guards, Xiao Ge entered the room. The Tsarist emperor, a truly formidable individual. In the previous life, when the insectoid swarm descended, the Tsarist nation was enveloped by millions of insects, leading the world to believe it was doomed. Yet, the emperor cast aside his title as national leader and personally led the troops in a battle, rallying the capital to fight to the last breath. He valiantly salvaged cities on the brink of destruction from the clutches of the insectoids, thereby preserving the Tsarist nation and buying time for its survival. Xiao Group Leader, come over here. Let me introduce you. This is my good friend, the Tsarist Emperor, the leader gently called. Two details stood out. The leader referred to Xiao Ge as group leader, elevating his status, and he emphasized that the emperor was his personal friend, indicating to Xiao Ge that matters of national significance required no pretense. Understanding the leader's intent, Xiao Ge devised a strategy in his mind. However, he did not anticipate the emperor's decisive words. The head of the Crisis Management Bureau, I did some homework before coming here. I believe you must be questioning why the Tsarist nation allowed B nation to advance, correct? I apologize. At that moment, no one could ascertain the intentions of Nation A, and I had to prioritize the interests of the Tsarist nation, which is why I permitted B nation's military presence in the Great Khanate. If there was any offense, I extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of the Tsarist nation. A 90-degree bow of apology. This was something Xiao Ge had never envisioned. In truth, Xiao Ge harbored no resentment towards the emperor, who sincerely sought to protect his nation's interests. Few could achieve what the emperor had done, restoring a beleaguered country to its present state. Moreover, the fact that the emperor extended an apology to a mere 17 or 18-year-old like himself demonstrated his sincerity. Xiao Ge could only respond with a smile. The emperor has spoken wisely. We are all in service to our own citizens, so there is no absolute right or wrong. Furthermore, you have penalized the troops of B nation stationed in the Great Khanate. May I inquire about the emperor's purpose in visiting Nation A? There were no news reports. The world remained oblivious to the emperor's visit to Nation A, a top-secret operation. To be candid, since January, the Tsarist nation had not condemned Nation A excessively. Aside from permitting B nation's military presence at its borders, maintaining a low profile, the emperor spoke earnestly, seeking methods to safeguard the Tsar's citizens in the face of impending doom. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ge concluded that since the leader had allowed the emperor's visit, in recalling the leader's earlier words, he deduced that the leader likely hoped Xiao Ge could assist the Tsarist nation, construct the giant city, relocate all citizens, disband the parliament. By the time you deliberate on that matter, the insectoids will have already arrived. In short, if you wish to survive, observe what Nation A does and follow suit. The emperor pondered for a moment and then inquired if the plan for the Lingxiao giant city could be shared with the Tsarist nation. Xiao Ge glanced at the leader, who slightly nodded, perhaps indicating that he trusted Xiao Ge's judgment. Turning back, Xiao Ge replied, 7 million tons of iron ore. In the realm of international relations, there are no gratuitous gifts between nations, only transactions with enduring interests reigning supreme. Not every nation can exhibit unwavering loyalty to Nation A like the Iron Brotherhood. Regardless of internal political shifts, the plan for the Lingxiao giant city could be granted provided a trade was established. Noticing a slight shortfall in iron ore reserves across various regions, Xiao Ge casually mentioned it. Agreed. The emperor did not hesitate for a moment in Xiao Ge's presence. He directly called his country, commanding the military to disband the parliament. Simultaneously, he instructed the energy department to arrange for the immediate transport of 7 million tons of iron ore to Nation A. Xiao Ge was taken aback by the emperor's swift decisiveness. Having secured what he desired, the emperor signed several agreements with the leader and departed without even partaking in a meal. Once the emperor left, only the leader and Xiao Ge remained. The leader smiled faintly, remarking, "You did well. The emperor is a commendable individual, candid and forthright. We should engage more in the future." Pausing, the leader continued, "You mentioned on the phone that you had a proposal to discuss with me. Please share it." After taking a seat and organizing his thoughts, Xiao Ge spoke, "Leader, I wish to implement a nationwide initiative for technological openness." The leader's teacup hovered momentarily before he resumed, bringing it to his lips, urging, "Go on. The future is long, and while relying solely on state power can yield substantial achievements over time, inevitably, one will encounter bottlenecks, particularly in the realm of research and development, which necessitates a continuous influx of vitality. The best way to maintain freshness is to ensure that those engaged in research can benefit. Thus, I propose to open the fields of spaceship technology, quantum computing, nuclear fusion, and others to nationwide participation, inviting capable organizations and innovative individuals to engage in research. I aspire for nation to cultivate a cohort of companies and enterprises dedicated to space exploration, rather than merely competing for limited resources with a local vegetable vendor. I aspire that in the future, Country A will witness the emergence of a cadre of Iron Men who can harness the technologies of nuclear fusion, spacecraft, and more to their utmost potential. I envision a resurgence of a vibrant discourse in the realm of science and technology within Country A, rather than allowing the state to monopolize all innovation. What is derived from the people must also be utilized for the people. Chapter 69. Beyond the Borders. The Council must resolve their disputes before confronting the Insectoid threat. At that moment, in a mountain village in the northwest, upon encountering Lu Mingfei, Xiao Ge mused on how advantageous it would be if such warriors possessed their own weapons. Perhaps the confrontation with the Insectoids would not have been so catastrophic. He had also heard of the tale of the young mother at the quarry outside the seventh giant city, reflecting that it would be splendid if civilians could arm themselves for self-protection. Thus, he conceived the notion of technological openness, much like the space tourism enterprises in Country B, which owe their rapid advancements to the support of their space agency. Allowing the populace to participate would cultivate a scenario where the state leads and the citizenry engages in joint development. The Führer's expression grew pensive. The formation of civilian armed forces harbors both advantages and disadvantages. Have you contemplated how to address the potential drawbacks? Kill. Xiao Ge comprehended the Führer's concerns regarding the perils of arming civilian organizations in Country A, which would necessitate a guiding directive stipulating that they must not engage in actions detrimental to Country A's interests. Should they transgress, there would be no such thing as a life sentence, only death. The Führer, Xiao Ge continued, in Country A, whether one is a soldier or a civilian, the moment they grasp a weapon, they must understand that bearing arms signifies the duty to defend Country A and its citizens. Should their weapons be turned against Country A, there is no room for negotiation. Kill. If they forget their initial purpose for taking up arms, then such is the inevitable conclusion. Xiao Ge understood the Führer's apprehension regarding the stability of Country A. An abundance of civilian armed forces could spiral out of control, potentially leading to armed conflict. However, in these extraordinary times, only extraordinary measures would suffice. Otherwise, the scattered insectoids would rely on the military to pursue them, incurring exorbitant costs in both time and resources. Upon hearing Xiao Ge's words, the Führer did not express anger, but rather nodded in satisfaction, subsequently inquiring if he was willing for the technology to disseminate beyond borders. Naturally, he was not inclined towards that. Thus, regarding technological openness, I shall instruct the development of a technology tracking system to prevent leakage. Nevertheless, Xiao Ge also remarked that absolute technological containment would consume vast human and material resources, and I shall not make a concerted investment in such endeavors. If foreign nations manage to pilfer technology from our citizenry, I would not pursue retribution too diligently. Priorities must be established. If focus is placed on trivial matters, hesitance will ensue, and a myriad constraints imposed upon the populace would stymie the technological explosion that Xiao Ge envisions. The Führer leisurely finished his tea, observing that you appear to have a comprehensive plan. Thus, proceed with your endeavors. Country A possesses an adage: true masters reside among the populace. One can envision that once the authority to arm is delegated to civilians and technology is made accessible in a not-so-distant future, Country A will undoubtedly witness the rise of numerous rogue-like figures. With their presence, the future of country A shall surely become more grandiose and tumultuous. As Xiao Ge prepared to depart, the Führer suddenly recalled something and asked, "What is your perspective on the Gundam mechs developed by Country E?" Just days prior, at the critical juncture of the campaign against the Insectoids, a mech akin to those from Country E's animated series emerged from Mount Fuji, achieving significant success at the front lines and being hailed as a savior by foreign nations. Xiao Ge was well aware, as any noteworthy developments from abroad are invariably compared to those of Country A. He paused thoughtfully before responding earnestly, ostentatious yet devoid of substance. Serving merely to uplift public morale, consider it a talisman of sorts. For millennia, the people of Country E finally bask in the limelight on the global stage, truly reveling in their moment of glory. Strictly speaking, this is a resurgence of such pride. Had it not been for the coercive intervention of Country B, during the late 1980s and early 1990s, Country E had achieved global preeminence in cutting-edge electronics and chip technology. And now, only Country E has succeeded in constructing mechs. They're Gundam mechs from their animated series. Moreover, within their collective consciousness, they believe these mechs possess formidable combat capabilities. At this moment, Country A unveiled quantum wristbands and a credit point system, which hold little significance for Country E. Many citizens of Country E gathered outside the Prime Minister's residence, chanting slogans in support of the Gundam, demanding that the Parliament allocate funds for the Gundam project. They implored the Gundam to protect Country E and safeguard the world. Country A constructs the towering giant city and fabricates Gundam mechs. 1,000,000 Gundams scattered across the nation. When the Insectoids approach, they shall cast them all into the sea, making Country East the safest place on Earth. However, within the Prime Minister's residence, the officials appeared pallid and disheartened, as they had only just learned that the Gundam mechs possess no actual combat efficacy. In blunt terms, they are merely a collection of iron clumps, visually appealing but utterly impractical. The annual expenditure on this endeavor is substantial, yet they have produced such a contraption? Now, with the impending Insectoid crisis, how can they possibly rely on the Gundam mechs? Prime Minister, we must draw upon Country A's experience to construct a protective giant city if we are to survive this crisis. The Prime Minister's gaze reflected profound reluctance. Yet time was of the essence. To build a giant city, we would need the blueprints from Country A. Will they share them with us? A staff member suggested. I have heard that Yamamoto Ichiro from the Research Institute has a somewhat amicable reputation in Country A. Perhaps we could send him there? If that fails, we can rally architects nationwide to commence design work, emulating Country A and calling upon the citizenry to partake in the construction effort. At this moment, another aide received a call from Country B. Prime Minister, the White House of Country B, the Supreme Leader requests that we share the Gundam technology, asserting that we are the closest of allies and should share our technological advancements without secrets. The Prime Minister, the aides exchanged dismayed glances. Country B, the Supreme Leader was visibly vexed. What is Country E's intention? They refused to share the Gundam technology, and now, despite the world witnessing their success in mech development, they audaciously claim they have not achieved it. Another aide sighed. Perhaps they perceive the Gundam technology as the ultimate weapon against the Insectoid crisis, and thus are reluctant to share it with us. What shall we do now? After several days of combat, the Insectoids have been eradicated, and the crisis articulated by Country A has gained widespread acknowledgement. Currently, Country B is fragmented into several factions. Some advocate, we should emulate Country A and commence the construction of giant cities. Otherwise, it will be too late. Others propose, we should relocate all citizens to the northern states, thereby consolidating our forces for maximum efficacy. Some have suggested, we should excavate underground cities nationwide, ceding the surface to the Insectoids, and so forth. Of course, there are also the Hawks. At that moment, a comp burst in exclaiming it's bad. Supreme Leader. This individual will inevitably find themselves in dire straits. They always arrive when I am at my most exasperated, shouting about calamities. The Tsar state has dispatched troops to dissolve the parliament. Deploying troops to dissolve the parliament? What is the intention behind this? Wait, the Supreme Leader's eyes lit up. Could I possibly adopt such an approach as well? The Supreme Leader's impatience was not the sole reason for his actions. More significantly, the dissolution of the parliament would grant him unilateral authority over Nation B. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the Pentagon unexpectedly convened a press conference, solemnly declaring their stance. The military of Nation B is loyal only to the law and the people, not to any individual. It appears that upon receiving news from the Tsarist nation, the Pentagon feared the Supreme Leader's potential move and thus opted to issue a statement preemptively. At this moment, The internal divisions within Nation B were palpable, with the parliament embroiled in heated disputes, the supreme leader vacillating, and the populace demanding his resignation, leaving the nation in a state of uncertainty regarding its future. A host from Nation B's national television, with tears in his eyes, lamented, "Nation B is the most powerful country in the world. We possess the foremost military strength and logistical capabilities. Yet, in the face of the Zerg crisis, we find ourselves in disarray and ignorance, falling short even compared to many African nations. While we remain uncertain about our course of action, Nation A is already seeking its new era. As for us, the parliament must clarify its positions before we can confront the Zerg. A long to go to Nation A. Perhaps, only the people of Nation A will survive the Zerg crisis." Allied nations such as C, New Nation, and Iron Tower Nation were also engaged in discussions about the path forward. In Nation, everything appeared orderly from an external perspective. Xiao Ge returned to the Crisis Management Bureau and promptly sought out Ouyang Yuan to initiate plans for technological openness. This concept of technological openness did not merely entail printing brochures or disseminating scientific data to everyone. Rather, after binding information to a quantum wristband, individuals or organizations could submit applications to the National Intellectual Property Department to obtain support for open-source technology. However, before formally announcing this plan, Ouyang Yuan suddenly darkened his expression, stating, "Team leader Xiao, the proposal for increasing laser weapon production has been found. We can achieve large-scale manufacturing through 3D printing. However, the individuals familiar with this technology are somewhat eccentric. Xiao Puslid, Inquayed, eccentrique. That is not an issue as long as they comprehend the technology." Ouyang Yuan clarified, "No, I mean eccentric in the sense of being chuny, a term referring to a youth who has delusions of grandeur." Xiao Ge was taken aback. To realize large-scale production of laser weapons, 3D printing is indeed the most efficient method. The current cutting-edge 3D printing technology has reached a level where everything can be printed. Hence, the Crisis Management Bureau also considered utilizing this technology while searching for talents in related fields. Ouyang Yuan played a video, visibly embarrassed, and remarked, "Pay attention to the person in the yellow outfit. His name is Yonglin. Though young, he is indeed one of the top talents in 3D printing. However, his personality, as the youth would say, is quite chuny." As the video played, it depicted reporters outside an ordinary house, armed with cameras. A young man clad in yellow, wearing flip-flops and large-frame glasses, guided the reporters inside. "Be careful where you film, shoot where I direct you, and don't stray. This is all confidential," he instructed. As the reporters entered, they discovered an array of equipment sealed behind glass barriers. Xiao Ge found himself curious, noting that everything was transparent, leaving no secrets to conceal. However, the next moment left Xiao Ge stunned. It turned out that Ouyang Yuan found the young man's chuny antics to be as follows. Once the reporters entered, Yang Lin became frantic. "Don't film that. That's the equipment for printing organic life forms. I'm the only one in the world with it. Don't film that. That's the prototype for robot printing. I made the only one globally. Don't expose that," he exclaimed. "Come on, your house is tiny. You've already pointed out all the devices protected by glass. Why not just forbid filming altogether?" As Xiao Ge thought the video had concluded, Yang Lin delivered another shocking statement. "It's over. After graduating from university, I'm exposed for building 3D printers at home. It's over. I just want to focus on building 3D printers. Why is it so difficult?" The video abruptly ended, leaving Xiao Ge covered in goosebumps. Ouyang Yuan remarked, "All the reporters were invited by him for filming. Aside from this eccentricity, his printers are indeed genuine, and he possesses some talent." After considerable hesitation, Xiao Ge conceded, "Fine, as long as he has real skills. However, he must be restrained. Such theatrical displays should be minimized in the future." Once the candidate was confirmed, Ouyang Yuan organized the implementation. Concurrently, the Crisis Management Bureau unveiled the Technological Openness Initiative, named the Dream Builder Declaration. In Nation A, the technological reserves of the state would become a sword for its citizens to pursue their dreams. Many citizens, with long-buried aspirations, began to stir with renewed hope. In the central domain, a designated area for the aerospace city was bustling with activity. 8 million workers had been recruited from across the nation, all converging on what was referred to as Project 101, signifying the 101st towering city. Everyone understood that this would become the future aerospace city. Of course, it was a construction project not monitored by cloud overseers. Yet, the workers had heard whispers. In the future, this site would support 200 simultaneous spaceship launches, akin to a large airport. They had also heard of a space program named Kwa Fu being executed here. Indeed, Outside a temporary activity cabin, heavy security was in place, and discerning individuals could easily identify it as an important base. The Quafu project, named by Xiao Ge himself, aimed for the people of Nation to traverse the cosmos, pursuing the sun and moon like the mythological figure Quafu. The project leader reiterated, "To construct a spaceship powered by antimatter is our long-term goal, but more importantly, we bear the responsibility of defending against the impending invasion of the Zerg from outer space. Thus, in the first phase, we need to utilize the data provided by team leader Xiao to create a near-Earth defense system. The military has conducted war simulations. Should the Zerg arrive from outer space, the near-Earth defense system will serve as our last line of defense, and we must establish outposts on the moon. Therefore, I propose organizing multiple lunar landings within a month. Both old-style and new-style spacecraft should complement each other, leveraging the time difference." Xiong Shouting, whose expertise is the best I have seen among his peers, was appointed to oversee the Lunar Outpost project. Without hesitation, he returned to the country at the national call and was fortunate enough to join the Quafu project. Naturally, he was ecstatic about receiving such swift recognition. However, he was acutely aware of his limited experience. Yet, with such a great responsibility at hand, he could not use that as an excuse. He was determined to rise to the occasion. Moreover, there was another piece of good news to share. The project had announced today. The Crisis Management Bureau released the Technological Openness Plan. Should you leave here in the future, as long as you can find investors and secure funding, the nation's spaceship manufacturing technology will be entirely available to you, enabling you to establish your own spaceship company. Instantly, the conference room erupted into a flurry of discussions. Among them, Xiong Xiaoding, who had studied abroad in Country B, held the founder of the Space Exploration Technology Company in the highest esteem. With robust technology and financial backing, he had single-handedly elevated the company's space exploration capabilities to a level comparable to that of major spacefaring nations. During his time abroad, Xiong Xiaoding had envisioned countless times with his roommates the establishment of a space exploration company upon his return to Country A. Unfortunately, his roommate ultimately chose to remain in Country B. Space exploration? If all the data from the Quafu project were made accessible, I could construct my own spacecraft and perhaps even venture beyond the solar system. In the meantime, Xiao Ge utilized his spare time to impart knowledge about the insectoid species to the group. What we have observed thus far are merely the vanguard of the insectoids, representing just one type. Today, I shall introduce you to a mimicry insectoid. Humanity is aware of very few types of insectoids, yet among the mimicry varieties, the brain-eating worm is undoubtedly a fearsome entity. These parasitic creatures, resembling small octopuses, are no larger than a fist. In their mimicry state, they can detect the brain waves of other organisms. When a creature experiences extreme emotional fluctuations, its brain waves respond intensely, providing the brain-eating worm the opportunity to infiltrate the host's brain, subsequently controlling and parasitizing it. Fortunately, the population of brain-eating worms is exceedingly sparse. As Xiao Ge spoke, painful memories of his past life resurfaced. Parasitized organisms could only be detected through X-ray scans. Should a human fall victim to parasitism, they would become a puppet of the insectoids. Fortunately, upon realizing they have been infested by a brain-eating worm, humans do have methods to expel it. Just then, Long Zhansen intelligence reports. Items transmitted during the temporal collapse have been discovered in the South Border Stone Forest. The South Border Stone Forest. He is the traitor's brother. You all should keep your distance from him. Who knows if he is an outsider spy? After all, they're all fruits from the same vine. Why is he still working at the construction site? I have no desire to labor alongside him. Deng Ning was tormented, his mood drastically deteriorating. His brother, Deng Huiwang, was revealed to be a traitor, and he, by extension, had become the brother of a traitor. Even more horrifying was the fact that this news had been disseminated by his fellow townsfolk. Otherwise, who in the South Border Stone Forest would know of his identity? Why can't I simply work in peace to help construct this circular fortress for Country A? Why can't I find my place here? He yearned for a tranquil spot to lie down, allowing the wind and sun to wash over him, indifferent to the erosion of time. Suddenly, Deng Ning noticed a fist-sized object moving upon a rock, his gaze drawn toward it. For reasons unknown, upon seeing that object, he felt an inexplicable warmth, an intense desire to approach and even touch it. This unfamiliar entity alleviated the stress he had been experiencing lately. To his surprise, the fleshy sphere clinging to the rock drifted toward him like a giant dandelion. How beautiful! Deng Ning reached out to touch it. The stone forest was remarkably quiet. That serenity persisted until a fellow townsman approached, shattering the stillness. Deng Ning, what are you doing here? seeing Deng Ning perched at the edge of a cliff. His townsmen assumed he was in despair and attempted to comfort him. Their familiarity was profound. Do not lose hope. Your brother is your brother, and you are you. You must each live your own distinct lives. Suddenly, Deng Ning turned around. The townsman was momentarily taken aback, having just fleetingly perceived Deng Ning's eyes turn pitch black. Though it returned to normal in an instant, he continued to extend his hand, resting it upon Deng Ning's shoulder. In response, Deng Ning seized the opportunity to pull him, sending him tumbling down the cliff. As the townsman's screams echoed in the air, Deng Ning smiled toward the sky, his voice resonating in a dual tone that gradually transitioned to a singular note. I am the Insectoid. I am of the human race. I'm Deng Ning. Chapter 71. The people of Country A are mired in dire straits. Xiao Ge utilized the search footage relayed from the south border front lines to stay abreast of the latest developments. Subsequently, he dispatched the biochemical forces and military units to the crash site. The anomalous insectoid entity, transmitted from the realm of temporal collapse, had impacted the ground, creating a pit several meters deep, akin to a meteor's descent from the heavens. The pit was filled with dried, deep green, algal-like substances. No meteor could be seen. However, at the center of the pit, a landing pod was located, significantly larger than what Lu Yilin had observed, measuring over half a meter in height. Yet, the pod had already been opened, and its contents had long since escaped. Xiao Ge could not ascertain the type of insectoid involved. What puzzled him was that he had never encountered such a sophisticated and exquisite spacecraft in the insectoid technology he was familiar with. On Earth, the cruisers and battleships produced by the Tsarist nation were crude. They did not exhibit such refinement, focusing instead on sheer firepower. In contrast, the cruisers of Country B and other Western nations were far more intricate, emphasizing a balance of offense and defense. Such fundamentally divergent technological philosophies birthed entirely different styles of creations. The pod was to be recovered and sent to the appropriate departments for analysis and study. After some contemplation, Xiao Ge resolved to expand the search radius. It was imperative to locate the body of the insectoid. Additionally, given that the landing site was in close proximity to the south border stone forest circular fortress, he intended to inquire there about any unusual occurrences. He advised the workers in that region to refrain from venturing out alone in the near future to avoid potential dangers. Thus, the biochemical forces commenced the retrieval of the landing pod. 10 minutes later, news arrived from the management of the south border stone forest concerning an unusual event related to the workers. A worker had committed suicide by jumping off a cliff yesterday, and another had gone missing. The management noted that the missing individual was a fellow townsman, the brother of the previously executed traitor Deng Huiwan. Xiao Ge was taken aback. What an uncanny coincidence. The discovery of the insectoid landing pod coincided with reports of death and disappearance in the vicinity. He could not afford to be complacent. Xiao Ge committed this matter to memory, ordering the southern forces to focus on searching for the missing individual. Subsequently, he shifted his attention to the construction efforts related to the Lingxiao giant city. After all, the establishment of the fusion reactor had entered its final stages, and the capsule high-speed rail was scheduled for rollout in March. The lunar landing project loomed ever closer. On February 14th, the world believed that the insectoids that had invaded through the dimensional portal had been eradicated, and the crisis had temporarily subsided. However, reports from the Peacock Nation again unsettled the global community. Due to their primary focus on quelling domestic turmoil, they had only made a token effort to assault the insectoid forward base after its construction, subsequently neglecting it. Over half a month had passed when they suddenly realized that the insectoid forward base appeared to be expanding outward. At this point, the domestic unrest within the Peacock Nation had been suppressed, allowing them to redirect their attention toward the extermination of the insectoid base. Yet after several attacks, not only had they failed to eliminate the insectoids, but they also suffered significant losses among their own troops. Coincidentally, a paleontologist proposed the use of nuclear weapons against the insectoid forward base. Despite a country's warning that nuclear radiation served as an ideal nutrient for insectoids and could lead to an uncontrollable situation if nuclear weapons were deployed, Prime Minister Mo of the Peacock Nation hesitated over whether to utilize such drastic measures. Ultimately, the timely reminder from a country's crisis management bureau left the Prime Minister feeling that his nation had been affronted. Our nation is one blessed by the divine bovine. Must we seek guidance from Country A? Thus, Prime Minister Mo, fueled by an indomitable spirit, launched a triad of nuclear assaults upon the Zerg base. On February 22nd, the Zerg forward base began a frenzied expansion, with white eggs visible in the core area. After absorbing nuclear radiation, the Zerg's physical capabilities underwent profound transformations. rendering them even more formidable. The larval Zerg matured at an astonishing rate, akin to being on a potent stimulant. It soon became evident to the world that Country A had once again positioned itself on the right side of history. Concurrently, they gleaned from the insights of scientific experts why the Zerg had congregated within the confines of Peacock Nation, establishing their forward base there. During the collapse of space-time, one of the 7 Zerg anomalies that fell to Earth was a mother Zerg that found its way into Peacock territory. This mother Zerg, akin to an ant queen, primarily serves the purpose of reproduction, possessing limited combat prowess. Initially, it was still in a growth phase, but after being subjected to nuclear weaponry, it absorbed a significant amount of radiation, hastening its maturity and prompting it to begin laying eggs. By March 1st, the Zerg forward base had expanded to more than 3 times its original size. According to statistics from Peacock Nation, the number of victims who perished at the claws of the Zerg had reached 890,000, surpassing Country B and earning the grim title of the highest death toll worldwide. This figure eclipsed the total number of individuals lost to the Zerg globally. In a state of panic, Peacock Nation faced a dire domestic situation, compelling it to seek international assistance. Prime Minister Mo glanced northward, sighing deeply. Alas, the reinforcements from Country A may not arrive, even if they were willing to assist. He would never stoop to implore them for help. He then turned westward, letting out another sigh. Alas, Country B has remained relatively unscathed during this crisis, emulating Country A in constructing protective megacities, buoyed by the allure of religion and the seamless support of Country. Seeking assistance from Country B? That would only be possible if they were willing to cede northern territories to Peacock Nation. Looking towards Country B, he sighed once more. Alas, was it not promised that as long as we targeted Country A, they would spare no expense to support us? To cater to the domestic sentiment against the Zerg crisis, the Supreme Leader had earlier condemned Peacock Nation's inaction, which led to the Zerg spread and the situation spiraling out of control. Moreover, Country B had also passed the Crisis Management Act, intending to mimic Country A by constructing protective megacities. The military forces stationed around the globe were starting to retract. Who had the time to attend to Peacock Nation? Casting his gaze towards the Tsarist nation, he sighed yet again. Alas, the third nation in the world to begin constructing protective megacities is the Tsarist nation. On February 11th, the world was stunned as the Tsar, with a thunderous decree, dissolved the parliament and ordered the construction of a series of republic cities around the Ural Mountains, erecting 57 cities to form a continuous defensive line. Reinforcement from a Tsarist nation would not be forthcoming. Turning his attention to the west, he lamented. Alas, Peacock Nation suddenly realized that the Earth is vast, yet they have no true friends. Furthermore, major nations are now focused on building their own defensive systems. Who has the time to heed Peacock Nation's pleas for help? And as for foreign nations, how could they possibly extend a helping hand to Peacock Nation? After all, to the north lies Country A. Should Peacock Nation fall, the Zerg would either plunge into the sea or head towards Country A. It was imperative to recall the stationed troops from the borders of Country A and Country B to mount a coordinated strike against the Zerg encampments. In light of the current circumstances, reliance on oneself was the only viable option. They could only depend on their independently developed weaponry. At this juncture, attempting to purchase arms from Country B or the Tsarist nation would be futile. It is common knowledge that with the Zerg crisis looming, possessing weaponry is the ultimate truth. And major global powers are currently in full production mode, frantically manufacturing and stockpiling arms. We should have emulated Country A from the outset, focusing on self-reliance in research and development, preventing us from facing shortages in weapons and ammunition now. Prime Minister Mo sighed heavily. The majority of Peacock Nation's defense weapons relied on imports. Any nation willing to sell would find a buyer in them. The aide reiterated, however, that we had never faced sanctions from Western nations. Prior to this, there had been no necessity for independent development. In truth, another reason that Peacock Nation struggled to develop its own weapon systems was that its most exceptional talents had migrated to Country B. The CEO of Jonathan Corporation, the president of Cherry Corporation, and others, to varying degrees, possessed Peacock heritage. At this moment, the leading figures of these high-tech companies gathered at the White House. Responding to the Supreme Leader's call, our nation has a history of the Manhattan Project and the Apollo program, and today, in response to the Zerg crisis, I intend to launch the Supreme Leader's initiative, harnessing the nation's strength to develop new weaponry to combat the Zerg. The Supreme Leader's finger never ceased its movements in the air. The esteemed figures of the technology sector wore somber expressions, questioning whether such an initiative could truly rival the renowned plans of history. Historically significant plans were characterized by foresight, whereas this seemed a case of desperate last-minute efforts. The B Nation Parliament had passed the Crisis Management Act, mandating states to autonomously implement Zerg crisis response strategies while the federal government devised overarching plans, such as organizing scientists to design B Nation's protective megacities and develop advanced weapon systems. On that day, people around the world suddenly discovered that the long-silent Supreme Leader had finally updated Twitter. B Nation remains the beacon of the world. B Nation has completed plans for defense against the Zerg's arrival in 3 months. We will finish constructing the defensive megacity ahead of Country A. B Nation advocates for press freedom and information transparency. We will share our defense strategies with our allies. In Country A, there is no true freedom. Its people live in dire conditions, forced to toil under a dictator, enslaved, while awaiting salvation from the free world beyond. Chapter 72, The Southern Frontier, Anomalous Gravitational Fields. Subsequently, B Nation unveiled its protective megacity plan online. However, this time, the Supreme Leader chose to announce it on the internet, and the foreign netizens reacted surprisingly calmly, offering praise that echoed, "Wow, finally remembered to build defensive measures." Country A's project is already halfway complete. I checked their cloud supervision platform yesterday, and the circular fortifications are nearly finished. Wow, impressive. Each city can house 1 million people, while Country A's Sky City starts with a population of 30 million. B Nation's protective megacity is remarkable, almost catching up to Country A's initial figures. Wow, amazing. Between each city, there are large trucks capable of transporting 500 people regularly. Country A's capsule high-speed rail must be nearing completion. I heard each trip can carry 100,000 people between the Sky Cities. Wow, incredible. The people of Country A live in dire circumstances, forced to confine the Zerg and train soldiers for combat. Yet, we grant the Zerg their freedom. If one did not pay attention to the IDs, one might assume these comments originated from Country A citizens. In Country A, perhaps in the past, its citizens would have taken the time to peruse such comments. But now, no one has the luxury to glance at foreign news. They are engrossed in their work, focused on their tasks, with no time to scroll through comments online. Certainly, during my breaks, I often engage in conversations with my fellow compatriots, inquiring about the progress of various construction sites across the nation. For instance, when one city shows remarkable advancement, it is only natural to take pride in it, while a city lagging behind serves as motivation to strive harder. Today, I commented on the Supreme Leader's tweet, which was quite flattering for him. Astonishing. Citizens of a nation are living in dire straits, accompanied by images, one depicting an external battle with the insectoid creatures, and another showing workers at a construction site enjoying a hot pot meal. My goodness, in the brief moment it takes to visit the restroom, I realized I'm living in such hardship. This cannot be. I was just watching Commander Long train new recruits to combat the insectoids, and I have yet to finish. Commander Long, please take it easy. After all, a nation boasts a military of 50 million. Surely one soldier cannot contend with a single insectoid. I concur with the Supreme Leader's sentiments. Are students in B Nation no longer studying? In the 3rd grade, I am constantly compelled to attend online classes and complete assignments, while students in B Nation can relax at home. In my case, I am indeed enduring a life of hardship. Dear friend upstairs, congratulations for your winter vacation homework. I have 10 sets, each of Chinese and mathematics, ready to send your way. Please provide your address. Naturally, whenever there are new developments from the Crisis Management Bureau, a nation's online community springs into action, particularly when the Bureau announces several major milestones simultaneously. On the evening of March 1st, the Crisis Management Bureau quietly released a lengthy message detailing the arrangements for the following day. Citizens with time to spare were encouraged to check the supervisory platform. Item 1. At 7 a.m. on March 2nd, the capsule high-speed rail will commence trial operations, with a route connecting Megacity 1 to Megacity 2 via tunnel. Item 2. At 8 a.m. on March 2nd, the assembly of the fusion nuclear power plant in the central area of Megacity 67 will be completed. Item 3. At 9 a.m. on March 2nd, the Northwest Aerospace Bureau will launch the moon landing project, with 5 spacecraft taking off simultaneously. Official note, aimed at establishing a lunar outpost. Project lead, Xiao Ge. Item 4. At 10 a.m. on March 2nd, the circular fortress in the South Xinjiang Stone Forest will undergo its first power supply testing for the city-defending laser cannon. Item 5. At 10 a.m. on March 2nd, civilian technologists, supported by National Technological Openness, will conduct activation tests on a successfully developed swarm of nanobots. The announcement of these 5 items in one go sparked an immense wave of enthusiasm among the populace, particularly for Item 3, which instantly captured national attention. In January, A nation had declared its intention to venture into space, marking a significant shift. Since then, however, there have been no reports of progress in the aerospace field. Today, the Crisis Management Bureau's sudden announcement of 5 spacecraft launching simultaneously to achieve a manned moon landing was nothing short of monumental. My goodness, are they planning renovations at Chang'e's abode? I can hardly contain my excitement. Living in such dire circumstances, my dreams of becoming an astronaut have been reignited. Why does the nation continually evoke my childhood aspirations, only to deepen my struggles? But wait. Do you recall that the Crisis Management Bureau mentioned that the second wave of insectoid invaders would descend directly from space? Our homeland is preparing for the impending second wave of the insectoid crisis. Silence ensued. Hadn't the Supreme Leader just asserted that they would complete the defenses of the megacity before a nation could? Apologies. But while you continue to deploy your defenses against the first wave of insectoids, we must prepare for the second wave. March is now well underway. Fortunately, all projects are progressing in an orderly manner, with timelines remaining within budget, and many even ahead of schedule. For example, Megacity 7, influenced by the Quarry incident, has seen workers tirelessly laboring day and night, making it highly likely to be the first megacity completed. People have already begun to refer to it privately as Yao City. However, at this moment, Xiao Ge cannot find joy in these developments. His concern stems not from slow progress, but from the increasingly severe insectoid crisis that weighs heavily on his mind. In the previous life, aside from mysterious sea monsters that emerged during the Great Tsunami, there were no further incursions from the insectoids despite geological disasters. Today, the threat of insectoids looms omnipresent on Earth. For a nation, the greatest pressure resides within the Peacock Nation. Should it fall, the insectoids within its borders would swarm into a nation like locusts. It is baffling. While the combat capabilities of Peacock Nation may be lacking, surely it should not descend to such a state. The first wave of invasion has yet to commence, and they are already facing assault from the insectoid vanguard. It is no wonder that during the first wave of invasion, the global death toll exceeded 500 million, with Peacock Nation alone suffering 8 million casualties. Yet, this is not what troubles Xiao Ge the most. Liu Yilin presented some observational data collected 20 days prior, showcasing images from the jungles beyond our southern borders. These images, taken yesterday, depicted the same jungles but revealed an alarming density of miasma that had developed in just 20 days. Liu Yilin stated, regrettably, one of the 7 insectoid objects that fell during the temporal collapse is located near a nation, within these stone forests, where an abnormal gravitational field is likely forming. Long Zhan, Ouyang Yuan, and others were taken aback. Liu Yilin's reference to an abnormal gravitational field was not without justification. We analyzed the fallen objects discovered within the southern stone forest and, utilizing isotope tracking methods, pinpointed the precise locations of several other fallen objects. Subsequently, we observed that after February 11th, these objects began to move across the Earth, seemingly summoned by an unknown force, gathering together. Currently, it can be confirmed that apart from the mother insect within Peacock Nation, all other 6 anomalous insectoid entities have been summoned to the jungles beyond the southern borders. A look of dread suddenly crossed Liu Yilin's face. Based on the intelligence provided by Captain Xiao, we have reason to suspect that the insectoids are attempting to reverse engineer a pathway to their world here on Earth. If successful, that dimensional passage could stabilize, becoming exceedingly difficult to close. Chapter 73, Cross-Border Strikes. The entire assembly fell into a profound silence. The implications of opening a reverse dimensional passage for Earth and a nation are self-evident. The insectoids would flood onto our planet without restraint, and a nation would be the first to bear the brunt of this threat. The satellite imagery indicates a position perilously close to a nation, less than 100 kilometers away, allowing the insectoids to pivot and launch an assault at any moment. Long Zhan, in shock, inquired, why was this only discovered today? Such a significant matter has been under surveillance since early February. Yui only uncovered it in March. Had we known sooner, would we have allowed the insectoids the opportunity to gather? Liu Yilin, equally exasperated, replied, the global tracking method using isotopes was only fully established 3 days ago. And tracing the trajectory of the fallen objects also required time. It was only today that we managed to confirm their locations. Liu Yilin continued, Captain Xiao, do you know what specific type of insectoids these are? All eyes turned once more to Xiao Ge, eagerly awaiting his elucidation. However, Xiao Ge's countenance was grave. After a lengthy pause, he spoke, this type of insectoid was only encountered during the 4th wave of invasion. However, at that time, humanity had limited understanding of these beings, and they were not formally named, merely referred to colloquially as passage insects, signifying their capability to open dimensional portals. However, I could never have imagined that the Zerg world would send over the Zerg of the fourth wave so prematurely. A notion began to take shape in his mind. It is highly improbable that the Zerg world consciously decided to dispatch King-level Zerg during the temporal collapse, and thus, they opted to send the Channel Zerg instead. Long Zhan also pondered for a long time before finally voicing a long-buried question that weighed heavily on his mind. Xiao Ge, how did humanity manage to survive until the fifth wave in the previous life without being annihilated? Indeed, this question lingered in the hearts of everyone present. Observing the current battles between humanity and the Zerg on Earth, one can easily imagine the chaos wrought by merely the Zerg vanguard, which has turned the human world upside down. The populace is in dire straits. Consider the situation in Peacock Nation, where a Zerg forward base has been under siege for nearly a month, yet remains unbroken. Faced with the sudden onslaught of the Zerg, humanity, caught unprepared, somehow endured until the fifth wave. It's almost inconceivable. According to Xiao Ge, the Zerg Sin in later waves are increasingly formidable. What allowed humanity to persevere? After deep contemplation, Xiao Ge replied, perhaps it was merely luck, or perhaps it relates to the Zerg's purpose in coming to Earth. He had never truly contemplated this matter. At that time, everyone was merely focused on surviving the next day, hardly pondering such philosophical questions. For someone who struggles for basic sustenance, discussing solutions for global hunger seems unrealistic. Does it not? Xiao Ge chose not to dwell on these questions any longer. He must not allow that channel to be established. It must be utterly destroyed before it can take shape. How shall we proceed? Long Zhan inquired solemnly. If we were to launch a cross-border strike, I can order the troops to prepare immediately. The forces can be positioned along the border, but let the special operations team handle the cross-border assault. Xiao Ge pointed to the satellite image and stated, what has been sent over is likely in the larval form of the Channel Zerg. Moreover, Chief Liu has also mentioned that they were summoned by some entity infiltrating the jungles of the southern frontier from various regions of the world, indicating the existence of intelligent individuals among the Zerg. Their large movements are prone to exposure. This is one aspect. Generally speaking, when Channel Zerg begin to connect with the Zerg world, there are typically heavy Zerg forces guarding the vicinity. Yet this time he furrowed his brow. It seems the sentinels of the Channel Zerg are located within Peacock Nation. Suddenly, Xiao Ge appeared to have an epiphany and immediately pulled up a map of Peacock Nation. Create a comparative chart showing the expansion of the Zerg forward base over the past 20 days. A few minutes later, the comparative chart was completed. The gathered individuals were astonished to discover that the Zerg forward encampment had not only grown exponentially in scale, but that the core area, where the Mother Zerg resided, had moved a full 50 kilometers eastward from its initial position. Thus, the Zerg forward base that landed in Peacock Nation is, in fact, guarded by the Channel Zerg. Long Zhan's pupils dilated, staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene. No, Xiao Ge felt a chill run down his spine. I would rather believe that the forward base was intentionally established to divert humanity's attention. Following the temporal collapse, Earth's gravitational field has become increasingly unstable. Today, a few Zerg emerge here, and tomorrow, a few more appear there, and at this juncture, a Zerg forward base has established itself on Earth, making it nearly impossible for humanity to avert its focus. At this moment, who could fathom that a few inconspicuous Zerg would gather in the southern frontier jungles? In those desolate forests, who would pay heed to a few Zerg? Alternatively, Long Zhan proposed another possibility. Perhaps Peacock Nation has some utility in this regard, as they have impeded the eastward migration of the Zerg encampment. The group nodded in agreement, finding this reasoning plausible. Xiao Ge contemplated briefly and chose not to get entangled in this issue. General Long, select 200 special operations team members. Later, accompany me to the southern frontier to deal with the Channel Zerg. Long Zhan acquiesced and then asked, should we bring them along? He referred to Su Hongyin and Yang Ming. He knew that Xiao Ge had been intent on enhancing their training, likely hoping that the brothers who had ventured with him in the previous life could once again join him in exterminating Zerg in this life. Bring them along. Subsequently, Xiao Ge turned to the Foreign Affairs Department, instructing them to contact the foreign nations in the southern frontier to inform them in advance that country A will launch a cross-border strike. The Foreign Affairs Department hesitated for a moment, inquiring, what if they refuse? That is their concern. Informing them in advance is merely a diplomatic courtesy. Once the dimensional channel is forcibly opened, country A will ultimately be the victim. Delaying this would certainly not be in our best interest. The Foreign Affairs Department ceased their hesitation and promptly went to carry out the orders. Xiao Ge made it abundantly clear. regardless of whether the small nations of the southern frontier consent. The special operations team from Country A will undoubtedly penetrate the jungles and eradicate the Channel Zerg entirely. Coastal City. 2 months prior. This was the most prosperous location in Country A. Yet now, it lies in ruins as if the apocalypse has arrived. This city has become a practical training ground for the military in combating the Zerg. Heavily armed troops guard every entrance to the city. Su Hongyin has now mastered the operation of the individual exoskeleton system. 10 days ago, she was sent here for practical training. Just yesterday, she faced a Zerg outpost within the city and flawlessly executed a solo kill. She was the first among all new recruits undergoing practical training to achieve such a feat. The name of the Wave Rider has once again been brought to light. However, Su Hongyin felt no joy, for the Zerg in the city had dwindled to a mere few. Even those that remained were battered and bruised, and she was merely scavenging leftovers. She despised her previous cowardice when facing the Zerg at the quarry. She yearned to battle Zerg in their full, unblemished form. Concurrently, she harbored a disdain for Yang Ming. It was unclear what had gotten into him, but after the battle at the quarry, he had made it his goal to surpass her, incessantly declaring his intentions. There was no escaping him. Su Hongyin came for practical training, and he followed, claiming that he could accomplish whatever Su Hongyin could. At that moment, Yang Ming emerged from the city, his expression tinged with disappointment. He had yet to encounter any Zerg. If I had come across them, they would likely be nothing but corpses by now. Just then, the commander responsible for practical training approached, and the two stood at attention to salute. Su Hongyin, Yang Ming, you are to pack your belongings immediately. Prepare to head to the southern frontier to execute a special mission. Chapter 74. The Plasma Assault from the Zerg. Northwest Aerospace City. Xiao Ge was conducting the final checks before the launch. Tomorrow's mission is of utmost importance, as it relates to Country A's success or failure in confronting the second wave of the Zerg crisis, thus requiring the utmost precision. 5 spacecraft are involved. 4 of them are older models capable of accommodating 10 individuals each. The 5th is a new model, utilizing Zerg spacecraft technology. Its internal space is expansive, capable of transporting 100 individuals at full capacity. Yet since this is its maiden flight, only 10 pilots have been designated. Xiong Xiaoding overheard the crew of the new spacecraft discussing, having heard that its central control system is a quantum computer. Do you think a quantum computer just developed will function properly? What's to prevent it from working? Young man, do you doubt the technological prowess of Country A? If quantum computers are inadequate, why don't you take charge? Come, extract your brain, install it in the spacecraft, just like the protagonist in source code, and let me see how exceptional you are. Haha, enough of this banter. Let's focus on preparations. Tomorrow we shall meet Sister Chang'e. Xiong Xiaoding did not approach to engage in the astronauts' discussion, yet upon overhearing their conversation, he couldn't help but shake his head. The premise within the source code appeared quite innovative. However, humanity still lacked the capability to transform such visions into reality. Looking at the time, the day had finally arrived. On March 2nd, 231, at 0000, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was not mistaken. The diminutive jungle nation in the southern frontier had indeed declined a request for the A nation's special forces to enter its territory. If that had merely been the extent of the situation, it could have been overlooked, but the jungle nation, in an unexpected turn of events, publicly labeled the A nation's intent to deploy special forces as an act of aggression. Xiao Ge was utterly exasperated. It seemed that even a pig would have grasped by now that, in the east, the A nation stood as the beacon against the Insectoid menace. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs quickly discerned the rationale behind the jungle nation's actions. It appeared that upon B nation's public announcement of its plan for the Guardian megacity, the jungle nation had opted to align its diplomatic stance with B nation in hopes of securing that proposal. This was not surprising, for B nation's Guardian megacity plan, capable of accommodating 1 million inhabitants, was trivial for larger nations but perfectly suited for smaller ones. The head of the ministry inquired, Chief Xiao, should we offer the Lingxiao megacity plan in exchange? Xiao Ge's expression darkened. I do not engage in transactions with fence-sitters. We shall proceed according to the original plan. In actuality, the jungle nation had been trembling in a corner since the A nation commenced construction of a circular fortress, fearing that it was a military bastion intended for their invasion. To this day, Xiao Ge still recalled a brilliant comment from an online user. It's merely a jungle nation. Don't you have any self-awareness? What do you possess that is worth a nation's concern? The date had already progressed to March 2nd. Long Zhan awaited with the special forces within the Southern Stone Forest circular fortress. Xiao Ge, no longer hesitating, boarded the aircraft bound for the southern frontier. On the flight, Xiao Ge suddenly realized that it had been several days since his father had contacted him via video. Surely he hadn't forgotten about his son. Late at night, uncertain whether his parents had retired for the evening, he decided to call his father, but no one answered. He then dialed his mother. "Mom, what has Dad been up to these past couple of days? Why can't I reach him?" His mother sighed. "Doesn't he have a co-worker, old Han? A couple of days ago, he broke his leg. Your father felt sorry for him being so alone and has been busy taking care of him." Xiao Ge was taken aback. Good heavens, has my father forgotten about my mother for the sake of his friend? But wait, didn't he mention that old Han has a son named Sanction? His mother sighed again. "I've heard that he had a quarrel with his girlfriend and is currently unreachable." Xiao Ge, she continued, "Now that you are in charge of the Crisis Management Bureau, please don't rush into finding a girlfriend, all right? That would only hinder your work." Xiao. His mother's concerns were always so different from others. "Mom, in a couple of days, I will be heading to City 67 to inspect the operation of the fusion reactor there. I'll come back to see you soon. Please rest early. I still have matters to attend to, so I want to keep you." He then ended the call. City 67 was the first location in the AIM nation to successfully assemble a fusion reactor. Had it not been for the revelation concerning the southern jungle, Xiao Ge would have attended in person. Coincidentally, it had also been over 2 months since he last saw his parents. He seized the opportunity to visit them. The aircraft landed at the Southern Stone Forest Circular Fortress at 5 in the morning. The construction site still ablaze with lights, bustling with activity. 200 Special Forces members gathered at the assembly point, fully equipped and ready for deployment. Prior to Xiao Ge's arrival, they were already aware of the mission's objective, to eliminate the passage insects crossing the border. Remember, once the dimensional passage is opened, we stand no chance of victory. We must eliminate them all before they can emerge. Yes, they chorused. Then, let us depart. Turning, Xiao Ge strode towards the transport aircraft. This time, they would employ an airborne insertion method to infiltrate the hiding place of the passage insects. The transport would deliver them to their destination before dawn. Just before boarding, Longzhan had ordered the electronic devices to be completely powered down. The nation, in conjunction with 20 other nations beyond its borders, had officially condemned their incursion into foreign territory, branding them as tyrannical czars. Xiao Ge nearly burst into laughter. How peculiar it felt to see the czarist nation caught in the crossfire. If you wish to condemn us, then do so. What need is there to drag the czars into this? They could condemn them as they please for exterminating the passage insects to safeguard the A nation. What did a few insults matter? Soon, the transport aircraft soared into the dawn sky, heading southward. The atmosphere inside the plane was eerily silent. As the eastern horizon began to pale, the clouds drifted lazily. At 5:48, the transport aircraft reached a point less than 10 kilometers from the passage insects hideout. Longzhan commanded, "Prepare to airdrop at 2 kilometers. 3 kilometers. Just then, the aircraft's radar suddenly detected a powerful, unknown energy source hurtling towards them, though night still lingered. The energy entity emanating from the ground illuminated the entire sky. Xiao Ge's expression shifted to one of alarm. While others may not have recognized the threat, he did. Airdrop. Parachute. Everyone, jump now. It was plasma. A creature capable of firing plasma. How could this be? Could larval insects truly unleash such potent plasma? Yet there was no time to ponder. The pilot expertly ascended the aircraft, evading the plasma attack. However, the plasma detonated in mid-air, unleashing a massive electromagnetic pulse that instantly incapacitated the transport aircraft's electronic systems. There was no time for a reboot, for a second plasma strike was already on its way. Jump! Everyone jump now! The pilot manually opened the hatch beneath the aircraft, and 200 Special Forces members were scattered like seeds across the jungle. Chapter 74. Insect Swarm Coordination. After a dizzying descent, the parachutes finally deployed, cushioning the impact of gravity, allowing Xiao Ge to land safely. The tropical jungle's trees towered above, reaching heights of dozens, even hundreds of meters. The approximately 25-meter-high individual exoskeleton systems blended seamlessly into the foliage without a sound. The military had equipped them for jungle warfare with 12-meter-long steel blades. Xiao Ge drew his blade, cleaving through the dense underbrush and vines to forge ahead. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion echoed from afar. The transport aircraft had crashed and exploded. Everything had unfolded too abruptly. The aircraft had not even activated its electromagnetic interference devices before succumbing to the pulse attack, resulting in such a fate. Plasma insects? How could that be? They were supposed to appear as the fifth wave's apex predators, not now on Earth. Had he miscalculated? But with the collapse of space-time, plasma insects could not have been transported here. If they were larvae, they could not mature in just a month. What had gone awry? A whirlwind of thoughts swirled in Xiao Ge's mind as he hastened towards the signal point emitted by Long Zhan. The sky had brightened considerably, yet in the dense jungle, they still needed to activate searchlights to illuminate their path. Gather and count. All 200 Special Forces members were accounted for, and the transport aircraft's pilot had also been located. Is anyone injured? Long Zhan inquired. No. For the elite Special Forces, the term injury refers to the loss of limbs, rendering one immobile. Scrapes and minor wounds are mere trifles, unworthy of mention. At this juncture, Long Zhan inquired of Xiao Ge, Captain Xiao. It seems our nocturnal infiltration has been compromised. There is no need for further concealment. The target is merely 3 kilometers away. Let us charge forth and eliminate the tunnel insect. Initially intending to execute a stealthy ambush, they unexpectedly encountered an onslaught from the insect swarm. How can we eradicate the plasma insects? As soon as the words left his lips, a plasma orb was launched from the distant sky. It was unmistakable. Once the orb ascended to a certain altitude, it detonated, unleashing an energy pulse that vanished into the heavens like a firework. The first shot, soon followed by the second. Just like the fate of the transport aircraft. Before Xiao Ge and his team could react, a third plasma orb soared into the sky, similarly dissipating at the horizon. Were there other aircraft in the vicinity? Yet the sky was utterly clear, devoid of any presence. Even more perplexing was the continuous launch of plasma orbs, all striking the same aerial zone, as if targeting a singular location. Could it be that the plasma insects possessed a glitch, causing them to bombard the same patch of sky? Yang Ming uttered this thought, attempting to rationalize the anomaly through a gaming lens. Long Zhan felt an overwhelming urge to slap him, yet Xiao Ge's expression shifted dramatically. It was not the glitch Yang Ming spoke of, but rather a focused attack on a singular point in the sky. Xiao Ge exclaimed, "It has begun." The tunnel insects are attempting to reconstruct the dimensional passage in reverse. Is it possible to contact Chief Lu Yilin? We need him to monitor the gravitational field in the southern region. Long Zhan endeavored to establish communication with the mainland. Unfortunately, due to the plasma orb's assault, the electromagnetic field in the area had been thrown into disarray, rendering communication impossible, with no means for the outside world to reach them. There was no time to dwell on this. Action must commence. They left the incapacitated pilots behind and advanced towards the hiding spot of the tunnel insects. Time, 6:43. Outside the eye of heaven, at the gravitational observation station, Lu Yilin stared intently at the monitoring equipment, his face etched with unease. Since around 6 o'clock, the gravitational field in the southern jungle had begun to destabilize. Has it truly commenced? Would Captain Xiao and Marshal Long succeed in their joint operation? Suddenly, Lu Yilin detected a peculiar fluctuation in the Earth's magnetic field emanating from the southern jungle, within the confines of the Peacock Nation. Adjusting his glasses, he hurriedly checked and calculated the data. In the end, terror washed over him, and he found himself stammering. The insect race's forward base is communicating with the tunnel insects in the jungle, thousands of miles away. I must urgently relay this information to Captain Xiao. In the Peacock Nation, nearly 800,000 troops had been mobilized to encircle and annihilate the insect race's forward base, representing the full might of the nation. Prime Minister Mo addressed the nation via television, declaring, "Today is a momentous day. We shall eradicate the insect race from our homeland with the divine Ox's blessing." However, at that very moment, an alarming change transpired at the insect race's forward base. The soldiers had completed their pre-battle mobilization. All armed forces were in position. Suddenly, a deep, resonant roar echoed from within the insect ranks, and drones observed that the miasma in the central area was thickening. Almost simultaneously, the insect race's forward base ceased its activities, emitting a cacophony of unsettling clicks towards the sky. Before the Peacock Nation soldiers could initiate their assault, the insect swarm surged forth, charging directly at the eastern human defenses. Infrared scanning indicated that the number of insects had already surpassed 100,000, moving in a coordinated manner akin to a relentless torrent. The swarm is coming. The swarm is coming. The swarm is coming. Soldiers at the front lines of the Peacock Nation cried out in alarm. Indeed, the swarm was approaching. Not only the citizens of the Peacock Nation witnessed this, but the entire world beheld this sight. Prime Minister Mo, seeking to restore the international image of the Peacock Nation by annihilating the insect race's forward base, decided to broadcast the war live, synchronizing it globally. Thus, at this moment, the world collectively remembered the chilling 4 words: "The swarm is coming." In Country B, the Supreme Leader received a briefing from the Pentagon. Ground-based radar had detected that shortly after an aircraft from Country A entered the southern jungle, it had crashed, having been attacked by ground-based insects. Additionally, our forces had reached the gravitational anomaly point in the southern jungle and were poised to act. Upon receiving the distress signal from the small jungle nation, Country B responded promptly, uniting with over 20 nations to vehemently condemn Country A for exploiting the insect crisis to invade another nation, vowing to punish Country A. Currently, foreign nations were preparing for the insect crisis. In truth, the traditional allies of Country B faced immense difficulties when confronted with crises. It was evident that Country A's predictions since January had been accurate, indicating that they possessed extensive knowledge regarding the insect race. They sought defensive strategies against the insect crisis from Country A, yet the Crisis Management Bureau asserted that reality was not a tale of a farmer and a snake. And Country A was certainly not a passive farmer. Unable to secure support from Country A, they were compelled to seek assistance from Country B, which traditionally granted aid with conditions, requiring the recipient nation to align its international stance with Country B. Thus, while fully aware that the primary conflict at hand was the response to the insect crisis, Country B raised its voice in condemnation of Country A, and they had no choice but to follow suit. The critical point was that after the denunciation, there was no response from Country A. The supreme leader, with righteous indignation, pondered what was taking so long: eliminate the special forces of Country A and capture the insects in that region for research. While Country A could detect the anomalies in the southern jungle, so could Country B, even though they remained unaware of the insects' activities within. Not knowing was inconsequential. Capturing them for research would suffice. The Pentagon hesitated momentarily, pondering whether Long John would be present. The military of Country B feared no one but Long John, a commander who relished leading charges into battle. Use your brain. The supreme leader's brow furrowed in anger as he surveyed the southwestern direction towards the forward base of the insect race in the Peacock Nation, which was rapidly encroaching upon Country A. If Long John were to engage in battle, he would undoubtedly choose to head southwest. Bang! The supreme leader's fist slammed heavily on the table. No one understands Country A better than I do. Do not question my decisions. Silence. After a brief pause, the supreme leader inquired, I have heard that the Virus Research Institute has recently synthesized a highly transmissible, low-mortality virus? The Pentagon officials nodded in affirmation, confirming that limited transmission experiments had been clandestinely conducted in the southwestern region, with multiple pathways for the virus's spread. That will suffice. The supreme leader did not wait for further elaboration on the transmission routes, intent on devising a method to propagate the virus into Country A. I wish to see how they will continue to construct the towering city of Lingxiao amidst the chaos engulfing the world. He pondered aloud, it is curious. The entire world is in turmoil, yet why is Country A unaffected? Silence once more. The atmosphere grew heavy. After a while, a Pentagon official spoke up. News has arrived from Country E that researcher Yamamoto Ichiro from the Hightower Research Institute will soon visit Country A. Perhaps we can leverage this opportunity. Chapter 76. Ambush. Engagement. 6:45. Xiao Ge and his team could now discern the concealed location of the tunnel insects with the naked eye. Within the dense foliage, a patch of open ground had emerged, indistinguishable as to whether it had been cleared or scorched. Through the lens of a telescope, 5 insectoid creatures, resembling colossal cattle, stood upright, encircling an object that appeared to be a landing pod, presumably brought over by the dimensional worms from the realm of temporal collapse. To think that within a mere month, they had grown to such a formidable size. The metamorphosis from larva to semi-mature form had transpired in just 30 days. Yang Ming observed intently for half the day before suddenly inquiring, Old Xiao, what are the plasma worms? Xiao Ge, sensing an undercurrent of disappointment in Yang Ming's tone, realized he had not spotted the plasma worms. Buzzing. Above, clusters of plasma continued to explode in the sky, invariably striking the same spatial region. All that plasma emanated from the landing pod, enveloped by the dimensional worms. There are no plasma worms, Xiao Ge articulated, gesturing towards the front. It is the dimensional worms. They are amplifying energy through the central landing pod, creating energy masses akin to plasma. Being in a semi-mature state, they require robotic assistance to amplify their energy. Once the dimensional portal opens in reverse, they will traverse back to the insectoid world. Before his words could fully resonate, Long John suddenly leaped up and tackled Xiao Ge. Bang! A bullet struck precisely where Xiao Ge had just stood. Take cover. We are being ambushed. It's humans, damn it. Long John cursed vehemently. It's the Star-Spangled Dogs. They're the most despicable. I suspect their primary objective is not to confront us, but to capture the dimensional worms. Having dealt with B Country for an extended period, one could surmise the nefarious schemes they would concoct. Likely, when B Country condemned a country's invasion, They had already prepared to capture the dimensional worms, while simultaneously eliminating a country's special forces operatives. Once the deed was done, they would deny all involvement, insisting it was the work of some small jungle nation. As expected, just as Long John predicted, the special forces found themselves ambushed. Over 300 human soldiers emerged abruptly from the jungle, targeting a country's special forces rather than insectoids. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Ge inadvertently noticed that over 200 insectoid sentinels near the dimensional worms had also detected the human skirmish. Yet, they merely raised their heads and emitted a cacophony of clicks before disregarding the conflict, continuing their vigil over the dimensional worms. It was as though they were mocking humanity. Look, the foolish humans are still engaged in infighting. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. To Xiao Ge's astonishment, a human appeared amidst the swarm, seemingly in harmony with the insectoids. This human's attire and appearance bore a striking resemblance to those of a country. Long John and the other special forces operatives were equally taken aback, exclaiming, "Have the insectoids allied with the country? How can a human coexist with the insectoids?" However, there was no time to unravel the mystery, as the country's soldiers were already closing in. They were near enough that one could hear their foul English. "Kill the country pigs, avenge our brothers slain by Long John in Africa." Xiao Ge, with a serious demeanor, queried, "Commander Long, are you familiar with them?" Long John, seething with rage, replied, "Familiar? Very familiar. They're the B country's Navy SEALs. We clashed in Africa, and we killed dozens of their men. Meanwhile, the insectoids were still opening the dimensional portal, while human forces were engaged in a bloody melee. How ironic." Split into two groups. "Commander Long, take your men to confront the familiar faces. I will lead my team to destroy the dimensional worms." The insectoids had noticed the humans but refrained from attacking, evidently wishing to complete the dimensional portal during the humans' internal strife. Negotiate with the country about the dangers of the insectoids, then invite them to join forces against the insectoids? What a laugh. We will be better off exterminating the insectoids before wasting breath. Upon hearing this, Long John took half of the special forces and moved northeast, instructing Xiao Ge, "You just hold the line. I will come to assist once I finish my task." As the combat intensified and the sounds of warfare receded, Xiao Ge was astonished to observe that the insectoid sentinels surrounding the dimensional worms were becoming increasingly active, beginning to spread outward. Clearly, they had detected Xiao Ge and his team, yet they did not initiate an attack. Instead, they were buying time until the dimensional portal was fully constructed. "Old Xiao, the insectoids seem quite intelligent," Yang Ming remarked incredulously, having initially thought the insectoids were mere fodder for experience points. Of course, how else would the insectoids traverse interstellar space and invade Earth? Did you think they swam here? Despite this, Xiao Ge's gaze remained fixed on the human amidst the swarm. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his eyes narrowed. No way. Could it be the mind-eater worm? However, if this were the case, it would make sense. Within the temporal collapse, 7 insectoid landing pods have been transported, one landing in Peacock Country as the Queen, while the remaining 6 included one mind-eater worm to serve as the central command and coordination hub, and the other 5 were dimensional worms. The Queen stirred up a tempest in Peacock Country, attracting global attention, while the mind-eater worm covertly gathered the dimensional worms to activate the dimensional portal. Employing a 3-to-3 tactic, 3 individuals formed a small group, and 3 small groups constituted a larger unit, commencing their advance. Subsequently, 100 personnel dispersed, forming 10 large groups, maximizing the advantages of individual exoskeleton systems, allowing for both flexibility and complementary synergy. Click, click, click. At that moment, the insectoids began their offensive. The selected Special Forces operatives had undergone rigorous combat training and had individual records of killing insectoids, thus they did not retreat even when faced with twice their number. At a distance, they prioritized artillery strikes. Moreover, some had already acquired laser-cutting weapons. The powerful beams could effortlessly pierce through the bodies of the insectoid sentinels. As the distance closed, the operational space for their weapons diminished, raising the possibility of friendly fire. As close-quarter combat erupted, they drew their steel-long knives, delivering precise and efficient strikes. Should any group miss an insectoid, the surrounding groups would provide assistance. However, this formation was not without flaws, and casualties among the special forces began to mount. Kill, kill, kill. They pressed forward, stepping over the carcasses of insectoids. At this juncture, Xiao Ge noted that the frequency at which the dimensional worms emitted plasma spheres was increasing. He estimated that the portal would be fully operational within an hour. Time, 700. Would 1 hour suffice to eradicate the insectoids before them? 708 country. The capsule maglev train was about to be launched. The battle occurring in the jungles beyond the southern frontier remained unknown to all. Perhaps the citizens had yet to fully grasp the peril posed by the insectoids. Every moment of tranquility and peace in a country was being silently safeguarded by those in the shadows. At this moment, the citizens could witness the rollout of the maglev train, a monumental achievement reliant on the collective wisdom of the nation and the steadfast protection of its soldiers. Chapter 77. The Heart of the Insectoids? The Heart of Humanity? The tunnel between City 1 and City 2 had been completed. Of course, the stations within the cities were not yet finished, yet this did not impede the trial operation of the maglev train. The maglev train had officially been named Super Iron, with a diameter exceeding 100 meters and a length surpassing 700 meters. This colossal vehicle, capable of carrying 100,000 passengers in a single journey, would operate within a vacuum tube, theoretically achieving speeds exceeding 6,500 kilometers per hour. The cloud monitoring platform had long since provided a live stream link. Today's broadcast, featuring 5 key events, was of utmost importance and could be found prominently on the homepage. 700. Across the construction sites of the grand cities nationwide. The rolling screens have long been supplanted by the live broadcasts of the Super Iron project. Countless pairs of eyes across the country are fixated on the live feed. As the project host gives the command, Super Iron number 1 is officially launched. Following this, Super Iron number 1 emerges from the factory like a colossal dragon, gliding down the descending tracks into the vacuum tube of the Super Iron, akin to a mighty python entering the water. The scene then shifts, revealing that this enormous entity is completely suspended within the tunnel. Once Super Iron number 1 passes through the valve and fully enters the tunnel, the project host issues yet another command. The operational test commences. Thus, the world witnesses the engine of the dragon roar to life within the tunnel. Comment from netizens in country A flood the screen. It's hard to fathom what it will feel like to ride such a transport to my grandmother's house. Will it whisk me there in an instant? Is it like arriving in a game the moment it starts? Sarcastic laughter. Honestly, witnessing each project come to fruition feels akin to watching my child grow from birth to maturity. Look at that giant above, a titan of light. Your offspring is 100 meters wide and 1,000 meters long. Don't call me a nitpicker. How fast do you think the Super Iron is? Comments from netizens beyond the borders read. Everyone take note of the pinned comment from 2 months ago. I'm looking for Yamamoto Ichiro. I represent the netizens of Country B, seeking Yamamoto Ichiro. I'm watching a live broadcast from the southern part of Peacock Country. Can you imagine what's on my mind? 1,000 insects marching through my heart. While we in the Outer Realms are still debating whether to execute the apocalyptic crisis plan, Country A has already transformed their words into reality. You are mistaken. We in the Outer Realms are also aware of how to sanction Country A. At this moment, the engine of Super Iron has reached operational status. How fast can such a behemoth truly go? Countless eyes around the globe are waiting for that moment. Go. The camera in the live feed remains still. Save for the steel dragon. A blinding light flashes, engulfing the entire screen in a brilliant white. 1 second later, the light dissipates. And when the viewers refocus on the live feed, it's gone. In the blink of an eye, Super Iron has vanished. Such a playful start. How could it be so swift? Gone in an instant? 10 minutes later, news arrives from the station at Giant City number 2. Super Iron no. 1 has safely arrived, and the trial run was a resounding success. Incredible. It succeeded on the first attempt. I hadn't even finished using the restroom. How could it be so fast? Haha. You're quite the character. Goodbye to all the workers nationwide. I'm off to work. At 8 o'clock, I'll be assembling the fusion nuclear power plant at Giant City number 67. Don't miss it. Suddenly, the entire live stream audience from Country A has vanished, leaving the netizens from beyond the borders savoring the replay. By March, those from outside the country are increasingly bewildered by the people of Country A. How could they remain so unfazed by such astonishing inventions? Perhaps the citizens of Country A have grown accustomed to it? Indeed, to those from abroad, what is an astonishing invention has long since become mundane for the people of Country A. Now, the grand cities nationwide are accelerating their construction, racing to be the first to complete their projects. The Supreme Leader remarked, "The people of Country A live in dire straits. This cannot be untrue. While the insect horde ravages the land of Peacock Country, the rest of the world only remembers the 4 words, the swarm has come. And yet the people of Country A still find the leisure to watch the live broadcast of Super Iron's launch, completely oblivious to the looming crisis of the insect horde at their very doorstep. As the capsule high-speed train successfully completes its trial run, the live stream rolls backward. Meanwhile, in the capital, military leaders are urgently mobilizing troops. The intelligence from Chief Liu is accurate. The insect vanguard within the borders of Peacock Country has breached their defensive lines and is advancing eastward, with the ultimate destination being the jungles of the southern frontier. The vice marshal draws a line on the map, which conveniently passes through the circular fortifications of the southern jungle. Once Peacock Country detects the insects moving eastward, they are likely to hold a farewell ceremony. Currently, the marshal and Captain Xiao cannot be reached, so we must set up our defenses independently. The insect vanguard will breach the border of Country A in 3 hours. Therefore, we must station heavy troops at this location on the border to prevent the insects from entering our territory. This will also be a suitable opportunity to test the power of the new laser main cannon. In the southern jungle, while the nation watches the launch of Super Iron, Xiao Ge and his comrades are engaged in a fierce battle to defend their homeland. Xiao Ge and his team are fighting the insect horde while Long Zhan is confronting an old acquaintance. The battle has persisted for over 20 minutes. Xiao Ge realizes that the number of insects is overwhelming, and the longer they fight, the more intelligent the insects seem to become. They do not initiate attacks, but linger at a distance. Yet as Xiao Ge and his team advance, they inevitably encounter obstruction from the insects. Old Xiao, didn't we agree that after establishing the nation, we would not allow them to evolve? How is it that these insects have become more intelligent than humans? Yang Ming is dumbfounded. In the old games he played, low-tier insects were mere experience fodder. Yet here they encounter insects that are completely different, exhibiting tactical awareness. It is clear that a human is controlling everything. We must eliminate him first. Xiao Ge locks onto the human controlled by the brain-eating worm and commands. A team of us will provide cover. Su Hongyin, Yang Ming, follow me to eliminate that person, with a squad of special forces providing cover. The three charge into the insect ranks from a relatively weak area, heading straight for the human at the heart of the swarm. Fire. However, their plan has been discovered. The bullets are intercepted by the insects. Soon, other insects from different areas converge on Xiao Ge and his two companions. This is precisely the desired effect. Other teams, focus your fire and eliminate that person. He has been taken over by the insects and is now merely a puppet. All that remains is a heart directed toward the insect horde. Gathering together to attack, the insects will also congregate. When Xiao Ge and his team form a strike group to directly assault the core of the insect horde, the insects will inevitably regroup, granting the other special forces the opportunity to launch a surprise attack with hundreds of members, far surpassing the strength of just 3 individuals. Cackling. Indeed, the insects adjust once more, consolidating their forces to surround the channel worm and the brain-eating worm. The channel worm's plasma firing rate accelerates further. After a fierce battle, another 10 minutes pass. The number of the insect vanguard continues to dwindle, and the channel worm gradually reveals itself, along with the human controlled by the brain-eating worm. The super memory allows Xiao Ge to have an eidetic recall, so when he sees the human, he instantly recognizes him. Deng Ning, the worker who went missing from the circular fortress in the stone forest. Xiao Ge's gaze sharpens, halting the special forces operative who is about to fire. Your brother Deng Huiwang had one last message for you before he perished. Would you prefer to hear it as an insect or as a human? The distance between them is no more than 100 meters. Xiao Ge's voice is audible to Deng Ning, whether he identifies as an insect or a human. The brain-eating worm seizes the moment of intense emotional turmoil within the human to invade and control the brain. In a previous life, Xiao Ge had witnessed firsthand how an individual, through sheer willpower, triumphed over the brain-eaters and banished them. Xiao Ge had not anticipated that Deng Ning could conquer the brain-eaters. Instead, he endeavored to agitate his mental state, severing his connection with the surrounding swarm. Without the brain-eaters as a central force, Xiao Ge was confident in his ability to eradicate them swiftly. Deng Ning's voice, laden with a chilling duality, resounded. Deng Huiwang sends word. Regardless of the unspeakable deeds he has committed in the outside world, every penny he has provided for your education, your home, your indulgences over the years has been painstakingly earned by him. Not a single cent derived from foreign nations has been spent on you. He declares himself filthy. Yet you remain as pure as water. He admits he cannot turn back, and hopes you can live as an ordinary citizen of a country. In that fleeting moment, the swarm fell silent, as if profoundly influenced by Deng Ning's brainwaves, resonating with his emotions. For an instant, Xiao Ge perceived Deng Ning's eyes, once as dark as ink, gradually returning to their original state. The opportunity to act was ephemeral. Xiao Ge raised his voice, calling out, Deng Ning, you are under the control of the brain-eaters. Awaken. Those ensnared by the brain-eaters, upon realizing their plight, often experience intense emotional upheaval. Indeed, if the puppet could overcome and expel the brain eaters. This would be the singular moment to do so. Clearly, Ding Ding had lost that chance. His dual voice grew muddled. Liar. He's a deceiver. He's a traitor. Ah, a traito. Slay them. Slay the traitors. The swarm erupted in chaos, the battle reigniting. Yet, Xiao Ge observed with a heavy heart as hot tears cascaded down Ding Ding's cheeks.